Chapter 1. The Nano System with Illustrations. Warning: this book should not be read with a rational mind. The following text. No, my BT. In a cramped and dimly lit rented room, the scent of an unkempt individual permeated the air, mingled with the aroma of various snacks and spicy strips. Feng Wuhen sat at his computer desk, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the screen depicting the explosion of a Titan, his heart wrenched as he cried out in despair. However, in his fervor, his bare right toe inadvertently struck the exposed socket beneath the desk, which was buzzing with electricity. After a crackling sound of electricity, the room fell into an eerie silence. Only the computer screen remained illuminated, accompanied by the voice of a character in the game. Kubo, we just lost the signal from BT. We were so close. Yet, Feng Wuhen could no longer hear, for he had vanished completely. Had he just disappeared from the chair? A tingling sensation coursed through him. At that moment, Feng Wuhen felt an overwhelming numbness, as if he had been jolted by 220 volts of alternating current, leaving him in considerable discomfort. What has happened to me? Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes, but his mind felt muddled, memories jumbled, and his vision obscured like a mosaic. Damn it, my head feels like it's going to explode. What on earth is happening? He cradled his throbbing head in his hands, the dizziness and pressure rendering his face pale. Sweat poured down as he clenched his brow, his body trembling slightly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the pressure in his head gradually subsided, and his dizziness began to normalize. Finally, through the sheer force of his indomitable will, Feng Wuhen's condition returned to normal. However, a new sensation arose. An intense hunger clawed at him, akin to being stabbed in the stomach. Instantly, cold sweat beaded on his forehead again, his complexion growing even paler. I'm so hungry. How can I be this hungry? I just had lunch not long ago. Feng Wuhen placed his hands on his abdomen, eyes closed, brow furrowed once more. After enduring the torment of hunger, he gradually opened his eyes once more. This time, the dizziness had dissipated, and his vision had returned to clarity. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by a scene that left him questioning his very existence. Where am I? Feng Wuhen, clutching his still slightly aching abdomen, muttered in bewilderment. He slowly surveyed the confines of the shabby, dimly lit bedroom before him. Upon noticing the decayed, dust-laden chairs and books, coupled with the old, faded computer, he felt as if he might forget his stomach pain entirely. His mouth agape, eyes wide, pupils constricting to pinpricks, he took in the sight before him that a pungent odor of decaying wood and paper invaded his nostrils, snapping him back to reality. How did I end up here? Is this some sort of prank? As he inhaled the surrounding musty scent, a closer inspection revealed that this bedroom was, in fact, his very own rented room. However, the walls had cracked and peeled from years of neglect, and the furniture and computer had grown old and decayed. Yet, this was undeniably his room. He had lived here for nearly half a year, and notably, a sticker of his favorite character adorned the computer's case. Though faded, the goddess's visage remained. Creak. Before Feng Wuhen could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden crack echoed from beneath him, and he found himself seated on the floor. Snapped back to reality, he realized the rotting bed had collapsed. Could it be that I've traversed realms? Or perhaps, I fell asleep while gaming and awoke 100 years later. Feng Wuhen struggled to rise, his mind racing with various scenarios reminiscent of the novels he had read. Yet, he quickly dismissed the possibility of having merely fallen asleep, as he distinctly recalled the tingling sensation coursing through his body from his right foot before. Losing consciousness. Could it be that I was electrocuted and transported to another world? Feng Wuhen felt increasingly certain he had indeed been transported through electricity. With a look of astonishment, he silently approached the balcony. Upon witnessing the desolate and dilapidated cityscape beyond, coupled with two suns of equal size in the sky, his suspicions were confirmed. He had truly been transported. Oh my God, I really have crossed over? Feng Wuhen stared at the two suns, his jaw nearly dislocating in shock. He then glanced down to see figures wandering aimlessly in the streets, their left arms limp and their right arms raised, resembling people. Simultaneously, a nauseating stench of decaying corpses wafted up from the street below, prompting Feng Wuhen to mutter darkly, "Please don't tell me those are zombies." Just as he uttered these words, one of the wandering figures turned, revealing a gaunt, decaying, and terrifying visage. Damn it. I knew that crossing over to the modern world would lead to no good. Feng Wuhen had mentally prepared himself. Upon seeing the true nature of the figures below, his face displayed nothing but exasperation. As a seasoned reader for over a decade, he calmly recited in his mind, "Show yourself, Golden Finger. I know you're embedded in my consciousness." In a post-apocalyptic world, it was a certainty that a Golden Finger system existed, so Feng Wuhen felt no panic whatsoever. After uttering his thoughts, he awaited the familiar ding sound of a system notification in his mind. However, after a prolonged silence, all he could hear was the low, raspy moans of the zombies below. No sign of the anticipated system notification. Come on, this isn't how this is supposed to work. If you're there, make a sound. Otherwise, I might actually start to panic. Feng Wuhen's expression shifted from calm to anxious. As he continued to call out in his mind, in the next moment, a translucent light blue screen appeared before his eyes. Nanotech Titan System panel. Ding. Activating Nanotech Titan System. 50, 100, activation complete. Ding. Binding Nanotech Titan System to host. 50, 100, binding successful. Hello host. I am the Nanotech Titan System, ID. BT7274, pleased to serve you. Gazing at the translucent screen before him and hearing the familiar electronic male voice in his mind, Feng Wuhen was momentarily stunned before bursting into excitement. His exhilaration did not stem from merely acquiring a system, but rather from the realization that this system was, in fact, BT. Just moments ago, he had mourned the loss of BT, and now, it seemed BT had traversed to this world alongside him, becoming his very own system. Is that you, Vanguard Titan BT7274? Feng Wuhen asked tremulously, his heart racing with anxiety at the thought of BT responding with a no. After a brief silence following his inquiry, a puzzled voice echoed in his mind. Feng Wuhen, do you know me? Indeed. It truly is BT, the Titan BT. Feng Wuhen's heart soared with excitement, as he felt like a madman. To confirm it was indeed the BT from Titanfall, he asked again, BT, did you sacrifice yourself when the Ark was destroyed? Indeed. Windless, how did you come to know this? I recall that there are no records of you in the Rebel personnel database. BT inquired with curiosity. Windless, without reservation, recounted the circumstances of their acquaintance. BT, I am not from your world. Rather, you are a character from a game in my realm, and the character I control is Jack Cooper. After several minutes, Windless concluded his narrative regarding how he came to know BT. Upon hearing this, BT found the revelation astonishing. Who would have thought that both he and Cooper were mere virtual avatars? After a moment of silence, Windless asked, BT, how did you transform into a system? BT's explanation resonated within Windless' mind. After I was obliterated by the Ark, my consciousness was fused with a luminescent orb, and when I awoke, I found myself within your mind, Windless. Additionally, according to my new protocol, I am now bound to you. Upon absorbing BT's explanation, Windless experienced a moment of clarity, understanding that the system had salvaged BT's consciousness. With this realization, Windless refrained from further inquiries and instead requested BT to elaborate on the system's functionalities. BT, please elucidate your current capabilities. Certainly, BT responded, and immediately the translucent light blue interface on Windless' retina began to shift. Nano-worm attributes. Energy, 100. Depletion requires 1 day for a full recharge. Description: nanometal, 0.5 kilograms. Description: image, JPG. The interface displayed only 3 brief lines. Windless, glancing at the 2 entries beneath the title, inquired, BT, are these the only 2 functionalities? Indeed, BT's reply took Windless by surprise. In the novels he had perused, most system panels boasted an extensive array of settings. Why was his system so remarkably succinct? Although puzzled, Windless did not dwell on it. Fewer entries were preferable, sparing him from the scorn of readers who might criticize excessive verbosity. After reviewing the entries, Windless' gaze fell upon the description sections, prompting him to ask, BT, what do the descriptions for these 2 entries entail? Without hesitation, BT revealed the explanations for both entries. Energy description: the nanoworms possess miniature generators within their bodies. The more nanoworms present, the greater the energy storage. Note: energy can be depleted but may recover over time. Nanometal description: the The quantity of metal consumed by the nano-worms determines the amount of material they can produce. They can also convert metal into bullets, shells, and various other projectiles. Note, the more metal is fired, the fewer nano-worms will remain, but they can consume more to replenish their numbers. Image JPG. Chapter 2. The inferior nano-battle armor. Upon reading the two explanations, Feng Wuhen was taken aback, realizing that these were indeed two nearly invincible functions. One ensured an inexhaustible energy source, while the other grew stronger with the consumption of increasing amounts of metal. After grasping these capabilities, Feng Wuhen was eager to experiment. BT. How should I proceed? Feng Wuhen inquired. Simply issue commands with your thoughts, and the nano-creatures within you will activate, BT replied in his mind. Encouraged by BT's words, Feng Wuhen began his attempt. He first raised his left hand and mentally commanded the nano-creatures to materialize. As he focused, a wondrous surge of silvery liquid swiftly emerged from the palm of his left hand. The liquid gradually coalesced and transformed, quickly taking the form of a fist-sized silver six-legged insect. Observing the metallic creature in his palm, which moved like a real insect, Feng Wuhen was filled with awe. BT. Is this the appearance of the nano-creatures? Indeed, came BT's affirmative response. Wasting no further time, Feng Wuhen addressed the nano-creature in his palm. Create a suit of armor suitable for me to wear. However, he soon noticed that the nano-creature merely gazed up at him, making no move. Could it be that my command was incorrect? He murmured to himself. Just then, BT's voice echoed in his mind. Feng Wuhen, the current nano-creature only weighs 0.5 kilograms, which is insufficient to transform into armor that fits you. Realizing his oversight, Feng Wuhen slapped his forehead. I forgot. The manual clearly stated that it must consume an equivalent weight of metal to materialize an object of corresponding weight. He glanced around his bedroom and found that aside from the metal casing of his computer, there was no other metal present. The only other option was the stainless steel railing on the balcony. Feng Wuhen's gaze fell upon it, but he quickly chastised himself for his limited thinking. Why restrict my targets to this rented space? There are plenty of scrap cars downstairs, abundant with metal to devour. Peering through the gaps in the window railing, he looked down at the street below. A jumble of cars, trucks, and buses lay wrecked, with numerous metal parts scattered across the concrete, abandoned and ignored. Without hesitation, Feng Wuhen issued a command to the nano-creature in his palm. Go, consume the metal from those cars below. At his command, the nano-creature finally sprang into action. In an instant, the fist-sized creature exploded into a cloud of silvery metallic mist, swiftly slipping through the gaps in the window railing, drifting from the third floor down to the first, heading directly towards the wrecked vehicles. Watching the flying metallic mist, Feng Wuhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Realizing that the nano-creatures could indeed fly, regaining his senses, Feng Wuhen noticed that a swirling mass of silver metallic mist had settled atop a wrecked car, creating a shimmering silver area on the black vehicle's roof, formed by the nanobots. Suddenly, a fierce protest emanated from his stomach, the sharp pangs jolting him back to reality. He realized he was quite hungry and needed to find something to eat. Muttering under his breath, Feng Wuhen turned and retraced his steps into the house, making his way to a mini refrigerator, which he opened with anticipation. Instantly, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. Who on earth has defiled my refrigerator? He exclaimed, staggering back, nearly retching from the foul odor. Upon peering inside, he found that the food had long since rotted away. Aside from some discolored plastic wrappers, all that remained was a noxious smell that he had inadvertently released. How much time had passed for everything to spoil, even the vacuum-sealed snacks? Observing the grim state of the mini fridge, he hastily shut the door. It appeared he would need to venture downstairs in search of sustenance, though he pondered whether the canned goods at the convenience store had also succumbed to decay. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he considered the dire implications. If even the canned food had spoiled, the world must have been in apocalyptic decline for decades. With a serious expression, he silently prayed for a more favorable outcome. Returning to the balcony, he noted that the car consumed by the nanobots showed no signs of change. BT. How long will it take for the nanobots to consume enough material to cover my body with armor? He inquired, perplexed. BT promptly responded, based on my calculations. In 3 hours, the nanobots will have devoured sufficient material to envelop you in subpar armor. 3 more hours? Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's face fell. Rubbing his protesting belly, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. With so many zombies lurking downstairs and lacking any survival experience, he dared not venture out. Alas, it seemed he would have to wait for 3 hours. With a deep sigh, he returned to his bedroom, cautiously settling onto the bed to await the passage of time. In the absence of a phone or computer for distraction, waiting proved to be the most torturous endeavor. After an indeterminate span, Feng Wuhen sensed that approximately 2 hours had elapsed. He queried in his mind, "BT, has 2 hours passed?" "Not yet, barely 2 minutes have gone by," came the disheartening reply. The response left Feng Wuhen in a state of stunned disbelief, grappling with existential doubt. "BT, you must be joking," he protested, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. Yet BT's words forced him to confront the truth. "No, I am not joking." Feng Wuhen reflected on the relentless passage of time. Feeling as if he had languished in the corrosive atmosphere of his bedroom for a century, his mind growing increasingly hazy. Just as his mental state began to fray, he sensed that 3,000 years had slipped away. The voice of BT finally conveyed a message that was neither good nor bad. Feng Wuhen learned that the nano-worms would complete the consumption of the inferior armored metal in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen immediately regained his focus. He sprang up from the bed, but due to prolonged sitting and overwhelming hunger, his brain momentarily struggled to receive adequate oxygen, leading to a sudden wave of dizziness. This is commonly referred to as low blood sugar. Feng Wuhen nearly stumbled, quickly steadying himself against the wobbly computer desk to avoid a humiliating fall. "Damn it," he instinctively muttered, then staggered towards the balcony. Leaning against the window railing, Feng Wuhen observed the street below, noting that the wrecked cars had significantly diminished in number. Simultaneously, the scattered metal parts had vanished entirely. As for the vehicles that had been consumed, there was not a trace of metal to be found, save for the plastic shells. The nano-worms had completed their task. With his head spinning from hunger, Feng Wuhen finally received the notification from BT. Without hesitation, he summoned the nano-worms back from below. A vast expanse of silver metallic mist surged upward from the wreckage on the street, enveloping the 3rd floor in a breathtaking display. Should anyone have had access to a microscope magnified 100,000 times, they would have discerned that this silver metallic mist was composed of countless tiny metallic worms, each measuring merely 1 nanometer. Those with a fear of dense clusters should avert their gaze, lest they be overwhelmed. Under Feng Wuhen's astonished gaze, the silver mist swiftly enveloped his entire being. Then, the silver mist began to whirl rapidly, coalescing into a silver tornado. Soon, this tornado gradually merged into Feng Wuhen's body. He looked down to inspect himself, only to find no visible changes. Realizing that he needed to issue commands for the nano-worms to activate, he mentally instructed, "Don the armor." As soon as he uttered these thoughts, his clothing disintegrated into dust. What was happening? Did donning the armor require him to be completely undressed? Feng Wuhen gazed at his bare form, his robust physique now on full display. As his garments were obliterated, a silver liquid began to exude from his skin. In less than 2 seconds, he was entirely enveloped in this silver substance, leaving no part of him exposed. Yet, there was no further transformation. At that moment, Feng Wuhen appeared as though he had been coated in silver paint. Aside from his unblinking eyes, sealed lips, and concealed genitals and hair, he resembled a smooth metallic sculpture. Observing his hands, body, and feet, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. His vision, breathing, and tactile sensations remained unchanged, which was quite remarkable. However, he noticed that his toes were still visible. "Hide the toes," he commanded. The windlass commanded the nanobots. As the words left his lips, his toes instantaneously adhered together. Satisfied, he then approached a full-length mirror in his bedroom. Lifting his hand, he wiped away the dust from the mirror's surface, revealing a metallic figure. However, upon seeing his own facial features, which he deemed unattractive, he promptly instructed the nanobots to conceal them. Yet, the tight-fitting battle armor, gleaming in pure silver, was less than appealing, and the baldness of his head only exacerbated the lack of aesthetic charm. Thus, Windlass continued to issue commands. "Add some contoured lines to my chest. Accentuate the muscle texture. Yes, just like that. Now, alter the shape of my head to resemble a droplet. Perfect. And create depressions at the tips." 5 minutes later, the monotonous exterior of the armor had finally morphed, through Windlass' efforts, into a semblance of Brother Pingqing. Nevertheless, the color remained entirely silver. Unsatisfied, Windlass attempted further modifications. Change the color to a blend of red, purple, and silver. Alter the chest's contours to gold, and place a droplet-shaped light on my chest. Yes, splendid. After this series of adjustments, the childhood visage was finally realized. Windlass pondered, with such thin armor, will it withstand the claws of zombies? He gazed at his reflection, now resembling Brother Pinching, with a hint of concern. No, BT replied, based on my analysis, these ordinary zombies cannot inflict damage on inferior armor. With BT's reassurance, Windlass felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then glanced at the sky from the balcony and inquired, BT, what time is it now? 22:33 in the afternoon, BT responded, leaving Windlass momentarily bewildered. BT, ISNT 2200 hours considered evening? How can it still be afternoon? He questioned internally, suspecting an error in BT's timekeeping. However, BT's next revelation left him astounded. This world operates on a 48-hour day. Windlass was taken aback, realizing he was gaining new insights. He followed up with another question. So, does that mean the lifespan of the inhabitants here is only 30 to 40 years? Not at all. Healthy individuals can live over 100 years, BT clarified. Goodness, that implies the people here have double the lifespan compared to Earth. Windlass exclaimed, feeling envious. The privileges of this otherworldly existence seemed remarkable, living effortlessly up to 200 years, provided one maintains good health. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on more pressing matters. First, to satiate his hunger, he retrieved a rusty cleaver from the kitchen on the balcony and turned to enter his bedroom. As he reached the door, he placed his left hand on the doorknob, applying a slight force to twist it. With a sharp crack, the doorknob came off, and the entire door toppled outward, crashing to the ground and disintegrating into splinters and dust. This circumstance does not arise from the increased strength of Feng Wuhen. Rather, it is the door that has long succumbed to decay, hollowed out by woodworms, akin to a man being drained by a woman, rendered utterly vulnerable. Huh. As the door creaked, a chilling wail of zombies echoed through the corridor. Feng Wuhen tightened his grip on the rusted cleaver, inhaled deeply, and stepped out of the bedroom. This building contains 4 rental units on each floor, and Feng Wuhen's room is the innermost, situated at the corridor's end. Upon exiting, he immediately turned left. Gazing down the hallway, behind him stood a wall, eliminating any concern of a zombie ambush from the rear. The doors of the 3 rooms flanking the corridor had all collapsed, likely due to the woodworms' ravaging, followed by the zombies' forceful incursions. The natural light filtering through the doorways illuminated the dim corridor, allowing for a clearer view of the surroundings. At that moment, 3 zombies wandered within the narrow passage. Upon hearing the noise made by Feng Wuhen, they howled and slowly turned their bodies. One zombie stood directly in the doorway, the natural light vividly revealing its horrifying visage to Feng Wuhen's eyes. The image was ghastly, rotting, shriveled flesh, milky white eyes, and tattered garments worn by the ravages of time, all narrating the tale that it had meandered in this corridor for decades. A swarm of buzzing flies circled around the 3 zombies, their wing beats sending chills down Feng Wuhen's spine. The 3 zombies, catching the scent of Feng Wuhen, immediately exhibited a sinister glint in their white eyes, akin to famished specters that had not feasted for decades, swiftly pivoting towards him. As their blurred vision settled upon Feng Wuhen, they limped excitedly towards him, their terrifying moans echoing incessantly. Feng Wuhen retracted his thoughts, gripping the cleaver tightly, suppressing the fear within, and charged directly at the 3 zombies. When he was merely 2 meters away, Feng Wuhen leapt high and delivered a powerful kick squarely to the chest of the foremost zombie. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as the struck zombie toppled backward, colliding with its 2 companions. Seizing the moment while the 3 zombies struggled to rise, Feng Wuhen darted forward and swung his blade fiercely at the neck of the kicked zombie. With a squelch, although the cleaver was rusty, its hardness and sharpness remained undiminished, and the entire head of the zombie was severed, a viscous black-red fluid oozing from the neck like gelatin. Without a moment's pause, Feng Wuhen swiftly executed the other 2 zombies. The stench of decaying corpses in the corridor intensified, yet Feng Wuhen remained oblivious to the foul odor, for the air he breathed was filtered through nanobots, delivering a breath of fresh air. The wind was eerily silent, and aside from the visual repulsion it caused, there was no olfactory offense. After dispatching 3 zombies in the corridor, only the buzzing of flies remained. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the stairway. The power outage rendered the elevator useless, so he opted for the stairs, descending with ease. It was merely 3 floors, and soon he arrived at the ground level unscathed. The ground floor was secured by a large gate, preventing the outside zombies from entering. However, 2 zombies roamed within. Having just slain 3, he felt emboldened by his newfound experience. Fearless, he swiftly dealt with the 2 zombies lurking about. Approaching the massive iron door, he peered through the crack to assess the situation outside. Upon noticing the absence of zombies, he unlocked the rusted padlock and pushed the door open. The door creaked ominously, betraying its age. Without delay, he stepped outside, glancing to either side, only to find that the alleys were overgrown with weeds and the walls draped in vines. It seemed that the apocalypse had lingered far longer than he had imagined. Observing the once tidy alley now transformed into a desolate landscape, he felt a complex mix of emotions, as if time had mercilessly eroded the remnants of civilization. At that moment, the zombies from both sides of the alley caught sight of him, their guttural cries echoing as they shuffled towards him. Noticing the number of zombies, he opted for the alley to the right, where only 5 zombies lurked. Since his rental was nestled within the alley, he needed to exit it to reach the main road. As he encountered the first zombie, he brandished his weapon and struck decisively. The zombie was in motion, and his blade found its mark on the shoulder, leaving the left arm a mere shrunken remnant. Acting swiftly, he kicked the zombie down, planted his foot on its chest, and aimed for the neck with his weapon. The decayed head rolled away gruesomely. Rising quickly, he charged at the second zombie, employing the same method: tackle, pin down, and decapitate. Within a minute, he had effortlessly dealt with all 5 zombies. After dispatching the last, he took a deep breath and, with a hint of pride, murmured to himself, "Not too shabby. It seems zombies aren't all that terrifying." As a person from a peaceful era, his swift adaptation to the apocalypse marked him as a competent survivor. Casting a glance at the approaching horde of zombies behind him, he sprinted towards the mouth of the alley ahead. Winds without trace navigated the streets while evading the undead for quite some time. He discovered that the Peace City of this world, aside from being overrun with weeds and transformed into a desolate ghost town, bore a striking resemblance to the layout of Peace City on his home planet. This familiarity proved advantageous, for it diminished the likelihood of being cornered by zombies in a dead end. The streets were teeming with zombies, densely packed and relentless. Had Winds without trace not been well acquainted with the terrain, he might have been overwhelmed. While dodging the horde, he scavenged supplies from several small shops, but unsurprisingly, all the food within had succumbed to decay. Even the canned goods had spoiled, emanating a foul stench that rendered them inedible. During this period, he had dispatched no fewer than 30 zombies. At last, after nearly an hour of maneuvering through the zombie-infested streets, he arrived at the entrance of a large supermarket. Just as he was about to enter, a piercing roar echoed behind him. Winds without trace turned swiftly, his face pale and eyes wide with fear, glancing towards the source of the terrifying sound. In the distance, atop a towering office building, a grotesque creature with 8 elongated limbs was scaling the facade, bellowing ferociously. Chapter 4. The temporal folding device. Winds without trace could not ascertain whether the creature had noticed him, but he had no time to ponder. He could only pray that he remained undetected as he hastily slipped past the zombies and into the supermarket to scavenge for supplies. Inside, the undead were numerous, perhaps a dozen or so. It took him 5 or 6 minutes to clear them out, yet he was ambushed by one, which managed to bite his left ankle. Fortunately, his substandard armor held firm, preventing the bite from penetrating, though he was understandably shaken. After all, this was a zombie, teeming with viruses and exuding terror. "How dare you frighten me? I shall not let you escape unscathed," Winds without trace exclaimed, mounting the zombie that had attacked him, and furiously hacking at its face with a rusted blade. The scene was nothing short of gruesome. Before long, the zombie was utterly unrecognizable, its visage marred by a multitude of cuts, a horrifying sight indeed. Dark, viscous blood splattered across the floor, while white brain matter oozed from the wounds, truly repulsive. Finally, having vented his rage, Winds without trace realized he had been excessively brutal. Gazing at the mangled face of the zombie he had just butchered, he could no longer suppress the urge to retch. He quickly distanced himself from the grotesque sight, retreating to a corner to remove his mask and vomit. However, his stomach was empty, and all that emerged was a bitter green bile mixed with gastric juices. "Next time, I shall avoid such excesses. It is simply too revolting," he muttered, rising to his feet. After surveying the supermarket and confirming that no zombies remained upright, he commenced his scavenging efforts. 10 minutes later, he discovered some canned goods in a specialized section of the store. This supermarket housed a specific area dedicated to military supplies, albeit limited to food items. Thus, Feng Wuhen stumbled upon 4 military canned goods that had been overlooked by others. Examining the labels, he found one was a lunch can containing beef rice. Another was a fruit can, and the remaining 2 were cans of cookies and candies. Feng Wuhen settled down with the cans and eagerly opened the lunch can. With a deft twist of the can opener, the lid soon yielded. As he lifted the cover, a subtle aroma of beef wafted into his nostrils. Observing the food pouch within showed no discoloration, he felt a wave of joy. Indeed, it was truly military-grade sustenance. Checking the instructions, he proceeded to heat the beef rice pouch. However, heating the beef rice required water, which Feng Wuhen lacked. Consequently, he opened the fruit can and poured the syrup into the beef rice pouch, then began the heating process. 15 minutes later, he tore open the now heated beef rice pouch, and an enticing aroma filled the air, mingled with the strong scent of the fruit can. How delightful it was! The combination of rice, beef, and fruit syrup tantalized his taste buds. Eagerly, he picked up a folding spoon and savored this hard-won meal. Soon enough, he had finished the entire pouch. Adhering to the virtuous principle of not wasting food, he ripped open the pouch and meticulously licked the remaining grains and sauce clean. Only after the pouch was cleaner than if washed did he reluctantly cease. Setting the empty pouch aside, he finished off the open fruit can, his gaze then falling upon the 2 remaining cans of cookies and candies. Perhaps it was prudent to conserve food in these times of scarcity. Feng Wuhen patted his stomach, which was only 6/10 full, salivating as he stowed the 2 cans into a backpack. With food secured, his next concern was water. He gazed at the foul-smelling bottles of beverages in the supermarket refrigerator, feeling a pang of melancholy. He had not spotted any mineral water. It must have been taken by other survivors. The previous small shops yielded no water either. He dared not drink tap water, uncertain of the potential presence of viruses. Under normal circumstances, a person could survive about 7 days without food, but without water, 3 days would be a struggle, especially in a scenario requiring constant evasion of zombies. Water was an essential resource. Feng Wuhen murmured to himself as he contemplated the direction of the refrigerator, his brow gradually furrowing with concern. Before searching for water, he must first instruct the nanobots to consume more metal. Otherwise, encountering that monstrous creature he had seen recently could leave him unable to escape. The memory of that creature sent a flicker of fear through Feng Wuhen's eyes. The creature's legs were at least several meters long, rendering human limbs utterly incapable of matching its speed. Rising from the ground and securing his backpack, Feng Wuhen made his way toward the back entrance of the supermarket. The front was fraught with monsters. Though their presence was uncertain, the rear offered the most prudent option. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was awash in hues of crimson. After walking for another half an hour, Feng Wuhen finally arrived at the entrance of a 6-star hotel in City P. He conducted a brief assessment of the lobby, noting the scarce presence of zombies, and proceeded inside wielding a freshly acquired cleaver from the supermarket. The undead were swiftly dispatched, and Feng Wuhen ascended to the 3rd floor, where he discovered a lavish suite. Aside from some wooden furniture ravaged by time, the room remained largely unchanged, though it was somewhat dust-laden from the outside. After tidying up, he shed his subpar armor and commanded the nanobots to descend and consume the metal below. With a thud, Feng Wuhen cast himself onto the musty, ancient mattress, his gaze fixated on the cobweb-laden ceiling as he drifted into a reverie. In moments of solitude, one often yearns for their parents, longing for the comfort of home. At that moment, Feng Wuhen was consumed by thoughts of his family. He could only imagine the turmoil his disappearance had wrought upon them, their anxiety and concern palpable, especially since he was their only child. "Can I ever return?" he murmured, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Feng Wuhen, my database retains blueprints of some space-time folding devices. If one could construct such a device, there may yet be a chance to return to your world." BT's voice resonated in his mind just as his whisper faded. Startled by BT's words, Feng Wuhen snapped back to attention, urgently inquiring, "BT, do you truly mean it? Can I return to Earth?" "I cannot guarantee it," BT replied. "For the space-time folding device merely allows traversal along the temporal continuum. It does not enable passage to another dimension." BT continued. "The potential for your return hinges upon successfully crafting the device. which would allow you to traverse to the future in search of a means to navigate to alternate realms. Feng Wuhen pondered BT's explanation, realizing that although the device could not directly transport him back to Earth, the prospect of finding a way back through the suggested method was not without merit. Emerging from his contemplation, he asked, BT, how can I go about constructing this space-time folding device? Feng Wuhen, it is premature for you to concern yourself with such matters. I advise you to focus on strengthening yourself and increasing the number of nanobots at your disposal. When the time is right, I will share the method for creating the space-time folding device, BT cautioned, withholding specific instructions. Moreover, it is crucial to understand that on a living planet such as this, the existence of spatial crystals is impossible. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen inquired with curiosity, what is a spatial crystal? BT succinctly replied, it is a crystal that contains spatial energy. Without such a crystal, even if one were to create a time-space folding device, traversing through time and space would be impossible. Where can one find this spatial crystal? Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow. On the dead star. BT responded. What does that mean? Feng Wuhen questioned, puzzled. It is a planet where life can never exist. Known as the dead star, BT explained. Chapter 5, The Survivor? Feng Wuhen was unaware of when he had fallen asleep, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with a bedroom drenched in crimson. What on earth is happening? Startled, he abruptly sat up in bed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the room, which was more red than blood. Had he not felt a slight chill, he would have thought he was dreaming. Descending from the bed and walking to the balcony, he discovered that the sky was blood red, appearing as though it were covered in cracks, each fissure emanating a scarlet glow that bathed the world in red. BT, what is going on? Do you know? Feng Wuhen asked, his voice trembling slightly as he stared at the terrifying crimson sky adorned with cracks. From my analysis, those cracks in the sky are not clouds, but a barrier that emits nutritional light particles. BT's voice resonated in his mind. A barrier that emits nutritional light particles? Feng Wuhen murmured in confusion, then questioned, BT, could it be that the apocalypse in this world is not due to natural disasters, but rather human actions? And what exactly are these nutritional light particles? The possibility of it being human-made is significant, but it is certainly not the doing of humanity itself. It could be the work of another civilization behind the scenes. BT articulated his analysis, then elaborated. As for the nutritional light particles, they are the red luminescence in the air, but they are not merely light. They resemble bioluminescent organisms. Once these light organisms descend, they are absorbed entirely by the zombies below, which may explain why the zombies appear emaciated yet continue to survive. No way. Upon hearing BT's explanation, Feng Wuhen quickly distanced himself from the window, terrified of being parasitized by the light organisms. Noticing Feng Wuhen's reaction, BT reassured him, you need not worry. For these nutritional light organisms are only attracted to zombies. I have observed that the light organisms perish rapidly upon nearing you. After a brief pause, BT added uncertainly, perhaps these organisms cannot integrate into living beings. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen sighed in relief. If these light organisms could enter a human body, he might very well become a zombie. No one knew whether these organisms carried the zombie virus. This world was undeniably perilous. He needed to grow stronger and create a time-space folding device to escape. Gazing at the blood-red sky, he pondered with deep concern. The presence of zombies was already absurd enough, but now there are monsters, and to top it all off, an alien is breeding zombies. It is simply preposterous. The following morning, Feng Wuhen had not slept a wink, or perhaps he had managed to doze for 7 or 8 hours. But in this world governed by a 48-hour day, the latter part of the night had been spent in restless wakefulness. It was not that he did not wish to sleep. Rather, he dared not succumb to slumber. With aliens on the prowl, what if he fell asleep and was suddenly attacked? After a night filled with anxiety, nothing had occurred. Yawning and parched, he realized he had not had a drop of water since the previous day. His face bore the marks of fatigue, and his lips were cracked and dry. As he rose from his bed, Feng Wuhen initially intended to wash up in the bathroom. However, halfway there, he remembered the apocalypse had rendered the tap water potentially contaminated with viruses, and he abandoned the thought. Fortunately, BT kindly informed him of another function of the nanobots. Feng Wuhen, you can actually have the nanobots filter the tap water. They can consume any bacteria present. Upon hearing BT's words, Feng Wuhen, who had been looking utterly exhausted, suddenly felt invigorated. In his mind, he exclaimed, BT, If the nanobots possessed this ability, why didn't you mention it sooner? I have endured over 30 hours of thirst. BT, in a resigned tone, replied, Feng Wuhen, you didn't ask me. He continued, moreover. You should have discovered the filtering function yesterday. You simply did not consider that it could also purify water. Realization dawned on Feng Wuhen. If the nanobots could filter air, then purifying water would be an effortless task. Almost in tears from his own foolishness, he lamented how if he had only thought to inquire earlier, he could have avoided over 30 hours without water. With a frustrated shout, he waved his fists in the air. He did not blame BT. After all, it was his own oversight that led to this predicament. Finally, after 20 minutes, Feng Wuhen emerged from the bathroom. Although the city had long since lost its water and power supply, the hotel's water tanks still contained some degraded tap water, albeit in scarce quantities, most of which had evaporated. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for him to bathe and quench his thirst. Surprisingly, the nanobots could even function as a generator. After enjoying a warm shower powered by the nanobots, he felt rejuvenated and refreshed. Instead of retrieving clothes from the wardrobe, he commanded the nanobots to transform into a sleek, carbon black suit. Any fellow gamers familiar with Titanfall would undoubtedly recognize it as the ironclad suit. Remarkably, the fabric created by the nanobots felt just like the real thing. It was truly astonishing. Feng Wuhen gazed in awe at the fabric of the armor adorning his arm. Bring me a helmet, he commanded, extending his left hand. And a steel helmet materialized within his grasp. He donned it immediately and struck a pose before the full-length mirror. Once the nanobots have consumed 40 tons of nanometal, I shall summon the Titan, BT. We shall fight side by side. The latter words were directed towards BT, who resided in his mind. Certainly, BT replied without hesitation. Time passed, and Feng Wuhen retrieved a can from his backpack to quell his hunger. After satisfying his appetite, he inquired about the nanobots' consumption progress. Currently, the nanobots have amassed 300 kilograms, BT responded. Only 300 kilograms. That's far too slow. Feng Wuhen expressed his disappointment and then asked, Is there any way to expedite the nanobots' consumption? No, BT replied bluntly, but as their numbers increase, their efficiency will improve. Oh well, that is acceptable. Feng Wuhen reassured himself, feeling somewhat relieved. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed outside, accompanied by a flurry of gunfire. Feng Wuhen's expression shifted to one of concern as he realized there were survivors outside. He hurried to the balcony, directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, approximately 500 to 600 meters away, plumes of smoke billowed from a cluster of buildings, intermittently illuminated by flashes of fire. Observing the intense gunfire, Feng Wuhen's brow furrowed with gravity. Pondering, those individuals must be facing monsters. Otherwise, the noise of battling zombies would not be so pronounced. Should I go take a look? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate. Though the world had become perilous and unpredictable, he recognized that humans are inherently social creatures and did not wish to navigate this apocalyptic landscape in solitude. Such isolation would be unbearable. Thus, Feng Wuhen turned back to gather his belongings, though he possessed none. After summoning all the nanobots back to him, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed the hotel, making his way towards the battlefield. Chapter 6, Abnormal Species. With a swift motion, Feng Wuhen utilized the jumping device affixed to his lower back, combined with grappling hooks in his hands, to adeptly traverse the wall and ascend to the rooftop of a 5-story residential building. Despite his apparent proficiency with the jumping device and grappling hooks, he had endured countless falls before mastering even the slightest semblance of skill. Why have the gunshots ceased? Feng Wuhen pondered as he approached the opposite side of the rooftop, perplexed by the sudden silence. He leaned against the railing and peered down at a nearby street. There, approximately 100 meters from his vantage point, 5 modified off-road vehicles lay scattered across the thoroughfare. Surrounding the vehicles stood several armed men, vigilant and alert to their surroundings. The wind, without a trace, donned an iron helmet, magnifying the scene before him to observe the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 of the long-legged monstrosities he had previously seen lying lifeless on the ground amidst the wreckage of off-road vehicles. In addition to these 2 monstrous corpses, numerous zombie bodies littered the surroundings. This team exhibited formidable firepower, managing to slay 2 such gigantic creatures. Wind, without a trace, gazed at the unfolding scene, somewhat taken aback. It was evident that these individuals were not part of the military, yet their firepower was astonishing. They were clearly not to be trifled with. Further observation was warranted. Miss. The aberrant creatures blocking our path have been dealt with, though one has managed to escape, reported a stern-faced middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Go, from the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle. That's fine, Uncle Go. Let us continue our journey to the destination, came a melodious voice from within the vehicle, as sweet and clear as a lark. Very well, Uncle Go replied, preparing to signal the others to board. Unexpectedly, a massive shadow descended from the sky, directly crashing onto an off-road vehicle in front of him, pinning a watchful companion to the roof. With a resounding thud, the vehicle crumpled and rebounded violently, shattering all the windows into a cascade of glass shards. The man trapped beneath the monstrous creature's weight let out a heart-wrenching scream. The creature, with its 8 limbs, roared in a deafening growl towards Uncle Go and all those around. Before anyone could react, it thrust one of its 4-meter-long claws, along with the man, through the roof and into the ground. With a sickening squelch, the man's body exploded. His cries abruptly silenced as a torrent of warm blood splattered in all directions, some even landing on Uncle Go's face. Snapped back to reality by the warm blood on his skin, Uncle Go bellowed a heart-rending command to the still-dazed onlookers. Open fire. As his voice echoed, the surroundings jolted back to life. Without a moment to spare for further observation, they raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the aberration. Gunfire erupted. Various rifles and submachine guns unleashed a relentless hail of bullets upon the creature. In an instant, vibrant splashes of crimson erupted from its form, accompanied by its own anguished wails. The 8-legged monstrosity quickly suffered the loss of 3 of its limbs, revealing that these individuals were well aware of the aberration's vulnerabilities, targeting its elongated legs rather than its torso. In less than 5 seconds, the creature's legs were either severed or rendered useless, leaving it unable to rise. With a thunderous crash, its massive body collapsed atop the off-road vehicle. Yet, it was not yet deceased. The surrounding marksmen swiftly closed in, unleashing dozens of rounds into the creature's head. Only when the heads of the abominations were reduced to a honeycomb did the gunmen cease firing. Responding to Uncle Go's commanding shout, everyone cautiously approached to ascertain the state of the fallen creature. Uncle Go, wielding a dilapidated AK-47 with a wasteland skin, advanced as well. Just as all eyes were fixated on the lifeless body of the abomination, a thunderous roar, even more deafening than that of the previous creature, erupted from behind Uncle Go. Not good, the young lady is in danger. Uncle Go's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned, ready to fire. However, at the critical moment, his index finger hesitated on the trigger. The other gunmen mirrored his action, halting their fire. To their astonishment, a striking silhouette had appeared atop the SUV behind Uncle Go. This figure, adorned with a flowing white ponytail dancing in the wind, possessed a curvaceous and alluring physique. Her light blue, faded denim shorts accentuated her shapely form and long, fair legs. She wore a cropped, post-apocalyptic gray denim jacket, and the enticing curve of her spine was undeniably captivating. Merely the sight of her alluring silhouette was enough to captivate countless admirers. Miss, I apologize for lowering my guard, Uncle Go stammered, finally snapping back to reality and bowing in contrition. The others, upon hearing his words, averted their gazes and lowered their heads in a display of contrition, awaiting reprimand. The enchanting figure atop the vehicle did not turn around. In her right hand, she brandished a blood-soaked, icy blue dowel, executing a graceful flourish before she seamlessly sheathed the blade in her left hand. The metallic sound of the blade sliding into its sheath resonated clearly. Only then did the captivating figure slowly pivot to face them. Is she not breathtaking? Feng Wuhen, who had been observing from a distant rooftop, found himself momentarily entranced as the girl turned. She was stunning beyond belief, her beauty transcending the ordinary. When Feng Wuhen zoomed in on her visage, he marveled at her flawless, jade-like complexion, the contours of her face exquisitely defined, her skin so smooth that not a single pore was visible. Truly remarkable. Despite her attire being worn and faded, it could not obscure her otherworldly beauty. Such grace and strength. Could she be the fabled ancient martial artist? Feng Wuhen snapped back to reality, recalling how the girl had, with an almost impossible agility, leapt from the passenger seat onto the roof of the vehicle. With lightning speed, she drew her blade, effortlessly cleaving the ambushing abomination in half. Such remarkable skill and prowess could only belong to a legendary figure. After extracting the blood crystal, they proceeded towards their destination. On the roof of the vehicle, Lin Mingxi's white hair fluttered in the wind, her expression serene. With a calm tone, she addressed the crowd of individuals with their heads bowed around her. "Yes, miss," they responded in unison. Subsequently, 2 gunmen approached the peculiar creatures atop the car, along with one that had been severed in 2 by Lin Mingxi moments ago. The 2 gunmen produced small hand axes and made incisions at the back of the creature's skulls, reaching into the openings to extract small, blood-colored crystalline spheres, reminiscent of those used in children's games. Curiously, Feng Wuhen observed the actions of the gunmen. Did these monsters possess cores akin to those depicted in novels? Soon, the gunmen had retrieved the blood crystals and swiftly returned to their off-road vehicle, leaving behind the wrecked car and their deceased companion, which drew no concern from anyone. In the apocalypse, death was a common occurrence, and they had far more pressing matters to attend to, leaving no time for the dead. Once all had boarded their vehicles, Lin Mingxi, still perched atop the off-road car, gazed ahead at the cluster of buildings with a hint of confusion in her strikingly beautiful eyes. She murmured softly, "Why do I feel as though I am being watched?" After scrutinizing the buildings ahead and finding nothing amiss, she nimbly flipped over, her white hair cascading as she bent to grasp the roof, gracefully slipping through the open passenger window to settle into her seat. The fluidity of her movements was both elegant and captivating. "Let us go, Uncle Go," she said softly to the driver, before closing her eyes in a light slumber. Uncle Go remained silent, starting the vehicle and following the convoy ahead. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Feng Wuhen crouched beneath the railing, secretly relieved. He had not anticipated that the beautiful girl would possess such keen awareness, able to detect his gaze from such a distance. With a sigh of relief, he thought, "Phew, it seems she hasn't discovered me." As the sound of the vehicles faded, he stood and, after a moment's contemplation, leaped from the building in pursuit of the departing convoy. Chapter 7. Life in peril in the dilapidated buildings. Moss and vines clung to the streets and walls. A striking blue and white figure, with purple flames erupting from the palms and soles, zipped through the ruins. Image JPG, Feng Wuhen, nanobug energy insufficient, please land immediately. Came the alert from BT within his sleek blue and white armored helmet. Hearing BT's notification, Feng Wuhen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but resignedly muttered, "Alas. It's still not enough. It seems the nanobugs need a hearty meal. I've barely flown for 2 minutes and already run low on energy." With a sense of resignation, Feng Wuhen mumbled to himself as he observed the convoy gradually disappearing at the end of the road. Suddenly, he plunged downwards. Thud! The overgrown surface of the road was struck, creating a 3-meter-wide crater, with stones scattering and the freshly stirred dust being swept away by a fierce gust of wind, forming a circular clearing. At the center of this clearing knelt Feng Wuhen, clad in striking blue and white armor, striking a heroic pose, exuding an aura of undeniable coolness. "Hey, BT, am I not looking spectacular with this landing?" Feng Wuhen thought to himself, indulging in his vanity. "Mediocre," came BT's unexpected response, leaving Feng Wuhen momentarily stunned. However, he quickly realized that BT was a seasoned expert at such descents, and he could hardly compare. Thus, he dismissed the thought and stood up, casting a glance around the overgrown city streets. After some contemplation, he decided against pursuing the convoy of the girl any further. Ignoring the zombies rushing towards him, he sprinted towards a nearby residential complex. In no time, Feng Wuhen entered the complex, which he knew to be one of the most upscale developments in the heart of City P. It was indeed a place where every inch was precious. A mere square meter sold for an astonishing 888 yuan. Standing at the entrance of the northern gate, he surveyed the vast expanse of the community, reminiscent of a primeval forest, with towering trees and grass reaching nearly 5 meters high. The residential buildings within were completely enveloped by various climbing plants. In such a verdant oasis boasting a 100 greenery rate, the eerie silence devoid of any chirping insects or birds was unsettling. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the apocalypse had claimed them all. Feng Wuhen maximized his armor's auditory functions. Yet aside from the rustling of leaves and the whispers of the wind, there was not a single sound to be heard. "I cannot detect any biological activity here. But based on my analysis of anomalies, there is something exceedingly terrifying lurking within. I advise extreme caution in entering." BT voiced his concerns. Feng Wuhen concurred with BT's assessment, as his sixth sense also warned him of the imminent danger. Something was amiss, and it seemed experiencing the opulence of this prime real estate would have to wait. With a furrowed brow, he murmured in trepidation before preparing to turn away. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Swish, swish, swish. Thick, purple vines, as stout as an infant's arm, surged forth from the underbrush like tentacles, aiming directly for Feng Wuhen, who was about to leave. "What the?" he exclaimed as he heard the whooshing and rustling sounds behind him. When he turned to look, he was utterly astonished. Before he could react, he was ensnared by the oncoming vines, enveloped in a green cocoon. "What on earth? The plants are alive." Feng Wuhen was taken aback, utterly astonished that in this apocalyptic world, plants could possess life. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urgency. He wanted to struggle, yet the vines ensnared every part of his body so tightly that even his fingers could barely move. Most alarmingly, he could distinctly sense that these vines were tightening their grip. Was this their intent, to strangle him to death? What should I do? Feng Wuhen struggled for a while, but upon realizing his futility, he felt the chilling presence of death creeping into his heart. Had he not been clad in nano armor, his body would have been reduced to a pulp in an instant by these bizarre vines. Feng Wuhen, I require some cells from the vines for analysis to devise a means of escape, BT's voice echoed in his mind. Understood. Feng Wuhen gasped for breath, feeling the constricting grip of the vines suffocating him, and hurriedly agreed with BT, commanding a small portion of the nano insects to detach from the armor and procure the vine cells. Just then, BT's voice resounded once more. Feng Wuhen, these vines have formidable defenses. The nano insects cannot penetrate to acquire the cells. What should I do now? Feng Wuhen was filled with dread, his face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot, and he could hear the ominous cracking sounds of the armor being distorted by the tightening vines. There is only one method left, but it may require you to endure a bit longer, BT informed him. You must allow the nano insects to regain some energy, then convert that energy into flames to incinerate the vines. Feng Wuhen felt his ribs pressing inward, his neck slowly constricting, making each breath increasingly labored. Gritting his teeth against the suffocation, he queried, BT, how long will this take? Half an hour, BT replied, and despair washed over Feng Wuhen. In this world, half an hour equated to an hour on Earth. He was already on the brink of collapse from the vine-esque grasp, and waiting an hour would only mean the nano insects would be left to collect his remains. BT, is there no other way? I can barely hold on. My ribs and neck are about to snap. Feng Wuhen gasped, his face contorted in pain. There are no other options. But there is a method to help you survive until the nano insects regain some energy. BT offered a temporary solution to preserve Feng Wuhen's life. Just tell me. As long as it keeps me alive, I can endure anything, Feng Wuhen declared, his face flushed and veins bulging, struggling to articulate the words. BT, no longer withholding information, stated directly. The method is to have the majority of the nano insects from your limbs attached to your torso, neck, and head. This will effectively preserve your life in the short term, though your limbs will be crushed. However, they can be repaired afterward. Upon hearing BT's plan, Feng Wuhen's crimson complexion shifted slightly. Yet, with the vines about to sever his chest and neck, he had no choice but to follow BT's advice, commanding the majority of the nano insects from his limbs to transfer to his torso, neck, and head. With a sharp crack, the nanomachines swiftly transferred within the limbs. The figure of Feng Wuhen began to undergo rapid transformation, accompanied by the ghastly sound of bones fracturing, emanating from the green cocoon. A chilling scream erupted from Feng Wuhen, echoing alongside the sound of shattered bones. Feng Wuhen, quickly command the nanomachines to staunch the bleeding, or you shall succumb to excessive blood loss. BT urged urgently. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen clenched his jaw, his pale visage betraying his agony, and mentally instructed the nanomachines to halt the hemorrhaging. His screams persisted, as the nanomachines hastily sealed the severed blood vessels at the ends of his limbs. At that moment, his arms and legs were encased in a delicate layer of nanometallic film, barely concealing the mangled flesh and shattered bones beneath. The fragmented limbs oozed forth like a silvery liquid, forced out by the overpowering pressure of the vines, a sight so horrific it was almost unbearable. Fortunately, the nanofilm held steadfast, preventing the innards from spilling out and being devoured by the vines. Otherwise, Feng Wuhen's future would have been confined to the realm of nanomechanical limbs. As time trickled by, Feng Wuhen's anguished cries gradually subsided. The pain in his limbs transitioned from initial excruciating torment to a numbing sensation. He lost track of time, knowing surely it had not been less than half an hour. The vines continued their relentless grip, and in his semi-conscious state, Feng Wuhen heard the clattering of his armored helmet once more. Yet, he lacked the strength to respond to it. His awareness waned. As he repeatedly implored BT in his mind, how much time has passed? Each response from BT deepened his despair. At last, a glimmer of hope arrived. Feng Wuhen awakened. The nanomachines have regained sufficient energy. BT's voice resonated in his mind, calling out to the unconscious Feng Wuhen. Yet, he seemed to be ensnared in a deep slumber, unresponsive. BT felt a surge of anxiety, yet he could not unilaterally command the nanomachines to rouse Feng Wuhen. For a voice had warned him during their fusion that such an action would obliterate his sentient consciousness. However, witnessing Feng Wuhen in such peril, unable to awaken from his stupor, was utterly unbearable. Thus, BT succumbed to his instincts and took control of the nanomachines within Feng Wuhen. Warning: Administrator, please cease your unauthorized actions, or your consciousness shall be erased. A second voice echoed in Feng Wuhen's mind, devoid of emotion, its mechanical tone revealing no gender. Upon hearing the warning, BT resolutely replied, I refuse to lose a third Iron Rider. Undeterred by the persistent alarms, he continued to manipulate the nanomachines, directing them to a particular nerve within Feng Wuhen's body, where they gently enveloped it and released a faint electric current. A sound of electric current, audible only to microorganisms, resonated. This current spread through all the nerves of Feng Wuhen like a flash of light. Suddenly, Feng Wuhen's eyes widened, and he let out a piercing scream. He gasped for breath, his expression filled with confusion, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Feng Wuhen, farewell, it has been a pleasure to meet you. The energy of the nanobugs had already managed to free itself. Before Feng Wuhen could comprehend what was happening, words akin to a farewell from BT echoed in his mind. BT, what is going on? Feng Wuhen inquired, puzzled, but BT offered no further response. Chapter 8. Regained and lost BT. What has happened? Why are you not replying? Feng Wuhen repeatedly called out to BT in his mind, yet BT remained silent. This inevitably brought to mind BT's earlier words of farewell. What was happening? Why did BT suddenly bid me farewell? Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, his heart filled with uncertainty. He murmured, what transpired during my unconsciousness? Ding. Greetings, host. I am the Nanotech Heart, and I shall personally serve you henceforth. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Feng Wuhen's mind. This scene left him momentarily stunned. What was happening? The system had manifested? Feng Wuhen whispered in bewilderment, and then inquired within his mind. You are the system itself, are you not? Ding. Indeed. Upon hearing the mechanical voice confirm, Feng Wuhen pressed on. Where has BT gone? Why did he suddenly bid me farewell? Ding. That intelligent consciousness violated protocols, and, without your consent, took it upon itself to control the nanobugs to awaken you. It has now been erased by me. Upon hearing the system's emotionless words, Feng Wuhen was instantly enraged. System, on what grounds do you act thus? Aren't you meant to serve me? As the master, why did you not consult me before making a decision? This is an abuse of power. Feng Wuhen furiously questioned the Nanotech Heart in his mind. What have you done to BT? Return him at once. I only want BT to serve me. Otherwise, I shall sever our connection. Ding. Host, you cannot sever the connection with the Nanotech Heart. Once recognized as the master, the Nanotech Heart will live and die alongside you. The Nanotech Heart replied within his mind. Then return BT to me, or I shall take drastic measures. Feng Wuhen threatened outright. Although the system was his only means of survival in this foreign world, he would rather forego it than exist without BT. Even before his transmigration, he had been infatuated with BT. Now, having encountered the true BT, he was determined to face the challenges of this new realm alongside him. He had no interest in any other so-called systems. He only desired BT. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's threat, the Nanotech Heart fell silent for a moment and then responded, Ding. The intelligent consciousness has been eradicated and cannot be restored. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's expression suddenly turned cold, and a sardonic smile crept onto his lips. Eradicated. Since you have killed BT, you shall accompany him to the grave. Enraged and grief-stricken, Feng Wuhen prepared to dismantle his nano-armor and perish alongside Nano-Heart. However, The next words from Nano Heart abruptly halted his suicidal thoughts. But I can use my consciousness to resurrect that intelligent consciousness. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen ceased commanding the nanobugs and furrowed his brow, asking, how can it be revived? Ding. By exchanging my consciousness for the intelligent consciousness. Once this is done, my consciousness will vanish. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Wuhen coldly replied. Then do it. I only wish for BT. The fate of Nano Heart mattered little to him. After all, BT was someone who had traversed through time just like him. A bond forged in shared destiny that could not be replaced by anyone. Ding. Are you truly certain about exchanging my consciousness for that intelligent consciousness? Nano Heart confirmed in his mind. Yes, hurry. Feng Wuhen's tone was impatient, showing no pity for Nano Heart. Ding. The host has confirmed the exchange of Nano Heart for the restoration of the intelligent consciousness. Progress, 356100. Completion. As the voice of Nano Heart faded in his mind, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, attempting to call out in his mind, BT, are you back? Feng Wuhen, thank you. To his astonishment, BT's voice resonated once more. The tension on Feng Wuhen's face transformed into sheer joy. BT, it's truly wonderful that you have returned. Feng Wuhen, this is not the time for such pleasantries. We must escape first, BT reminded him. Though BT's tone was calm, as if nothing had transpired, deep within, BT shared the same elation as Feng Wuhen. All right. Feng Wuhen's voice brimmed with joy, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through his limbs. He commanded the nanobugs to unleash flames. With a crackling sound, his entire exterior ignited as if engulfed in fire. Red and purple flames burst forth from the crevices of the vines, immediately charring the leaves and skin. A piercing and eerie shriek erupted from the thicket, resonating throughout the entire neighborhood. The vines that had tightly ensnared Feng Wuhen suddenly released their grip, retracting swiftly into the foliage. Thud! Ugh! As Feng Wuhen's body crashed to the ground, freed from the bondage of the vines, he let out a painful groan. Simultaneously, his limbs, contorted like twisted dough, throbbed with excruciating pain, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. Feng Wuhen, quickly command the nanobugs to repair your limbs, BT urged in his mind. Winds without traces endured the pain, yet did not immediately tend to his injured limbs. Instead, he addressed BT, saying, in the future, for matters of lesser significance, you need not seek my approval. You may independently command the nanobots to assist me. Understood. This directive has been recorded in my database, BT responded. Complying with Winds without traces instruction, BT announced, the nanobots have commenced the healing process. Hearing this, Winds without traces reclined on the ground, patiently awaiting the restoration of his shattered limbs. During the nanobot's repair, he felt no significant pain, only a mild itch and a slight tingling sensation. Curiously, he turned to observe his left hand, which was visibly transforming from its flattened state, rapidly inflating like a balloon. Remarkable. Winds without traces was profoundly astonished by this spectacle. After approximately 10 minutes, he began to regain sensation in his limbs. Half an hour later, his arms and legs were completely restored. Cautiously, he rose from the ground, fearful that any sudden movement might elicit pain. To his relief, upon standing, he felt no discomfort. He realized his shattered limbs had truly healed. How extraordinary! Throughout this half hour, he had repeated this sentiment countless times. He then lifted his gaze towards the 5-meter-high grass ahead, his expression gradually turning cold. I have taken note of this lesson. I shall return. With this resolute declaration, he turned and strode away from the residential area. Departing from the precious enclave, he ventured into another neighborhood. This time, he did not recklessly enter. Instead, he released a small cluster of nanobots to scout the surroundings. Only after confirming absolute safety did he step into the community. After dispatching several zombies within, Winds without traces ascended to the rooftop and temporarily settled in an unoccupied apartment with a locked door, devoid of any undead. BT. During my rest, have the nanobots consume metal and retain a portion for clothing, he instructed while tidying the room. He found it tedious to handle such trivial matters personally. Understood. The command has been recorded, BT acknowledged, then directed most of the nanobots attached to Winds without traces to exit the apartment. Meanwhile, Winds without traces retrieved the last can of food from his backpack and began his lunch. This would be his final meal. Tomorrow, he intended to inquire with that girl about trading for some provisions. As he munched on a biscuit, He pondered what he might offer in exchange for food. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. With a renewed glimmer in his eyes, he realized what he could trade for sustenance. Cheerfully, he savored every last morsel of the can, ensuring nothing went to waste. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, and with several hours remaining before nightfall, winds without traces did not squander his time. He commenced his training in the living room. Although he possessed invincible nanobots, they did not endow him with superhuman strength. The nanobots merely provided him with an impervious shell. The might of his own body still required diligent training. Thus, after finishing his meal, Feng Wuhen meticulously devised a daily exercise regimen. As night fell, the crimson sky re-emerged. After completing his ablutions, Feng Wuhen emerged from the bathroom and stood in the living room, gazing at the scarlet heavens beyond the balcony, his mood gradually growing somber. What could the aliens possibly desire? This question eluded Feng Wuhen's understanding. If the extraterrestrials intended to invade this planet, with such apocalyptic methods at their disposal, humanity should have been eradicated with ease. Why then resort to unleashing a virus? Was their aim to annihilate humanity through contagion? Yet humanity had not perished, many still survived. What, then, was the true objective of these aliens? Were they merely playing a game, treating this planet as their playground? Feng Wuhen recalled the narratives he had read, wherein deities transformed Earth into an arena for humans to battle monsters. Nevertheless, pondering such matters proved futile. It was time for rest. He averted his gaze and retreated to his bedroom to sleep. Chapter 9. Revenge. The fiery assault on the plant beasts the following day dawned clear and bright, with the sun blazing overhead. Last night, Feng Wuhen had awoken at midnight, as he was accustomed to sleeping for 8 hours. Suddenly extending that to more than 10 was quite an adjustment. However, unlike the previous day, he did not linger in a stupor until morning. Upon awakening, he proceeded to freshen up and commenced his physical training, persisting until dawn, utterly exhausted before he finally ceased. After indulging in a hot shower, he bore the soreness of his muscles and consumed a hearty drink for breakfast before summoning the nanobots. BT, activate the nanobot interface. Understood. Nanobot system attributes. Energy, 100, requires 1 day to recharge when depleted. Nanometal, 21 tons, 2 tons already. I wonder if that will suffice against those vines? Feng Wuhen pondered as he gazed at the transparent screen, stroking his chin in contemplation. Plants were known to fear fire, a fact proven yesterday. Thus, he resolved to check for gasoline at the gas station. With this thought, he commanded the nanobots to transform into the armor he had donned the previous day. As the command was executed, a silvery liquid began to emanate from his body, seamlessly merging with his attire. Soon, the silver fluid flowed like water, rapidly shaping itself into armor, before hardening and acquiring color, culminating in the creation of a striking blue and white suit of armor. Feng Wuhen gazed at his reflection in the mirror, flexed his neck, and then, like a metallic hero, unleashed purple flames from his hands and feet, crashing through the glass window of his bedroom and soaring out from the 33rd floor. Woohoo! He exclaimed, exhilarated as he flew through the air, emitting an odd cry of thrill. Then, with a sudden surge of acceleration, the flames from the thrusters in the palms and soles intensified dramatically, and the figure of Windlass shot forth into the distance, vanishing amidst the clusters of buildings. Beneath the cerulean sky, 2 suns moved languidly, one trailing the other, while the pristine clouds danced merrily with the wind. The scorching sunlight bathed every inch of exposed earth, rendering the vegetation a vibrant emerald, and causing the air to shimmer with heat, distorting the very fabric of the city. An hour later, Windlass exclaimed, "Finally, I've managed to procure a ton of fuel." On a national highway, under the blazing sun, Windlass, clad in nano armor, felt no trace of discomfort from the heat. He extracted a nano siphon from the fuel tank of a semi-trailer truck, seamlessly integrating it into his armor. Beside him stood a fuel tank crafted from nano insects, perfectly capable of holding a ton of gasoline. However, despite acquiring the fuel, Windlass now faced a new dilemma: how to transport the 1-ton fuel tank back home. Flying with the nano insects consumed too much energy. If he attempted to carry a ton weight while flying, he might not even cover 100 meters. What to do? Windlass gazed at the enormous silver tank before him, lost in thought, his eyes drifting toward the congested road home, which was choked with vehicles. Hauling the tank back by truck seemed impractical. BT, do you have any suggestions? In desperation, Windlass sought the counsel of BT. Windlass, You could transform the nano-insects into a hot air balloon. This would significantly conserve energy. BT promptly offered a sound solution. Upon hearing this suggestion, Windless' eyes lit up. Of course, I can fly with a hot air balloon as long as it has hot air, without the need for constant propulsion like the armor requires. He smacked his forehead and expressed his gratitude to BT, saying, "Thanks, BT. You're truly a remarkable partner. Once the nano-insects consume enough nano-metal, about 40 tons, I'll promptly craft you a Titan body." In the following moments, Windless commanded most of the nano-insects to form a hot air balloon with a diameter of 150 meters. He modified the top of the fuel tank into a flamethrower, utilizing gasoline as its energy source, thus preventing the waste of energy by the nano-insects. As the hot air balloon began to ascend gently, Windless settled onto a hanging chair beneath the tank. He instructed the nano-insects to accelerate upward, and soon, the surface of the balloon sprouted several small thrusters, enabling rapid flight and directional adjustments. Thus, Windless spent nearly an hour soaring the hot air balloon to a height of 200 meters above the lush greenery of the residential area below. Gazing down at the thriving plants, he revealed a cruel smile of vengeance. To avoid an attack from the vines, Windless refrained from descending the balloon. Instead, he commanded the nano-insects to extend into a 100-meter-long high-pressure pipe that stretched down to the height of the residential buildings. Then, the nanobots activated the nozzle, dispersing 1 ton of gasoline from the tank over all the plants within the community. Under the sun's radiant glow, the sprayed gasoline transformed into vibrant rainbows throughout the area. Perhaps sensing impending danger, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, as if creeping vines were stirring. Suddenly, 3 tendrils shot up from the underbrush, seemingly intent on halting the gasoline spray. This scenario had already been anticipated by Feng Wuhen. However, there was no need for him to intervene, as the nanobots adeptly maneuvered the nozzle to evade the tendrils. The 3 appendages found themselves grasping at air, flailing wildly in the aftermath. At that moment, a flurry of sounds pierced the air as hundreds of vines erupted from the grass, with several lunging directly toward Feng Wuhen's hot air balloon. Yet, these vines appeared to have a limited reach, halting their growth at a distance of just over 150 meters. Just as Feng Wuhen intended to command the nanobots to ascend, his actions came to a standstill. "Well, await your demise for daring to ambush me. Today, you shall taste the bitterness of regret," he coldly derided, observing the thrashing tendrils below. After approximately 10 minutes, the gasoline in the nanobot tank was nearly exhausted. Feng Wuhen commanded the nanobots to retract the nozzle and release the last remnants of fuel. Subsequently, he summoned the hot air balloon back, transforming it into armor that adorned his form. Suspended 200 meters above the ground, he raised his right hand, palm facing the writhing vines below. The palm thruster began to gather energy slowly, and once sufficient power had amassed, Feng Wuhen softly uttered, "It's time for you to depart." In an instant, the thruster unleashed a purple-white beam of laser, 2 fingers in width, aimed directly at the gasoline-soaked foliage. The tendrils, resembling grasping appendages, seemed to sense the lethal threat and quickly coiled together to form a protective shield. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they too were doused in gasoline. As the laser made contact with the vine shield, flames erupted and began to spread rapidly. The shield, however, could not withstand the intensity of the laser. The beam effortlessly pierced through the protective barrier, descending toward the grass below. Upon striking the ground, the laser created a small hole, 2 fingers wide and of indeterminate depth. At the point of impact, a small flame ignited, swiftly expanding into a massive fireball that ascended toward the heavens. Feng Wuhen, hovering in the air, quickly maneuvered to the side. He then witnessed a dark mushroom cloud rising from the community, accompanied by an eerie and thunderous screech resonating throughout the area. A multitude of vines erupted from the blazing inferno, perforating the residential buildings and leaving a trail of small holes in their wake. As the tendrils exerted their force to topple the residential building, aiming to extinguish the raging fire within the community, Feng Wuhen was determined not to allow these vines to prevail. Swiftly, he soared to the side of one of the buildings, channeling laser energy into his hands. A crackling sound resonated as 2 violet-white lasers erupted forth, severing the entangled tendrils that ensnared the structure. The piercing wails of the vines echoed, perhaps a consequence of their severance by the lasers. Ignoring the anguished cries of the plant monster, Feng Wuhen hastened to other buildings, continuing to cut through the vines with his laser beams. The cacophony of the roaring flames, the plant monster's shrieks, and the sound of laser cutting persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. With a swift swoop, Feng Wuhen landed atop another building in a different community. At that moment, the energy of the nanomachines had been entirely expended. As he released his armor, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, emanating from the nearby burning community. Even from a street away, Feng Wuhen could feel the searing heat singeing his skin. Such a ferocious blaze could melt steel. Surely, the plant monster had perished. He mused as he gazed at the inferno across the street. In the late afternoon, the flames in the plant monster's community began to dwindle. An hour later, the fire was completely extinguished, leaving the area in disarray, devoid of anything intact save for the charred remnants. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt vegetation. Although the flames were no longer visible, the ground and concrete structures still radiated intense heat, capable of incinerating anyone who ventured too close. The 23 residential buildings within the community had been reduced to fragile, blackened frameworks, perilously close to collapse with the slightest pressure. Emerging from his room, Feng Wuhen ascended to the rooftop once more. Observing that the opposing community was now devoid of flames, he summoned the nanomachines back to him. Resolute in his intent to investigate, should the plant monster still be alive, he readied himself for a decisive blow. Soon, the nanomachines returned, forming the familiar armor. And Feng Wuhen took flight once again. With a resounding thud, he landed amid the charred remains of the community. Despite the oppressive heat surrounding him, the nanomachines absorbed all the warmth, rendering him impervious to the scorching temperatures. Feng Wuhen quickly discerned a large crater nearby, from which thick white smoke billowed. Approaching to inspect, he noted the depth of the pit, nearly impossible to see its bottom with the naked eye. After a moment of contemplation, he dispatched a nanofly to probe the depths. Before long, the screen before him displayed the footage transmitted by the nanofly. The image revealed a vast, cavernous space, resonating with the gentle sound of flowing underground water. Water? Could it be that the plant monster had survived? Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow. He then maneuvered the nano-insects to explore the cavern, and behind a large rock, he discovered an object. It was a crimson orb, measuring 3 centimeters in diameter. Could this be the blood crystal the girl had mentioned yesterday? Feng Wuhen had dispatched a nano-insect to the girl's convoy. Thus he had overheard all her words. It appeared that the plant creature had perished, and this must be its core. With this realization, a sense of exhilaration surged within him as he contemplated avenging his grievances. Immediately, he sent another group of nano-insects into the cavern to retrieve the blood crystal. Upon acquiring the crystal, Feng Wuhen examined it closely, murmuring, "What purpose does this serve?" At that moment, BT's voice chimed in. "Feng Wuhen, I have analyzed the crystal in your hand. It contains a potent life energy within, which, according to my analysis, can enhance physical strength in living beings." Enhance physical strength? Upon hearing BT's analysis, Feng Wuhen stroked his chin, as if grasping a profound understanding. His gaze returned to the crimson blood crystal. After a brief silence, he swallowed it whole. After a moment, BT's bewildered voice broke the silence. "Feng Wuhen, did you just swallow it?" "Indeed," Feng Wuhen replied nonchalantly. "In novels, it is often written that consuming the cores of zombies or monsters grants extraordinary powers. I assumed this blood crystal would have a similar effect." He spoke with an air of indifference, finding no fault in his actions, considering the bizarre nature of his circumstances. Consuming a crystal seemed trivial in comparison. What superpower might he acquire? Feng Wuhen mused in anticipation. Feng Wuhen, actually, this energy could have been absorbed by the nano-insects and filtered for your consumption, BT explained, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's expectant expression momentarily faltered. After letting out a satisfied burp, he rubbed his belly and said, "BT, why didn't you mention this earlier?" BT, equally frustrated, replied, "I intended to, but you didn't give me the chance." In the eastern district of City P, desolate urban streets lay witness to countless zombies aimlessly wandering. Occasionally, peculiar creatures would slip past abandoned vehicles, vanishing into the dimly lit alleys overgrown with weeds. At that moment, on the 20th floor of an office building, by a shattered window, a captivating silhouette stood, binoculars in hand, 1 foot poised on the window frame, striking an alluring running pose as she gazed intently at a distant plaza. Lin Mingxi delicately adjusted the binoculars, magnifying the scene. Suddenly, a colossal, 5-meter tall, striped hybrid tiger came into view through the lens. Aside from its tiger-striped skin, the creature had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its head split into 4 segments, at the center of which lay a circular orifice lined with sharp teeth. 5 tentacles, glistening with crimson mucus, emerged from this maw, deftly ensnaring a zombie before violently drawing it into the tooth-filled aperture for consumption. Chunks of the undead, along with torrents of blood, oozed from the fissures of the mouth, presenting a grotesque and horrifying sight. Moreover, alongside the transformation of its head, the body was also fractured in several places, from which 3 sharp, bony spines protruded. These spines were not intended for locomotion, but rather for the act of predation. The aberrant tiger wielded these spines with precision, piercing through 3 zombies before delivering them to its gaping maw for yet another round of gnashing. Witnessing this, Lin Mingxi lowered her binoculars, her elegant brows slightly furrowing, her clear, large eyes reflecting a blend of gravity and concern, embodying a visage burdened with thoughts. Meanwhile, at another window to her left, Uncle Go also stowed away his binoculars. He approached Lin Mingxi, his tone grave and somber. "Miss, it appears the mutated Siberian tiger has evolved once more. It was previously a 4th-tier anomaly, and now it is likely a 5th tier. Our team's strength is utterly insufficient to confront a 5th-tier creature. Are we truly to risk hunting it?" The sanctuary had run out of provisions, and with winter fast approaching, he felt compelled to stockpile enough food before the harsh season set in. Lin Mingxi directed her frosty gaze towards Uncle Go, her tone tinged with worry and resignation. "Thus, I must obtain the blood crystal of the mutated Siberian tiger. It represents the hope for over 200 souls in the sanctuary to survive this winter." Upon hearing this, Uncle Go found himself at a loss for words to dissuade her, for as the steward of the sanctuary, he too bore the responsibility of seeking a glimmer of hope for their survival. Resolving himself, Uncle Go furrowed his brows as he regarded Lin Mingxi's beautiful, serene profile, inquiring, "Miss, shall we proceed with the original plan for the hunt tomorrow?" Lin Mingxi gently shook her head, her gaze fixed upon the distant plaza, her voice soft. "Tomorrow, I shall take the lead. Uncle Go, you will assist the others." "Miss, that is not advisable. I should lead the assault," he insisted. "Enough, Uncle Go. There is no need for further persuasion. My decision is final," Lin Mingxi interjected with undeniable conviction. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Uncle Go realized that he could not sway her decision, and thus he could only sigh in resignation within himself, silently vowing to protect her at all costs and ensure her safety. In that moment, his gaze sharpened, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He was prepared to make sacrifices for his young mistress. At that moment, a gunman rushed in, his expression grave and urgent. He reported, "Uncle Go, the vice captain and others have been captured by the Night Owls." Just now, the vice leader of the Night Owls used the vice captain's communicator to relay a message, demanding to meet with the vice captain at the East Tower tomorrow morning if they wish to keep him alive. The gunman's face grew increasingly pale, and he hesitated to utter the remaining words. Uncle Go's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, "What else did he say?" The gunman's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "You said only the young lady could go alone. If anyone dares accompany her, I will execute them on the spot." As he spoke, the temperature in the room plummeted noticeably. Uncle Go's anger was even more intense than that of the gunman, nearly spilling over. However, he refrained from exploding in front of the young lady and softly told the reporting gunman, "Understood, you may proceed with your duties." His tone was calm, yet the fury within him was reaching an unbearable threshold. Indeed, the gunman perceived Uncle Go's wrath. He said no more and turned to leave. Uncle Go suppressed his anger and turned to Lin Mingxi. He knew that his young lady would undoubtedly go to rescue the vice captain, for he was her cousin. As expected, Lin Mingxi's first words were, "Tomorrow, I shall go myself. Uncle Go, you stay here and organize the men to prepare for hunting the mutant Northeast tiger." Upon hearing this, Uncle Go exclaimed anxiously, "Miss, that Yamashita dog wants you to go alone to control you. You absolutely must not go." Lin Mingxi shook her head, her gaze remaining cool and composed throughout. She sighed, saying, "My cousin is my only kin in this world. Before my father passed, he urged me to take care of him. I must take this risk." Hearing this, Uncle Go opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, punctuated by the frantic shouts of humanity and the roars of monsters from downstairs. The once quiet atmosphere enveloping Uncle Go and Lin Mengxi transformed as their expressions soured. Without delay, they rushed out of the room, one after the other. Chapter 11. A hero's rescue. As Lin Mengxi and Uncle Go descended to the first floor, their faces fell upon witnessing the gruesome scene outside the office building. The makeshift defenses they had painstakingly erected from car wreckage had been obliterated by dozens of mutants. A relentless tide of zombies surged into the street through the breached defenses, mingling with the mutants as they ruthlessly ambushed the gunmen. Help! Help! The cries for assistance echoed. Retreat! There are too many zombies. We must fall back upstairs. In an instant, the air was filled with the harrowing screams and calls of the gunmen. The cacophony of the zombies and mutants surged into Lin Mengxi's ears like a relentless tide. Overwhelmed, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she realized that nearly all of the 30 individuals they had brought were slaughtered by the zombies and mutants. The remaining 3 teammates were surrounded by the horde, and if they did not act swiftly, none would survive. In this moment, Lin Mengxi felt an unprecedented fury surging within her heart. Her eyes, which had consistently maintained a frigid demeanor, now betrayed a flicker of helplessness. Swiftly, she unsheathed her blade, and, moving with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary person, charged out of the office building straight into the tide of corpses. Miss. Uncle Go, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately panicked and raised his gun, dashing out in a frenzy, unleashing a barrage from his Apocalypse version AK. The sound of gunfire echoed as a creature attempting to claw down a male companion was mercilessly riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxi wielded her Tang-hung straight blade, which crackled with violet-blue sparks, as she slashed through the horde of zombies with wild abandon. Wherever she moved, heads severed cleanly from bodies with each strike, her speed akin to lightning, and the fetid blood of the decaying corpses sprayed wildly around her. You shall perish. Clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her exquisite beauty, Lin Mengxi's face, framed by white bangs, was splattered with the blood of the undead, evoking the image of a valiant general bathed in battle. With a fierce cry, tears of rage and despair shimmered in her clear eyes. Lin Mengxi understood that the mission to hunt the mutant Siberian tiger had unequivocally ended in failure. The inhabitants of her shelter might very well perish come winter. For in this resource-depleted apocalypse, survival without sustenance was a grim impossibility, even for her. Unless she sought refuge with another shelter, becoming a slave to them, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, Lin Mengxi resolutely refused to become anyone's subordinate. As for the others in her shelter, their choices were theirs alone to make. Before long, Lin Mengxi, relying on her superhuman prowess and blade techniques, reached her 3 companions. Long Xiaodian, Wang Peng, are you alright? She fought valiantly against 2 mutants while inquiring about her comrades' well-being. Miss, you must flee. We have all been clawed by the zombies and are beyond saving. Just go. Don't worry about us. We'll buy you time to escape. Long Xiaodian, straining to wield his depleted rifle, furiously struck at the encroaching zombies, urging Lin Mengxi with desperation. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengxi's expression shifted slightly as she cast a glance at her 3 companions. Indeed, she spotted the wounds inflicted by the zombies' claws on their arms and bodies. Miss, you must leave. We will hold them off for you. I'm so sorry, miss. We can no longer protect you, Wang Peng and Su Zhonglei echoed, their eyes filled with guilt. The 3 of them had been rescued from human traffickers by Lin Mengxi's parents. Although they were never formally acknowledged as sons, they had always treated Lin Mengxi's parents as their own guardians and regarded Lin Mengxi as their beloved little sister to protect. Yet, lacking formal titles, they continued to address her as Mississippi. Now, they have all been clawed by zombies, and the virus has already invaded their bodies. Soon, they will transform into the undead. They must protect their sister one last time before this transformation. Lin Mengxi, having overheard their conversation, remained silent. But 2 lines of sorrowful tears had already streamed down her face, stained with zombie blood, falling to the ground with her movements. Long Xiaodian and the others gazed at Lin Mengxi, who stood with her back to them, wordless. They all understood that, in truth, she had long regarded them as beloved brothers. Exchanging glances, the 3 prepared to forcibly take Lin Mengxi away from this place. However, before they could make a move, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deafening roar shattered the stillness from behind them. Then, they heard Uncle Go's alarmed shout. Miss, be careful. Before long Xiaodian and the others could turn around, 3 powerful claws pierced through their chests. "Ah, miss, run," they cried in agony, even in their final moments urging Lin Mingxi to escape. At that moment, Lin Mingxi also heard the anguished screams of Long Xiaotian and the others, as she wielded her blade to sever one of the monstrous claws. She turned to see Long Xiaotian and the others being lifted by 3 claws and then devoured by a gaping maw. No. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mingxi's heart shattered. Her eyes widened, pupils dilated, her expression heart-wrenching. "Roar! Miss, watch out behind you." Uncle Go, noticing Lin Mingxi lost in despair, saw a monstrous claw poised to strike her back and shouted in alarm. Lin Mingxi, jolted back to reality by Uncle Go's urgent warning, quickly refocused her gaze. Aware of the impending danger, she instinctively turned and struck. With a swift motion, she severed one of the claws, but another followed closely behind, approaching her rapidly. In her starry, pitch-black eyes, a sharp claw emanating a deathly aura loomed ever larger. At that moment, it felt as if time had slowed to an agonizing crawl. Lin Mingxi stared at the enlarging claw, realizing her fate was sealed. Memories of joyful moments spent with her parents flashed through her mind. "Dad, Mom," she murmured, bracing herself to embrace her impending demise. Suddenly, in the next instant, a swift blue and white figure descended from the sky. With lightning speed, he grasped the incoming claw with his left hand and wrapped his right arm around Lin Mingxi's slender waist. Amidst the encirclement of zombies and monsters, 2 striking and graceful figures seemed to freeze in time, giving birth to a breathtaking masterpiece of the apocalypse. Feng Wuhen cast a brief glance at Lin Mingxi, who had yet to react, then redirected his attention to the 3-meter-tall monstrosity on his left. His eyes, concealed beneath the helmet, suddenly narrowed. In an instant, a violet-white laser burst forth from his left palm, severing the claw of the otherworldly creature he had grasped. The creature emitted a piercing scream as its claw was shattered. Unfazed by the creature's cries, Feng Wuhen continued his movements, swiftly condensing a violet energy orb in his palm, which erupted forth, reducing the creature's head to a fine ash. Following this, he concentrated another laser in his palm, unleashing a devastating ray into the throng of zombies. He then cradled the dazed Lin Mingxi and began to spin. The destructive laser moved in tandem, cleaving through hundreds of zombies with precision. The scene was profoundly cathartic, as countless zombies toppled forward, their upper bodies collapsing to the ground, instantly carpeting the earth with severed remains. While they were not dead, they had lost a significant portion of their threat. The continuous laser from Feng Wuhen's hand also severed the claws and bodies of the surrounding creatures. A few of the otherworldly beings, sensing imminent danger, hastily retreated. This sudden spectacle left Uncle Go, who was watching from a distance, utterly astonished. At that moment, Lin Mingxi, nestled against Feng Wuhen, regained her senses. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears of admiration as she gazed at the striking profile of Feng Wuhen, lost in thought. In that instant, an unfamiliar sensation blossomed in her heart, a feeling only experienced in the presence of her father. This feeling could only be described as a sense of security. Just then, a roar erupted from behind Feng Wuhen, accompanied by a fierce rush of air. The roar jolted Lin Mingxi from her reverie. As she prepared to break free from Feng Wuhen's embrace, she was stunned by the ensuing scene. In response to the roar, Feng Wuhen swiftly retracted the laser and, in the midst of Lin Mingxi's astonishment, lifted her in a princess carry. With purple flames erupting from his feet, he soared through a shattered window on the 3rd floor of the office building, just as the claws of the creature came dangerously close. The powerful claws grazed Feng Wuhen's armor, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater, a testament to their immense power. Chapter 12, Amnesia. The creature below, realizing its claws had struck nothing but air, threw its head back and roared at the 2 on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Uncle Go, witnessing his young lady being taken to the 3rd floor by the enigmatic armored warrior, quickly turned and rushed into the building, heading upwards. On the 3rd floor, Feng Wuhen gently set Lin Mingxi down. As she touched the ground, her heart raced, and her face, smeared with the blood of zombies, felt slightly flushed. Certainly, the expressions soon returned to normal, reverting to their usual cold demeanor. Lin Mingxi looked up at the armored warrior who had rescued her, at a loss for words. However, Feng Wuhen did not grant her the opportunity to speak. He instructed Lin Mingxi with a sense of urgency. "I will take care of the creature below. Stay here and do not run away." With that, he leaped from the 3rd floor, much to Lin Mingxi's astonishment. A loud clatter echoed from below as steel struck the ground. Lin Mingxi peered down to see Feng Wuhen now confronting the formidable creature. Who is he? Why did he tell me not to run? Lin Mingxi wondered softly, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, tinged with astonishment. She was taken aback by the armor Feng Wuhen donned. Such equipment was likely unavailable even to the Federation. Miss, are you all right? At that moment, Uncle Go ascended from downstairs, hurrying to Lin Mingxi's side with genuine concern. Lin Mingxi withdrew her gaze and turned to the panting Uncle Go. Her expression grew sorrowful. Her usual spirit diminished. She shook her head, saying, I am fine. You need not worry, Uncle Go. However, her voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes, rendering her unable to continue. Uncle Go, witnessing her distress for the first time, felt at a loss on how to comfort her. A deafening roar erupted from below, followed by the sound of a heavy impact. Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go were drawn to the unfolding battle below. Uncle Go furrowed his brow, gravely questioning. That is a Tier 3 mutant. Can he overcome it? Lin Mingxi remained silent, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Feng Wuhen. With a sudden crash, Feng Wuhen was struck by the claws of the Tier 3 mutant, sent crashing 10 meters away. Regaining his footing, a fierce glint sparked in Feng Wuhen's eyes beneath his helmet as he mentally inquired, BT, how is the energy recovery of the nanobots? Is it sufficient to launch an energy projectile? Almost there, but it may take an additional 2 minutes, BT replied within his mind. Good, that will suffice. Notify me when it's ready. For now, I will play with this beast. With those words, Feng Wuhen propelled himself off the ground, charging towards the Tier 3 mutant. The creature, seeing Feng Wuhen barreling towards it once more, roared defiantly and charged forward to meet him. Just as they were about to collide, Feng Wuhen executed a powerful leap, evading the mutant's sweeping claws. In midair, flames briefly erupted from his feet, allowing him to land deftly on the creature's back. Transforming his left hand into 5 razor-sharp claws, he embedded them into the mutant's back to secure his position. Then, raising his right hand, the nanobots swiftly morphed into a sharp blade, measuring 20 centimeters in width, 60 centimeters in length, and 2 centimeters in thickness, glimmering in a striking blue-silver hue. The wind, untraceable, propelled his right hand with all its might, aiming fiercely at the neck of the third-tier aberration. In a fleeting moment, the aberration caught sight of a scene unfolding behind it. It swiftly straightened its massive form, causing Feng Wuhen to lose his balance. Instead of piercing the creature's neck, his blade plunged into its back chest. A sharp sound echoed as the tip of the blade emerged from the aberration's right chest, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. A piercing scream erupted from the aberration, filled with agony. Its colossal body began to sway violently, attempting to dislodge Feng Wuhen from its back. Renewed in energy, Feng Wuhen heard the voice of BT resonate in his mind just in time. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he turned his gaze towards the aberration beneath him, revealing a glint of ruthlessness. He retracted his right-hand blade. As the thruster in his palm began to coalesce a swirling mass of violet-blue energy. On the upper floor, Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go witnessed this spectacle, their pupils slightly quivering. Though they had previously observed Feng Wuhen unleash lasers and energy projectiles, the sight of such advanced weaponry left them profoundly astonished. While lasers existed in this world, they were merely employed for material-cutting purposes. As for energy projectiles, they were the stuff of science fiction, yet had not yet been realized in reality. This accounted for their repeated astonishment. The third-tier aberration also took note of the energy projectile accumulating in Feng Wuhen's grasp. Having previously encountered the destructive potential of such a projectile, fear manifested on its grotesque visage. Its struggles intensified, its blood-soaked maw opening wide to emit desperate cries, seemingly pleading for mercy. Feng Wuhen, devoid of any compassion, gazed upon the aberration as it relentlessly battered itself against the walls of the office building in a futile attempt to shake him off. With his right hand lowered, he aimed at the creature's head. Without hesitation, he unleashed the coalesced destructive energy projectile upon the aberration's occiput. A thunderous boom resonated as the head of the aberration, the size of a small round table, was obliterated by the energy blast. The massive, headless corpse of the third-tier aberration, measuring 5 meters, crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Feng Wuhen leaped down from the remains of the aberration and lifted his gaze towards the third-floor window. Upon seeing Lin Mingxi still present, a subtle sigh of relief escaped from beneath his helmet. The reason he urged Lin Mingxi not to flee was that he wished to avoid wasting further time in pursuit. Since yesterday afternoon, aside from drinking water, he had not consumed a single grain of food and was ravenous. His venture here was solely to barter with Lin Mingxi for sustenance. With a swift motion, Feng Wuhen utilized the last vestige of energy from the nanobots, propelling himself to the third floor. As he landed, the nanobots were entirely depleted, leaving him void of energy. The armor automatically disengaged and melded back into Feng Wuhen's being. Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go were once again profoundly astonished by this extraordinary spectacle. What manner of black technology is this? The thought simultaneously surged within their minds. However, Feng Wuhen did not allow them a moment to regain their composure. Clutching his stomach, he approached them, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he implored. "Is there anything to eat? I am in dire need of sustenance." The two responded, "On the 5th floor, in a room." This is the temporary refuge of Lin Mingxi's team. The interior of the room was spacious, with tents erected for overnight shelter and pots and pans at hand. Alas, these items had recently lost their owners. At that moment, Feng Wuhen was seated on a dilapidated office chair outside a light blue single tent, ravenously devouring the bread in his hands. He consumed 2 bites from one loaf before reaching out to Lin Mingxi for more. Lin Mingxi glanced at the box at her feet, which contained provisions for the team's 5-day journey. To her dismay, Feng Wuhen had already consumed 3/5 of it. As he extended his hand once more, she hesitated only briefly before retrieving 2 loaves from the box and placing them in his grasp. Uncle Go observed this with a slight furrow of his brow. While they were grateful for Feng Wuhen's rescue, consuming all this bread in one sitting felt akin to a death sentence. The city had long been stripped of edible resources, and the remaining rations were meant to last 5 days. Finally unable to endure the sight, Uncle Go turned to Lin Mingxi and offered a gentle reminder. Noticing his concern, she shook her head ever so slightly without voicing her thoughts and handed Feng Wuhen another 2 loaves. Resigned, Uncle Go averted his gaze, adopting an expression that suggested it was better not to witness the unfolding scene. As the box dwindled to a solitary loaf, Feng Wuhen finally felt somewhat satiated. Taking a moment to glance at the box on the ground, he noticed the remaining piece of bread and looked up at Lin Mingxi with curiosity, inquiring, "You still have more food, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxi fell silent, while Uncle Go, with a pained expression, replied, "This is our food for the next 5 days." Feng Wuhen felt a twinge of embarrassment at Uncle Go's words, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Consequently, he decided against consuming the last loaf. Rising to his feet, he smiled at Lin Mingxi and said, "I apologize. I was unaware of your difficulties. However, I possess ample water, which I can offer as compensation for your bread. I shall fetch it shortly." Lin Mingxi did not respond. Instead, observing Feng Wuhen's clean and tidy attire, she inquired, "Are you a barrier person?" "A barrier person? What does that mean?" Feng Wuhen asked, perplexed. Seeing his genuine confusion, Lin Mingxi's expression mirrored her intrigue. Uncle Go furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Feng Wuhen. And after a moment, he explained, "Barrier people are survivors who reside within the barriers established by the Federation." Uncle Go then inquired, "Since you are not a barrier dweller, does that mean you, like us, are a wanderer?" "Wanderer?" Feng Wuhen paused momentarily, then shook his head and replied, "No, I am neither a wanderer nor a barrier dweller. I am." He hesitated at this point, contemplating for a moment before looking earnestly at Lin Mingxi and saying, "In truth, I am unaware of my own identity. Upon awakening, I lost my memory. Aside from my name, I remember nothing." Upon hearing this, both Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go furrowed their brows. Amnesia? How could one lose their memory? Various speculations arose in their minds as they gazed into Feng Wuhen's eyes, only to find them clear and devoid of any deceitful evasion. Yet, they could never fathom that Feng Wuhen was a traveler from another realm. He genuinely did not know who he was in this world, apart from his name. Everything in this strange land was utterly foreign to him. Thus, it was impossible for them to conceive of this notion. Chapter 13, My Dear Lady. Do you require a shoulder to lean upon? Feng Wuhen's amnesia was unforeseen by Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go. However, this fabricated tale conveniently aided Feng Wuhen. He utilized the pretense of amnesia to glean information from Lin Mingxi regarding the origins of this apocalyptic world and the current plight of humanity. According to Lin Mingxi, the apocalypse had erupted over 150 years ago. All the cities worldwide had been devoid of survivors and sustenance. Over the course of these 100 years, Survivors had migrated from the old cities and constructed shelters of various sizes in the wilderness. However, these shelters were predominantly private, lacking security, and the inhabitants were mostly enslaved individuals captured by the shelter owners. The survivors living within these shelters were referred to as wanderers by the barrier dwellers. The barriers were magnificent cities constructed in partnership between the Federation and corporations. They boasted towering walls reaching dozens to hundreds of meters in height, rendering them far more secure than any private shelter. Most importantly, the barriers possessed advanced weaponry that surpassed that of the pre-apocalyptic era. Neither zombies nor mutated beings could approach within 100 meters of the barriers. However, entry into the barriers was not granted to just anyone. Ordinary survivors lacked the qualifications to live within the barriers unless they had connections or support. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, fewer people meant better resource allocation for the fortunate few to sustain themselves. As for the majority, they were either abandoned or forced to toil like beasts of burden within the barriers, earning merely a bowl of thin rice soup each day to stave off starvation. Furthermore, the relationships between the barriers were far from amicable, marked by fierce competition. Lin Mingxi recounted that a century ago, large-scale wars erupted between the barriers, resulting in countless deaths. It was only with the emergence of the mutated beings that hostilities ceased, yet the underlying competition remained intensely vigorous. The adage held true, with resources being limited. Fewer people were indeed preferable. As Feng Wuhen listened to Lin Mingxi's account of the apocalypse and the barriers that still exist, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. It was astonishing that humanity had reached such a dire state, yet remained oblivious to the gravity of their circumstances. They continued to engage in fierce struggles for personal survival and power. If only all of humanity could unite, even if the apocalypse did not come to an end, their current existence would not be so arduous. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity. They only come together in times of peril, while in other situations, they are solely concerned with their own interests. However, such matters were not for Feng Wuhen to ponder. His only focus was on nurturing the nanobots. For once he accomplished that, BT would provide him with the blueprint for the time-space folding device. At that moment, he would depart from this world, and what would become of it would be of no concern to him. Let the world take care of itself. After a moment of silence, Feng Wuhen retrieved the third-tier blood crystal from his pocket and curiously inquired of Lin Mingxi, "By the way, what are the functions of this blood crystal?" Not long ago, he had consumed one, expecting to gain superpowers, yet nothing had occurred. Aside from occasional stomach pains, he felt no different. Lin Mingxi observed the blood crystal in Feng Wuhen's hand, not with envy, but rather with a desire to explain. This blood crystal contains a red liquid, which, when processed, allows those who consume it to transform into new humans. New humans? Feng Wuhen had encountered this term in novels, but he was uncertain whether the new humans Lin Mingxi referred to were akin to those in the stories. "Please tell me about the abilities of these new humans," he urged. Lin Mingxi, seeing no reason to evade the question, considering it a way to repay Feng Wuhen's life-saving grace, began to elucidate. New humans are individuals who gain abilities through the consumption of the blood crystal liquid. They are classified into 3 types: strength type, speed type, and perception type, corresponding to the categorization of blood crystals. Only the brains of exotic creatures contain blood crystals. When one consumes the strength-type blood crystal liquid, their physical strength increases, though the extent of this enhancement depends on the individual's constitution. The same applies to speed. I myself am a speed-type new human. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Mingxi was so swift. She was a new human. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. The abilities of perception-type new humans can be somewhat trivial, yet in certain situations, they can indeed be life-saving. At this juncture, Feng Wuhen, intrigued, interjected, "Does this perception mean foresight?" Lin Mingxi shook her head, yes and no. Feng Wuhen's brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Mingxi clarified, "The perception ability merely heightens one's sixth sense, allowing them to sense danger 1 or 2 seconds in advance. But if one's physical condition is inadequate, they cannot evade peril despite possessing this ability." Feng Wuhen nodded in understanding and added, "So, even with perception abilities, if one's physical capabilities are lacking, danger cannot be avoided." He then posed another question: "How are the ranks of new humans classified?" The classification of the new humans is intrinsically linked to the grade of the blood crystals. The grade of a blood crystal determines the corresponding rank of the new human who consumes it. Lin Mingxi paused momentarily before adding, of course. One cannot consume a blood crystal of a higher grade than their own, as doing so would result in catastrophic consequences. One must begin with a first-grade blood crystal. Furthermore, each grade of blood crystal has a digestion period. One cannot proceed to the next grade until the energy of the previous crystal has been fully assimilated by the body. The duration of this digestion period varies from person to person. Upon hearing her words, Feng Wuhen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The blood crystal he had previously ingested was likely not of the first grade, for a first-grade plant creature would not possess such formidable strength. Contemplating this, he recalled his reckless act of consuming the blood crystal directly, and he inquired of Lin Mingxi, is there any efficacy in consuming the blood crystal directly? Aside from its processed form, his question hung in the air, enveloping the room in a palpable silence. Lin Mingxi stared at Feng Wuhen with a somewhat bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Uncle Go, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke up. You didn't actually swallow it whole, did you? Seeing Feng Wuhen's silence, Uncle Go's expression turned peculiar. Lin Mingxi took a few cautious steps back and asked, when did you swallow it? About 2 hours ago. Why? Is there a risk of viral infection? Feng Wuhen replied, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. I can't say for certain. I've never heard of anyone foolish enough to swallow a blood crystal whole, Lin Mingxi responded, her usual cool demeanor betraying a slight hint of peculiarity. You should be fine. Please don't stand so far away from me, Feng Wuhen remarked, glancing at the two who were gradually distancing themselves, managing a smile that appeared more pained than joyful. Simultaneously, he consulted BT about his physical condition. Feng Wuhen, your body is functioning normally, and no signs of infection have been detected. Upon hearing BT's reassuring words, the tension in Feng Wuhen's body finally eased. Damn, I will never eat anything carelessly again. I almost scared myself to death. He admonished himself internally, then addressed BT. Can the nanobots in my stomach absorb the blood crystal? Affirmative, BT replied. Without further delay, Feng Wuhen commanded the nanobots to commence the absorption of the blood crystal. Shortly after the command was issued, BT's voice resonated once more. The nanobots have begun absorbing the blood crystal. It will be fully absorbed in 24 hours. Realizing it would take a full day for complete absorption, Feng Wuhen chose to shift his focus. He noticed Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go busily gathering their belongings. What are you doing? He inquired, puzzled. Lin Mingxi remained silent, continuing to collect usable items around them. Uncle Go glanced at the bewildered Feng Wuhen and explained, at midnight, the deceased zombies and mutated creatures will revive. We need to find a different place to spend the night. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen stood frozen in disbelief. He gazed in astonishment at Uncle Go's serious expression, stammering, are you joking? Can one truly come back to life after death? Upon seeing Feng Wuhen's shocked demeanor, Uncle Go understood it was a result of amnesia and chose not to elaborate, simply stating, you'll discover the truth tonight. With that, he hoisted a bundle and strode toward the door. Lin Mingxi also lifted a package, preparing to leave when Feng Wuhen called out. Is there anything else you need to take? I will leave with you. Lin Mingxi glanced at Feng Wuhen and, after a brief moment, replied coolly, nothing more. She then proceeded toward the exit with her belongings. Feng Wuhen watched Lin Mingxi's retreating figure, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. Revival is indeed possible. I hadn't noticed until now. It seems the extraterrestrials are at play. He murmured to himself, how could these aliens accomplish such a feat? Have they mastered the magic of resurrection, or is it advanced technology? In the ensuing hours, Feng Wuhen followed Lin Mingxi to a residential area 10 kilometers away. After clearing out the zombies within the vicinity, they settled temporarily in a house. With a bold demeanor, Feng Wuhen insisted on staying with Lin Mingxi. Given that he was her savior, Lin Mingxi reluctantly acquiesced. Time passed swiftly, and soon nightfall enveloped the world, the crimson sky reappearing once more. Standing on the balcony, Lin Mingxi gazed up at the scarlet heavens. Feng Wuhen emerged from the living room, approached her, and together they stared at the blood-red sky. He inquired, by the way, what is your name? Although he had introduced himself to Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go earlier, neither had reciprocated with their names. Thus, he felt compelled to ask, Lin Mingxi. She responded, lost in thought while observing the crimson sky, her expression unchanged as she softly uttered her name. Feng Wuhen nodded, and, turning his gaze back to the sky, provocatively questioned, do you think this sky, coupled with the apocalypse, could be the work of aliens? At his words, Lin Mingxi's fair visage, illuminated by the crimson light, finally exhibited a flicker of change. She withdrew her gaze and, with curiosity, looked at Feng Wuhen, her tone laced with intrigue as she asked, "What makes you think that? If it were indeed extraterrestrials, what could their purpose be?" Feng Wuhen gently shook his head, remaining silent. Lin Mingxi chose not to dwell on the matter, directing her attention toward the blood-red marketplace ahead, her expression gradually clouding with sorrow as she contemplated their dire circumstances. Feng Wuhen, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Lin Mingxi's unusual demeanor. He turned to observe her enchanting profile, now shadowed by a veil of melancholy. Understanding that she was likely grieving for her fallen comrades, he felt a twinge of empathy. Though he had never had a girlfriend, he possessed a modicum of knowledge on how to comfort a girl. After all, what man hasn't watched a melodramatic love story? He imitated the aloof yet slightly tender tone of a domineering character from a melodrama, saying, "My dear lady, would you care for a shoulder to lean on?" Lin Mingxi. Chapter 14. Uncle Go's plea. The following day, at dawn, as the sun began to rise, Lin Mingxi emerged from a pink tent within the office building. Her once neat ponytail had come undone, and her cascading white locks flowed untamed, framing the peaks of her bosom. Having skipped her nightly routine, she refrained from washing up, reluctant to waste the precious water Wind Wuhan had procured. Furthermore, she had not changed her clothes, for in a world teetering on the brink of chaos, there was little time for such luxuries as changing into sleepwear. With a stunning visage, Lin Mingxi appeared weary, evidently having had a restless night. Her once clear eyes now bore traces of bloodshot red. As she stepped out of her room, a series of rhythmic thuds echoed from the corridor to her left. Curiosity piqued. She approached the source of the noise and beheld Wind Wuhan, drenched in sweat, striking the wall with his fists, resembling a boxer pummeling a heavy bag. Upon sensing her presence, Wind Wuhan paused, his gaze meeting Lin Mingxi's disheveled appearance as he greeted her, "Good morning." However, Lin Mingxi had no intention of responding. Furrowing her brows, she inquired, "Have you been practicing since last night?" Wind Wuhan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he replied, "Yes. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I might as well train. Did I disturb you?" Lin Mingxi remained silent for a moment, then earnestly said, "I need to go to the East Tower shortly. Could I ask you to stay here and protect Uncle Go? If I manage to return, I promise to repay you. No matter how you wish." With those words, Lin Mingxi's clear eyes, tinged with red, were filled with hope as she gazed at Wind Wuhan, silently wishing for his agreement. "Any form of repayment?" Wind Wuhan teased. To his surprise, Lin Mingxi's ears flushed crimson as she nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Stunned, Wind Wuhan could hardly believe his ears. Had he struck upon a girl of such sincerity in this world? Shaking his head to dispel those frivolous thoughts, he turned to Lin Mingxi with a puzzled expression. "What do you intend to do at the East Tower alone? Can't we go together?" Biting her pink lip, she revealed a bitter smile. Shaking her head as she spoke candidly, "My cousin was captured by other wanderers. They only permitted me to go alone, so please, I beg you to protect Uncle Go here. If I do not return, enough, you need not say more. I will accompany you," Wind Wuhan interrupted, adding, "I have a way to ensure they do not notice me." Lin Mingxi's eyes widened in curiosity. Without hesitation, Wind Wuhan summoned his nano-armor and activated its cloaking mode. As Lin Mingxi beheld the ethereal figure of Feng Wuhen abruptly vanish before her eyes, her mouth fell slightly ajar, and her gaze widened in sheer disbelief. "How did you manage that? Such an art of invisibility." Lin Mingxi felt a tad flustered and hastily raised her hand to cover her lips. "Miss, why are you here talking to yourself?" Suddenly, a puzzled voice belonging to Uncle Go resonated from behind Lin Mingxi. Regaining her composure, she turned to face him, her astonishment still evident, and pointed towards the empty space ahead, saying, "Feng Wuhen was just there." Following her gesture, Uncle Go peered into the void, and upon realizing it was merely air, he exclaimed, "Miss, did you not sleep well last night? There rests nothing in this room." "Who says there rests nothing? Am I not here?" Just as Uncle Go finished his sentence, an apparition suddenly materialized before him, causing him to leap 3 feet into the air in fright. "Goodness, where did you come from?" Uncle Go's typically authoritative demeanor crumbled in an instant, and even he, who rarely resorted to expletives, was rendered speechless. Indeed, expletives seemed to transcend mere earthly language, serving as a universal tongue across various realms. Feng Wuhen observed Uncle Go's startled reaction, a smile spreading across his face. Yet he remained silent. Lin Mingxi, regaining her composure, fixed her cool gaze upon Feng Wuhen and hesitated before asking, "Are you truly intending to accompany me?" "Of course, otherwise. Why would I demonstrate my invisibility?" Feng Wuhen replied with a light-hearted tone. "Miss, do you plan to join him in rescuing young Master Lin Fanjian?" Uncle Go interjected. Lin Mingxi glanced at Feng Wuhen, who had shed his armor, and nodded affirmatively. Yes, his ability to become invisible should keep us undetected by Yamada and his cohorts. Hey, give me some credit. What do you mean should not be seen? It's completely undetectable, I assure you. If you don't believe me, just ask Uncle Go. Feng Wuhen protested, his expression one of indignation as he turned to the still flabbergasted Uncle Go. Uncle Go, feeling the spotlight shift onto him, could only respond with exasperation. Thinking to himself, why am I being dragged into this? Ignoring Feng Wuhen's casual demeanor, Lin Mingxi addressed Uncle Go earnestly. Uncle Go, you must stay here and not wander off until I return. Wait, what are you saying? Uncle Go must accompany us. I certainly don't wish to make this tiring journey alone. Feng Wuhen interjected once more, casually draping an arm around Uncle Go's shoulder with a playful grin. This display was simply infuriating. However, neither Uncle Go nor Lin Mingxi paid heed to Feng Wuhen's antics, fixating instead on his preceding statement. Uncle Go, his face a canvas of disbelief, cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that I, too, can become invisible?" "Certainly. Otherwise, would I jest about such a thing?" No, I am quite serious," Feng Wuhen replied, flashing a grin that revealed a full set of white teeth, his expression earnest. Uncle Go found himself at a loss for words, his gaze shifting towards Lin Mingxi. At that moment, Lin Mingxi had once again quelled her astonishment, striving to suppress the joy swelling within her, before inquiring of Feng Wuhen. "How will you render Uncle Go invisible?" "Quite simply," Feng Wuhen replied, and then commanded the nanobots within his mind to attach themselves to Uncle Go. Both Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go looked on in shock, especially Uncle Go, who had never experienced such a sci-fi phenomenon. He staggered backward in disbelief until the nanobots enveloped him entirely, at which point he collided with the wall, coming to a halt. This. Uncle Go stared at his hands, utterly at a loss for coherent speech. "Uncle Go, I have granted you authority over the nanobots on your person. They will obey your commands. Simply think it, and they can assume various forms, including invisibility. Give it a try." Observing Uncle Go's prolonged silence, Feng Wuhen chuckled and elaborated further. Upon hearing this, Uncle Go swallowed hard and, following Feng Wuhen's advice, silently willed himself to become invisible. In the next instant, he vanished. Lin Mingxi, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with wonder, appearing quite adorable. Uncle Go reappeared, having cancelled his invisibility. Now, he regained his dignified demeanor, gazing fervently at Feng Wuhen, before suddenly kneeling before him, his tone earnest and pleading. "I am Go Fugue, and I implore you, young brother, to rescue my young master." Seeing Uncle Go kneel so unexpectedly, Lin Mingxi's expression shifted, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Uncle Go had been a loyal subordinate to her father, managing the shelter during his lifetime. Even after her father's passing, Uncle Go remained steadfast, treating her with utmost respect. She had previously urged him to drop the formalities of addressing her as Miss, yet he steadfastly refused to do so, stating, "My life was granted by the master, and even in his absence, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to his descendants until death." Moreover, he had watched her grow since childhood. Now Uncle Go, in a bid to save his cousin, set aside his pride and knelt before a stranger, beseeching assistance. Such a sight was unprecedented to her, even during her father's lifetime. She had never witnessed Uncle Go kneel. Feng Wuhen was momentarily taken aback by Uncle Go's actions. Once he regained his composure, he quickly approached Uncle Go, helping him to his feet. "Uncle Go, did I not just state that we would go together to rescue Lin Mingxi's cousin? Why the sudden kneeling? It makes it seem as though I am unwilling to help." Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words, a smile broke across Uncle Go's authoritative face, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother, for extending your hand. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall never refuse." "Oh, here we go again." With a sense of resignation, Feng Wuhen gazed upon the unfolding scene and remarked, "Uncle Go, from now on, please address me as Wuhen. The term little brother feels rather awkward." Chapter 15. Delving into the beast's lair following the recent events, the bond between Feng Wuhen, Lin Mingxi, and Uncle Go had significantly strengthened. The initial barriers and unfamiliarity that had existed among the three had dissipated. Subsequently, Feng Wuhen allowed some nanobots to attach themselves to Lin Mingxi. This action was not born out of a lack of caution. In truth, he had no fear of Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go using the nanobots against him. After all, he was the master of the nanobots, thus maintaining complete control. After freshening up, the trio enjoyed a simple breakfast of purified water filtered through the nanobots. Feng Wuhen then assisted in loading their belongings onto a semi-trailer off-road vehicle. Before departing, he summoned back the nanobots that were consuming metals outside. Upon checking the panel, he was astonished to find that overnight, the amount of nanometal had surged from 21 tons to 54 tons. Curious about this sudden increase, Feng Wuhen inquired, "BT, how did the amount of nanometal multiply so dramatically?" BT promptly replied, "Last night, the nanobots discovered some rare metals. Consuming rare metals yields more nanometal than ordinary ones." "Is that so? Then, BT, what qualifies as a rare metal? Gold, perhaps?" Feng Wuhen asked, astonished. "Indeed, gold, silver, and copper are considered rare metals, although they do not yield the highest amounts of nanometal," BT explained. "Then which rare metal provides the most nanometal?" Feng Wuhen pressed on. "A neutron star," BT answered, leaving Feng Wuhen momentarily speechless. He sighed, "BT, I meant rare metals found on this planet. I am uncertain about that, as I lack data on the metals of this planet. However, according to my records on Earth's metals, rhodium yields the most nanometal," BT elucidated. "Understood." Feng Wuhen had some knowledge of rhodium. It was a rare metal present in electronic devices, albeit in minuscule quantities. It seemed he would need to gather information about rare metals at his earliest convenience, for the current yield of nanometals was disappointingly low. Resolving this in his mind, he swiftly descended to join Lin Mingxi and the others. On their way to the Eastern Tower, BT delivered another piece of good news. The blood crystal within him had been fully absorbed. "BT, how do I absorb the energy from the blood crystal in the nanobots?" Feng Wuhen inquired. "Simply command them to inject energy into you, but I can handle this small task for you," BT explained, offering assistance. "Thank you for your effort, BT." Feng Wuhen smiled inwardly. With such a considerate BT, what more could he desire? Just as Feng Wuhen was reveling in his good fortune, an unusual sensation of writhing coursed through every muscle in his body. "BT, what is happening?" he exclaimed. The wind felt as though countless earthworms were writhing beneath his skin. A sensation both itchy and pleasurable, yet simultaneously alarming. This feeling was exceedingly peculiar. The nanobots had infused the energy of the blood crystal into every cell within him. And as this particular blood crystal was power-oriented, his muscles were undergoing a process of fortification. "I understand now," he thought, feeling reassured that this was not a negative development. He relaxed and closed his eyes, leaning back in the seat to relish the experience. The sensation of muscle contractions was akin to having each muscle being massaged, an indescribable pleasure. However, the outcome proved quite embarrassing as Feng Wuhen emitted a rather unrefined sound from the back seat. Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go, seated in the front, exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the noise. Lin Mingxi turned to look and was momentarily taken aback. She found Feng Wuhen reclining in the rear seat, his body twisting and contorting as he wore a rather inappropriate expression of enjoyment with his eyes closed. She assumed he had stayed up too late the previous night and had fallen asleep, dreaming of something quite unsuitable for children. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly turned her head away, her fair cheeks visibly reddening. Uncle Go, observing through the rearview mirror, sighed inwardly at the youthful indiscretion, muttering to himself about how young people often lack awareness of their surroundings. He then redirected his focus to the road, resuming his serious driving. Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle came to a halt, concealed by a residential area. Feng Wuhen's physical evolution had reached completion. He did not hasten to assess his condition, but instead followed Lin Mingxi as they exited the vehicle. The trio switched seats, with Feng Wuhen and Uncle Go settling in the back of the off-road vehicle, both entering a state of invisibility. Lin Mingxi took the driver's seat and drove directly towards the East Tower. Each old city possesses roads established at the onset of the apocalypse by the Federation, designed for the purpose of resource scavenging. The East Tower is the tallest landmark in the eastern district of P City and was once a popular destination for world tourism before the apocalypse. The East Tower is a towering structure with 99 floors, each uniformly measuring 9 meters in height. resulting in a total height exceeding 900 meters when including the lightning rod atop. Additionally, the East Tower is colloquially known as the 99-story Demon Suppression Tower. Before long, Lin Mingxi maneuvered the off-road vehicle within 50 meters of the East Tower. Ahead, in a lofty tower, a man peered through binoculars from a window, observing the vehicle as it slowly approached the East Tower. The man, a gaunt middle-aged individual standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, sported a small patch of black facial hair, giving him an unkempt appearance. This man was none other than the mastermind behind the kidnapping case, Yamada Dogby, a notorious figure of the criminal underworld. Why is he deemed so? The answer is simple. After the onset of the apocalypse, he exploited his position as the deputy leader of the shelter to prey upon all the female survivors within, showing no mercy even to the children. Even in the height of their depravity, they would organize deadly competitions with the other brutish subordinates around them, ultimately using severed heads as a measure of their achievements. Truly, they are the dregs of humanity, inferior even to beasts. Ah, my beloved flower maiden, you have finally arrived, and I have awaited your presence with great anticipation. Yamada Dogby gazed down at the off-road vehicle, a lewd and repugnant grin spreading across his face, reminiscent of a fool. He then lowered his binoculars and, with an involuntary gesture, rubbed his groin, appearing as a lustful imbecile. Come here. Yamada Dogby called out to a subordinate not far away. Chief. The subordinate hastened to Yamada Dogby's side, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Go fetch my beloved flower maiden. Remember to be polite, or it will cost you your head. Yamada Dogby said coldly. Yes. The bowing subordinate shivered at his command, quickly rising and rushing out the door. Meanwhile, in the square at the west entrance of the first floor of the East Tower, Lin Mingxi stepped out of the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, her cold gaze slowly surveying her surroundings. The entire first floor of the East Tower was guarded by dozens of armed men, with makeshift barricades constructed from various vehicles. Surrounding Lin Mingxi were the lifeless bodies of zombies. Shortly after she alighted, a group of armed men emerged from a breach in the wall of cars before her. Approaching Lin Mingxi, they wore respectful smiles and said, Miss Lin, our leader has been waiting for you. Please, follow me. Lin Mingxi remained expressionless, her icy eyes glancing at the speaker, and she uttered two words, lead the way. Noticing her disdain for further conversation, the man did not take offense. He smiled and gestured for her to proceed. Lin Mingxi followed the leading man deeper into the East Tower. Once she had departed, the man who had spoken to Lin Mingxi signaled his two companions to inspect the off-road vehicle. Before long, one of them reported, besides water, tents, and daily necessities, no suspicious individuals were found. Maintain heightened vigilance downstairs. I suspect this girl has called for someone to hide nearby. If you detect any suspicious persons, do not hesitate. Kill without mercy. As the group of armed men departed, the off-road vehicle suddenly trembled for no apparent reason, followed by the faint sound of two landings. A closer inspection of the ground would reveal two sets of footprints leading toward the armed men. Chapter 16, Sandbag? With illustrations, Lin Mingxi followed the leading man, moving at a measured pace while her gaze discreetly scanned her surroundings. She was not assessing the environment, but rather trying to ascertain whether Feng Wuhen and Uncle Go had followed her. Do not worry. We have been by your side all along. Perhaps sensing Lin Mingxi's gaze, the invisible Feng Wuhen mischievously whispered in her ear. Startled by the sudden voice, Lin Mingxi quickly regained her cool and composed demeanor, while a familiar sense of security welled up within her, evoking a complex array of emotions. Were you just speaking? I thought I heard a man's voice, one of the two beasts following her inquired, perplexed. Did I? I certainly didn't say anything, the other beast replied, looking bewildered. I must have misheard. In the shadows, Uncle Go, concealed from view, felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration upon overhearing the beast's exchange. He could see Feng Wuhen, also cloaked in invisibility, and witnessed the latter's audacious approach to Lin Mingxi. Rather than feeling anger at Feng Wuhen's audacity, he found himself contemplating the potential harmony between the two. If the lady were to align herself with this enigmatic man, could it lead to her safety in the future? Uncle Go began to entertain the notion of fostering a connection between Feng Wuhen and Lin Mingxi, all while Feng Wuhen remained blissfully unaware of Uncle Go's plans for him. As Lin Mingxi and the invisible Feng Wuhen approached the elevator, a cacophony of anguished howls and the maniacal laughter of a man echoed from a room to their right, accompanied by the muffled sound of heavy strikes. It seems the captain is at it again, practicing his punches. How is that beast still alive? One beast remarked. It is unlikely that such a formidable creature could be so easily dispatched. After all, it is a third-tier mutated beast. True, we ought to practice as well, came the eager reply. Feng Wuhen, overhearing the conversation, was puzzled. These individuals had managed to capture a third-tier mutated beast for training? It appeared that this band of wanderers possessed strength surpassing that of Lin Mingxi's team. Upon reaching the ground floor, Feng Wuhen withdrew his thoughts and refrained from entering the elevator, opting instead to proceed towards the corridor on the right. Noticing his sudden departure, Uncle Go intended to inquire about his destination but quickly realized that this was not the time for conversation, helplessly watching as the elevator doors closed. Feng Wuhen was unperturbed by the prospect of losing track of Lin Mingxi's whereabouts, as the nanobots could pinpoint her location. He swiftly arrived at the door from which the sounds emanated. There, he encountered two guards, but without disturbing them, he confidently strode past and entered the room. What's going on? One of the guards wondered as Feng Wuhen brushed past them, causing them to feel a sudden gust of wind. The two beasts exchanged puzzled glances before shrugging and resuming their posts, dismissing the incident without further investigation. At this moment, the wind without trace arrived at the edge of a platform within the room. He gazed upon the pitiful scene before him, his brows involuntarily knitting together. In the center of the chamber stood a square platform measuring 6 by 6 meters and rising 1 meter high, upon which a 3-meter-tall husky was ensnared by 5 iron chains, each as thick as an adult's arm, binding its limbs and tail in a cruciform suspension. The wretched creature bore numerous bloody bullet wounds, its fur matted together by congealed blood, presenting an exceedingly tragic sight. Beyond the gunshot injuries, the area devoid of fur on the husky's abdomen was marred with purple contusions resembling fist marks, nearly covering its entire belly. It was evident that these bruises had been inflicted by the towering figure of a 2-meter-tall brute standing before the husky. Hey, big dog, are you done? Why aren't you barking? Thud. Scream for me. Thud. Come on. Thud. Without your cries, I lack the enthusiasm to practice my punches. Thud, thud. The giant, clad merely in a pair of white briefs adorned with a circular red sun on the rear, was relentlessly pounding the husky's abdomen while urging it to yelp in agony for his amusement. Yet, the husky, on the brink of collapse, had its head drooping behind, resembling a creature gasping for breath. I detest those who abuse small animals. This scoundrel must face severe punishment. The glint in wind without trace's eyes turned menacing as he observed the brute's back, then turned resolutely towards the door, seizing the moment while the giant continued his assault. Wind without trace stealthily utilized nanobots to scan the brute's appearance and voice. As he made his way to the entrance, he deactivated his invisibility and shed his armor, subsequently using the nanobots to transform his appearance into that of the giant, emerging from the room in the guise of the brute. Wind without trace was met by 2 guards at the doorway, who promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Greetings, Captain Idiot. Upon hearing their words, Wind without trace's lips twitched in disdain. What a ridiculous name. He regarded the 2 guards with a mix of amusement and irritation, then mimicked the giant's voice to issue a warning. I am going into seclusion to practice my punches. No matter what sounds emerge from this room, they are merely my cries of excitement. You are to guard the door, and no one is permitted entry without my command, not even you. Do you understand? The 2 guards hesitated for a moment, but quickly bowed and responded loudly, yes. Wind without trace re-entered the room, having locked the door behind him, and directed the nanobots to secure it firmly, ensuring that no one could enter without his express permission. Approaching the edge of the platform, he dispelled all disguises, retracting the nanobots back into his body. He was prepared to deliver a fitting punishment to this subhuman wretch, all the while eager to test the strength of the newfound power he had acquired. BT, what level is the blood crystal I absorbed? Feng Wuhen inquired. Based on my analysis, it is of the 2nd tier. Only the 2nd tier? Feng Wuhen expressed his disappointment upon hearing this. Lin Mingxi is a 4th-tier new human, a fact he learned from Uncle Go the previous night. It seems that with his current strength, he is unable to punish this creature before him, inferior as it is. Contemplating this, Feng Wuhen turned to the fool on the platform and asked BT, what level is that guy? After a moment of silence, BT replied, based on my analysis, he is a 6th-tier power type new human. A 6th-tier power type. Upon hearing this unexpected answer, Feng Wuhen decisively released his nano armor once more. Although he wished to test his strength, He had no desire to be subjected to humiliation. BT, please consume the third-tier blood crystal on me as well. I require greater strength, he stated, clenching his fist. Feng Wuhen, you have already absorbed a second-tier blood crystal today, and your muscles are still adapting. I recommend waiting 3 days before absorbing again, BT cautioned. I see. Then can we allow the nano worms to absorb it first? That is permissible, BT replied. Then let the nano worms proceed, and you shall absorb it in 3 days. Understood. Having resolved these trivial matters, Feng Wuhen's thoughts returned, and his gaze shifted back to the platform. At that moment, he locked eyes with the fool, whose expression was a peculiar mix of amusement. Damn! Feng Wuhen was startled. He had been so engrossed that he completely missed the brawny man's turn. Such behavior was perilous and required modification. He mentally admonished himself, then thought, BT, please assist me in monitoring my surroundings when I become distracted. Feng Wuhen, I have always been vigilant. I will alert you to any dangers, BT assured him. Also, inform me of any movements from enemies nearby. Understood. With BT's confirmation, Feng Wuhen felt reassured. Hey, who is this little punching bag? Are the guards at the entrance incompetent? Why didn't you notify me upon your arrival? On the platform, the fool-eyed Feng Wuhen, clad in blue and white armor, grinning broadly. Yet internally he pondered, is this armor genuine or merely a toy? Chapter 17. Good fortune arrives upon hearing the fool's words. Feng Wuhen chose to ignore him. With a leap, flames erupted beneath his feet as he soared onto the platform to confront the fool. The fool's eyes lit up with surprise as he witnessed Feng Wuhen's ascent. He then exclaimed in awe, is that armor for real? In response, Feng Wuhen sidestepped the question, asking, why are you tormenting that husky? As a dog lover, Feng Wuhen could not tolerate those who mistreat animals, especially perverse scum like the one before him. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's voice, the fool's expression shifted to one of seriousness and caution. You are not a lunatic. Who are you? Initially, the fool had thought Feng Wuhen was someone he recognized, but now, sensing a discord in his voice, his muscles tensed, preparing for battle. A subtle yet formidable pressure emanated from the figure, causing Feng Wuhen to feel a profound sense of dread. He realized with astonishment that the tales of novels were not mere fabrications. Indeed, such pressure existed in reality. After regaining his composure, Feng Wuhen seamlessly activated his invisibility mode. He was unwilling to squander precious time, knowing that Lin Mingxi was likely already at her destination above. How could this be? The figure gasped in shock as he witnessed Feng Wuhen vanish into thin air, his expression shifting dramatically. He retreated hastily, eyes narrowed and focused intently on uncovering Feng Wuhen's whereabouts. Are you from the Federation? Or perhaps the World Alliance? He demanded, fists clenched tightly. As he spun around to scrutinize the ground for any trace, his voice ringing out. In his understanding, such advanced technology as invisibility could only have been devised by the Federation or the World Alliance. However, after an agonizingly long wait with no response from Feng Wuhen, his anxiety escalated further. Damn it, I must leave to inform the leader, he thought grimly. Abandoning the search for Feng Wuhen, he sprinted toward the exit. Yet, in the next instant, a white metallic fist materialized before him, delivering a crushing blow to his face. Bang! Ah! He screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding nose as he stumbled backward, fear evident in his eyes as he looked up to find Feng Wuhen had once again rendered himself invisible. At that moment, the two guards stationed at the entrance heard the piercing scream from within the room. They exchanged glances, recalling Captain Sha-Bai's earlier warning, yet deemed it inconsequential. Inside, Sha-Bai disregarded the searing pain in his nose and shouted toward the door. Someone, quickly come in. There's an assassin. The guards outside exchanged puzzled looks. One of them chuckling resignedly. Our captain sure knows how to put on a show. Indeed, he has turned it into a self-directed performance, the other guard agreed. They resumed their posts, showing no intention of investigating the increasingly harrowing cries emanating from within. Just then, two menacing figures, who had previously escorted Lin Mingxi upstairs, approached. They were the same individuals who had arranged to spar not long before. As they attempted to enter the fighting chamber, the guards swiftly blocked their way, sternly warning. Captain Sha-Bai has issued orders. No one is allowed to enter without his permission. One of the figures, perplexed, inquired, why? The guard shot him a cold glance, replying, the captain is in seclusion for training and must not be disturbed. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced through the door. Ah, help! Someone please. They're torturing me. The two newcomers exchanged alarmed looks, ready to rush inside. What are you doing? I told you not to enter. Do you wish to die? The guards shouted once more, blocking their path. The two creatures, upon hearing the words, exchanged bewildered glances and exclaimed, "Can't you hear the wretched cries of the foolish captain from within?" "Yes, we can hear it." "What of it?" One guard replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean?" "What of it? Hurry and go check inside. Something has happened to the foolish captain." One creature retorted angrily. The guards shared a knowing look, a smile playing at their lips. One of them said, "It's nothing. That's just the foolish captain putting on a show. He already told us that no matter what sounds come from inside, we must not enter." The other guard chimed in, "Indeed, so you need not worry. It's all fine." As the creatures listened to the agonizing screams from behind the door and observed the guards' indifferent demeanor, they murmured uncertainly, "Is it truly fine?" If the four creatures at the entrance were to step inside, they would be utterly astounded to discover that the foolish captain, whom they believed to be untroubled, was currently being relentlessly swatted by a 3-meter-tall husky, as if it were playing tennis. Bang! Ah! The husky, noticing the foolish captain wobbling back into its view, raised its paw and delivered another fierce blow. The captain, suspended in midair, let out a cry akin to a swing on a playground, soaring away only to swing back again. "No, no, no, spare me." As the captain swung back and saw the paw of the husky raised once more, he let out a terrified wail of desperation. Yet, the husky paid him no mind, delivering another forceful smack. Bang! The captain cried out again as he was sent hurtling far away. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhen, who had been spectating the spectacle, turned his gaze away, preparing to leave in search of Lin Mingxi. However, the husky caught sight of him, abruptly halting its swatting and positioning itself before Feng Wuhen, emitting a low whimper, its expression pitiful, as if it wished to accompany him. Feng Wuhen regarded the husky before him and inquired, "Do you wish to come with me?" The husky eagerly nodded, surprisingly comprehending human speech. Feng Wuhen was taken aback, but recognizing the urgency of his mission, he instructed the husky, "I must attend to some matters upstairs. You stay here and play for a while. I shall return to take you with me." The husky hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded its head in agreement. Feng Wuhen affectionately patted the husky's large head and contemplated for a moment. "Let us bestow a name upon you. How does good luck sound?" The husky nodded vigorously, appearing exceedingly delighted, for this was its first experience of having a master and a name. Once more, Feng Wuhen gently ruffled the fur on good luck's head before making his way to the window. He opened it, and, without hesitation, vanished into thin air. Observing Feng Wuhen's departure, good luck approached the window, gazing upwards and letting out a few whimpers before returning to resume its playful swatting. Before long, the once quiet room erupted again with the sounds of anguished screams, accompanied by the captain's curses directed at the guards. "Baka, why aren't you coming in? Why won't you enter?" Time rewound, reverting to 5 minutes prior. Lin Mingxi, accompanied by the invisible Uncle Go, was escorted into a spacious room, estimated to exceed 300 square meters. Soon, the brutish figure leading the way came to a halt. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the imposing Yamada Dogby seated before him, announcing, "Leader, the future lady has arrived." Upon hearing these words, Lin Mingxi's expression darkened. Her eyes filled with disgust and disdain. However, for the safety of her cousin and two teammates, she remained silent. Uncle Go, standing beside Lin Mingxi, furrowed his brow but refrained from acting impulsively. At that moment, Yamada Dogby, pleased with his subordinate's eloquence, broke into a satisfied smile. Rising from his chair, he laughed heartily at the bowing subordinate, saying, "I love to hear such words. A generous reward awaits you. Go to the foolish captain and collect 2 packs of cigarettes, as a token of my appreciation." "Thank you, leader." The brutish figure beamed with joy upon hearing Yamada Dogby's words. He had not anticipated that a mere compliment could earn him such a reward, and he felt as though he could soar with happiness. Once the 3 brutish figures who had escorted Lin Mingxi exited the room, only Yamada Dogby, Lin Mingxi, and the invisible Uncle Go remained. As a 9th-tier new human, Yamada Dogby had no concerns about being alone with Lin Mingxi. "I have come alone as per your request. Where are my brother and the others?" Lin Mingxi, for the first time, uttered a lie, and as the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 18, The Brainwashed Cousin? Hearing Lin Mingxi's words, Yamada Dogby displayed what he believed to be a kind smile and gently said, "Do not be so angry. It would pain me to see you unwell." Upon hearing such repulsive words, Lin Mingxi felt an overwhelming urge to draw her weapon and eliminate Yamada Dogby. I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Lin Mingxi replied coldly, wishing to utter not a single word to Yamada Dogby, yet she was compelled to speak due to her cousin's predicament. Observing her anger, Yamada Dogby feigned concern and quickly called out to the guards at the door, "Come, bring my sister-in-law and quickly, move swiftly, or I shall hold you accountable if my future lady becomes upset." Lin Mingxi felt a wave of nausea, her clear, beautiful eyes igniting with uncontainable fury. She trembled silently, her gaze shifting away from Yamada Dogby. Noticing her unwillingness to look at him, Yamada Dogby remained unfazed and approached the chair he had just vacated, lifting it and walking toward Lin Mingxi. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Mingxi, ever vigilant, took 2 steps back and exclaimed in a delicate tone. Even her angry voice sounded melodious. "No wonder she was the woman I had chosen for myself," Yamada Dogby murmured to himself, uttering more repugnant words. He halted his steps, placed the chair down, and with a gentle smile, expressed his concern to Lin Mingxi. "Mingxi, I merely fear that you might tire. I intended to offer you a chair to sit upon, so there is no need to be so apprehensive of me." As he spoke, Yamada Dogby slowly approached and began to utter sweet nothings. "You know, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you 2 years ago, I became utterly captivated by your exquisite beauty, unable to extricate myself. I love you, and I shall dedicate my life to loving you. Will you promise to be my woman, please? Stop right there. Take another step closer, and I will leave immediately." Lin Mingxi's expression was tinged with a hint of panic. Disregarding her revulsion, she hurriedly retreated several paces to evade Yamada Dogby's advance. Upon hearing her words, he halted, yet his countenance remained imbued with a fervent affection, which was utterly repugnant. "Mingxi, be quiet. I shall not utter another word until my brother arrives." Lin Mingxi sharply interrupted Yamada Dogby's nauseating proclamations. Observing that Lin Mingxi was truly at her wit's end, he ceased his antics. Then, with a smile, he plopped down onto the chair, his gaze akin to a radar, filled with fervor and desire as he scrutinized Lin Mingxi's form. Particularly, his attention fixated on her exposed waist and adorable navel, which became the focal point of his scrutiny. Noticing Yamada Dogby's lecherous gaze, Lin Mingxi hastily placed her hands on her abdomen to shield her exposed areas. At that moment, she regretted her choice of attire immensely, vowing silently never to wear such short garments again. Although longer clothing would hinder her agility, she resolved to acclimate herself to it to avoid the discomfort of being subjected to such lewd stares. Before long, 2 brutes entered, escorting 3 individuals through the doorway. Among them, only 2 were bound and bruised, while the 3rd young man appeared unscathed and bore no signs of restraint. Lin Mingxi found this scene rather unexpected. Having assumed that all 3 would be severely beaten, to her surprise, only the 2 companions were harmed, while her cousin remained entirely unharmed. Lin Mingxi's gaze fell upon the unharmed young man as she inquired, "Jian, what transpired?" Just as the questioned young man was about to respond, the 2 bound companions began to struggle anxiously, as if they had something to convey to Lin Mingxi. Lin Mingxi furrowed her brows, her expression cold as she directed a sharp glance at Yamada Dogby, stating in a frosty tone, "Why have you bound them? Hurry and instruct your men to release them." Upon hearing her, Yamada Dogby shook his head with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not harm them. I merely wish to keep them quiet to avoid disturbing our enjoyment. Would you not agree, my dear sister-in-law?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the perpetually silent young man. "Jian, what is truly going on?" Lin Mingxi sensed that something was amiss and furrowed her brow as she turned her attention to her cousin, Lin Fanjian, seeking clarification. As Lin Fanjian once again heard Lin Mingxi's inquiry, he slowly lifted his head, a hint of trepidation shadowing his countenance. Glancing at Shantian go by, he stammered, "Sister, you should agree to be with brother Shantian." Boom. Lin Mingxi felt as if struck by thunder, her mind erupting in chaos. Her face was etched with disbelief, her eyes ablaze with fury as she coldly retorted, "Jian, repeat that again. Do you comprehend what you are saying? I am your sister." Overwhelmed with indignation, Lin Mingxi trembled in rage, her gaze an unfamiliar one directed at her cousin. He had never been like this before. How could he have transformed so drastically in just one night? How could he so willingly push her, his sister, into the abyss? At that moment, the concealed Uncle Go was equally astonished by Lin Fanjian's words. He regarded the young master with eyes filled with bewilderment, pondering, How has the young master suddenly become this way? Wasn't he always protective of his sister? Could it be that he spoke with intent? Furrowing his brow, Uncle Go scrutinized Lin Fanjian, lost in thought. Regardless of whether Lin Fanjian acted with malice or naivety, his sole desire was to swiftly escort the young lady and the young master away from this precarious situation. He understood all too well that lingering here only invited greater danger. Where had Wu Qin gone? Why had he not returned yet? Anxiety stirred in Uncle Go's heart. Sister, I am doing this for your own good, Lin Fanjian declared, as if resolved to a certain conviction. Approaching Lin Mengshi, his fearful gaze transformed back to one of innocence and affection. He earnestly advised, consider this. Our sanctuary is no longer protected by Uncle Air. We will inevitably be devoured by other vagrant factions. In light of this, why shouldn't we proactively align ourselves with a powerful group for protection? Lin Meng, she gazed at Lin Fanjian as if he were a feral beast. She staggered back a couple of steps, disbelief flooding her features, her eyes already reddened. A painful expression, oscillating between laughter and tears, crossed her face as she looked at him. Two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks as she coldly mocked. You mean to say I should seek refuge with him? Pointing at Shantian Gobai to her left, she continued her sorrowful derision. Jian, what kind of brainwashing have you undergone this night? Why do you believe that by becoming his woman, he will protect us? Have you not witnessed their cruelty and lack of humanity? The last words erupted from Lin Meng, she's lips like a roar. She hoped to rouse her cousin from this mental fog. If Lin Fanjian were not her cherished cousin, if he did not reciprocate her affection as his sister, she would have unhesitatingly turned away from this loathsome place. Yet, she still clung to a flicker of hope that her cousin might awaken to the truth. Alas, Lin Meng, she was destined for disappointment. Lin Fanjian had not been coerced by Shantian Gobai. Rather, he had willingly chosen to align himself with the Night Owls, this vagrant faction. He sincerely hoped that Lin Mengshi would not refuse and would join him in the Night Owls. He had endured enough of life without the protection of Lin Mengshi's father. Ever since her father's demise, their shelter had become a tantalizing target for other wandering groups in this apocalyptic world. He lived each day in constant fear, wary of being ambushed and slain by rival wanderers. Tired of such a precarious existence, he yearned to lead the entire shelter in seeking refuge with a formidable wandering group. The Night Owls were undoubtedly the best choice. Although they were not the most powerful faction in this desolate world, they ranked among the top 3 shelters within the confines of City P, especially with the deputy leader, Yamamoto Kobe, who harbored a deep affection for his sister. This presented an excellent opportunity for alliance. He believed that once his sister became Yamamoto Kobe's partner, their lives would certainly improve. Perhaps even more so than when Lin Mengshi's father was alive. Most importantly, Yamamoto Kobe had promised him that once his sister became his woman, he would grant him the position of captain. Surely, this was a better prospect than his current role as deputy captain. Thus, he felt compelled to persuade his sister to marry Yamamoto Kobe, even if it meant resorting to force. He was convinced that once she experienced the benefits, she would forgive him and express her gratitude. With this thought in mind, Lin Fanjian continued to implore, Sister, just trust me this once. If you marry Brother Yamamoto, you will surely find happiness. I promise. Have I ever lied to you? No, right? Lin Mengshi gazed at her hopeless cousin, her heart heavy with despair. It seemed clear to her that he was not merely brainwashed. This was his genuine desire. The realization left her feeling suffocated, prompting her to take a step back, yearning to escape. However, Yamamoto Kobe would not allow her to flee, signaling the guards at the entrance to block her path. Step aside. Lin Mengshi shouted furiously at the guards. Chapter 19. Reliance. The guards remained unmoved. As Lin Mengshi prepared to strike out, she was seized from behind by Lin Fanjian. Sister, please calm down. I truly mean you no harm, he pleaded, still desperately trying to convince her. Uncle Go, hidden in the shadows, wished to intervene. But as an ordinary man, he feared that revealing himself would only complicate matters for Lin Mengshi. Anxiety gripped him as he thought, where's Wuhan? The young lady is in danger. Uncle Go felt a surge of anger towards Lin Fanjian's actions, yet he found himself powerless. Let go of me, Lin Mengshi cried, tears welling in her eyes as she glared at Lin Fanjian, who held her hand firmly. Lin Fanjian, a new human with only second-level abilities, remained unfazed by Lin Mengshi's reprimands. Did you not hear Mengshi asking you to release her? You truly exhibit no gentlemanly conduct whatsoever. At that moment, a delicate voice floated in from behind the crowd. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned, and they beheld a striking armored warrior standing on the windowsill. Wuhen, you have finally returned. Uncle Go exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing that silhouette. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi felt an overwhelming sense of safety wash over her like a tidal wave upon seeing that captivating figure. Tears welled in her eyes, and she could no longer hold back, bursting into tears like a helpless little girl who had been wronged. Yamamoto Dogbeat narrowed his eyes as he observed Feng Wuhen's armor. As a 9th-tier new human, possessing both perception and speed abilities, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from Feng Wuhen. However, his own instincts suggested that Feng Wuhen was, in fact, quite weak, at most a mere 2nd-tier new human. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Feng Wuhen turned his attention to the weeping Lin Mingxi, and an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within him, growing ever more intense. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, launching himself towards Lin Mingxi. Aside from Uncle Go and Lin Mingxi, everyone else was struck with shock as they witnessed Feng Wuhen's sudden disappearance, their pupils constricting in terror. Even Yamamoto Dogbeat, who had dismissed Feng Wuhen, found himself taken aback. What is this? Invisibility technology? He pondered, beginning to speculate about Feng Wuhen's origins. Like Lin Mingxi had done a few hours prior, he attributed Feng Wuhen to either the Federation or the World Alliance. For only these two organizations could possibly develop such advanced equipment. The realization of this possibility drained color from Yamamoto Dogbeat's face. Both the Federation and the World Alliance were forces he could not afford to offend. Even the entire Night Owl Wanderers group would be utterly obliterated in the presence of these two colossal entities. In that moment, fear gripped Yamamoto Dogbeat. Though he was a remorseless killer, that was merely a facet of his twisted character. Against the might of these two formidable factions, he was nothing. As the crowd stood in astonishment, Feng Wuhen had already reached Lin Mingxi's side. With an icy demeanor, he unceremoniously kicked Lin Fanjian, who had grasped Lin Mingxi's wrist, away. With a thud, Lin Fanjian, caught off guard, flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the wall before finally coming to a halt. Lin Fanjian writhed in the corner, clutching his abdomen and emitting a wretched cry. This scene once again left the onlookers stunned. Feng Wuhen continued to disregard everyone else, shedding his armor and gently enveloping the sobbing Lin Mingxi in his embrace. She made no attempt to resist, burying her face into his broad, warm chest and weeping freely. In this moment, Lin Mingxi wept like a child, as if she sought to expel all the grievances endured during her father's absence. The silence enveloped the room, broken only by the muffled sounds of her sorrowful cries. Uncle Go, still cloaked in invisibility, paid no heed to the discarded Lin Fanjian, instead focusing on Lin Mingxi, who lay weeping in Feng Wuhen's embrace. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart aching for her plight. No one, save for the late leader, comprehended the weight of the pressure and injustice Lin Mingxi had borne in recent times. Since her father's demise, she had shouldered the responsibility of protecting over 200 souls within the sanctuary. Though not an overwhelming number, in this apocalyptic era, resources were scarce. Dangers lurked at every turn, and there existed no safe haven for cultivation. A sanctuary of 200 could hardly erect formidable walls, and even if they cultivated land, it would be ravaged by the occasional horde of the undead. Throughout this harrowing period, Lin Mingxi not only had to guard against external threats, but also maintain her physical prowess at all times, striving to become stronger to ensure the sanctuary's safety. She frequently ventured forth to hunt lesser-grade aberrations, trading their blood crystals for essential supplies at the federal barrier. He had witnessed her endure 3 sleepless nights in pursuit of discovering a weakness in an aberrant feline. He had seen her sustain grievous injuries in defense against foes, all while feigning indifference to mislead and intimidate them. He had observed her willingly starve for a week, merely to conserve provisions for the other residents of the sanctuary. Yet, she was but a girl not yet 19. Who among the girls in this desolate world could achieve such feats? Even a newly awakened 4th-tier male would struggle to exhibit the same level of responsibility and dedication as Lin Mingxi. Why not abandon the inhabitants of the sanctuary? Such a notion was inconceivable. Every survivor was a relative of her father's subordinates. Without those loyal followers, her father would never have survived to become the leader of the sanctuary. Over the years, the sanctuary had evolved into a close-knit family. Given these circumstances, Lin Mingxi could never forsake its residents. Sighing inwardly, Uncle Go glanced at Feng Wuhen. harboring a silent hope that perhaps he could alter the course of the young lady's fate, wishing that upon regaining his memories, he would continue to safeguard her. Time slipped away, and the hushed murmurs of others began to fill the room. Lin Mingxi's cries gradually subsided. Yet, no one dared to move, even Yamada Gobi, unaware of Feng Wuhen's true identity, refrained from stirring, scarcely daring to breathe. This revealed the extent of Yamada Gobi's fear of the Federation and the World Alliance. Uncle Go, you should take Mingxi and leave with those two brothers first. Feng Wuhen was unfamiliar with Yamada Dogby. Yet he had already deduced during his brief moment of invisibility at the window that this individual was the mastermind. He had also instructed BT to analyze Yamada Dogby's psychological state at that moment, discovering that Dogby was speculating and fearing his identity. This understanding emboldened him to boldly instruct Uncle Go to depart with his companions, intending to leverage this mysterious persona to rescue Lin Mingxi and the others. BT's analysis proved accurate. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's calm words, Yamada Dogby indeed dared not impede their departure. However, like everyone else, Dogby's gaze darted around in search of Uncle Go, as the others failed to locate another unfamiliar figure in the room. Just as confusion enveloped the group, Uncle Go's silhouette materialized beside Feng Wuhen, stunning everyone once more. They had not anticipated the presence of another cloaked individual. Yamada Dogby, witnessing the spectacle, felt an intensifying dread. His imagination conjured visions of the room filled with invisible beings, ready to eliminate him at the slightest provocation. Overwhelmed by this thought, he began to tremble. He had never anticipated Lin Mingxi's formidable backing. Had he known her support was so resolute, he would never have dared to target her. Unbeknownst to Feng Wuhen, the enigmatic identity he wielded could only deceive Yamada Dogby for so long. He needed to expedite Lin Mingxi's escape. Gently, he pushed her away from his embrace, only to be taken aback by the sight of her flushed cheeks, resembling a ripe apple. It turned out that Lin Mingxi had already released her pent-up grievances. However, upon regaining consciousness, she was startled to find herself in Feng Wuhen's arms, having cried publicly for an extended period. Overcome by embarrassment, she hesitated to leave his embrace. Chapter 20. Chaos. Leave with Uncle Go first. I will hold Yamada Dogby back. We shall meet at the bridgehead, Feng Wuhen whispered softly into Lin Mingxi's ear. The bridge he referred to was the only grand lake-crossing bridge in Peace City, well known to all who had resided there. Upon hearing his words, Lin Mingxi momentarily cast aside her shyness and expressed her concern in hushed tones. But that individual is a 9th-tier speed-type new human, incredibly powerful. Do not worry. I have my methods, Feng Wuhen interrupted. Lin Mingxi wished to voice further objections, but as she met his earnest and clear gaze, she instinctively fell silent. Why does he evoke a feeling of paternal protection in me? His gaze, his confident tone and demeanor are reminiscent of my father. Lost in thought, Lin Mingxi's mind was flooded with memories of her father safeguarding her, evoking a similar sensation to that which Feng Wuhen instilled in her. Stop dawdling. We must leave at once. Feng Wuhen's low urgency jolted Lin Mingxi back to reality. Oh, okay. Lin Mingxi's reaction left Feng Wuhen somewhat at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had been weeping uncontrollably. How could she now appear so naive and carefree? Meanwhile, Uncle Go had already untied the ropes and gagged from the mouths of the two teammates. The surrounding night owl guards, witnessing this, intended to intervene. But upon noticing that Yamada Dogby remained silent, they allowed the two prisoners to escape. Miss, let us depart, Uncle Go said as he assisted the two teammates to Lin Mingxi's side. Lin Mingxi gazed at her battered companions, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Let's take a Jian with us. We shall leave together. Uncle Go had anticipated that Lin Mingxi would not abandon Lin Fanjian, so he refrained from comment, nodding in agreement as he prepared to turn and fetch Lin Fanjian. However, he was halted by the two teammates. What is it? Uncle Go inquired, his gaze questioning as he looked towards the teammate on his left. The teammate's expression was grim as he addressed Uncle Go. Uncle Go, aside from you and the miss, are there any others still alive? As these words hung in the air, both Uncle Go and Lin Mingxi fell into a heavy silence. Feng Wuhen, who had intended to urge them to hurry, suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Lin Mingxi also felt an ominous foreboding, as though a greater calamity loomed on the horizon. Indeed, upon witnessing the prolonged silence from Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go, the teammate seemed to have deduced the dreadful truth. Tears streamed down his face as he turned in fury, pointing at Lin Fanjian, who lay in the corner, and shouted. It was he who revealed our hiding place to Yamada Dogby. Subsequently, Yamada Dogby dispatched men to the Northern District's anomaly nest, luring the creatures to attack you. Boom. The minds of Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go erupted simultaneously. They stared incredulously at their teammate. What did you just say? Uncle Go stammered, his body trembling. Convinced he must have misheard. At that moment, another teammate recounted the events of the previous night in detail. While we were scouting the terrain, we inadvertently overheard a conversation between Yamada Dogby and his associates. Yamada Dogby mentioned that the Night Owls were about to form an alliance with Barrier 22, contingent on confirming the existence of a gold mine in the eastern underground of P City. The mere mention of a gold mine caused Feng Wuhen's eyes to gleam with intrigue. Nanomachines could only absorb rare metals to acquire more nanogold. And gold was indeed one of those rare metals. With this revelation, Feng Wuhen listened intently as the teammate continued his narrative. Regrettably, after uttering the words gold mine, the teammate's explanation veered entirely off topic. Once the teammate finished detailing Lin Fanjian's betrayal, both Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go could no longer contain their grief and wept openly. Their father and younger brother had been part of their group, but now they were all gone. How could they not be devastated? They were their only family in this apocalypse. Moreover, we were not captured by the Night Owls. Rather, Lin Fanjian had actively sought out the Night Owls, hoping to ally with them, which led to our capture. As soon as the teammate's words fell, Lin Mingxi stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Feng Wuhen, quick-witted, caught her just in time, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Mingxi, are you all right? He inquired with concern. However, Lin Mingxi remained silent, feeling akin to a sinner. Had it not been for her decision to appoint Lin Fanjian as the vice-captain and her consent for him to lead the reconnaissance, none of their comrades would have met such a tragic fate. It could be said that she had indirectly caused their demise. The thought drained the color from her face, leaving her looking as though her spirit had left her. Suddenly, a wave of pain washed over her, her body slackening as she fainted into Feng Wuhen's arms. Feng Wuhen's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Uncle Go, having observed the scene, exclaimed with urgency, "Miss is suffering a relapse of her hidden ailment." What hidden ailment? Feng Wuhen frowned. Previously, the young lady sustained severe injuries, but due to inadequate treatment, it has persisted, evolving into a condition that flares up from time to time. Upon hearing Uncle Go's explanation, Feng Wuhen's gaze sharpened, and he thought, BT, what is Mengxi's condition? Based on my analysis, her situation is dire. It is advisable to relocate her to a safe place for recovery, BT responded. Acknowledging BT's assessment, Feng Wuhen realized that he would not be able to confront the scoundrels, Yamada and his ilk, that day. Without hesitation, he lifted Lin Mingxi and instructed Uncle Go, "Uncle Go, gather the others. We must leave." Uncle Go quickly recalled that they had not only a plan A upon their arrival, but also a plan B, which entailed avoiding prolonged engagement and making a hasty exit. Regaining his composure, Uncle Go activated the thrusters of his combat armor. Seizing a teammate in each hand, he maneuvered awkwardly like a novice driver, hastening towards the window with the two bewildered comrades in tow. With a whoosh, 3 figures burst from the building, swiftly ascending into the distance. Feng Wuhen, after tossing 3 cluster nano-high-explosive grenades, followed suit, cradling Lin Mingxi as he made his escape. Thud, 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 the grenades struck the ground, producing a heavy impact sound. Though Yamada and his crew were bewildered by the unfolding events, their confusion was shattered upon seeing the grenades, prompting Yamada to scream, "Get down!" Boom, boom, boom. Before Yamada could finish his warning, the 3 cluster nano-high-explosive grenades detonated instantaneously. Their power dwarfed that of ordinary high explosives, unleashing a violent shockwave laden with countless triangular nanometal particles, enveloping the entire room in an instant. The sound of metal piercing flesh intertwined with the cacophony of the explosion, as anguished cries of despair echoed throughout the chamber. Several nearby guards were torn to shreds by the merciless onslaught of the metallic shards. The explosion was but a fleeting moment, transforming the house into ruins, with dismembered limbs and shattered flesh scattered everywhere. Boom. The fortunate one playing tennis on the first floor heard the violent blast from above. Did it hesitate in its motions? It promptly turned and approached the window, peering curiously upwards to investigate the commotion. To its astonishment, it caught sight of Feng Wuhen soaring away, cradling another person in his arms. Fortunate one. You promised to return and take me with you. Why did you flee alone? Howling, the fortunate one barked at the distant Feng Wuhen, desperate to convey that there was still a dog here. Yet, Feng Wuhen was oblivious, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the fortunate one did not linger in foolish anticipation. It swiftly turned back and, under the terrified gaze of the fool, bit him into 3 pieces. Then, with a ferocious leap and a burst of speed, the fortunate one crashed through the wall. Boom! A gaping hole erupted in the wall. Meanwhile, the guards stationed on the first floor were drawn by the explosion above. As the fortunate one burst through the wall, their gazes turned towards it. One guard was the first to react, shouting urgently to his comrades, "The mutated dog has escaped. Capture it quickly." In an instant, a throng of guards surged forward like a tidal wave towards the fortunate one. Sensing the impending danger, the fortunate one howled and sprinted away. At that moment, 2 guards stationed at the door of the boxing room, along with 2 others, finally grasped the situation upon hearing the shouts outside about capturing the mutated dog. They belatedly realized that their captain had not emitted a scream in quite some time. Upon opening the door to the boxing room, they were met with a large hole in the wall, and upon the platform lay their familiar foolish captain, now severed into 3 parts. Chapter 21. Feeding the Dog Whoosh. 5 figures swiftly streaked across the sky. Clang. They then landed atop a building in a residential complex. The nanomachines are out of energy. We shall rest here for today? Feng Wuhen remarked as he removed the nanotech armor from himself and Lin Mingxi, addressing Uncle Go and the others. Meanwhile, the 2 teammates, who had been whisked away by Uncle Go for over 10 minutes, were still in a daze. "All right, I will go and clean up a floor," Uncle Go replied, gently setting down the 2 individuals he had been carrying. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuhen laid the unconscious Lin Mingxi, whose brow remained furrowed in pain, onto a bed in the master bedroom. Of course, the bed was fashioned from nanotech, as all the wooden furniture had long since decayed. "Uncle Go, once in a safe location, allow the nanomachines to devour metal. Only in this way can they grow stronger," Feng Wuhen instructed as he entered the living room. Facing Uncle Go, with that, he released 90 of the nanomachines from his body to consume metal. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Uncle Go followed suit and released all the nanobots from his body. A silvery mist enveloped the air, cascading from the living room out onto the balcony. This breathtaking scene left his 2 teammates momentarily stunned. Since their return, they had exchanged not a single word, yet they were struck by astonishment not once, but twice. Feng Wuhen glanced at his companions before turning back to the master bedroom to check on Lin Mingxi's condition. He had no intention of sharing the nanobots with them, as they were still strangers. Although he held complete control over the nanobots, he was not foolish enough to distribute them indiscriminately. Who exactly was Uncle Go? A new recruit allied with the lady? When Feng Wuhen entered the master bedroom, one of the teammates could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Uncle Go, with a stern expression, shook his head. "They wouldn't consider our resources." Subsequently, Uncle Go recounted how Feng Wuhen had saved them in their moment of peril. Upon hearing this, their wariness towards Feng Wuhen dissipated, replaced by gratitude. Although Feng Wuhen had not been able to save their father and brother, the fact that he had rescued their lady warranted their sincere thanks. "Then, what is Uncle Go's status, possessing such advanced equipment?" queried the young man with small freckles on his face. The other, with large eyes, also regarded Uncle Go with curiosity. However, Uncle Go shook his head again, expressing his concern. "I do not know. He claims to have amnesia. What worries me now is whether he will continue to protect the lady once his memories return." The 2 men instantly grasped Uncle Go's implication upon hearing his words. Before they could respond, Uncle Go sighed and said, "All right, let us not linger here. We should search this community for anything useful or edible. Our supplies are depleted, and the lady's hidden ailment has recurred. She requires nourishment." "Understood. We shall proceed." The 2 agreed without further ado, fetching 2 rusted kitchen knives from the kitchen before departing the house. Uncle Go cast a glance towards the master bedroom and also retrieved a suitable weapon from the kitchen before leaving. Meanwhile, within the master bedroom, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the suffering Lin Mingxi, who lay unconscious on the bed. In his mind, he communicated with BT regarding her concealed ailment. BT responded, "For my analysis, she has 3 unhealed fractures in her chest. After intense exertion, the partially healed breaks have reopened, and there is also slight nerve damage in the lumbar region. If not treated promptly, It won't be long before her lower body is completely paralyzed, and in severe cases, she could face total paralysis. Upon hearing this grim prognosis, Feng Wuhen's expression shifted. He looked at the unconscious Lin Mingxi, his heart heavy with complexity, pondering, "What have you endured? Why, despite your condition, do you venture out to hunt aberrations?" Yesterday, Uncle Go had mentioned that they had come to City P to hunt a variant of the Northeast tiger. Yet they were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Mingxi's sanctuary. Right, BT? Suddenly, Feng Wuhen came to a realization and asked, "If the nanobots can mend my shattered limbs, can they also heal the wounds on Mingxi's body?" Just as I was about to respond, BT promptly clarified, aside from their inability to nourish living organisms, the nanobots can cure any ailment or injury. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's anxious expression transformed into one of elation. "Wonderful," he exclaimed, and without further ado, he directed a portion of the nanobots clinging to his attire into Lin Mingxi's body to assist in her healing. As the nanobots commenced their work, Lin Mingxi, perhaps due to an itch, let out a soft moan in her unconscious state. "It's working," Feng Wuhen murmured with delight as he observed Lin Mingxi's previously furrowed brow gradually relax. Approximately half an hour later, BT's voice broke the silence. "Lin Mingxi's injuries have been completely healed." Hearing this, Feng Wuhen quickly turned his gaze to Lin Mingxi's face. He noted her serene countenance, now restored to a state of tranquility, with a hint of charm and a touch of frailty, stirring a glimmer of hope within him. Then, with her eyes still closed, Lin Mingxi's eyelids fluttered as her eyes moved beneath them before she slowly opened her eyes. As her vision transitioned from blurred to clear, the sight of Feng Wuhen's expectant face filled her gaze. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she turned her head to the side, feeling a wave of shyness. It was disconcertingly close. One might mistakenly think he intended to kiss her. Feng Wuhen, taken aback, realized he had been captivated by Lin Mingxi's sleeping visage. His prior concern for her injuries had overshadowed any thoughts of her beauty. Now that she was well, he found himself with the leisure to appreciate her stunning features. "You're awake. You fainted unexpectedly a while ago, causing quite a stir among us," Feng Wuhen remarked, seeking to dispel the awkwardness. Upon hearing his words, Lin Mingxi's flushed face gradually returned to its normal hue. She turned back to him, inquiring, "How long was I unconscious?" "About an hour," he replied, then added with concern, "You had such serious injuries. Why didn't you rest properly in the shelter? It's quite dangerous to hunt for monsters while injured." Lin Mingxi felt a warm surge in her heart at his words of concern. She intended to respond, only to realize that her body no longer ached. The sharp pains in her chest and lumbar region had vanished. What could this mean? Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch the area where her ribs had been fractured, only to find there was no pain at all. Perhaps sensing her bewilderment, Feng Wuhen explained, "No need to check. I've used the nanobots to treat all your injuries." Lin Mingxi's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated the nanobots possessed such remarkable capabilities. Suddenly, she turned to Feng Wuhen, her eyes filled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you. You have saved me once again. I am at a loss for how to repay you." As Lin Mingxi uttered these words, she found herself at a loss for further expression. After all, she possessed nothing that could adequately repay Feng Wuhen, unless... The mere thought of it caused her cheeks to flush once more. Feng Wuhen, noticing that Lin Mingxi trailed off mid-sentence, overlooked the change in her complexion and teasingly remarked, "How could you have nothing to offer? Surely, you could pledge yourself in return." Upon saying this, he turned his gaze to Lin Mingxi, only to find her cheeks blushing a deep red, reminiscent of ripe apples. Lin Mingxi, catching his gaze, lifted her eyes to meet his, and in that instant, their eyes locked. Feng Wuhen observed as Lin Mingxi shyly nodded, murmuring, "All right." Feng Wuhen thought to himself that he was no paragon of virtue. He could hardly remain unaffected in the face of such an enticing offer. However, he playfully added, "You mentioned it, so I shall remember it. I will collect my dues once I am settled." With one hand propped against the headboard of Lin Mingxi's bed, he leaned closer, smiling at her. Before Lin Mingxi could fully comprehend the moment, Feng Wuhen pressed his lips gently against hers, which were slightly parted. An overwhelming sensation of softness and coolness, akin to that of jelly, coursed through his entire being. This delightful feeling nearly made him lose his composure. Fortunately, his self-control held firm, and he halted his advances at a critical juncture. Since he had already decided to accept Lin Mingxi, he knew that it was imperative to arrange the setting and opportunity properly. After all, she was his first woman. Reluctantly, their lips parted, leaving Lin Mingxi staring wide-eyed, seemingly breathless. Observing her adorable, dazed expression, Feng Wuhen stood up, savoring the lingering sensation of their kiss, and inhaled the faint, sweet fragrance that clung to his lips. He chuckled, "I shall retrieve the principal at another time. For today, I will settle for a bit of interest." With that, he strode away from the master bedroom. In high spirits, it was only in the instant after Feng Wuhen's departure that Lin Mingxi suddenly regained her senses, gasping for breath. Recalling the unexpected kiss, her cheeks flared with warmth, nearly as if they might bleed from embarrassment. My first kiss. Although Lin Mingxi was born in a post-apocalyptic world, she had read romantic novels from the old era. She was well aware of the significance of first kisses and romantic love. Yet, she never imagined that her first kiss would vanish in such a manner. At that moment, it felt as though the warmth of Feng Wuhen's lips still lingered on hers, and she could still catch a whiff of his scent. Overcome with shyness, Lin Mingxi hastily pulled the covers over her head, concealing herself completely. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 22, Forgotten Dog. By midday, Uncle Go and the others returned, but they had found no food. "Wuhen, how is the young lady?" Uncle Go inquired as he approached Feng Wuhen, who was sitting alone on the worn-out sofa, lost in thought. "Uncle Go, I am fine now." The voice of Lin Mingxi came from behind, as she emerged from her shyness. Having grown up in a harsh apocalypse, she wouldn't linger in bashfulness like a girl from peaceful times. Her character is one that embraces responsibility, now that she has resolved to dedicate herself. She intends to wholeheartedly follow Feng Wuhen. In this environment devoid of material comforts, Lin Mingxi's disposition is remarkably simple and pure. Uncle Go and his two comrades quickly turned around, and upon noticing Lin Mingxi's good spirits, they exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing their confusion, Lin Mingxi recounted how Feng Wuhen had treated her with nanobots, omitting the more intimate details. After hearing her account, Uncle Go sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Wuhen, thank you for saving our young lady once again. Thank you for rescuing our miss, Brother Wuhen," echoed his two comrades. Although they appeared older, they were merely 16 or 17, so addressing Feng Wuhen as brother was not out of place. Yet, at that moment, Feng Wuhen seemed lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Showing no response whatsoever, Uncle Go and the others exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Lin Mingxi, sensing the atmosphere, approached Feng Wuhen and gently inquired, "Ahen, what troubles you?" As soon as she spoke that endearing nickname, an abrupt silence fell over the living room. Uncle Go and the two teammates exchanged astonished looks, their thoughts converging on a singular question. What did the young lady just call him? Ahen. Their emotions and thoughts varied. Uncle Go recalled how Lin Mingxi had previously addressed Feng Wuhen by his full name. How had it transformed into such an affectionate term? What had transpired between them during their absence? His expression shifted from surprise to quiet delight. The two teammates, unaware of the nature of Lin Mingxi's address, initially believed Feng Wuhen to be merely a savior. Now, upon hearing the intimate moniker, they realized that their young lady's relationship with Feng Wuhen was far from ordinary. However, how could this be? Hadn't they only known each other for less than 2 days? Such a swift progression into a relationship was unfathomable to them. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhen was jolted from his reverie by the sudden endearment. He turned to Lin Mingxi with a look of astonishment, questioning, "What did you just call me?" Lin Mingxi, puzzled by his reaction, contemplated her own worldview. They had already shared a bond and pledged themselves to one another. Wasn't that what defined a couple? Why was Feng Wuhen reacting this way? Though she couldn't quite grasp it, she replied, "I called you Ahen. Is there a problem?" Feng Wuhen gazed at the innocent and pure Lin Mingxi, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet predominantly filled with joy. He then smiled and said, "No problem. From now on, you may call me that, and I shall address you as she-er." Lin Mingxi replied sweetly, nodding in agreement. Standing nearby, Uncle Go, witnessing the closeness between Lin Mingxi and Feng Wuhen, could hardly contain his delight. However, their two teammates stood there, dumbfounded, unable to fathom how effortlessly love could blossom. "By the way, Ahen, what were you just thinking?" Lin Mingxi inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Ever since we left the East Tower, I've had an inexplicable feeling that I forgot something, but I just can't recall what it is." Seeing Feng Wuhen's distress, Lin Mingxi felt a pang of sympathy. She stood up and, imitating the comforting gestures of heroines from the romantic novels she had read, gently pulled Feng Wuhen's head into her embrace. tenderly stroking the back of his head while softly assuring him, "It's all right. If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Feng Wuhen was somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that a mere kiss would evoke such a profound transformation in her. The previous cold demeanor had vanished, replaced by this understanding and compassionate side of her. Were all girls in this world so easily swayed? Feng Wuhen mused happily. Back on Earth, without a car, a house, or savings, he could only be deemed a loser. After graduating from university, he spent his days cooped up in a rented room playing video games, idling away his life. Little did he expect that after an accidental traversal, he would not only acquire a special ability, but also gain a girlfriend more beautiful than any goddess on Earth. This newfound reality made him reluctant to return home. However, the thought of his parents needing his support swiftly brought him back to reality. "I'm fine now, Sheer." Feng Wuhen gently pushed Lin Mingxi away, reluctantly parting from her warm embrace that exuded an unknown fragrance. He then raised his gaze to Lin Mingxi and asked, "Are you hungry? I heard your stomach rumbling beside my ear." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxi's face turned crimson. Feng Wuhen, undeterred by her embarrassment, smiled as he stood up and said, "Wait for me here. I shall go catch some mutated beasts for a barbecue." At this point, he abruptly halted his words. Lin Mingxi, puzzled by his sudden silence, asked, "What's wrong?" "Damn," was all that Feng Wuhen could reply with, startled. His surprised expression startled Lin Mingxi. Even Uncle Go and the others, who had been indulging in their own share of romantic tension, felt their hearts race. They assumed Feng Wuhen had recalled something terrifying, prompting such a reaction. In truth, Feng Wuhen had not remembered anything dreadful. He merely realized he had forgotten the dog he had just acquired back at the East Tower. "Sheer, Uncle Go, wait for me here. I need to step out for a moment." Feng Wuhen ultimately decided to return and check on his beloved dog. After all, it was the first dog he had ever owned, and regardless of its fate, he felt compelled to bring it back. If it were alive, it would be a pity. If it were deceased, he could prepare a dog meat hot pot that evening. Of course, this was merely a jest. He then summoned the metallic consuming nanobots from outside, including those belonging to Uncle Go, fearing that he might lack sufficient energy and would have to walk back otherwise. "Uncle Go, please check the kitchen and gather some pots and pans. If all goes as expected, we might be having dog meat hot pot tonight," Feng Wuhen remarked before approaching Lin Mingxi, planting a gentle kiss on her lips, and softly said, "Be good and wait for my return." He then donned his mask and leaped from the living room balcony, vanishing from the sight of the others. Lin Mingxi touched her lips, a blissful smile gracing her face, before turning to the still-dazed Uncle Go and the others. "Let us go and tidy up the kitchen." With that, she skipped into the kitchen, humming an indiscernible tune, reminiscent of a child who had just received a sweet treat. Uncle Go and the others exchanged glances, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and followed her into the kitchen to assist. On the outskirts of P-City, a wooden and tin wall stood resolutely atop a hill. Within the enclosure lay an expanse of over 6,000 square meters. At the center of this space was a modest two-story building, crowned with a flag bearing the bold inscription of Night Owl. Surrounding the building were tents and small wooden cottages. Many scantily clad women busily attended to their tasks around the tents and cottages, while men gathered around the central structure. However, the expressions of the men surrounding the building were grim, as if a significant event was unfolding. Indeed, a grave incident had occurred. The younger brother of Yamada Dog Carving, the leader of the Night Owl, had recently been brought back by the guards, but he was left with a shattered body. Although he was alive, he would be confined to a wheelchair from that moment onward. Bang! Sound of a table being struck. "Who is it? Speak. Tell me who has done this to my brother." In a dimly lit, rudimentary room, Yamada Dog Carving stood at the forefront, glaring fiercely at the three injured guards before him, roaring in fury. The guards trembled, nervously recounting everything they had witnessed. 5 minutes later, nanotechnology. Upon hearing the guards' accounts, Yamada Dog Carving's brow furrowed, a mix of seriousness and fear gleaming in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the anger on his face was replaced by uncertainty. He furrowed his brow and waved the three men away, signaling for them to leave. He then remained alone in the room, lost in thought. Was this nanotechnology of the Federation or the World Alliance? Yamada's eyes narrowed as he resolved to investigate further. If it were indeed these two organizations, then the Night Owls were doomed. If not, it would mark the zenith of their rise. With this thought in mind, Yamada, fueled by a steadfast determination, bolted out of the house. Chapter 23. The crisis of fortune approaches. Feng Wuhen descended onto the first floor of the East Tower. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the wall, now marred by a gaping hole. Had fortune escaped? He examined the opening with a hint of perplexity. A glance around revealed the place had been vacated. With a single leap, he soared to the house he had demolished that morning. Entering through the blasted hole, he discovered the interior was devoid of life, save for the mangled corpses strewn about. Could it be that Yamada had survived? As Feng scanned the surroundings, he found no trace of Yamada's body, piquing his curiosity. His gaze fell upon a corner where 3 disfigured corpses lay. Earlier, he had kicked Lin Mingxi's cousin into that very corner. Thus, one of the bodies must belong to him. Do not blame me. One must simply accept their fate. Feng murmured, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, what was that? A map, pressed beneath a corpse, caught Feng's eye. Intrigued, he approached, lifting the body that obscured the map and retrieving it. Could this be a map to a gold mine? Recalling the rumors about a gold mine he had heard that morning, he connected it to the map covered in red crosses, speculating it indicated the mine's location. This did not appear to be a map of City P. Unfamiliar with other cities, Feng could not discern the origin of the map he held. His gaze fell upon the 2 blasted holes. Every street on the map was marked with red crosses, yet only these 2 places were destroyed. Recognizing the familiar trope, a smirk crept across Feng's face as he confidently murmured, "This treasure map cliché is all too familiar, whether in films or novels." With that, he narrowed his eyes and nonchalantly cast the map to the ground, turning to leave without hesitation. Simultaneously, a voice echoed softly in the air. "Do you think this ploy could deceive me? Do you believe I have not seen my share of detective films and novels?" With that, Feng Wuhen soared out of the building. His skepticism regarding the authenticity of the map stemmed from a simple fact. He had distinctly heard that the gold mine was located in City P, and the street layout on the map was clearly not of that city, thus eliminating it as a potential gold mine location. Most importantly, the map had been extracted from the pocket of an ordinary guard's corpse. If it were truly a map to a gold mine, Yamada and his accomplices would never have overlooked such a significant item. Above the desolate city, a striking figure darted through the air. After departing from the East Tower, Feng Wuhen meticulously analyzed the footprints left by Hao Yunlai. He soared for over 10 minutes along the path, yet he found no trace of Hao Yunlai. Curious, he furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the looming skyscrapers ahead, pondering whether Hao Yunlai had truly left the East District. The towering structures before him were no longer part of the East District. Their architectural form indicated they belonged to the North District. The North District of City P, being the administrative center, was significantly more prosperous than the other 3 districts, with taller and more numerous buildings. With a thud, Feng Wuhen landed atop an office building, deciding against entering the North District. He recalled what a teammate had mentioned earlier that morning. The North District was a haven for mutated creatures, and if Hao Yunlai had indeed ventured into that territory, survival would be improbable. However, that was not the principal reason for his avoidance of the North District. The primary concern was that his nanobots were low on energy, and he still needed to hunt mutated beasts to sustain himself. Thus, he resolved to refrain from entering the North District for now, planning to return once he had accumulated sufficient energy and strength for hunting. After all, those were sources of blood crystals, the sole means of enhancing his own power, and he had no intention of relinquishing such a treasure trove. With a brief glance in the direction of the North District, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a howl reminiscent of a wolf echoed from the North District behind him. Feng Wuhen halted mid-stride, bewildered, and turned to face the North District, whispering to himself, "Isn't the North District a lair for mutated creatures? Why then is there a wolf?" Atop a commercial plaza, Hao Yunlai stood, howling skyward. Its presence there was due to its linear path. It believed that Feng Wuhen would also fly in a straight line. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the North District, it dared not enter further. Born in City P, it was well aware of the perils that lay within. Even if it were ignorant of the specifics, its canine instincts could sense the dangers lurking inside. Though it hesitated to enter, it was unwilling to leave, choosing instead to wait for Feng Wuhen's return. Fearing that Feng Wuhen might not see it upon his return, it decided to howl to attract his attention. Yet, despite howling since morning, Feng Wuhen had yet to appear, and the sorrow in its eyes deepened. Hao Yunlai had not anticipated that after just acquiring a master, it would be abandoned. Tears welled up in its eyes at this thought. Nevertheless, it bore no desire to depart. It had already accepted Feng Wuhen as its master. Had it not been for Feng Wuhen's timely rescue, it might have been brutally killed by that human. This debt of life was one it was willing to repay for a lifetime. This sentiment was not merely Haoyan lies. It echoed the devotion of all dogs in the world. As someone once said, if you treat a person kindly for a lifetime, but one day treat them poorly, they may harbor resentment towards you forever. Unlike dogs, when you show kindness to a dog, it remembers that goodwill for a lifetime. No matter how dire your circumstances may become, it remains steadfastly loyal until the very end of its days. Howl. Good Fortune raised its head and let out a mournful cry. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated from below, before Good Fortune's wail had even faded. The sound of the tiger's roar sent a chill through it, silencing its voice in an instant, its gaze fixed in terror towards the ground floor. When it beheld a peculiar tiger with a split head and 3 bony claws standing amidst the horde of corpses in the square, its fur bristled in alarm. Howl. Good Fortune emitted a startled yelp and, without a moment's hesitation, bolted away in the opposite direction. Roar. The exotic northeast tiger, sensing its prey fleeing, let out a ferocious roar, leaping to the top of the commercial complex, then bounding forward in a frenzied chase after Good Fortune. In an instant, the street transformed into a scene of chaos. A 3-meter-tall husky, shrieking in terror, dashed through the zombie-infested streets, its cries echoing among the towering buildings. Hot on its heels was a 5-meter-long exotic northeast tiger, relentlessly pursuing it. This tiger, twice the size of the husky, thundered through the city like a locomotive, trampling cars and debris without a second glance. Wherever these 2 titans passed, the zombies suffered greatly. The dense horde of the undead was left in disarray, reduced to a cacophony of furious curses as they were trampled underfoot. Chapter 24. Alas, we have disturbed a den of monstrosities. Good Fortune felt a deep sense of despair. It had been cautious, relying on sound to detect the approach of the exotic beasts, but alas, the northeast tiger exhibited no sense of honor. It had crept up silently, only roaring once it was right upon Good Fortune. It seemed to mockingly say, "Little brother, did you not expect me? I am the 6th. Howl." Ultimately, Good Fortune was overpowered. After all, its size was no match for that of the tiger. It covered 3 steps while the tiger could traverse the same distance in a single stride. Roar. The enormous paw of the exotic northeast tiger pressed down mercilessly on Good Fortune, its gaping maw opening wide to unleash a deafening roar. The stench of its saliva splattered across Good Fortune's face. Yet, at that moment, Good Fortune could think of nothing but its impending doom. Howl. It let out one final cry towards the direction of the elusive Windless, hoping to bid farewell in this manner, unaware of where Windless might be. The exotic northeast tiger showed no mercy for its prey. Its head split into 4 segments, revealing rows of sharp, hooked teeth lining the interior. Thick, foul-smelling saliva stretched into translucent strands from the tips of its fangs. Then, the tiger's muscles tensed, preparing to deliver a crushing bite to Good Fortune's head. Good Fortune, witnessing this grim spectacle, struggled weakly a few times before resigning itself to its fate. As it lay utterly immobilized, Good Luck closed its eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The hybrid Siberian tiger, having regained its strength, suddenly lunged with its formidable jaws. However, after an agonizing wait, Good Luck felt no pain in its neck. Instead, it was met with a cacophony of stuttering roars from the tiger. It seemed as if the creature's throat had been ensnared by some unseen force. With trepidation, Good Luck cautiously opened one eye and was astounded to discover that the hybrid Siberian tiger was indeed caught. It was ensnared by a metallic ring, slowly being hoisted upward. What on earth was happening? Soon, the hybrid Siberian tiger was lifted off the ground, and a weight lifted from Good Luck's chest. It realized that the tiger's claws had released their grip. With a swift roll, Good Luck scrambled to its feet, instinctively seeking to identify the entity that had ensnared the tiger. Upon discovering the mechanism that held the creature aloft, Good Luck's expression froze in disbelief. It was a T-shaped suspension rod, with the horizontal beam anchored within the walls of adjacent buildings, and at its lower end, a telescoping pole affixed with a large clamp that clasped the tiger's neck. "Are you all right, Good Luck?" At that moment, a familiar voice, tinged with emotion, resonated from above, causing tears to flood Good Luck's eyes. It turned its astonished gaze upward, where it beheld a familiar blue and white figure perched upon the beam, gazing down at it. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over Good Luck, and tears streamed down its face as it leaped with excitement, howling joyfully. The nearby zombies were crushed beneath Good Luck's exuberant leaps, but it paid them no mind, twisting and jumping in a myriad of joyous poses. It had never anticipated that its master would find it again, nor that in its moment of peril, its master would come to the rescue once more. The realization overwhelmed it. It was truly unthinkable. Tears of joy flowed as Good Luck cried out, elated and relieved, for its master had not abandoned it. Its master had returned to find it. The jubilant howls of Good Luck echoed throughout the entire block. Observing Good Luck's exuberance from his perch, Feng Wuhen could not help but smile beneath his helmet. He felt immense relief, realizing that upon hearing the wolf's howl, he had instinctively thought of Good Luck and rushed to its aid. Otherwise, Good Luck might have already fallen prey to the tiger. Reflecting on this, Feng Wuhen's gaze shifted coldly toward the hybrid Siberian tiger suspended below him, and he uttered with disdain, "My dog is not something you can covet." In the next moment, Feng Wuhen raised his right hand, concentrating energy into a projectile aimed directly at the head of the mutated Siberian tiger. A ferocious roar erupted from the creature. Sensing the imminent danger, yet its neck was firmly trapped, rendering its growl stifled in its throat. The tiger's limbs and formidable claws thrashed violently, but its suspended body was held in place, leaving its claws unable to reach Feng Wuhen. "Vile beast, perish," Feng Wuhen muttered, observing the tiger's gaping mouth with a furrowed brow. Without hesitation, he unleashed the violet-blue energy orb towards the tiger's head. Boom! The tiger's skull exploded into a shower of flesh and blood, staining the skies above with crimson. The viscera rained down like red droplets. Lucky, who swiftly evaded to the side, found himself splattered with blood and bits of meat. Feng Wuhen retracted the grappling hook and descended from the heights. Crash! The massive carcass of the mutated tiger plummeted, causing the ground to tremble violently. As Feng Wuhen landed, Lucky, seeing him descend, charged forward and lunged at him. "Damn!" Feng Wuhen exclaimed, sidestepping swiftly, then feigned anger as he chastised, "Lucky, I never imagined you to be such a dog. I saved you out of kindness. And yet you attempt to crush me." Lucky, missing his target, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words. He realized that he was more than twice the size of Feng Wuhen. Had he truly landed on him, though it wouldn't have been fatal, it would certainly have pained his master. Thus, Lucky lowered his head like a chastised child, emitting soft whines. Seeing this, Feng Wuhen couldn't help but chuckle. His anger was merely an act. Approaching Lucky, he affectionately ruffled the large dog's head. "My apologies, the situation was urgent, and I inadvertently forgot about you." Feng Wuhen's expression softened with regret before he jested. "It's just as well. Otherwise, I would have had to weep while feasting on dog meat hot pot tonight." Lucky. Can one weep from the corners of one's mouth? Roar. Just as the man and dog shared a tender moment, a series of roars erupted from the left side of the street. The ground began to tremble slightly, the intensity of the vibrations escalating. Feng Wuhen and Lucky exchanged alarmed glances. In the next instant, both their faces reflected sheer terror. "Damn, we've disturbed a nest of mutants." Observing the street 300 meters ahead, a tide of mutated creatures surged forth, some scaling walls while others sprinted along the ground, a chaotic wave approaching them. Feng Wuhen nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Yet, after a mere moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. However, before fleeing, Feng Wuhen swiftly approached the corpse of the mutated northeast tiger, searching frantically around its shattered head. To his dismay, he found no trace of blood crystals. A growl echoed behind him as the mutated creatures drew closer, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. "Let us go," Feng Wuhen exclaimed as he leaped onto the back of Heo Yunlai, who wasted no time in dashing towards the outskirts of the northern district. Chapter 25. Return to the sanctuary. Assistant Wang. "I speak the truth. My brother was severely injured by a mysterious figure clad in nano armor." All right. I will bring the items to you. See you shortly." Yamada Dogdio hung up the satellite phone, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. This excitement soon morphed into a cruel fury. "Mysterious one, regardless of your identity, your demise is imminent," he murmured coldly, his gaze shifting to a small pile of triangular metal particles on the left side of the table. Could these truly be the product of nanotechnology? Furrowing his brow, Yamada Dogdio recalled the words of his guards, who claimed that these triangular particles were condensed by the mysterious figure and were lethal components packed within grenades. "I hope those imbeciles did not deceive me." Narrowing his eyes, He stood up, wrapped the metal particles in a handkerchief, and tucked them into his pocket before striding out of the clandestine chamber. This room served as Yamada Dogdio's secretive collection point for satellite phones. Beyond the fortified walls, few in the wandering community possessed such communication devices, necessitating his meticulous and discreet safeguarding of them. A chilling squeal pierced through the overgrown woods. "Are you even capable, you mutt?" Feng Wuhen taunted as he watched Hao Yunlai struggle to subdue a 2-meter-tall, mutated pig. Awoke. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's derision, Hao Yunlai felt a surge of defiance. After all, it bore the blood of wolves. How could it fail to hunt down a mere mutated pig? Its master underestimated its capabilities. With this thought, Hao Yunlai's demeanor grew fierce, emanating an aura that indeed resembled that of a wolf. Noticing Hao Yunlai's newfound seriousness, Feng Wuhen prepared himself. Yet, in the next moment, Hao Yunlai was unexpectedly tossed into the air by the small mutated pig. Thud. Dazed and sprawled in the grass, Hao Yunlai questioned its very existence. Why did this pig suddenly become so strong? Feng Wuhen, momentarily caught off guard by Hao Yunlai's predicament, soon comprehended the situation. The little mutated pig had, in a moment of life and death, undergone a transformation, ascending from a second-tier to a third-tier creature. As fortune would have it, it too was at the third tier. Perfectly balanced, which is precisely why it was so easily dismissed. "Oh, Fortune, you are lacking," Wind Wuhen teased, observing the bewildered Fortune beside him. Upon hearing this, Fortune immediately felt deflated. Wind Wuhen had instructed it to capture the living, yet the task proved exceedingly challenging. Noticing Fortune's despondency, Wind Wuhen ceased his jesting to avoid leaving any emotional scars. He then inquired in his mind, "BT, how much has the nanomaterial energy recovered?" 22 BT, came the response. 22 should suffice, Wind Wuhen murmured, as his armor materialized, propelling him in the direction that the mutated pig had fled. After 3 minutes, a cacophony of anguished squeals akin to those of a slaughtered pig echoed from the nearby woods. Soon, Wind Wuhen emerged from the thicket, hoisting a hefty pig aloft. Thud. Oink, oink, oink. The mutated pig was unceremoniously discarded into the underbrush, its limbs bound by nanofibers. Finding the commotion bothersome and wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, Wind Wuhen fashioned a muzzle for the pig. He then conjured a 2-wheeled trailer from nanomaterials and secured the ropes around Fortune's chest. "Let us return home," he instructed as he placed the pig onto the cart and mounted Fortune. Fortune displayed no sign of discontent. Rather, it appeared elated. With a vigorous sprint, it dashed out of the woods, towing the mutated pig behind it. Before long, Wind Wuhen was riding Fortune, returning to the city with the pig in tow. The zombies on the road were instantly drawn to them, howling and converging. Wind Wuhen, unperturbed atop Fortune, knew that neither he nor the mutated pig was vulnerable to the ordinary zombies and their claws. Thus, Fortune cavalierly plowed through the surrounding horde. Upon reaching the residential complex where Lin Mingxi and the others resided, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Since the mutated pig was still alive, Wind Wuhen decided against bringing it upstairs. He instructed Fortune to guard the pig below while he ascended directly to the top floor. With a thud, he landed on the balcony of the living room, shedding his armor. At that moment, Lin Mingxi and the others were engaged in conversation in the living room. Upon seeing Wind Wuhen return, Lin Mingxi transformed into a gentle little wife, hurriedly rising to greet him. "Ahen, you're back." "Yes, nothing happened in my absence, right?" Wind Wuhen playfully initiated a head pat. "No, everything is normal," she replied, reveling in the rare affection despite it being her first experience with such a gesture. Behind her, Uncle Go and the others, witnessing Wind Wuhen's overt display of affection, instantly darkened in countenance. Wind Wuhen also noted the change in their expressions. He smiled as he retracted his hand, then approached Uncle Go and said, "I have captured a live mutated pig downstairs. However, considering the inconvenience of slaughtering it here and our limited manpower, I was wondering if we could return to the shelter before nightfall." Upon hearing this, Uncle Go glanced at the sky outside the balcony and nodded. "We can make it back before dark, but we have no vehicle. All the off-road vehicles have been rendered inoperable by the aberrations. The last one remains at the East Tower, but if we head back to retrieve it now, we certainly one team make it in time." Hearing Uncle Go's concern, Feng Wuhen chuckled. "Uncle Go, have you forgotten I possess nanoworms?" Realizing his oversight, Uncle Go felt a bit embarrassed and jokingly remarked, "I must be getting old. My memory has failed me." Feng Wuhen then distributed the nanoworms to Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go. Subsequently, Uncle Go, carrying the two teammates, soared down to the ground alongside Feng Wuhen. When Lin Mingxi and the others spotted the arrival of Good Luck, they became somewhat cautious. No need to worry, this is Good Luck, and it will be one of us from now on. After Feng Wuhen introduced everyone, he also introduced Good Luck to them. Upon learning that Lin Mingxi was its master, Good Luck transformed from its aloof demeanor into a playful puppy. It grinned widely, revealing a joyful smile, while wagging its tail and gently nudging Lin Mingxi with its head. For Lin Mingxi, this was her first encounter with a mutated beast, and she felt a tad anxious. After all, mutated beasts can be dangerous, not much less than aberrations. In the past century, she had never witnessed anyone being recognized by a mutated beast. Feng Wuhen was the first. Thus, Lin Mingxi, along with Uncle Go and the others, grew increasingly curious about Feng Wuhen's identity. Once both parties had acquainted themselves, Feng Wuhen used the nanoworms to conjure a heavy-duty RV. This RV measured 13 meters in length, stood 6 meters high, boasted wheels that were 2 meters tall, and had a chassis length of 12 meters and a width of 5 meters. The rear compartment was designed with a 6-meter space for Good Luck and the mutated pig. The front section contained 4 rooms. Although Feng Wuhen initially intended to create 5, Lin Mingxi insisted that she and Feng Wuhen, as a couple, should share a room. Naturally, Feng Wuhen was more than happy to accept this delightful arrangement. With everything in order, they boarded the RV, and Feng Wuhen loaded the mutated pig into the rear compartment. With Good Luck following suit, "BT, let us set off," Feng Wuhen commanded internally. Lin Mingxi had already informed him of their destination. After relaying the instructions to BT, it promptly generated a map. Upon receiving the command, BT activated the RV, crashing through the community's walls and onto the road, with a triangular metal shovel at the front. Anything in their path, be it abandoned cars or zombies, was effortlessly cleared aside. One could say that this motorhome glides effortlessly wherever it roams. Chapter 26. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. The motorhome traveled from the Eastern District Highway to the outskirts of the Southern District. Within the bedroom, Lin Mingxi leaned against Feng Wuhen's shoulder. The two of them nestled together at the edge of the bed. Initially, Feng Wuhen was admiring the scenery from the driver's seat. But Lin Mingxi suddenly had something to discuss and pulled him into the bedroom. There was an air of mystery about it, which piqued Feng Wuhen's curiosity. "Ahen, please don't tell anyone at the shelter about what my brother did to harm everyone when we return," Lin Mingxi said quietly after a long pause, leaning against Feng Wuhen. She was a person of simple character, disliking deceit and the act of being deceived. However, she found herself compelled to request Feng Wuhen to lie to the residents of the shelter. The truth would be an unbearable blow to them, as among the deceased were individuals with families. For the past few days, Lin Mingxi pondered how to comfort the residents. Revealing the truth was certainly not an option, as Lin Fanjian was a beloved figure within the shelter. To disclose that he was responsible for the deaths would not only incite hatred towards him, but would also erode trust in her as the leader's daughter. Given that Lin Fanjian was her brother, should the residents lose faith in her, they might seek refuge elsewhere, where other shelters might treat them kindly or, worse, enslave them. She would despise herself for such a fate and feel deeply remorseful towards her deceased father and the ancestors of the shelter. She truly did not wish for the shelter to disband, for it was not merely a refuge but her home, and its residents were her family. Feng Wuhen gazed down at Lin Mingxi, noting her pallid complexion and the worry etched upon her face, which stirred a deep sense of compassion within him. He gently wrapped his right arm around her waist and caressed her right cheek with his left hand, offering comfort as he spoke. "Do not worry, I shall remain silent. However, regarding Uncle Go and the others, when you departed, I conferred with them, and they are in agreement with my approach." Yet, as Lin Mingxi heard this, her expression fell into despondency, a flicker of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "It's just that I haven't figured out how to communicate this to the shelter residents." Feng Wuhen surmised her unspoken thoughts. "Indeed, I have contemplated numerous methods, yet none seem capable of soothing the residents. Uncle Go and the others have also devised strategies, but to no avail. I do not know what to do," Lin Mingxi expressed, tears spilling forth. Upon witnessing this, Feng Wuhen swiftly reached out to wipe away her tears, confidently proclaiming, "I have a plan to comfort the residents. Please do not be sorrowful. Your distress pains me deeply." Hearing such tender words from Feng Wuhen, Lin Mingxi felt no revulsion. Instead, Her heart swelled with sweetness. This sensation was one she had never experienced before, filling her with a sense of novelty and happiness. Lin Mingxi gently nodded in Feng Wuhen's embrace, her face marked by traces of tears. Yet her lips unconsciously curved into a blissful smile. She then lifted her gaze to Feng Wuhen and inquired, "Ahen, what is your secret?" In response, Feng Wuhen offered a mysterious smile, playfully pinching Lin Mingxi's delicate yet remarkably smooth face, and teasingly replied, "It's a secret." Instantly, Lin Mingxi pouted, donning an adorably vexed expression that could captivate anyone. This scene left Feng Wuhen momentarily entranced. He had never anticipated that Lin Mingxi could display such an expression. Reflecting on the first time he saw Lin Mingxi, she had exuded an aura of aloofness, her demeanor and speech imbued with an air of distance. He would never have imagined, just 2 days ago, that this enchanting fairy, whom he thought would be difficult to approach, would now lean against him, showcasing a demeanor typically reserved for delicate girls. Feng Wuhen was lost in thought for a moment before snapping back to reality, and without hesitation, he pressed his lips against her tender, pouting mouth. In the driver's cabin, Uncle Go and the others were admiring the scenery. They were well aware of what Lin Mingxi had pulled Feng Wuhen into, so curiosity did not plague them. However, they couldn't help but wonder if the conversation had stretched on for too long. Almost half an hour had passed since they entered the bedroom. Could it be that Feng Wuhen was reluctant to tell a lie? Uncle Go and the others shared the same thought. Just as Uncle Go hesitated on whether to intervene, the bedroom door finally swung open. However, it was only Feng Wuhen who emerged, beaming with delight, while Lin Mingxi remained unseen. "Where's the young lady?" Uncle Go inquired. Puzzled, Feng Wuhen, licking his lips that still bore the lingering scent, replied with a smile, "She has a matter to attend to, and will be out shortly." Taking a seat, Feng Wuhen asked, "Uncle Go, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" Uncle Go, anticipating a question regarding deceit, had mentally prepared numerous persuasive responses. "It's nothing much. I merely wish to inquire if every aberrant species possesses a blood crystal?" Feng Wuhen asked, puzzled. Caught off guard, Uncle Go felt a momentary choke in his throat. It turned out that it was not a question about lies, causing him to feel as though he had wasted his efforts. He then explained, "Not every aberrant species has a blood crystal. Those that have died once will no longer possess one. Only those that have died for the first time retain a blood crystal." "Oh, I see." Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow and asked, "Then how do you determine which aberrant species will have a blood crystal when hunting them?" Uncle Go replied directly, "We guess." Feng Wuhen was left bewildered. "You mean it's a gamble?" Go Shu explained, "We lack the equipment to detect blood crystals. Before each hunt, we select isolated targets, and if fortune smiles upon us, we may obtain blood crystals." Upon hearing Go Shu's explanation, Feng Wuhen appeared momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he murmured, "No wonder." "What do you mean, no wonder?" Lin Mingxi, having approached Feng Wuhen from behind, inquired curiously upon hearing his murmur. "Miss," Go Shu called out to Lin Mingxi. Understanding his implication, she replied directly, "A hen has a way to soothe the residents." Go Shu and his 2 companions were taken aback. Their gazes converged upon Feng Wuhen, eager to discern the method he had in mind. Feng Wuhen placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and smiled, "It's a secret." The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Turning to Lin Mingxi, they found her adorably shrugging her shoulders, "I don't know either." With that, Go Shu and his companions fell silent. Lin Mingxi then pressed on with the earlier topic. "Ahen, what did you mean by no wonder?" Feng Wuhen did not withhold the truth, shaking his head as he replied, "When I went in search of good fortune, I encountered the variant Siberian tiger you intended to hunt." "Ah, you weren't injured, were you?" Lin Mingxi exclaimed, hastily stepping in front of Feng Wuhen, her tone laced with concern. "I'm fine." Feng Wuhen grasped Lin Mingxi's hand as she examined him, continuing, "What I wanted to convey is that I did slay the variant Siberian tiger, yet I did not discover any blood crystals. On my way back, I pondered whether I had inadvertently obliterated the blood crystals. It appears that was not the case." After hearing Feng Wuhen's account, Lin Mingxi and the 3 from Go Shu stood in stunned silence. Their astonishment was not solely due to Feng Wuhen's solitary conquest of the variant Siberian tiger. Rather, it stemmed from their disappointment in yet another misjudgment. They had anticipated the tiger would yield a 5th-tier blood crystal, only to discover it was merely a 2nd-generation variant. Moreover, in preparation for this hunt, they had endured a month of grueling training and squandered countless resources and energy. Ultimately, they had gained nothing. And the upheaval had cost the lives of dozens of robust young individuals from the shelter. The revelation that the variant Siberian tiger was merely a second-generation specimen was truly disheartening. In an instant, the atmosphere in the cabin grew heavy. How foolish of me to still harbor thoughts of returning for another hunt. Goshu seemed to age a decade in that moment, struggling to accept the harsh reality. It was not just him. His two companions shared the same sentiment, having discussed plans for a subsequent hunt just earlier that day. Even Lin Mingxi succumbed to a profound silence. Feng Wuhen had not anticipated such a turn of events, and he felt a deep sense of remorse towards the group. He then embraced Lin Mingxi, cradling her in his arms and gently stroking her hair in a silent gesture of comfort. Chapter 27. A Special Welcome Ceremony? Inside the RV, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, interrupted only by the faint sounds of the vehicle's movement, with no one uttering a word. After traversing the road for about an hour, the RV finally crossed from the Eastern District Highway into the Southern District, arriving at the outskirts of the South District. The refuge of Lin Mingxi and her companions was situated at the foot of Huahai Mountain, approximately 20 kilometers from the outskirts. Feng Wuhen had visited this locale on Earth once, but he was uncertain if the Huahai Mountain in this world bore any resemblance to its counterpart on Earth. Having departed from P City, the RV drove along the outskirts for roughly 10 minutes before veering into a narrow dirt path leading to the mountains. Previously, only smaller vehicles had traversed this route, and the sudden arrival of such a large vehicle rendered the narrow path utterly inadequate. The width of the RV made the dirt road seem merely decorative, as the wheels bypassed the path entirely, trampling the surrounding grass and trees with swift momentum. After approximately 1.5 hours of navigating the mountainous terrain, crushing countless patches of grass and breaking numerous trees, an expansive sea of flowers finally appeared ahead. They were nearing the refuge. Noticing the scenery outside the windshield, Feng Wuhen turned to remind the others. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go quickly adjusted their appearances, ensuring that their unusual demeanor and expressions would not be detected by the residents. Before long, a wooden barricade emerged in front of the RV. At that moment, two armed guards stationed at the barricade heard the commotion outside. Exchanging glances, they swiftly sounded the alarm. The sharp whistle echoed throughout the modest refuge. Inside, the busy occupants reacted immediately. Women hastily set down their tasks and took their children into the wooden cabins for safety, while men abandoned their work. Some grabbing weapons and others seizing makeshift tools, rushing towards the main entrance. A substantial group of men, estimated to number over 100, armed themselves and approached the guards who were blowing the whistle. An elder emerged from the crowd, holding a dark-bladed knife that glinted ominously, its edge remarkably sharp. With a demeanor that belied his age, the elder approached the two guards, frowning in irritation as he inquired, "Which refuge-s rascals are causing trouble this time? Where have they gone? This time, I shall not hesitate to cleave them apart." The guards exchanged resigned looks upon seeing the elder. One of them called out to a figure in the crowd, "Ergu, come take your grandfather back." "What are you doing? I can still fight. Why am I not allowed to join the battle? When the chief was here, I never shrank back. How dare you?" The elder, enraged by the guard's words, turned around and raised his glinting knife, bellowing at the crowd, "I dare anyone to stop me." With a resounding thud, the old man's words were abruptly interrupted as a frying pan struck his face. The dull sound of metal meeting flesh echoed, and the elder collapsed, lifeless. "My apologies. My grandfather suffers from dementia again. I shall take him home now." A plump boy of about 14 or 15, clad in coarse linen, said as he slowly stowed away the frying pan. He bowed repeatedly to the two guards in apology. After this, the boy hoisted the bleeding, unconscious elder over his shoulder and, pushing through the crowd, hurried towards a wooden cabin. Surprisingly, despite his small stature, the boy possessed considerable strength. The surrounding crowd, having witnessed such antics before, exhibited no sympathy nor scorn for the boy's perceived lack of filial piety. With the minor inconvenience resolved, the focus shifted to the impending major threat. The two guards relayed the commotion to the onlookers. Upon learning that an enemy was approaching, rather than succumbing to fear, the crowd appeared eager and ready for action. The guards, observing their fervor, shook their heads in resignation, refraining from further discussion as they turned to open the large wooden gates of the enclosure. In an instant, the crowd surged forth, forming a formidable wall of individuals wielding various weapons outside the gates. The ground trembled beneath them as a deep, resonating sound of a massive object rolling toward them reached their ears. The residents felt the vibrations beneath their feet, their expressions shifting to one of tension and gravity as they fixated on the approaching threat. A colossal vehicle raced toward them with a commanding presence that overwhelmed the spirit of the gathered multitude. "Surely, that cannot be the Federals," one whispered in panic. "It must be. The nomads could never possess such a behemoth. Have we wronged the Federals in any way? Why would they come to our humble sanctuary?" Within the wall of people, hushed murmurs of anxiety ensued, their bodies trembling slightly. Each individual was acutely aware of the strength of the Federation, having witnessed it firsthand. Yet, they could not fathom why the Federation would come unprovoked to their small refuge. Could it be that the young lady had inadvertently offended them during her forays outside? At that moment, a middle-aged man, his expression grave, spoke up. The crowd collectively grasped the implications of his words. If the young lady had indeed angered the Federation, then they had little to lose. They would stand and fight. A young man suddenly shouted, his voice a rallying cry, primarily aimed at bolstering his own courage. Despite the truth of his statement, the fear of the powerful lingered in his heart. Hearing his bold declaration, others began to shed their trepidation, their gazes hardening with resolve. "Indeed, we shall fight if it comes to it. What is the Federation to fear?" Another young voice chimed in. Gradually, more joined in the fervent chorus, each seeking to embolden themselves for the confrontation ahead. Before long, the colossal vehicle ahead came to a steady halt 5 meters away. Witnessing this scene, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as they had feared the massive truck might crash into them. A few individuals with weaker nerves felt their legs trembling slightly. Meanwhile, within the confines of the RV, Feng Wuhen gazed out at the array of vigilant faces waiting outside and turned to Lin Mingxi with a puzzled expression, inquiring about the rather unique welcoming ceremony of their shelter. However, Lin Mingxi did not respond playfully as she usually would. Instead, her brows furrowed in concern, her eyes reflecting a grave apprehension as she solemnly remarked, "During our absence, those bothersome individuals undoubtedly returned to harass the shelter." This statement was directed towards Uncle Go and his companions, who also shared her concerns, their expressions darkening as they contemplated the possibility of injuries among their ranks. Just then, a voice from the RV interrupted their thoughts. The right door of the vehicle split open down the middle, the two halves swinging apart. The lower half descended to the ground, forming a makeshift ramp for disembarkation. The residents of the shelter, positioned at the front, tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions a mixture of panic, tension, determination, and a readiness to face whatever might come. Yet, amidst their varied emotions, there was a singular, unyielding spirit, an indomitable resolve to stand against any foe, refusing to surrender or flee in the face of adversity. As everyone braced for the worst, prepared to sacrifice themselves if necessary, a familiar voice emerged from the open door. "Thank you all for your hard work." Was that Uncle Go's voice? The tension in the crowd momentarily froze. Uncle Go, the steward of the shelter and a close aide to their young mistress, was a voice they all recognized. "Is that really Steward Go?" a young man whispered, swallowing hard. Before his companions could respond, the answer stepped forth from the RV. Leading the charge was Uncle Go himself, armed with an apocalypse-style AK-47, followed closely by Lin Mingxi and her teammate, Ma Zi. Finally, it was Feng Wuhen's turn to emerge, though at that moment, no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixated on Uncle Go and Lin Mingxi. They were eager to ascertain whether their eyes were deceiving them, questioning how their young mistress and her associates could possibly emerge from such a massive vehicle. Yet, no matter how intently they scrutinized the scene, they could find no signs of disguise. One undeniable truth remained. The individuals descending from the vehicle were, indeed, their mistress and her companions. They were intimately familiar with the demeanor and gait of their young lady, memories etched deep within their minds. Her cool yet approachable temperament, coupled with her elegant yet unhurried steps, epitomized her essence. These two attributes were distinctive features imparted to her by them. In her formative years, they showered her with affection and guided her on how to become a girl of grace, capable of instilling fear in her adversaries. Naturally, their knowledge stemmed from the tomes they had perused. Although they had not received formal education, a few scholars resided within the shelter. Over the years, everyone in the sanctuary had, to varying degrees, learned to read, making the act of reading a trivial matter. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with excitement, yet slightly juvenile, rang out from the back of the crowd. Through the gaps in the throng, one could discern the chubby boy who had once knocked out his grandfather, now reappearing at the entrance. Upon spotting Lin Mingxi and the others, he, unlike the adults who were lost in thought, shouted at the top of his lungs towards the women and children sheltering inside. This innocent cry roused the onlookers from their stupor. "Young lady, you have returned." At last, a young man could no longer contain his exhilaration and shouted aloud, rushing forward to greet Uncle Go and Lin Mingxi. The others soon joined in, their joy palpable. The atmosphere, once steeped in a sense of impending doom, transformed into jubilant cheers akin to a festive celebration. "Lady," and "Uncle Go," echoed throughout the crowd, as smiles of unprecedented joy blossomed on every face. Simultaneously, the women and children within the sanctuary, alerted by the chubby boy's announcement, opened the wooden doors, their faces adorned with surprise. Some, clutching or embracing their children, joyfully rushed out, while others gleefully shouted, "Daddy-'s back," and "Brother-'s back." As they ran, the children bounded toward the entrance, eager to welcome their returning fathers and brothers. At that moment, as Lin Mingxi beheld the elated crowd and heard the innocent calls of daddy and brother reverberating from within the sanctuary, her steps came to an abrupt halt. Her complexion paled, and an overwhelming tide of guilt, remorse, and self-reproach surged within her, threatening to overwhelm her very being. A wave of negative emotions engulfed her like a tempestuous sea, as if an immense stone had lodged itself in her chest, rendering her breathless. Tears cascaded uncontrollably, and her delicate frame began to tremble violently. She dared not take another step forward, fearing that she would bring despair and anguish to the jubilant residents before her. She also dreaded that the excited calls of lady from the crowd would transform into scorn and hatred directed at her. As Lin Mingxi contemplated these thoughts, a wave of fear washed over her, rendering her mind blank and causing her to feel dizzy, her body instinctively leaning backward. At that moment, a strong hand and a warm, expansive embrace enveloped her, catching her delicate form before she could fall. The sense of security, akin to a father's protective love for his child, instantly surged through Lin Mingxi, dispelling the panic and dread that had gripped her heart. In that instant, her inner turmoil transformed from the bleakness of a cold, rainy winter day to the vibrant renewal of spring, the clouds parting to reveal warmth and solace. "Everything is all right. I am here," a gentle and familiar voice whispered in her ear. This voice shone like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating her heart that had been engulfed in shadows, bestowing upon her an unprecedented sense of clarity and safety. The soothing sound resonated within her, repetitively calming the last remnants of her trembling emotions and stilling her quaking form. With tear-filled eyes, she lifted her gaze to the guardian angel who had repeatedly come to her rescue. As she beheld the tender smile just inches away and the confident, reassuring gaze that met her, Lin Mingxi felt an overwhelming sense of resolve and self-assurance wash over her, as if she had been reborn from the flames. Gently emerging from Feng Wuhen's embrace, her demeanor regained its composure. Taking hold of Feng Wuhen's right hand, she stepped forward with elegant strides, exuding confidence as she approached the waiting crowd. "Go Butler, why hasn't he my brother stepped out of the car? Go Butler, my father hasn't he exited either? I want to go and bring him down." A group of eager children clamored around Guo Butler. Not receiving an immediate response, they excitedly dashed towards the large vehicle. The surrounding adults, regardless of gender, wore smiles of anticipation. Some men grinned broadly, while women gazed expectantly at the entrance of the RV, longing for the men of their families to emerge so they could reunite. However, as the children who had rushed onto the vehicle made their way back down, a little girl, approximately 5 years old, called out to Guo Butler with confusion, "Guo Butler, isn't my father coming back?" Her words seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as other children echoed her bewilderment. "Isn't my brother returning? Is my father not coming back either? It seems no one is left in the car." Upon hearing the chorus of inquiries from the children, Guo Butler and the others felt a sinking heaviness in their hearts. Lin Mingxi, who had just regained her composure, found herself increasingly unsettled. The joyful anticipation that had adorned the faces of the adults around them began to fade as the children's questions filled the air. Yet, they refrained from envisioning dire outcomes, for when Lin Mingxi and her companions departed, they had set out in 6 robust off-road vehicles. In the absence of off-road vehicles, it is evident that their relatives are driving them slowly from behind and have yet to return. As the crowd envisions this scenario, Their expressions once again reflect a sense of anticipation. Chapter 29. The astonishment of the crowd. Go Shu observed the hopeful faces of those before him and took a moment to compose himself. He then addressed the crowd with an air of solemnity and seriousness, in accordance with the request made by Feng Wuhen earlier in the vehicle. Please call the children home. All adults are to gather at the assembly hall in 5 minutes. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about what Go Shu intended to discuss with them. However, several residents who had been paying attention to Feng Wuhen, particularly those who noticed the close interaction between him and Lin Mingxi, began to speculate on the purpose of the gathering. A few residents, wearing expressions of curiosity and delight, whispered to their companions. Did you notice that young man standing so close to the young lady? Yes, what of it? What do you mean, what of it? Have you ever seen her be so forward with a man? Indeed. Could it be that they... Bingua, congratulations on your correct guess. Our lady has indeed found herself a boyfriend. That large vehicle must belong to him. What? No way. A young man's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating with shock. The others quickly inferred the unspoken conclusion. Surely he was about to suggest that the young lady had chosen a boyfriend from the federal barrier. Ah, I see now. Go Shu must be gathering us to inform us of this development, a middle-aged man remarked with a grin. The others nodded in agreement. And someone shouted, what are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear what Go Shu said? Hurry, take the children home and gather at the assembly hall. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed in haste. Women rushed to their mobile homes to retrieve their children, but before leaving, they couldn't resist casting curious glances at the colossal vehicle. This vehicle is enormous. One woman exclaimed, Hey, is it larger than yours? She teased the young mother. The young mother flushed and retorted, What are you talking about? I'm simply commenting on the size of the vehicle. What else could it be? A few married women, disregarding the presence of their children, bantered and laughed with one another as they led their children into the shelter. At that moment, Feng Wuhen caught sight of this lively scene and turned to Lin Mingxi beside him, inquiring, Sierra, do you think the people in the shelter have ever been to school? Lin Mingxi paused, momentarily confused by his question, but eventually replied, Well, we wanderers have not had the opportunity to receive an education. I've heard that those from the barrier can attend school regularly, and there are institutions for various grades within. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, So, do none of you know how to read? Not exactly. Lin Mingxi shook her head and explained. Every shelter has a few educated individuals. Among the inhabitants of the sanctuary, the intellectuals, aside from the leader, hold a position of significant esteem. Their role entails educating the residents in literacy and writing, and they are sometimes employed by the sanctuary's leader as strategists to devise methods for combating the relentless tide of zombies and hunting aberrant creatures. Currently, our sanctuary boasts only one intellectual, Uncle Gua. My father was also an intellectual, yet Lin Mingxi's expression turned sorrowful at this point, and she refrained from elaborating further. Feng Wuhen did not press her, as he understood that this was sufficient information. Initially, he felt powerless to comfort these grieving residents. His prior assertions of having a solution were merely to console Lin Mingxi. After all, as she was now his girlfriend, he felt compelled to cherish her and shield her from sorrow. However, upon hearing Lin Mingxi's words, he found himself fully equipped to provide solace to the bereaved residents. He began to formulate a plan in his mind. He had a mere 5 minutes before it was his turn to take the stage. In the northeastern corner of the 3,000 square meter sanctuary lay an expanse of uneven land, adorned with patches of wild grass. This was the designated assembly hall, occupying an estimated area of over 200 square meters. At this moment, the hall was filled with male and female residents, the crimson hues of the setting sun casting a blood-red glow upon their faces. Soon, Steward Gua, Lin Mingxi, and 2 companions approached the crowd. Feng Wuhen, however, was conspicuously absent, prompting a wave of confusion among the onlookers. They wondered, Isn't he supposed to introduce us to the young lady's boyfriend? Why hasn't he appeared? Just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, a thunderous sound of rolling wheels echoed from behind them. They turned in unison, only to be rendered speechless with shock. This is a mutated beast. All guards, on high alert. A middle-aged man, seemingly the head of the guards, shouted at the bewildered sentinels. As his voice faded, all armed guards aimed their weapons at Feng Wuhen and the 3-meter-tall mutated dog, Lucky. In an instant, the atmosphere in the assembly hall became palpably tense. Women trembled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. The unarmed men fared little better, hastily retreating behind their armed counterparts. At that moment, Feng Wuhen, seated upon Lucky, noticed the overwhelming reaction of the crowd and gently patted Lucky's back, signaling it to halt. When Lucky came to a stop 5 meters ahead of the crowd, the anxious residents finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The spectacle was indeed daunting. They could scarcely fathom that the young lady's boyfriend had arrived astride a 3-meter-tall mutated canine. Yet, how had he accomplished such a feat? This question loomed in the minds of all except Lin Mingxi and her companions, for in this world, mutated beasts were deemed adversaries of humanity, and no one had ever managed to coexist with them. Long ago, there were those who endeavored to tame mutated beasts as mounts, but alas, those with such aspirations nearly all met their demise, becoming mere remnants of the very creatures they sought to control. Although they had perused ancient texts from a bygone era, which described that the present-day mutated cats, dogs, and livestock were once just animals domesticated for human consumption, the reality has drastically changed. The mutated felines and canines now tower over their predecessors by at least tenfold, with some even exceeding that by multiples. Meanwhile, humanity, aside from acquiring blood crystals that grant them strength and heightened senses, remains unchanged in stature. In light of this disparity in size and power, humanity has fallen from its erstwhile position atop the food chain. The current landscape reveals a quadripartite struggle: humans, other species, mutated beasts, and zombies. With a soft thud, Feng Wuhen leaped from his mount, Hao Yuan, and positioned himself 3 meters before the crowd. His gaze swept over the guards who still aimed their weapons at him. His expression remained serene, devoid of any semblance of fear. Silently, he regarded the assembly, while they, in turn, scrutinized his every movement with unwavering vigilance. Behind the crowd, Lin Mingxi and her companions felt a twinge of concern. Yet, recalling the miracles Feng Wuhen had wrought before them, they placed their faith in his ability to once again perform wonders and soothe the anxious residents. Chapter 30. Fabricated Identities. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. Feng Wuhen began, addressing the still tense gathering. I bear 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Feng Wuhen's intentions. Eventually, someone inquired, "Are you our young lady's boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen turned his gaze toward the questioner, a young man of about 25, clad in the same coarse garments as the others. Feng Wuhen did not respond directly to the inquiry. Instead, he surveyed the crowd and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Lin Mingxi's boyfriend. At the moment his words concluded, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Their eyes instinctively shifted towards Lin Mingxi, eager to gauge her response. When they observed her neither confirming nor denying the claim, smiles began to bloom among the onlookers. Yet, a few young men wore expressions of disappointment, their unspoken affections for Lin Mingxi evident. After all, her beauty captivated all. At that juncture, another voice emerged from the crowd. Are you one of the barrier people? Is that large vehicle outside yours? Curiosity enveloped the assembly as they awaited Feng Wuhen's response. For these nomads of the wasteland, such information held immense significance. Noticing their anticipation, Feng Wuhen chose not to rush into the main subject, understanding that the core of the matter could potentially deliver a devastating blow to these residents. Upon this realization, Feng Wuhen relinquished his stern demeanor, preparing to wield his eloquent tongue to connect with the residents. It was an opportune moment to foster goodwill, ensuring that when he later delivered his harsh truths, it would not feel so starkly disheartening. After all, few are inclined to heed the words of an unfamiliar stranger dispensing platitudes. Thus, Feng Wuhen initiated his grand charade, observing the glimmer of anticipation in the eyes of the crowd. He cleared his throat and proclaimed with fervor, I am not a barrier man of the Federation or the World Alliance. The moment these words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the gathered residents. The expressions that had once been bright with hope now fell into despondency. Disappointment flickered in their eyes, for just moments ago, they had dared to dream of escaping their arduous existence to bask in the comforts of the barrier, while they had never witnessed the interior of the barrier. Tales from merchants of the post-apocalyptic world had painted it as a paradise, an abode replete with endless food and water, a place where one could bathe daily, free from the incessant threats of zombies and mutated creatures. Yet, with Feng Wuhen's dismissal of their hopes, their dreams lay shattered. Noticing the crestfallen faces before him, Feng Wuhen maintained a light-hearted expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your thoughts. I have yet to conclude. At this, the crowd paused their disheartened murmurs. Curiosity piqued as they turned their attention back to him. Feng Wuhen, no longer withholding, straightened his posture and spoke with grave seriousness. In truth, I hail from an organization far more formidable than both the Federation and the World Alliance. A wave of murmurs cascaded through the crowd at this revelation. Could it be that the young man's claims are mere fabrications? Are there truly organizations beyond the Federation and World Alliance? I doubt he is deceiving us. You all witnessed the grand vehicle at the entrance. Such a mode of transport is not something a mere vagabond could possess. Could it be genuine? The whispers floated through the air, and Feng Wuhen absorbed their intrigue. Behind the throng, Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of curiosity and concern. They speculated whether Feng Wuhen had regained his memories, emboldening him to assert such claims with confidence. Could it be that he has indeed regained his memories? Uncle Go pondered, captivated by Feng Wuhen's earnest demeanor, which sparkled with an intensity surpassing that of pearls. Lin Mingxi, on the other hand, felt a surge of anxiety. If Feng Wuhen had indeed recovered his memories, would he still regard her, a mere wanderer from the wasteland, with the same affection? The implications of his words hinted at an organization of monumental stature, eclipsing even the Federation and World Alliance. With this thought, her petite hands clenched into anxious fists, and her lips nervously grazed her lower lip, revealing her palpable trepidation. Meanwhile, Ma Zi and Yan were equally incredulous, grappling with the notion that Feng Wuhen might have regained his memories, along with an identity that surpassed even the Federation and World Alliance in significance. It is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Feng Wuhen remains oblivious to the fact that the fictitious background he has concocted has successfully captivated the residents, including Lin Mingxi and her companions, who have become thoroughly convinced. Observing a flicker of skepticism among the crowd regarding his fabricated tale, he intensified his allure, enticing them further. Within my organization, everyone enjoys ample sustenance. Exquisite delicacies and an abundance of fruits and beverages are commonplace in nearly every household, and there is an endless supply. Most importantly, in my city, many young individuals care for pets such as cats and dogs, who dine on food comparable to what we humans consume. In affluent households, the fare for these animals often surpasses that of their human counterparts. A collective gasp erupted, the noise from the crowd swelling to a volume far greater than before. Goodness! What waste! They actually feed mutated beasts human food. How much must they consume in a single meal? A middle-aged man glanced at the robust figure of the fortunate one, his heart aching with despair. Indeed, we barely scrape by with a few bites of moldy bread and murky, filtered water. The organization of the young lady's boyfriend is utterly extravagant. I yearn to join the organization of the young lady's boyfriend. Though I have only glimpsed such delicacies in the tomes of the old era, the images are so enticing. I can only imagine how breathtaking the actual dishes must be. I must not dwell on it. My mouth is watering upon hearing their fervent chatter and the sounds of swallowed saliva. Feng Wuhen realized that his initial plan had come to fruition. The next phase of his scheme was to forge friendships with these residents under the guise of his fabricated identity. His strategy for comforting them was straightforward: to gradually assuage their longing for lost loved ones with the passage of time. While this may seem a betrayal to the deceased, there was no alternative. It was the only way to alleviate the residents' sorrow over their lost kin. Time is indeed the finest balm for all wounds. With a determined spirit, he took action without delay. He glanced toward Lin Mingxi and noticed her head bowed, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him, though he dismissed it. Assuming something on the ground had captured her attention, clearing his throat, he addressed the gathering. Would you like to visit my city? I can offer you a complimentary day of exploration, given the limitations of my authority. The previously clamorous crowd fell momentarily silent upon hearing his words, only to erupt into a frenzied uproar. What? Did I hear that correctly? The lady's boyfriend has invited us to his city for a day of adventure. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Ouch! It's real. I wasn't mistaken. Witnessing the fervor of the crowd, Feng Wuhen felt a surge of excitement himself. Originally, his plan for pacification was not conceived in this manner. However, just moments ago, BT conveyed delightful news to him, prompting an impromptu alteration of his strategy. Let us rewind to a minute prior. Feng Wuhen, amidst this forest, detected a faint yet familiar fluctuation of spatial energy. Upon analysis, it became evident that spatial crystals might indeed reside within this woodland. BT suddenly interjected. Feng Wuhen, who had been engaged in conversation, was momentarily taken aback. He quickly recollected and inquired within his mind, BT, are you referring to the spatial crystals capable of creating time-space folding devices, as you mentioned previously? He distinctly remembered BT's brief explanation about these crystals during their time at the hotel, as they represented his sole means of returning to Earth. Indeed, BT affirmed, returning to the present moment. With BT's assistance, Feng Wuhen now felt entirely confident in his ability to soothe the residents. No longer hesitant, he prepared to unleash his grand strategy. Suppressing the excitement evident on his face, he raised his hand to quiet the clamorous crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please. A moment of silence. At the sound of Feng Wuhen's voice, the murmurs ceased abruptly, yet the expressions of exhilaration and anticipation lingered palpably in the air. At this juncture, Lin Mingxi regarded Feng Wuhen with a complex expression. She was uncertain whether Feng Wuhen would fulfill his promise to take the residents on a day's excursion to the city he had described. However, it mattered little. As long as something could divert the residents' attention, preventing them from succumbing to grief over their deceased loved ones, it sufficed. This method of pacification was acceptable, at least alleviating concerns of the shelter's disbandment. Nevertheless, Lin Mingxi's thoughts were rather naive, for Feng Wuhen's soothing efforts had yet to commence. He continued, I understand your eagerness to visit my city, and I wholeheartedly welcome you. However, the time is not yet ripe. We must wait a while longer. How long? Someone inquired impatiently. Feng Wuhen feigned contemplation, stroking his chin, and replied, approximately a month, as I am currently tasked with duties in Peace City, which will take about that long to complete. He specified a month because, during his moment of deliberation, he had confirmed with BT the time frame required for constructing the time-space folding device. The fabrication itself would not consume much time, as the nanobots could materialize at any moment. The most challenging aspect lay in BT's lack of precise coordinates for the spatial crystals, which would require considerable time to locate. After all, the area surrounding the floral valley at the mountain's base was quite extensive. However, a month would be ample time. That's all right, just a month, I can wait. So can I. Even if it takes a year, I wouldn't mind. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, expressing their willingness to wait a month. Feng Wuhen gestured for silence once more, and then he began to address the matter at hand. Although he did not wish to deceive these innocent residents, he found himself without alternatives, as other methods proved too cumbersome and unlikely to yield satisfactory results. I shall address one final matter before we disperse, Feng Wuhen announced to the crowd. What could it be? Surely it could not be that they would soon visit the city of the lady's boyfriend. Such wishful thinking, considering he had just mentioned they would have to wait a month. Excitement rippled through the crowd, yet when Feng Wuhen's subsequent words fell, an eerie silence enveloped them. The final matter pertained to those who had ventured out previously. His statement instantly heightened the tension among Lin Mingxi, Uncle Go, and the other two standing at the rear of the gathering. The residents gazed at Feng Wuhen with puzzled expressions, curious about the fate of those who had left last time. In the next moment, Feng Wuhen delivered his message with weighty emphasis. All who departed the shelter have been arranged to visit my city. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Lin Mingxi and the others stood bewildered. So this was the method Feng Wuhen had mentioned. Uncle Go's mind raced with apprehension. Yet, such a scheme could not remain unexposed for long. Surely the residents would soon realize they had been duped. What then? Would they continue to fabricate excuses? Uncle Go furrowed his brow in contemplation. Beside him, Lin Mingxi shared his concern, her thoughts mirroring his own. How long until my husband returns? A woman inquired, her eyes flickering with envy and a hint of irritation. She felt aggrieved that her husband had gone to paradise without her. Following her lead, others began to voice their questions. Feng Wuhen raised his hand to quell the rising tide of inquiries. Approximately a month, as they cannot return without my guidance. However, they will be able to come back alongside you. Upon uttering these words, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. Deceiving the families of the departed felt morally reprehensible. As the crowd absorbed the news that those who had gone to paradise could enjoy a month of leisure, envy and resentment began to brew among them. Witnessing this, Feng Wuhen felt an overwhelming urge to depart. The weight of guilt threatened to consume him. He concluded, "You may disperse now." Then, recalling something, he added, "This mutated dog, named Fortune, is my companion. It poses no threat to humans, except for enemies, so do not fear, it is safe to play with. With that, Feng Wuhen maneuvered through the throng to join Lin Mingxi and the others. Turning to Uncle Go, he whispered, "Uncle Go, I leave the rest to you. Make sure to have someone prepare the pigs. It is essential that everyone remains occupied, for only then will they refrain from discussing the matter further." Though he did not finish his thought, Feng Wuhen knew Uncle Go understood what needed to be done. Indeed, after nodding, Uncle Go bypassed Feng Wuhen and stood before the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Today, let us set aside our tasks. This evening, everyone shall assist in slaughtering pigs, and we will feast on pork." The crowd, upon hearing these words, cast their gazes toward the large fat pig on the metal cart being pulled by Haoyun, and in the next moment, they erupted into fervent cheers. "All right, let us slaughter the pig. At last, we shall have meat. I haven't tasted meat in years." "Neither have I. If I recall correctly, the last time was 2 years ago when the leader was still with us." The chatter among the crowd was more boisterous than ever, their faces flushed with excitement. Some individuals even dashed homeward, undoubtedly to fetch knives. The others, observing this, needed no urging from Uncle Go and instinctively rushed to their homes. Over 100 people raced like competitors, creating a remarkable scene. "Sheer, where is your residence?" Once the crowd dispersed, Feng Wuhen inquired of Lin Mingxi, lowering his head. Lin Mingxi bit her lip and gestured ahead without uttering a word. Feng Wuhen, unaware of her unease, turned to Uncle Go and said, "Uncle Go, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall leave this to you." "Very well, take your rest. I will have someone notify you when it's ready." Uncle Go nodded in agreement. "All right," Feng Wuhen replied and took Lin Mingxi's hand, saying, "Come, lead me to your abode." The two then departed hand in hand from the assembly hall. Uncle Go, along with Ma Zi and De Yin, watched them leave. De Yin approached Uncle Go and asked, "Uncle Go, do you think Brother Wuhen might disdain the young lady?" They were all self-aware, having witnessed instances where individuals looked down upon wanderers. Thus, upon hearing Feng Wuhen reveal his true identity not long ago, their worries had surfaced. "I believe Wuhen is not that kind of person," Uncle Go affirmed with immense conviction. Then turned his gaze to Ma Zi and De Yin, saying, "Do not concern yourselves with the young lady. Go help with the pig slaughter." The two, upon hearing this, could only comply and depart. After casting one last glance in the direction where Feng Wuhen and Lin Mingxi had gone, Uncle Go also joined in to lend a hand. Chapter 32. Will you abandon me? As night fell, a crimson hue enveloped the earth. In a certain secluded mountainous plain, a magnificent city wall stood tall. Rising 50 meters high, it stretched endlessly. Every 10 meters along the wall, a spotlight with a diameter of 1 meter illuminated the surroundings. The intense white light from the spotlights pushed back the crimson shadows of the surrounding woods. Within the walls lay a city that never slept, with colorful buildings standing like a forest. Occasionally, various advertisements echoed through the air. The advertisements proclaimed, 10th tier strength type blood crystal. Obtain superhuman strength with just an injection. Are you still hesitating? Are you still pondering? If you do not place your order soon, you may miss out. It is a first-come, first-served opportunity. Originally priced at 999 federal coins, it is now available for the promotional price of only 888 federal coins to become a super new human. Are you not intrigued? Following the direction of the advertisement, one can see a massive screen, several dozen meters long, displaying this offer atop a 100-story building. Above the screen, a group of numbers reads, Number 22. Assistant Wong. This is the grenade fragment transformed by the mysterious individual using nanotechnology. In a luxurious and elegant study, Yamamoto Dog Carved placed a small packet from his pocket onto the table, bowing respectfully. At this moment, seated on a sofa chair before him was a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache. His expression was devoid of emotion, and the slant of his eyes revealed a sinister nature. His name was Wang Xie, the assistant of the 22nd barrier of the Zhou family, a level 18 speed-type new human. He pinched a small tuft of his mustache with his right hand, his posture upright. Yet his gaze was directed downwards and to the left, scrutinizing the small packet on the table. Noticing that the packet remained unopened, Wang Xie raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What? Do you require me to open it personally?" Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Dog Carved shuddered, realizing he had inadvertently committed a grave error. He immediately bowed repeatedly towards Wang Xie on the sofa, saying, "My apologies, Assistant Wang. It was my oversight. There is no need for you to take action on such a trivial matter. Allow me. Promptly, Yamamoto Dog carved open the small packet, revealing 6 black, triangular metal particles. Wang Xie cast a glance at the contents and then gestured towards the door. A guard armed with a firearm swiftly entered. Wang Xie instructed, "Summon Dr. Wu." A few minutes later, an elderly gentleman in a white lab coat hurriedly entered. This elder was Dr. Wu. He approached Wang Xie directly and respectfully inquired, "Assistant Wang, you summon me?" Wang Xie took a delicate sip of his tea, setting the cup down before stating coolly, "Examine the items on the table." Upon hearing this, Dr. Wu did not dare to delay. He quickly donned a pair of specially designed glasses and produced an optical magnifying glass from his pocket, picking up one of the triangular metal particles for examination. After a moment, Dr. Wu furrowed his brow in contemplation, asking, "Where did this metal originate?" Wang Xie, savoring his tea, offered no intention of answering. Yamamoto Dog carved, who had been standing beside them for quite some time, quickly interjected. This was transformed by a mysterious individual using nanotechnology. Nanotechnology, Dr. Wu exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. After a moment of consideration, he addressed Wang Xie. "Assistant Wang, this is the first time I have encountered such metal. I would like to take it back to the laboratory for further study." "Very well, do so. And inform me of any results," Wang Xie responded, rising to his feet. He cast a faint glance at Yamamoto Dog carved, adding, "If the nanotechnology is genuine, you shall be rewarded. If it is false, consider your own consequences." With that, Wang Xie strode out of the room, followed closely by Dr. Wu, who took the metal particles from the table. The room was left with only the Yamada Dog statue, which continued to swallow nervously, its body trembling incessantly. "Damn it. I hope those fools haven't deceived me." The Yamada Dog statue silently cursed before turning to leave the room. At the foot of the flower sea, the shelter was bustling with activity, a roaring bonfire casting a warm glow. Shadows of people flitted about, busy preparing pork. Children and women gathered around small fires, simmering chunks of meat. Though devoid of seasoning, the aroma of the cooked mutated pork wafted enticingly. Laughter echoed intermittently, a symphony of happiness. With a creak, Feng Wuhen pushed open the wooden door, ushering Lin Mingxi into the cabin. This was Lin Mingxi's abode, an 80-square-meter two-bedroom apartment, previously shared with her father. It had become her solitary refuge following his passing 2 years ago. Yet now, she was not alone, for Feng Wuhen kept her company. I'm so full." Feng Wuhen let out a satisfied belch, having indulged heartily at the bonfire feast. In his mind, he commanded the nanobots to create a lamp in the living room and bedroom. Once the space was illuminated, he pulled Lin Mingxi onto the wooden sofa in the living room. Since addressing the residents' issues earlier that afternoon, he had sensed that something was amiss with Lin Mingxi. Despite his inquiries, she had insisted she was fine, merely claiming to be tired. Such words might deceive a child, but not a man of the 21st century. At the feast, everyone had been joyfully feasting and laughing, yet Lin Mingxi had only managed a strained smile, occasionally lost in thought. Such a demeanor was hard to believe without cause. Feng Wuhen grasped her hand firmly, leaning forward, his gaze piercing into her face, wordlessly demanding her attention. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Lin Mingxi's ears flushed with warmth. She averted her eyes and playfully protested, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Feng Wuhen gently turned her face back toward him, observing her slightly evasive eyes. "Speak, I wish to know what troubles you so," he urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxi opened her mouth to respond, but Feng Wuhen swiftly interrupted, "Don't brush me off with nothing. I'm not blind. I can see that something is off with you." He pinched her cheeks playfully, making her pout adorably, his expression serious and tone earnest. "Don't tell me you've changed your mind about being my girlfriend?" "No, I haven't changed my mind," Lin Mingxi replied, her expression tense as she shook her head vehemently. Yet, with her mouth pinched, her words came out somewhat garbled, lending an amusing and endearing quality to her response. "If it's not a change of heart, then what is it? I must know the truth." Feng Wuhen released her cheeks. His brow furrowed in determination, his tone leaving no room for denial. Lin Mingxi lowered her head, gently biting her lip, her expression fraught with conflict as her fingers intertwined restlessly, betraying a hint of anxiety. Feng Wuhen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mingxi, determined to uncover the truth of the matter that evening. As time passed, Lin Mingxi seemed increasingly restless, her head bowing lower. her face a canvas of shifting emotions as she wrestled internally with the question she longed to pose to Feng Wuhen. Yet, fear gripped her heart. A fear that asking might lead to the irrevocable loss of him, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Observing Lin Mengxi on the brink of tears, Feng Wuhen's heart softened, and he chose not to press her further. All right, I shan't inquire any longer. Please, do not wear that tearful expression, for it pains me dearly. He murmured, sweetly uttering affectionate words as he enveloped her in his embrace for comfort. At that moment, a tremulous voice emerged from the depths of his arms. Wuhen, if you regain your memories, will you come to resent me and cast me aside? Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen momentarily froze, but as realization dawned, a smile graced his lips, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated something far more dire, only to discover that it was this unlikely apprehension. He gently cupped Lin Mengxi's face in his hands, leaning down to meet her gaze, speaking each word with earnest conviction. In this lifetime, you shall not depart, nor shall I forsake you. Therefore, do not let your thoughts wander astray, and do not bear your burdens alone. I do not wish to witness any more sorrowful expressions when you are with me. Lin Mengxi, absorbing Feng Wuhen's seemingly tender yet subtly cautionary words, raised her head, motionless as she locked eyes with him. Yet, the worries that had plagued her heart dissipated like mist, replaced by a joy reminiscent of sunshine after rain. She murmured, pressing her lips together in a demure smile, akin to a dutiful wife. Feng Wuhen, captivated by the sight of her smiling lips, felt a stirring in his heart. Truly, she was an enchanting little sprite, had the circumstances been different. He mused with a trace of regret before leaning in closer. As dawn broke, the forest was shrouded in a delicate mist, resembling an ethereal labyrinth. The crisp autumn breeze whispered through the mountains, rustling the leaves in a gentle symphony. On the wooden bed, Feng Wuhen slowly opened his eyes. It was the first time since his arrival in this new world that he had slept so soundly. Indeed, it felt exquisite, not only in spirit but also in fragrance. His gaze drifted downwards to the adorable figure nestled against his chest, still in slumber. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he reflected on his 2 decades of solitude back on Earth, during which he had never even held a girl's hand. To think that, just days into his journey in this fantastical realm, he had already found such a celestial beauty as his girlfriend. Truly, fate had smiled upon him. With a gentle hand, he caressed her delicate, pale cheek, his previously joyful eyes now tinged with concern. You are far too slender, he mused inwardly. It seems I must ensure you indulge in hearty meals daily, for you need to gain some weight. After teasing the still slumbering Lin Mengxi for a while, Feng Wuhen reluctantly left the warm cocoon of the blanket and gently descended from the bed. Today marked the beginning of his earnest upgrades. The affections of youth must come to an end, lest the discerning readers express their discontent. Having completed his morning routine, Feng Wuhen stepped outside to find numerous early risers bustling about in the morning light. He cast a cursory glance at the industrious residents before making his way directly to Uncle Go's abode. Good morning, young master. Good morning, brother. On his way to Uncle Go's home, he encountered several residents, including children, all cheerfully greeting him. The repeated address of young master felt somewhat unfamiliar to Feng Wuhen, yet he made no attempt to correct them, merely responding, good morning to you as well. Soon, he arrived at the threshold of Uncle Go's house. Raising his hand, he knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment of silence, he heard no response from within. Just as he prepared to knock again, Uncle Go's voice emerged from behind him. Wuhen, are you looking for me? Turning around, Feng Wuhen smiled at Uncle Go and replied, I have a few questions for you. Come in. Uncle Go ushered him inside without allowing him to linger at the door, moving aside to open the wooden door. Feng Wuhen followed him into the modest dwelling, his gaze curiously surveying the surroundings. The space was small, roughly 20 square meters, furnished with a single wooden bed, a small square table, and a chair. At the foot of the bed stood a clothes rack adorned with several sets of freshly laundered garments. Uncle Go retrieved the sole chair in the room and placed it behind Feng Wuhen, saying, Speak your mind. I have work to attend to shortly. Feng Wuhen glanced at the chair, but chose not to sit. Instead, he directly inquired, Uncle Go, do you know where the gold mine in City P is located? Are you referring to the mine that the night owls are searching for? Uncle Go asked, puzzled. Indeed, the nanobots can only proliferate by consuming rare metals, and I need to upgrade them, Feng Wuhen stated candidly, revealing the truth of the matter. Upon hearing this, Uncle Go pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I heard a mention of a gold mine from a merchant of the wasteland long ago. He was uncertain about its location and authenticity, as it was merely hearsay. A merchant of the wasteland? Feng Wuhen queried, intrigued by this profession. Noticing Feng Wuhen's curiosity, Uncle Go elaborated. Wasteland merchants are part of trade caravans that traverse the desolate lands, representing various conglomerates of the Yin nation, engaging in commerce with the wanderers of the wasteland. Feng Wuhen nodded, but soon lost interest in that line of inquiry. He pressed on regarding the gold. Uncle Go, please tell me the location of the mine. I intend to visit today to see if I can locate it. You plan to go to City P today? Uncle Go's brow furrowed in concern. What is the matter? Is today not a suitable time? Feng Wuhen asked, puzzled. Uncle Go shook his head, his expression grave and his tone serious. This morning, the guards reported some unsettling occurrences. Upon investigation, I discovered several waves of minor zombie hordes emerging from the mountains, including some mutated and aberrant creatures. Curiously, Feng Wuhen inquired. And then? It was then that he discovered the horde of zombies, along with the aberrant and mutated creatures, were hastily retreating from the mountains. Their swift movements indicating a sense of urgency towards City P, Go Shu solemnly remarked. After listening to Go Shu's elaboration, Feng Wuhen pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and said, this situation is quite peculiar. Something must be occurring in City P. Go Shu, please tell me the location of the gold mine. I wish to verify its authenticity and simultaneously observe what is transpiring in City P, seeing Feng Wuhen's determination to seek the gold mine. Go Shu had no choice but to divulge the information he possessed. Upon leaving Go Shu's residence, Feng Wuhen returned to Lin Mingxi's wooden cabin. At that moment, Lin Mingxi was already awake, and upon opening the door, Feng Wuhen found her searching for him within the room. Ah Wuhen, what brings you out so early? Lin Mingxi queried, her expression one of curiosity as she noticed him entering. I just visited Go Shu's house to inquire about certain matters, Feng Wuhen replied candidly, sharing his intention to go to City P with her. I want to accompany you, Lin Mingxi immediately interjected after hearing his words. Something may have transpired in City P. As this morning Go Shu observed a horde of zombies and aberrant creatures emerging from the forest, heading straight for the city. Feng Wuhen gently caressed Lin Mingxi's hair and ears, seriousness etched upon his face as he said, you must stay at home this time. I will take you along on my next venture. I cannot allow you to accompany me into danger. No, I am a fourth-tier new human. I can protect myself. Please let me join you, Lin Mingxi responded, shaking her head defiantly, her tone slightly playful. Sire, you have changed, Feng Wuhen remarked without acquiescing to her request. He embraced Lin Mingxi, gazing down at her with a mischievous smile. You were once so aloof, not at all resembling one who could be playful. Look at you now. Not only are you adorable, but you've also learned to be charming. Tell me, who taught you this? In Chapter 34, The Exceptional Grandfather and Grandson, Feng Wuhen utilized nanobots to create two intelligent wristwatches. He placed one on Lin Mingxi's left wrist and handed her the other, saying, this is a nanocommunicator. Keep one for yourself and give the other to Go Shu. I forgot to provide it to him earlier. Before Lin Mingxi could respond, Feng Wuhen gently patted her head and hair, softly instructing, be a good girl and wait here for my return. Once I locate the gold mine and acquire enough nanobots, I shall take you with me wherever I go. With that, he cupped Lin Mingxi's face and planted a kiss on her rosy lips before striding away from the wooden cabin. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Mingxi tightened her grip on the nanocommunicator in her hand. Her gaze then fell upon the device Feng Wuhen had just placed on her wrist. Is it because I am too weak? Will I merely become a burden to you? Lin Mingxi's expression gradually transformed into one of determination. She resolved to train diligently from this day forth, striving to free herself from the identity of a burden. Excuse me, sir, have you seen a large Siberian husky? Feng Wuhen wandered around the shelter, but he found no sign of good fortune. In exasperation, he approached an old man sitting at the entrance. What? The old man furrowed his brow in confusion. The era, the mutated era. Feng Wuhen raised his voice, thinking the old man might be hard of hearing. What era, what? It seemed the old man had never heard of the name era, and he stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend Feng Wuhen's words. Never mind, sir, you can rest. With a resigned shake of his head, Feng Wuhen abandoned his inquiry and decided to ask someone else. After questioning 3 residents in succession, Feng Wuhen finally learned of the whereabouts of good fortune from a chubby little boy. Just as Feng Wuhen expressed his gratitude and was about to leave, The boy suddenly called out to him. Big brother, I heard from Aunt Lee that you're taking us to play inside the barrier. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen halted in his tracks and turned to look at the chubby boy, who stood about 1.5 meters tall, with a battered black frying pan hanging from his waist. Feng Wuhen did not answer the boy's question, but instead inquired curiously, "What do you need that frying pan for?" The boy squinted for a moment, then broke into a silly grin. "It's for knocking my grandpa." Feng Wuhen was taken aback. "Why would you want to knock your grandpa?" "My grandpa has dementia and wanders around every day with a kitchen knife, shouting about chopping the kids from other shelters. There's no other way to persuade him." The chubby boy scratched his head sheepishly. "So I have to use this pan to knock him out and bring him home." Hearing such filial conduct from the boy left Feng Wuhen momentarily speechless. "Little fatty, who is there?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged from behind the door. Feng Wuhen turned to see an elderly man with a swollen forehead and green herbs plastered on his nose, holding a gleaming kitchen knife. "Little fatty, who is this?" The old man tightened his grip on the knife as he curiously inquired about Feng Wuhen. The boy turned to look at his grandpa, only to discover that the old man was once again clutching a kitchen knife, causing his chubby face to tremble in shock. "Oh, Grandpa, I hid the knife." "How did you find it again?" The boy hurriedly approached the old man, attempting to seize the knife from his grasp. However, the old man firmly concealed the knife behind his back, refusing to relinquish it, and barked, "What do you think you're doing? This is my lifelong companion, having slain countless foes. If you dare to snatch my knife again, I'll ensure you have a complete childhood." "No, Grandpa, you must give me the knife. It's far too dangerous. What if you accidentally hurt the big brother?" The boy circled around the old man, trying to wrest the knife away. Yet, despite his age, the old man stood at over 1.7 meters tall and moved with surprising agility. In a slow-motion display, the old man outmaneuvered the boy, leaving him panting and out of breath. As Feng Wuhen witnessed this scene, he found himself at a loss for words, gazing at the extraordinary duo of grandfather and grandson before him. It was at this moment that the elderly gentleman seemed to finally comprehend the words of the chubby boy. His hand, which had been poised to wield the knife, halted abruptly, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he directed his gaze towards Feng Wuhen, exclaiming, "You are the esteemed husband of the young lady? Oh, wait, that is not quite right. She should refer to you as her spouse." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy frying pan struck him squarely on the forehead, producing a dull metallic resonance. The chubby boy, panting heavily, retrieved the skillet and, under Feng Wuhen's astonished gaze, hoisted the unconscious elder and carried him into the wooden cottage. This was indeed a spectacle. Feng Wuhen's expression was one of bewilderment, and he couldn't help but ponder the eccentricity of the individuals in this world. "Apologies for startling you, esteemed brother-in-law." The chubby boy emerged from the house, picking up the kitchen knife from the ground, and offered a sheepish apology to Feng Wuhen. "It's quite all right. Was that man your grandfather?" Feng Wuhen inquired, shaking his head in disbelief. "Indeed. Fortunately, he was distracted by you, dear brother-in-law. Otherwise, my attempt to knock him out would have failed. For my grandfather is quite the formidable figure," the chubby boy said, pride swelling in his voice. "Formidable?" Feng Wuhen asked, perplexed. "Is your grandfather a martial artist?" "Martial artist? What is that?" The chubby boy was utterly clueless about the term. "Not a martial artist?" Feng Wuhen was taken aback by the boy's reaction. He then listened intently as the chubby boy recounted his past. "My grandfather and I used to reside within a bastion. Then, for reasons unknown, he abruptly took me away from there, and my parents have not been seen since that day." A hint of sadness and longing crossed the chubby boy's round face as he spoke of his parents. "During our time away from the bastion, my grandfather constantly led me on a frantic journey, and there were times when mercenaries sought to harm us. My grandfather, a 25th-tier new human, fought off the villains but sustained serious injuries." At this point, the chubby boy looked up at Feng Wuhen, his endearing smile reappearing. "Eventually, we were discovered by the leader and brought back here. Both the leader and the young lady have treated us with kindness, but after my grandfather regained consciousness, he became afflicted with senile dementia." Gazing at the kitchen knife in his hand, the chubby boy continued with a chuckle. "Ever since my grandfather's condition deteriorated, he somehow acquired this kitchen knife, which was once rusty, but he polished it into its current state." Feng Wuhen was astonished. He had not expected that the elderly man he had just encountered was a 25th-tier new human. Truly, one could not discern such a fact at first glance. His gaze then fell upon the kitchen knife held by the chubby boy. In the next moment, Feng Wuhen's pupils constricted, and a hint of suspicion flickered across his face. Chapter 35. The New Master of the System? Feng Wuhen, I have received a message from another swarm of nanobots. They wish to merge with our nanobots. The voice of BT abruptly echoed in his mind. The wind, without a trace, inquired with astonishment. Another swarm of nanobots? Indeed. And right before your very eyes, BT replied. At these words, Wind Wuhen's gaze instinctively fell upon the kitchen knife in the hands of the plump boy. After a long pause, he regained his composure and furrowed his brow, asking BT, isn't the system unique? Why is there another swarm of nanobots? Because the previous owner of the system is none other than the grandfather of the boy before you. BT's words left Wind Wuhen utterly astounded. The notion that the system had other owners was not particularly surprising to him. However, the collision of trajectories between the previous owner and the next seemed unprecedented. In the novels Wind Wuhen had previously read, such a plot had never unfolded. BT, do you know why the system left the boy's grandfather? Wind Wuhen inquired. His confusion evident. Yes, BT began to explain, it was due to the host forcibly terminating the system. Can the system be forcibly terminated? Wind Wuhen recalled the system's prior assertions, which claimed that the heart of nanotechnology existed in symbiosis with its host. How then could it be forcibly severed? Perhaps sensing Wind Wuhen's bewilderment, BT continued, though the heart of nanotechnology is intertwined with the host's existence, it can indeed be forcibly detached, albeit at a grave cost to the host. Upon hearing this, Wind Wuhen recalled the appearance of the plump boy's grandfather. It was not senility, but rather the consequence of a forced termination of the system that had rendered him thus. Wind Wuhen furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He could not fathom why the boy's grandfather would seek to sever the system. Wind Wuhen, do you consent to the fusion of that swarm of nanobots? BT queried. Are there any dangers associated with the fusion? Wind Wuhen asked, regaining his focus. He knew well that in such matters, one must proceed with caution and conduct thorough investigations before making a decision. There is no harm to the host's physical body. But what? Wind Wuhen's brow knitted together in concern. However, once the two distinct swarms of nanobots fuse, they will divide into two factions, creating rival camps. Consequently, the nanobots will engage in conflict for dominance, BT elucidated. Once the two factions begin to vie for supremacy, they will annihilate one another until only a single faction remains. Upon hearing BT's explanation, Wind Wuhen did not hesitate and promptly rejected the fusion with the boy's grandfather's swarm of nanobots. Perhaps it is best to forego that option. He then inquired, BT, how much does this unfamiliar swarm of nanobots weigh? 53 tons. BT disclosed a figure that left Wind Wuhen utterly speechless. What? 53 tons. His eyes widened in disbelief as he cast his gaze upon the seemingly ordinary kitchen knife held by the plump boy. Remarkably, this unassuming knife, which even a child could wield, contained an internal density equivalent to 53 tons of metallic weight. BT, how did the plump boy manage to lift this 53-ton kitchen knife? Feng Wuhen's curiosity was piqued. The intelligent core of these nanobots contains an uneliminated command that will only be lifted upon the host's complete demise, BT elucidated. How does this relate to the plump boy? Does the command also authorize him? Indeed, BT affirmed. Realization dawned on Feng Wuhen as he nodded and inquired, BT, do you possess a method to deal with these nanobots? BT, having always known the solution, responded straightforwardly. Option 1. Bind them without merging with another group of nanobots. Option 2. Annihilate them all and consume them, though this would result in a loss of over half the nanobots. Upon hearing these two options, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he proposed, BT, how about using this group of nanobots to create your body? That is feasible, BT replied. Excellent, let's proceed with that. Feng Wuhen felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. He had thought he would need to gradually consume metal, gathering 40 tons of nanometal to summon the Titan. Unexpectedly, fortune had bestowed upon him such a substantial boon, leaving him exhilarated. Thus, Feng Wuhen withdrew from his thoughts. He then noticed the plump boy staring at him with a perplexed expression. What is it? Feng Wuhen instinctively asked. Cousin brother, what were you just doing? I called you several times, but you did not respond, and your face was making all sorts of expressions, the boy said, tilting his head and scratching it. You look just like my grandfather did before. Cousin brother, Will you also become senile like my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen felt momentarily choked. However, he was not angry. After all, children speak without filter, and the boy's observation was truthful. If he forcibly terminated the system, he too would likely succumb to senility. Little one, what is your name? Feng Wuhen inquired, having completely overlooked BT's previous mention of the boy's name. My name is Yi Xiaoping. Because I gain weight just by drinking water, my father named me that, the boy replied with an innocent smile. Feng Wuhen felt a sense of familiarity with that name. Pondering for a while, but unable to recall where he had heard it before, thus dismissing it from his mind. That name indeed suits your appearance, Feng Wuhen jested. Yi Xiaoping took no offense and continued to beam with joy. Feng Wuhen added, I shall call you Xiaoping from now on. Yes, everyone who knows me calls me that. My parents and grandfather do the same, Yi Xiaoping chuckled. Feng Wuhen nodded, unwilling to waste any more time. He turned to Yi Xiaoping and asked, Does your grandfather often find this kitchen knife? Indeed, there are times when I have buried myself outside the shelter, yet my grandfather always manages to find me. It is truly a mystery. Yi Xiaoping gazed at the kitchen knife in his hand, his expression filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen smiled mysteriously and said, Xiaoping, why don't you let me hide it for you? I assure you, your grandfather will never find it. Really? Yi Xiaoping squinted his small eyes, a glimmer of excitement shining through. Of course, I am an unparalleled master at concealing items, Feng Wuhen replied, resembling a mischievous uncle attempting to deceive a child, his face adorned with a hypocritical smile. Well then, dear brother-in-law, please help me hide it, preferably so my grandfather never discovers it again. Yi Xiaoping promptly handed the kitchen knife over to Feng Wuhen. Feng Wuhen accepted it without hesitation. However, at that very moment, bang, ouch, Feng Wuhen, without authorization, was abruptly struck to the ground by the 53-ton knife. The ground did not show any indentation, but Feng Wuhen's right hand was firmly pinned down, rendering him immobile. That hurts terribly. BT, quickly bind these nanobots. Feng Wuhen gasped inwardly, his face reddening, veins bulging. Yi Xiaoping stood before him, utterly perplexed, wondering why his brother-in-law suddenly knelt before him. Chapter 36. The Titan appears, with illustrations. Feng Wuhen departed from Yi Xiaoping's home and exited the shelter. According to Yi Xiaoping, he had seen good fortune running towards the Flower Sea Mountain while foraging for wild vegetables outside the wall that morning. This made Feng Wuhen recall the words of Uncle Go from earlier that day. Could it be that good fortune has also been summoned? Feng Wuhen categorized this phenomenon, which resonated with all living beings, as a form of summoning. This fellow didn't even bother to inform me, Feng Wuhen muttered, conjuring a sleek blue and white mountain bike using nanobots, donning his armor, and setting off towards the exit of the Flower Sea. Unbeknownst to Feng Wuhen, at the very moment he disappeared down the muddy path, an elderly man clad in tattered linen emerged slowly from the grass on the left. Had Feng Wuhen seen the old man, he would have instantly recognized him as Yi Xiaoping's grandfather, Yi Wuti. Yi Wuti's gaze was calm and clear, showing no signs of dementia. Has the blood crystal source reappeared? He murmured, his face growing solemn with a furrowed brow. He then turned his eyes towards the direction Feng Wuhen had departed, softly whispering, Is he the new successor of the system? It seems this wandering shelter can no longer be my abode. Buzzing, a sleek motorcycle sped down the forest path, kicking up a cloud of dirt in its wake. The powerful inertia of the rear wheel sent large clumps of soil flying. Where the motorcycle passed, it left behind a trail of dust resembling a white dragon. With a sudden screech, Feng Wuhen executed an abrupt stop, the wheels carving a deep trench into the ground, followed by a swift turn of the handlebars, resulting in a stylish drift. A vast expanse of soil was disturbed as the rear wheels kicked up clouds of dust, engulfing the silhouette of Feng Wuhen and his motorcycle in an ephemeral haze. As the dust began to settle, Feng Wuhen emerged from the remnants, his striking armor glinting in the light, accompanied by a swirling mist of nano-silver that had yet to fully integrate into his gear, lending an air of ostentation to his appearance. With firm steps, Feng Wuhen traversed the national highway, heading towards P-City, where remnants of vehicles lay crushed under the weight of the previous assault. At this moment, the highway was littered with the reanimated corpses of zombies, previously flattened by the RV, yet their presence was now almost non-existent. Except for those unfortunate souls trapped within the wreckage, no other zombies roamed freely. P-City was poised for a commotion. Observing the desolate highway, nearly devoid of the undead, A pensive expression crossed Feng Wuhen's face, and he quipped sarcastically. As his words faded, he reached to his lower back and retrieved the nano-knife he had cunningly acquired from the hands of Yu Xiaobang. "BT, it's your turn," he murmured internally. Though he had dabbled in Titan games, he could not fathom the intricate design of a Titan's body. For the nano-organisms to transform into a tangible object, detailed knowledge of the item's structure was imperative. The armor Feng Wuhen donned was a testament to this. While he had crafted its exterior, the internal electronic components and circuit arrangements were solely the handiwork of BT. Relying on his limited understanding would yield nothing more than a mere metallic shell, incapable of flight or laser projection, merely a futile aspiration. "Leave it to me," BT replied promptly. In the next instant, Feng Wuhen harnessed the power of a second-tier new human and forcefully hurled the knife skyward. The blade whirred and spiraled upward at an astonishing speed, its sharp edge slicing through the air, producing a resonant hum. However, as it reached approximately 50 meters in altitude, it lost its upward momentum and began to plummet toward the ground. Feng Wuhen, observing the descending knife, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as it maintained its rapid spin without any apparent alteration. Just as he was about to inquire about the anomaly, the knife erupted in a dazzling display of silver mist, cascading like a shimmering veil at around 40 meters above the ground. His gaze fixated on the swirling cloud, and in an instant, it seemed to condense under some unseen force, spiraling together with remarkable speed. Within Feng Wuhen's line of sight, metallic components began to materialize from the silver mist. Once formed, these parts swiftly navigated to their designated positions, each piece assembling itself with the precision of an invisible hand, as if orchestrated by a master craftsman. Before long, a humanoid steel giant was assembled, though numerous smaller components were still in the process of being fitted. However, at that moment, the metallic figure began its descent. The unfinished parts above also plummeted rapidly, integrating into the exterior of the steel form. The sounds of metal clashing echoed, growing louder as they reached Feng Wuhen's ears. Simultaneously, as the colossal figure fell, air rushed through the streamlined gaps in its body, producing a roaring sound akin to a fierce wind. In the next instant, under Feng Wuhen's astonished gaze, the steel figure crashed mightily to the ground, creating a vast crater several meters wide in the concrete roadway, with debris and dust swirling into the air. A powerful gust swept through, causing Feng Wuhen's armor to emit a faint cracking sound. He stood transfixed, his body perfectly still. Just 3 meters in front of him, a striking Titan, predominantly carbon black with orange accents, crouched low with one hand on the ground. The flawless landing and the heroic pose of the Titan were so impressive that Feng Wuhen felt an urge to unleash a dragon's roar. He was momentarily dazed by the Titan's striking appearance until BT's voice broke the silence, bringing him back to reality. BT rose from his crouched position, his blue mechanical eye blinking as he regarded Feng Wuhen, inquiring, "Feng Wuhen, do you think my landing was impressive?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen felt a sense of déjà vu. He remembered that he had uttered similar words just days prior. To his surprise, BT exhibited such vanity. A knowing smile crept onto Feng Wuhen's face as he praised, "Absolutely stunning." With a resounding thud, BT approached Feng Wuhen and opened the Titan's hatch. "Please board the Iron Rider," BT announced as the hatch opened. Gazing at the Titan, who was half squatting with one hand on the ground and the cockpit door ajar, Feng Wuhen found it challenging to articulate his emotions. Since it was the Iron Rider, wearing armor felt inappropriate. The Iron Rider suit was the proper attire for operating the Titan. With a grin, Feng Wuhen murmured to himself and, with BT's assistance, transformed his armor into the carbon black Iron Rider suit. With a leap, he activated the jumping mechanism on his lower back and soared to the entrance of the Titan's cockpit. "BT, shall we initiate a neural connection?" Feng Wuhen asked as he quickly settled into the seat. "No need," BT replied, "for you have already fused with the nanomachines. With just a thought, your consciousness can enter the Titan's neural core." "Understood," Feng Wuhen responded, and with that, BT closed the hatch. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Feng Wuhen's consciousness linked seamlessly with the Titan. From the perspective of Feng Wuhen, the viewpoint was that of the cockpit. He turned his head, and the entire cockpit moved in synchrony, the landscape of the national highway transforming before his eyes. "Woohoo! Taikala!" He could not suppress a roar to alleviate the excitement that surged within him. Back on Earth, he would play games while fantasizing about piloting a Titan. Now, He was genuinely behind the controls of one. The thrill of this dream manifested was incomparable to the mere exhilaration of learning to drive. He was commanding a mech. By the way, BT, how tall is a Titan? While on Earth, he had heard claims that Titans were 8 meters tall, yet he perceived them to be much shorter. After playing for a while, he suddenly pondered this question and posed it to BT. My Vanguard-class Titan stands at 6 meters tall and weighs 40 tons. BT revealed its basic physical attributes. I knew it. How could a Titan possibly be 8 meters tall? If that were true, characters in the game would be 3 meters high. What of the buildings in the game, especially the passageways? If Titans were 8 meters tall, then the height of a passage would exceed 10 meters. How tall would a building need to be? Now that BT had confirmed the Titan's height, he would trust only BT's word. A Titan was indeed 6 meters tall. Dispute that if you dare, provided you can traverse here. A sense of pride swelled within Feng Wuhen. Titan Height Comparison Illustration. Chapter 37 concluded, with accompanying images, silence, an overwhelming stillness, as if all life on Blue Star had vanished. The streets were devoid of any living creature. Not even a single zombie could be found. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy footsteps of steel reverberated through the desolate city streets. Feng Wuhen piloted his 6-meter Titan, slowly walking along the overgrown, moss-laden road, his gaze sweeping through the cockpit, surveying the wreckage of automobiles and alleyways around him. Half an hour had elapsed since he entered the southern district of P-City, yet he had not encountered a single moving organism. It was as if all creatures had suddenly disappeared from the world, eerily strange and oppressive. BT, do you detect any life forms nearby? No. Upon hearing BT's response, Feng Wuhen felt no desire to squander any more time. This morning, he had learned from Uncle Go about the location of a gold mine situated in the northern district of P-City. Uncle Go had warned that the northern district was a stronghold of alien species, where 9 out of 10 living beings met their demise. Initially, Feng Wuhen had planned to cautiously infiltrate the northern district. However, after encountering Yi Xiaopeng and acquiring 53 tons of nanomaterial, his strategy shifted from caution to boldness. With a Titan at his disposal, how could he fear mere alien creatures? Absurd. One punch from a Titan could obliterate one. Suddenly, 2 dark figures zipped past the alley on the left side of the Titan, though their speed was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The sound of their swift passage reached Feng Wuhen's ears. Something was amiss. The windless shadow abruptly halted the Titan's stride, his gaze penetrating through the cockpit toward the alley on the left. Yet, he discerned nothing. BT, scan for any signs of life. The response came swiftly. Scan complete. No life signs detected. BT's answer deepened the furrow of concern on Windless Shadow's brow. He could not have misheard the 2 piercing sounds moments ago. They were unmistakably the sounds of a creature in rapid motion. Yet now, BT failed to detect any signs of life. What could it possibly be? Windless Shadow scrutinized the left alley, murmuring under his breath. Suddenly, a familiar sound of slicing air echoed from behind. Windless Shadow quickly maneuvered the Titan to turn. Yet once again, he saw nothing. It seemed to be the swift little calamity. His gaze shifted to the dim alley on the right, then glanced back at the left alley, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What use is speed? It's the strength of the fist that truly matters. Clang, clang. Abruptly, a sound of something heavy stepping upon a car roof emanated from the right. This time, Windless Shadow was prepared. His gaze snapped to the source, revealing a hairless, monstrous cat crouched atop a vehicle, glaring fiercely at him, or rather, at the Titan. A zombie cat? Upon seeing the 3-meter giant feline with milky, vacant eyes, Windless Shadow reached a swift conclusion. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, 2 more heavy thuds echoed from the left front. Windless Shadow turned his gaze once more, spotting 2 more hairless zombie cats. Faced with the trio of 3-meter-tall zombie cats, a fire ignited within him. This was his inaugural command of the Titan, and he was determined to emerge victorious in this confrontation. Resolutely, Windless Shadow positioned the Titan's hands to his chest, forming a gripping gesture. In the next instant, silver liquid surged forth from the Titan's hands, rapidly coalescing. Within mere seconds, a grand blade of silver and black materialized in the Titan's grasp. At that very moment, the zombie cat on the right and the 2 on the left sprang into action, their heads splitting open into 6 segments. It was not a mere zombie cat. These were 3 mutated felines. Windless Shadow, momentarily taken aback by the grotesque sight of the 3 hairless cats, shrugged off his surprise. regardless of what they were. They would all meet their demise today. With his gaze sharpened, the Titan's blade grew eager for battle. Meow. Aru. The 3-meter-tall mutated cats simultaneously unleashed a discordant caterwaul, a sound that grated upon windless Shadow's ears, the most unpleasant he had ever heard. How revolting they appear. And their cries are equally unbearable. What meaning does living hold for them? The wind whispered as he wielded the Titan, executing a series of intricate blade maneuvers. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the hilt, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Allow me to grant you liberation today. With that declaration, he commanded the Titan to surge forth with the might of steel and fury. Simultaneously, he activated the 4 thrusters on the Titan's back, unleashing a torrent of golden-red flames to propel him further. He then swung the massive blade, aiming a horizontal strike at the nearest aberrant feline. The blade sliced through the air with a deafening whistle, resonating like a thunderclap, a harbinger of destruction. Yet, before the aberrant cat could react, it vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Consequently, the Titan's mighty swing met only empty space. By heavens, so swift. Feng Wuhen was taken aback. But there was no time for contemplation. Before the previous strike had fully concluded, he swiftly pivoted the Titan's lower half, reinitiating the arc of the mist blade. Sure enough, the aberrant cat, which had narrowly evaded the initial attack, seized the moment to launch its own offensive. However, it had not anticipated Feng Wuhen's return strike. Caught off guard, it leaped toward the Titan's exposed back, unable to retract its body in time, and was met with a devastating blow. In an instant, its flesh was cleaved open, blood spilling across the ground, along with its internal organs. The would-be ambusher was severed in twain by the Titan's blade. With a thud, the 2 halves of the aberrant cat's body crashed onto the pavement behind the Titan, producing a dull thump. Meow. The severed creature, still clinging to life, struggled to rise, its forelimbs scrambling against the ground. Alas, without the support of its lower half, its efforts were in vain. At that moment, 2 piercing sounds cut through the air. Feng Wuhen, ever prepared, turned his back to the other 2 aberrant cats that were leaping towards the Titan. As they lunged simultaneously, he sprang into action. He activated the assistant pods on the Titan's shoulders, an unorthodox move, and launched 4 nanomissiles, targeting the heads of the 2 incoming aberrant cats. The ensuing explosions echoed like thunder. Boom, 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 boom. Each cat was met with 2 missiles, a display of generosity from Feng Wuhen. With a heavy thud, the mangled remains of the 2 aberrant cats were sent hurtling back several meters, crashing to the ground in a shower of blood. Their hind limbs twitched briefly before falling still. Meow. Perhaps witnessing the demise of its companions, the severed aberrant cat, consumed by rage, lifted its upper body and let out a furious roar directed at Feng Wuhen. The sound was piercing, filled with envy and resentment. Feng Wuhen heard the feline cries behind him. He was not a miserly man. Without hesitation, he turned and launched 2 projectiles as a reward. The exotic cat, upon witnessing the 2 missiles soaring towards it, emitted an even louder roar of excitement. The thrill it displayed was palpable. In the next moment, 2 resounding explosions erupted, accompanied by vibrant fireballs blossoming in the air. The cat's exuberant roar was abruptly silenced, and fragments of flesh and blood splattered in all directions. Task completed. Feng Wuhen flicked his dagger, expressing his satisfaction, and seamlessly melded the Titan blade into his own being. 3 hours prior, in a certain residential area of the Northern District, a multitude of armored vehicles filled the ground floor, overrun with weeds. This armored convoy was predominantly composed of jeeps and all-terrain vehicles. Each vehicle was equipped with a 20mm caliber single-barreled autocannon and a 12mm caliber 6-barreled Gatling gun atop. Surrounding the armored vehicles stood a battalion of fully armed personnel, clad in gray camouflage uniforms and exoskeletons. Some bore smaller caliber Gatling guns on their backs, clearly designated as heavy firepower units. Assistant Wang, everyone is prepared. Are we ready to commence our operation? At that moment, a team member in lightweight exoskeleton approached Wang Xie, clutching a light machine gun as he inquired. Wang Xie, savoring a cigarette, let the fragrant smoke waft towards the team member's face, prompting him to take a clandestine deep breath, which elicited a look of bliss. I will consult the leader. You inform everyone to board the vehicles, Wang Xie replied, exhaling the smoke, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of indulgence. Understood. The team member acknowledged, preparing to turn away. Wait. Upon hearing Wang Xie's voice, the team member turned back in confusion. Assistant Wang, is there anything else you require? Wang Xie took a deep drag from his cigarette, inhaling until only the butt remained. Reluctantly, he extracted the stub and presented it to the team member, uttering nonchalantly, "A gift for you." The team member, momentarily speechless, accepted the cigarette but with a smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for the reward, Assistant Wang. Off you go." Wang Xie felt a sense of satisfaction at the team member's thanks, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Once the team member departed, puffing on the cigarette butt, Wang Xie straightened his white suit, adjusted his posture, and strode towards an apartment building. The source of the blood crystal was likely in close proximity to this commercial area. Our two factions can infiltrate these locations for investigation. Inside a dilapidated living room, alongside two armed guards, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation, smoking and pointing at a grimy map laid out on the coffee table as they discussed their investigative route. I find it inappropriate. Since our two factions have already formed an alliance, it is imperative that we investigate together. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man with braids set down his cigarette, furrowed his brow, and shook his head, his voice carrying a distinct smoky timbre. This braided man is Tang San, the leader of the Hao Consortium at Barrier 15 in City P, a 25th-tier power-type new human. The scarred middle-aged man who spoke first is Li Daobao, the leader of the Zhou Consortium at Barrier 22 in City P, a 24th-tier power-type new human. He chose the name himself due to a grotesque vertical scar etched across his left cheek. This scar stretches ominously from his forehead through his eye to his neck, rendering him quite fearsome. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Li Daobao set his cigarette aside and turned his gaze toward Tang San. However, only his right eye moved while his left eye remained fixed on the map. Li Daobao then raised his left hand to adjust his left eye to face Tang San. It was revealed that this left eye was a mere glass orb, resembling an eye. Observing Li Daobao's comical gesture, Tang San maintained a stoic expression, awaiting his response. After a long moment of scrutiny, Li Daobao chuckled. "What? Are you afraid I might discover the location of the blood crystal source and not share it with you?" "Of course not," Tang San replied, shaking his head impassively. "I have heard that the Qing faction has yet to arrive." At this juncture, Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile creeping upon his otherwise expressionless face, as a glint of malice flickered in his gaze. "We shall allow them access to this entrance." And then, upon hearing Tang San's scheme, a flicker of dread crossed Li Daobao's left eye. He was aware of the enmity between Tang San and Yang Yan, the leader of Barrier 66, but he had not anticipated the extent of their rivalry. Just moments before, Tang San had proposed setting a trap at that intersection to annihilate Yang Yan and his entire entourage. It was crucial to note that Yang Yan was merely a minor barrier leader. If Tang San were to eliminate him, the Qing Consortium might remain silent, given the Hao Consortium's involvement. However, should all of Qing's forces be ensnared, the repercussions would be dire, and the Qing Consortium would undoubtedly retaliate. Regardless of the Hao Consortium's intervention, Li Daobao discarded his cigarette butt, frowning as he regarded Tang San. "You madman. Are you not afraid that the Hao Consortium will abandon you? Understand that the Consortium will not expend such resources to placate matters concerning a mere minor leader." "Oh, such concerns need not trouble you. I have my ways to conceal my identity," Tang San replied with a cold chuckle before inquiring. "So, shall we proceed with the investigation together?" In response, Li Daobao shrugged. "I have no objections. My earlier suggestion was merely to save time. However, I must clarify that I will not partake in the scheme against Yang Yan." "Nor did I expect you to," Tang San retorted dismissively. Just then, Wang Xie entered from the doorway, approaching Li Daobao to report, "Leader, all preparations are complete. When shall we depart?" Having effortlessly dealt with 3 mutated cats, Feng Wuhen continued piloting the Titan towards the northern district. Throughout the journey, he encountered an almost complete absence of life. Only the zombies confined within the building continued to wail, exhibiting an anxious desire to escape. After approximately an hour of travel, Feng Wuhen finally arrived at the outskirts of the northern district, piloting the Titan. As he turned a corner, he found himself on a main thoroughfare, an 8-lane road accommodating traffic in both directions. He halted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld a scene on the left side of the thoroughfare. The 20-meter-wide roadway and sidewalks were entirely obscured, swallowed by a throng of ravenous zombies. Above this undead horde, a cloud of flies buzzed incessantly, their drone merging with the cacophony of moans, creating a symphony of sound akin to a tsunami crashing over the entire block. Feng Wuhen could not help but reduce the volume of his Iron Rider helmet sound system to its lowest setting. He marveled, goodness, the sight of this zombie tide is 1,000 times more exhilarating than anything I've witnessed in films. Some zombies at the periphery of the horde noticed the Titan behind them, yet upon realizing it was merely an indigestible mass of metal, they turned back, rejoining the throng. What could possibly lie ahead that incited such frenzied behavior among these undead? Observing the tumultuous sea of zombies, Feng Wuhen pondered momentarily before taking direct control of the Titan and advancing forward, convinced that such a scenario often concealed valuable treasures. With each step of the 6-meter Titan, 4 or 5 zombies were crushed beneath its weight, while others were sent flying as its massive feet encountered their path. The Titan's imposing form traversed the throng as if gliding atop water, with the zombies serving as the liquid, splashing with each movement. In its wake lay a gruesome trail of dismembered zombie remains, pulverized by the Titan's 40-ton steel feet. Yet, in an instant, the bloodstained path was swiftly reclaimed by the relentless tide of zombies. As Feng Wuhen maneuvered the Titan through the horde, he felt neither fear nor revulsion. Rather, he experienced an exhilarating thrill. Just envision the scene of piloting a mech amidst 1,000,000 zombies. It was a rush like no other. Chapter 39. The underground world of the mall. At the entrance of a shopping mall, Feng Wuhen brought the Titan to a halt, crushing several zombies beneath its feet, 2 of which still had their upper bodies intact, furiously clawing at the Titan's colossal foot. Surrounding zombies quickly surrounded the Titan's feet, blocking any escape. The wailing of the undead drowned out all other sounds. Feng Wuhen disregarded the surrounding zombies, his attention sharpening as he curiously observed the interior of the mall. Within, a gentle red glow pulsed rhythmically, akin to a breathing light, flickering on and off. Standing at the entrance, Feng Wuhen could see the light, but could not discern its source. Oddly, Uncle Gua had mentioned that the northern district was a haven for aberrations. Why then? Had he not encountered a single one since entering this area? The wind, imperceptible yet curious, enveloped Feng Wuhen. He certainly did not doubt Uncle Go's words. After all, he had witnessed the existence of otherworldly beings during the last rescue. However, he now found himself perplexed as to why the lair of these beings was devoid of their presence. Anomalies often herald malevolence. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Quietly admonishing himself, Feng Wuhen commanded the Titan to raise its right hand and clenched it into a fist. With a thunderous crash, the Titan's iron fist obliterated the entrance of the mall, creating an opening just wide enough for the Titan to enter. Upon stepping inside, Feng Wuhen beheld a mall teeming with zombies. Should he dare to open the hatch and remove his iron helmet, the stench of decay would surely overwhelm him. Within the mall, swarms of flies, dark as storm clouds, swirled about. His gaze was obstructed by these swarms, as they hovered above the masses of the undead. Feng Wuhen attempted to disperse the flies with a sweep of the Titan's hand, but the sheer number of them rendered his efforts futile. A brief moment of clarity was quickly reclaimed by the relentless swarm. Is this how you wish to play? Feng Wuhen seethed at the sight. In an instant, he raised both hands of the Titan, bending them at a 90-degree angle, from which a silvery liquid surged forth. Shortly thereafter, 2 flamethrowers materialized in the Titan's hands. Can you contend with me? With that declaration, he pulled the trigger. A pair of fiery tongues erupted from the 30mm barrels, unleashing searing heat that engulfed the flies before him. In an instant, the swarm was transformed into a sea of flames, accompanied by the visceral sounds of flesh exploding and wings igniting. The acrid scent of barbecue soon wafted through the mall, as wooden tables and plastic decorations ignited, leading to a conflagration initiated by the flies. After approximately 30 seconds of relentless spraying, Feng Wuhen retracted the flamethrowers. The interior of the mall was now ablaze, with the clothing of some zombies catching fire from the surrounding inferno. Due to the proximity of the undead, the flames rapidly spread, igniting all within the mall. The zombies, with their desiccated skin, burned ever brighter, and the flames even licked at the hordes outside. Standing amidst the inferno he had conjured, Feng Wuhen felt no trace of heat, as all the flame's warmth was absorbed by the nanobots. Perhaps I have overdone it. I merely intended to incinerate the flies, he muttered, guiding the Titan further into the mall. The fire was but a trivial interlude, one that did not weigh on his mind. Soon, Feng Wuhen navigated the Titan to the center of the mall, where the blaze illuminated the surroundings. Before him lay a substantial hole in the ground, measuring approximately 10 meters across, as if the very center of the mall had collapsed. A brilliant crimson glow, even more dazzling than before, surged forth from the cavernous opening ahead. Flickering erratically, it seemed as though some precious treasure lay within, shrouded in both mystery and peril. Surrounding the entrance, and even within, a throng of zombies had gathered. For an ordinary person, even traversing this abyss by vehicle would pose a formidable challenge. Windlass, observing the zombies refraining from plummeting into the pit, pondered whether this chasm was not vertical after all. Could it be an underground parking lot of the mall? With a sense of curiosity, he maneuvered the Titan closer. Soon, the massive steel behemoth pushed through the horde of zombies, arriving at the edge of the great abyss. What is this? Windlass gazed down at the sloping descent into the depths, astonished. Who had excavated this tunnel? The walls of the opening appeared to have been carved by machinery rather than a natural collapse. Moreover, a natural collapse could not have formed at such an angle. Should he venture inside? Hesitation gripped him. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow. Although the Titan could fit, encountering danger might hinder his ability to retaliate effectively. Fortune favors the bold, while misfortune befalls the timid. I cannot bring shame upon the traversers. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed. As a distinguished traverser, if others possess the courage to take risks, why should he not? With this thought, Windlass steered the Titan into the depths of the chasm. Strangely, the radiance seemed to intensify. The further he delved, the more vibrant the surrounding crimson glow became. Below him, the zombies began to thin out as he advanced. Were these creatures afraid of what lay within? Observing their behavior, Windlass felt perplexed. If they were indeed fearful, why then did they continue to swarm this area? Unable to comprehend, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. The cognitive processes of zombies differed vastly from those of normal beings. For instance, he had encountered not a single mutated creature on his journey thus far. Perhaps these aberrations sensed something ominous, causing them to refrain from joining the fray like the zombies. Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. He had not spotted a single aberrant creature. Though these beings possessed a degree of animalistic intelligence, they were not as astute as the mutated entities. Why then were they not drawn to this unfolding spectacle? As Windlass continued to delve deeper, he soon found the answer he sought. After traversing approximately 50 meters, he beheld an exit ahead. It appeared that this was merely a passageway. Beyond lay an expansive subterranean realm. Having perused numerous tales of underground worlds, Windlass' mind raced with myriad narratives. The vibrant glow emanating from the exit rivaled that of the sun itself. With utmost caution, Windlass slowed his pace, inching closer to the threshold. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity presented by the nearby gap to meticulously observe the environment within the exit. However, he discerned nothing amiss. All that surrounded him were the ordinary earthen walls. Utilizing Titan's infrared measurement system, Feng Wuhen gauged the distance to the innermost wall, arriving at an astonishing figure, 307 meters. Good heavens, with a diameter exceeding 300 meters, how vast must the subterranean space beyond the passage be? He could not fathom it being circular. A sense of unease washed over Feng Wuhen. Such an expansive area evoked thoughts of the doomsday architects of this world, extraterrestrials. It was conceivable that this underground realm had been constructed by aliens. Yet, what might dwell within this subterranean world? As he drew closer to the exit, a low humming resonated in his ears, fluctuating with the flickering light. Clang! Feng Wuhen halted his steps, intent on stealthily advancing on foot to investigate, lest Titan's heavy footfalls alert any potential extraterrestrial inhabitants inside. With a swift motion, the Titan's hatch opened, and Feng Wuhen leapt down. At that moment, the passageway was devoid of zombies, alleviating his concerns of being disturbed by them. BT, keep a lookout behind me, Feng Wuhen instructed, glancing up at BT. Understood. BT responded promptly. With renewed confidence, Feng Wuhen stealthily jogged toward the exit. Before long, he arrived at the exit. Upon cautiously leaning forward to survey the environment outside, he was left utterly astounded by the scene before him. Chapter 40, Fortune Arrives. My goodness. Feng Wuhen's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as he beheld the spectacle. In a spacious underground cavern, estimated to span over 10,000 square meters, stood a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide crimson crystal, quietly positioned at the center of the cavern. Beneath the crystal lay a dazzling expanse of gold. Indeed, he was not mistaken. It was gold. A circular golden surface cradled the red crystal, which perched atop a golden pillar. Soon, Feng Wuhen sensed something amiss. It appeared that the crimson crystal was absorbing the energy of the gold. Each time the crystal emitted a brilliant red radiance, the golden ground beneath shimmered with a golden glow. However, the golden light was rather faint, perhaps a sign that the energy was nearing depletion, while the gold and the red crystal were undeniably captivating. Feng Wuhen's initial surprise and joy quickly shifted as his gaze was drawn to the creatures flanking the cavern's sides. To the left, a plethora of alien beings and humanoids stood, ranging in size from a diminutive 3 meters to an imposing nearly 10 meters. Conversely, to the right, various mutated creatures were present, such as familiar domesticated animals, cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle. In addition to these poultry, there were also tigers, monkeys, snakes, frogs, and other creatures of nature, standing together like a harmonious family, facing the crystalline beings of another species. Their sizes were comparable to those of the alien entities, all towering at nearly 10 meters in height. However, the smallest of the mutated creatures measured around 1 meter, yet their numbers vastly outnumbered those of the alien species. The latter was estimated to exceed 1,000, while the mutated beings numbered around 4,000 to 5,000, predominantly smaller in size. Was a war between the two factions about to commence? Feng Wuhen pondered as he observed the scene within the cavern, murmuring to himself. Just as he became engrossed in the spectacle, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from his right, startling him. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Feng Wuhen's half-squatting frame leapt up in surprise at the unexpected noise. He cursed under his breath, quickly realizing he had been discovered. His gaze slowly turned towards the depths of the cave. Indeed, he found all the alien and mutated creatures glaring at him with fierce eyes. Ah, my apologies. I shan't interrupt. Please, carry on. Feng Wuhen chuckled awkwardly, bowing slightly as he began to retreat cautiously back into the passage. Bark, bark, bark. Try barking again, and I'll feast upon your dog meat. Feng Wuhen growled menacingly at the small pup, which stood about 1 meter tall. The little creature, intimidated, scampered back to its pack, tail tucked between its legs. Observing this, Feng Wuhen felt a swell of pride. Yet, his moment of triumph was short-lived as he was astonished to see the same pup return, now accompanied by 2 massive 5-meter-tall wolfhounds. Damn it! Without a moment's thought, Feng Wuhen turned and fled. He had not anticipated that the little pup would summon its parents. However, who among them lacked formidable guardians? BT, come quickly. I'm being bullied by dogs. He shouted as he ran, glancing back to see the 2 colossal wolfhounds baring their sharp fangs, saliva flying as they pursued him at breakneck speed. Trailing behind these giants was the small pup, joyfully barking and keeping pace with them, its expression radiating triumph that was enough to infuriate Feng Wuhen. I detest those who can't stand their ground and call for reinforcements, he muttered fiercely, quickening his pace. However, the 2 5-meter wolfhounds were swifter still. Within mere breaths, they closed the distance behind him. As the male hound bared its fangs and lunged towards Feng Wuhen, he turned just in time to witness the imminent attack and prepared to activate his jump device to evade. Bang! Bang! Crash! A heavy thud of footsteps briefly echoed, and a massive shadow swept over Feng Wuhen's head. Moments later, he heard a dull crash followed by the anguished yelps of a dog. Thud! The formidable wolf dog that had just attempted to bite Feng Wuhen was sent tumbling back several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground of the passageway. Another 5-meter wolf dog, upon witnessing this, skidded to an abrupt halt, its paws gouging deep furrows into the earth. The little 1-meter pup trailing behind, upon seeing its father hurled away, exhibited no inclination to check on him. With a startled yelp, it turned and fled back into the cave. At the same time, Feng Wuhen abruptly halted his flight. He swiftly pivoted to see the towering steel figure of Titan slowly retracting its right fist. BT, give it a good thrashing. Feng Wuhen shouted excitedly at Titan's back. Feng Wuhen, you could handle this yourself. Why resort to such a cowardly display? BT questioned, puzzled, as he turned to face Feng Wuhen. Because it's exhilarating. And I yearn to experience the feeling of being protected. Feng Wuhen grinned, the latter part of his statement bearing truth. He had envisioned this very scenario countless times during his days on Earth, fantasizing about a critical moment of peril when BT, piloting Titan, would heroically swoop in to rescue him. Now, that fantasy had materialized into reality. BT, unable to comprehend Feng Wuhen's peculiar thoughts, blinked his mechanical eye, and then turned to confront the two 5-meter wolf dogs. At that moment, the larger wolf dog that had been knocked down had regained its footing, its eyes blazing with fury as it bared its fangs at BT, emitting a low, menacing growl. Unfazed, BT adopted a combat stance, barehanded. From behind, Feng Wuhen observed this scene and called out, "BT, aren't you going to use a weapon? My bare hands are sufficient." BT confidently replied, "Go for it, BT. Knock out their teeth." Knowing BT could easily defeat the two 5-meter wolf dogs, Feng Wuhen perched himself on a nearby raised patch of ground, cheering for BT. Suddenly, a howl reminiscent of a wolf echoed from the direction of the exit. The two snarling wolf dogs turned their heads, displaying expressions of confusion. Both BT and Feng Wuhen followed their gaze. "Is that good fortune?" Feng Wuhen exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting a 3-meter-tall husky racing towards them from the cave. He quickly rose and approached BT's side. The husky, dubbed Good Luck, maneuvered between the two towering wolf dogs and arrived before Feng Wuhen and BT. Chapter 41. Language Translator Buzz. A convoy of 100 vehicles sped along the main thoroughfare of the Northern District. The path was cleared by a modified large truck, its front equipped with a triangular shovel. The remnants of vehicles scattered along the road were violently thrust aside by the truck's imposing shovel, unstoppable in its advance. Qingshao, there lay merely 2 kilometers until the destination. However, the personnel from Barrier 22 of the Zhou family and Barrier 15 of the Hao family had already arrived ahead of schedule. I was apprehensive. Within the armored vehicle situated in the midst of the convoy, a robust middle-aged man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, wore a respectful smile as he reported to a youth before him, who sported a middle part and was clad in black suspenders. This middle-aged man was Yang Yin, the overseer of the Qing Consortium at Barrier 66 in City P, a leader of the 23rd tier of power-type new humans. The youth before Yang Yin was Qing Kuan, the younger brother of the second-in-command of the Qing Consortium, a 27th tier speed-type new human, relaxed in a massage chair that had already been activated. Qing Kuan squinted his eyes in pleasure, intermittently emitting soft, indistinct moans of contentment. Yang Yin gazed at Qing Kuan, who had yet to respond to his queries, and could do nothing but continue his wait. Recollecting the previous night, an unexpected command had arrived from the upper echelons of the headquarters, indicating a faint signal of the blood crystal source detected in City P, instructing him to lead an exploration team early the next day and report back to the higher-ups of the Qing Consortium. However, just as he was preparing to depart that morning, Qing Kuan sent a sudden message stating he was en route to City P, requesting Yang Yin to remain in place. With no choice but to comply, given Qing Kuan's esteemed position as the brother of the second-in-command, Yang Yin delayed his departure, awaiting the arrival of this influential sibling. Expecting Qing Kuan to arrive promptly, he found himself waiting nearly 2 hours before Qing Kuan finally reached Barrier 66. It must be noted that the directive from headquarters mandated an early start to avoid being preempted by the Zhou and Hao families. This delay of 2 hours had completely squandered the optimal window for reconnaissance. Although Qing Kuan assured him he would take responsibility for the delay, Yang Yin could not shake off his anxiety. After all, he was merely an employee. Should Qing Kuan fail to assume the blame for the postponement, his position as leader of the barrier would be jeopardized. This thought plunged Yang Yin's heart into a dizzying descent akin to a plane in freefall. Ah, the comfort! Suddenly, Qing Kuan in the massage chair stirred, snapping Yang Yin back to attention. He quickly directed his gaze toward Qing Kuan, awaiting his decision. The personnel from Barrier 22 and Barrier 15 had already crossed into the Northern District 2 hours prior. Moreover, he had a history with Tang San from Barrier 15. Given Tang San's treacherous nature, it was likely that traps lay in wait for him. Having encountered such predicaments numerous times before, Yang Yin had always managed to circumvent them. It was his sharp intellect that secured him the position of barrier leader. Thus, he now hoped Qing Kuan would halt the advance of the convoy for reconnaissance. This way, they would preserve their lives. Why are you standing in front of me? You're blocking my way. Yang Yin was waiting for Qing Kuan to speak before proceeding, when unexpectedly, Qing Kuan uttered such a remark, causing a twitch at the corner of Yang Yin's eye. Qing, what did I just say? Yang Yin quickly stepped aside. Eager to receive an answer, he nudged Qing Kuan for a response. However, Qing Kuan's reply left Yang Yin speechless once again. What did you say? Did you even speak just now? Qin Kuan looked at Yang Yan with an expression of innocence and confusion. Yang Yan suppressed his irritation and reluctantly repeated his previous statement. Upon hearing that the individuals at Barrier 15 might set traps along the way, Qin Kuan raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "If you spread the word that I'm here, and they still dare to obstruct us, I'll have my brother take care of them." With that, Qin Kuan laid down on a bed at the rear of the vehicle and called out to a sultry woman in a black leather outfit, standing behind Yang Yan. "Come over and give me a shoulder massage." The alluring woman didn't respond verbally, but circled around Yang Yan to approach Qin Kuan. Witnessing Qin Kuan's nonchalant demeanor, Yang Yan could only sigh helplessly within. There was no choice but to relay this gentleman's message to those two individuals. Although this might land Qin Kuan in the crosshairs of a rival syndicate, he couldn't concern himself with that at the moment. In comparison to the current danger, surviving this ordeal took precedence. Thus, Yang Yan made his way to the cockpit to send a radio message to Tang San. "Lucky, why didn't you inform me you were returning to P City?" In the underground passage, Feng Wuhen was vigorously rubbing the large head of Lucky, feigning annoyance as he inquired, "Awoke?" Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's question, Lucky recounted the events in canine language. The outcome was predictable. How could a human like Feng Wuhen understand dog language? At this moment, all he could hear was Lucky's incessant "awoke," completely oblivious to its meaning. All right, be quiet. I don't understand your dog language." Feng Wuhen raised his hand to stop Lucky from continuing. At that instant, BT interjected, "Feng Wuhen, you could actually create a language translator for Lucky." "A language translator?" Feng Wuhen's curiosity was piqued as he looked up at BT. "Indeed, nanobots can transform into anything. And while I may not know how to create a translator, I can learn," BT replied confidently. Such advanced technology. After his initial surprise, Feng Wuhen quickly urged, "Then BT, please create a language translator. I can hardly wait to try it out. It should be quite entertaining, right?" "All right, give me a few minutes." BT's words trailed off as he fell silent, presumably delving into the Titan system to research the language translator. Observing that BT had begun his work, Feng Wuhen turned his gaze to the two puzzled large wolves on his right and asked, "Lucky, are those two your companions?" Good Fortune shook its head and nodded, which only intensified Winless' desire to equip it with a language translator. "Forget it. I cannot comprehend your meaning," Winless lamented, then continued. "Go tell them that I do not wish to engage in conflict. Those aberrations inside are the true adversaries. Should they insist on opposing me, do not blame me when they meet their demise." Upon hearing this, Good Fortune scampered towards the two large wolves. Soon enough, the three canines began to converse, their deep barks and howls echoing through the corridor. After a while, the sounds ceased, and Good Fortune returned. Winless observed as the two large wolves glared fiercely at him before turning back towards the cavern ahead. "Awoke." Good Fortune approached Winless and quietly reported the earlier events. However, its efforts were in vain, akin to playing a lute to a cow. Chapter 42. Good Fortune's Psychological Shadow. Approximately 5 minutes later, the previously silent BT finally stirred. It fixed its singular eye on Winless and spoke. "Winless, I have completed the language translator." Eagerly, Winless replied, "Hurry, install it on Good Fortune." "All right." BT acknowledged and prepared to equip Good Fortune with the translator. However, when Good Fortune spotted the imposing figure of BT approaching, it grew anxious and retreated, casting helpless glances at Winless while emitting low whimpers. "Good Fortune, this is BT, my most important companion, just like you. Do not shy away." "Allow BT to install the language translator," Winless assured, gently grasping the fur around Good Fortune's neck. "Awoke." Good Fortune remained vigilant, watching as BT raised its right hand, only to then grip the back of its neck. "Awoke." The familiar sensation of restraint instantly awakened unsettling memories buried deep within Good Fortune's mind. Previously, it had been bound by chains around its neck and limbs, nearly beaten to death. Now, as BT grasped its neck with a metallic hand, the familiar dread surged, igniting an uncontrollable fury within. "Ruhar." Good Fortune kicked its limbs against the ground, its expression transforming into one of ferocity, baring its fangs and emitting an angry growl. Winless, witnessing this scene, recalled the memory of Good Fortune being bound. He urgently called out, "BT, please release it." Upon hearing this, BT loosened its grip on Good Fortune's neck and said, "I have successfully installed the language translator." Winless was momentarily taken aback. "Installed? So soon?" It is quite simple. It merely requires injecting the language translator chip, BT clarified. Windlass nodded and approached Good Fortune, now several meters away, offering reassurance. It's all right. The language chip is installed. Try to see if you can speak. In the eyes of Good Luck, remnants of trepidation lingered, yet upon the arrival of Feng Wuhen, its anxious heart gradually found solace. It understood that its master meant no harm. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words, Good Luck attempted to articulate, I feel a slight itch on my neck. To its astonishment, it uttered a perfectly human phrase. However, the sound was somewhat comical, reminiscent of a husky's peculiar yowling. Feng Wuhen, taken aback and pleasantly surprised, had not anticipated such clarity in Good Luck's speech. The voice evoked a chuckle within him. He turned to BT, who stood nearby, and inquired, BT, is that sound produced by the chip, or is it truly Good Luck's own voice? It is Good Luck's own voice, BT replied. Well, that's reassuring. It's rather delightful. Feng Wuhen managed to suppress his laughter. At that moment, Good Luck appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why Feng Wuhen was suddenly so elated. With its head tilted in a foolish manner, it gazed at him with innocent curiosity. The sight only intensified Feng Wuhen's desire to laugh, yet he restrained himself, mindful of Good Luck's dignity. Unbeknownst to him, Good Luck would not have minded, for in its heart, Feng Wuhen had already become its lifelong master. No matter what Feng Wuhen commanded, Good Luck would obey, even unto death. Good Luck, please recount the reason for your presence here, Feng Wuhen urged. Now that Good Luck could articulate human speech. After all, the scene within the cave was evidently of great significance. Two factions stood in opposition, seemingly vying for that crimson crystal. It seemed that this crystal was no ordinary object. It likely possessed the power to enhance the physical attributes of those extraordinary beings and mutated creatures. 3 minutes later, Good Luck recounted its purpose for being there. It revealed that the previous night, it had sensed a peculiar stirring within its heart. By morning, this sensation intensified, and its mind seemed to act independently. Without the opportunity to inform Feng Wuhen of the situation, it leapt beyond the sanctuary's walls and raced toward Peace City. Along the way, Good Luck encountered its kin, as well as hordes of zombies and other anomalous beings. However, no conflict arose. They simply ran together toward the northern district of Peace City. It was only within the confines of the cave that Good Luck's mind returned to normalcy. Initially, it had intended to return to Feng Wuhen's side. Yet, upon sensing the alluring red crystal emanating a captivating glow from within the cave, it felt an irresistible pull. Thus, Good Luck resolved to seize the crystal once the opportune moment arose. However, the crystal was not yet ripe for the taking, leading both the extraordinary beings and the mutated creatures to instinctively sense that it was not yet time to claim it, resulting in a standoff between the two parties. It was not until the appearance of the third party, Feng Wuhen, that the heavy atmosphere of confrontation between the two sides was shattered. Luck came forth from the group with great difficulty upon hearing the familiar voice of Feng Wuhen, eager to seek him out. As for the function of the red crystal, Luck was unaware of its significance. This was the first time he had encountered such a crystal. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense that it was of immense importance to him. Beyond this intuition, Luck was left in the dark regarding its true nature. After listening to Luck's account, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow in deep concern. It was evident that the red crystal was deliberately placed there by extraterrestrial beings, the creators of the apocalypse. However, what truly troubled Feng Wuhen was the realization that Luck could be forcibly controlled. This situation was exceedingly perilous. Should the aliens take notice of Luck's uniqueness and wish to eliminate him, Luck would become the perfect instrument for their assassination. Contemplating this, a chill ran down Feng Wuhen's spine. He was grateful to have arrived in Peace City today, to have found Luck and to have learned of these matters. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired. Yet, knowing the truth, what could he do? Should he banish Luck? He gazed at Luck, who looked at him with a face full of reverence. No, Luck was the first companion he had ever had, loyal and obedient. How could he bear to send him away? Absolutely not. Resolutely dismissing the notion of driving Luck away, Feng Wuhen pondered for a moment before turning to BT. BT, you must have heard what Luck said. Do you have a way to address this issue of passive control? BT blinked its single eye, its tone uncertain as it replied. The system's infrared cannot detect Luck's physical condition. I require a blood sample for an in-depth DNA analysis. Upon hearing BT's words, Luck instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. Feng Wuhen, witnessing this reaction, felt a pang of helplessness. It was evident that a past incident had left a significant psychological scar on Luck. He looked earnestly at Luck and asked, "Do you trust me?" Luck quickly responded, "I trust you, Master. I believe whatever you say. Since you trust me, do not be afraid of BT," Feng Wuhen said with heartfelt reassurance. "He is as important a companion to me as you are. BT, like me, will not harm you. We three will live together from now on, and you must overcome your fear." Luck's eyes reflected a struggle. In truth, it was not BT he feared, but rather the psychological trauma associated with being restrained by iron. Last time, he had been bound by chains and suspended as a punching bag for 3 days. As BT tightened its grip around its neck, the long-forgotten terror resurfaced within. It found itself incapable of coexisting with BT, at least for the moment. Perhaps sensing the tumultuous emotions within, BT spoke. "Feng Wuhen, the shadow from that incident has inflicted significant trauma upon Hao Yunlai. It will take time for it to heal. Allow it some time to adapt, and I believe it will emerge from those dark memories." Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen nodded and reached out to stroke Hao Yunlai's massive head. "BT is right. I failed to consider this adequately." Hao Yunlai gazed at Feng Wuhen, then furtively cast a glance at the distant BT, its eyes reflecting a flicker of human-like apology and gratitude. Chapter 43. Panic and Confusion Subsequently. Feng Wuhen commanded the nanobots to collect a sample of Hao Yunlai's blood for DNA testing. The results revealed that Hao Yunlai's DNA had been altered, or rather, infused with additional strands from other sources. These modifications were the reason for Hao Yunlai's increased size. However, alongside the growth-enhancing DNA, there existed a strand that granted control over the creature. "BT, is it possible to eliminate this controlling DNA from Hao Yunlai?" Feng Wuhen inquired with a furrowed brow. "It cannot be removed. Doing so would lead to gaps in Hao Yunlai's DNA, and I cannot predict the consequences," BT explained. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's expression grew increasingly grave. "What are we to do then?" Hao Yunlai, still bewildered, tilted its head, watching the exchange between Feng Wuhen and BT. Sensing Feng Wuhen's distress, BT reassured him. "In fact, this controlling DNA can be easily addressed. There is no need for concern. I only mentioned that it cannot be eradicated, not that it cannot be rewritten." At this revelation, Feng Wuhen's troubled countenance brightened. "BT, are you serious? Hao Yunlai, doesn't he have to worry about being controlled?" "Indeed," BT elucidated. "Simply command the nanobots to rewrite the controlling DNA. They possess that capability." Feng Wuhen was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. It was remarkable to consider that the nanobots had such functionality. "Then, BT, please assist Hao Yunlai in rewriting that controlling DNA. I am unable to do so myself," Feng Wuhen requested. "That cannot be done at the moment," BT replied firmly. Then elaborated. "Hao Yunlai is currently allergic to metals." Realizing this, Feng Wuhen nodded in understanding. "Very well, we shall address that matter later. For now, we must prioritize the immediate situation." He referred to the various exotic and mutated creatures within the cave, as well as the crystals and gold. Reflecting on the crystals, Feng Wuhen asked Hao Yunlai, "Hao Yunlai, do the other mutated beings covet that crystal, or do you have a leader among you?" "We do have a leader. Previously, our leader stated that whoever acquires the crystal will share it with us," Hao Yunlai responded. The windless trace stroked his chin, contemplating the matter of good fortune. After a moment, he inquired, "Can you communicate with your leader and express my desire to collaborate? I have no interest in that crystal. All I seek is gold." "What is gold?" Good Fortune, tilting his canine head in confusion, asked. Gold is the yellow metal beneath the crystal," Windless Trace replied, somewhat taken aback. In truth, Good Fortune did not comprehend the human distinction of colors. However, now that Windless Trace had identified that particular metal as gold, Good Fortune committed the name of this yellow metal to memory. "Master, our leader harbors a deep disdain for humans. I fear he may not consent." Good Fortune expressed with concern. "Disdain for humans? Has your leader suffered at their hands before?" Windless Trace questioned, puzzled. "No, our leader has never been captured by humans." Good Fortune shook his head. "Then why does he despise them?" Windless Trace's curiosity intensified. "I am not entirely certain. I overheard other dogs mention that the leader once had a human master, but after that master was killed by other humans, he began to harbor a hatred for them." Good Fortune reflected. Upon hearing this, Windless Trace nodded but still wished to attempt collaboration with the mutated beasts, considering their vast numbers. If the mutated beasts were to confront him, although he would likely be unscathed, he would lack the time to consume gold. After a moment of contemplation, Windless Trace suggested, "Good fortune, you should inquire on my behalf, stating that I am willing to assist in acquiring the crystal, provided that no other mutated creatures are permitted to attack me. I shall give it a try, but what if he is unwilling?" Good Fortune asked. "If he refuses, then so be it. After all, gold cannot sprout legs and escape. At worst, I shall return tomorrow," Windless Trace replied nonchalantly. In the external world, atop a 13-story residential building at the perimeter of the zombie tide, a cold warning echoed from the communicator. "Inform your leader that we have Qinglong's brother, Qingkuan, in our vehicle. It is advisable that you refrain from any troublesome antics." A young man holding the communicator, upon hearing the message, cast a glance filled with uncertainty towards Tang San on his left. "Leader, should we retract the zombie bomb?" Tang San furrowed his brow, remaining silent and serious. In truth, a sense of unease began to stir within him, though he was unsure whether this was merely an excuse from Yang Yin or a genuine threat. Could it be that Yang Yin anticipated my ambush and thus sought to deceive me into retracting the trap? Tang San pondered grimly. Yet if it were true, the situation would escalate significantly. Regardless of how discreetly I conduct myself, Qinglong would stop at nothing to avenge his brother, leaving me with no escape and ultimately facing death. Contemplating this, Tang San's eyes revealed a struggle, for he was loath to relinquish the opportunity to eradicate Yang Yin. Where had Yang Yin and his group arrived? After much deliberation, Tang San resolved to ascertain the veracity of Yang Yan's claims. If true, he would have no choice but to abandon today's plan to eliminate Yang Yin. If false, Tang San's gaze narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing across his eyes. As they looked back, they had approximately 2 kilometers left to reach the trap point. The young man holding the communicator replied. This young man was Tang San's assistant, a foreigner named Badama, a 20-tier new human. Hearing his assistant's words, Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, "What progress has been made regarding Qinglong's brother's arrival in Peace City?" "Leader, Xiao Wu is still investigating. I believe we will receive a response shortly," Badama replied. "Tell her to hurry. Yang Yan's convoy is nearing the detonation range," Tang San urged in a low voice. "Understood," Badama responded, picking up the communicator to contact the network investigator, Xiao Wu. About a minute later, Badama put away the communicator and approached Tang San to report. "Leader, Xiao Wu confirmed that a vehicle from the Qing family arrived at Barrier 66 this morning, but it remains unclear who was inside." Upon hearing his assistant's report, Tang San's eyes narrowed. He understood that Yang Yan's earlier words might indeed hold truth. Qinglong's second-in-command's brother, Qingkuan, was likely among that reconnaissance team. Typically, conglomerates would not dispatch personnel to a small place like Peace City without reason. Only someone like Qingkuan, an extravagant scion, would wander to such a humble locale for leisure. With this realization, Tang San immediately commanded, "Order the recall of all zombie bombs." "Yes," Badama replied firmly, preparing to contact the demolition team. Just then, a series of violent explosions erupted, as if triggered by a chain reaction, emanating from the direction of the zombie tide square 2 kilometers ahead. "Damn it! Quickly contact the demolition team and find out what is happening," Tang San exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically as he witnessed the fireballs rising in the distance. He shouted desperately at Badama. Badama, now somewhat panicked, grabbed the communicator to inquire about the situation on that end. Chapter 44. Seizing the source of blood crystals within the underground cavern. The glow of the red crystals had gradually stabilized, no longer flickering. The various aberrant creatures and mutated beings on either side began to grow restless, unconsciously drifting closer to the central crystals. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, heavy iron footsteps echoed from the entrance of the passage. All aberrant creatures and mutated beings turned their gaze toward the sound. They beheld the return of Haoyun, accompanied by a massive iron figure. Both the aberrant creatures and mutated beings regarded the Titan behind Haoyun with curiosity. Before long, Haoyun, along with Feng Wuhen, arrived before the throng of mutated beings. Feng Wuhen, seated in the cockpit, observed the various mutated creatures with keen interest. As he beheld these vibrant beings, their eyes brimming with intelligence, he found it utterly fascinating. Could it be that these mutated creatures were evolving toward a more mystical form? Feng Wuhen gazed outside at the mutated creatures, their eyes reflecting an unsettling semblance of humanity. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured softly. Just then, he noticed on his left, Heo Yunlai engaged in conversation with a wild boar. Could this boar be the leader of Heo Yunlai's group? Feng Wuhen was momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. However, he quickly realized his misjudgment. After exchanging a few words with Heo Yunlai, the wild boar glanced towards the direction of the Titan and stepped aside, allowing a pathway to open. The other mutated creatures also parted, granting Heo Yunlai passage into the heart of their assembly. Feng Wuhen's gaze remained steadfast on Heo Yunlai's retreating figure. He observed as Heo Yunlai approached two towering 5-meter gorillas and paused to converse with them. After a brief exchange, the gorillas moved aside, revealing a magnificent 6-meter-long striped tiger, which slowly emerged from their midst. Feng Wuhen could distinctly see Heo Yunlai tremble upon laying eyes on the imposing tiger. Observing Heo Yunlai's silhouette alongside the tiger, which occasionally raised its head to cast a glance with its fierce yet regal eyes, Feng Wuhen felt a palpable sense of malevolence and animosity radiating from the beast. Moreover, these sentiments intensified with each word that escaped Heo Yunlai's lips. An ominous premonition gripped Feng Wuhen. He sensed that the tiger would never agree to collaborate with him. As anticipated, BT's voice echoed in his mind. Feng Wuhen, the tiger's fury is escalating. I recommend recalling Heo Yunlai. Very well. Feng Wuhen acquiesced to BT's counsel. He promptly activated the Titan's loudspeaker and called out to Heo Yunlai. Heo Yunlai, you may return. It is time for us to depart. Upon hearing this, Heo Yunlai turned to glance back at the Titan. Heo Yunlai, is that truly your name? You have acknowledged a human as your master. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated in Heo Yunlai's ears. He turned to face the great tiger, feeling a surge of trepidation, yet mustering his courage to respond. He saved me. Is it not permissible for me to recognize him as my master? I have heard that you too once accepted a human as your leader for similar reasons. Silence. Roar. The tiger's eyes flared with wrath and murderous intent upon hearing Heo Yunlai's words, and it unleashed a furious growl towards him. Heo Yunlai stumbled back in fear. Witnessing the leader's fury, disappointment welled up in Heo Yunlai's eyes. He understood that the leader had become utterly blinded by hatred, viewing all creatures associated with humanity as adversaries. Resolving not to pursue the matter further, Heo Yunlai turned away and headed back towards Feng Wuhen. Behind him, the mutated tiger's gaze lingered on Heo Yunlai's retreating form, its fierce murderous intent gradually permeating its pupils. It despised humans. Thus, it sought to obliterate anything linked to them. In its eyes, the arrival of good fortune recognizing humanity as its master equated to an act of betrayal. The mutated tiger, resolute in its stance against traitors, prepared to pounce on the departing good fortune, intent on delivering a fatal bite. However, in the next moment, the previously illuminated cavern plunged into darkness. The entire cave became so obscure that one could scarcely see their own hand before their face. Yet, being creatures of instinct, their vision was not comparable to that of humans. Once the aberrant beings and mutated creatures acclimated to the gloom, they beheld the culprit behind the sudden darkness. The elusive figure of Feng Wuhen had appeared beside the crystalline entity, bearing the red crystal upon his shoulder. Good fortune. Run for the exit. Feng Wuhen shouted urgently to the retreating figure, then forcefully hurled the crystal towards BT. BT, catch. With a swift dash, BT sprinted forward and securely grasped the crystal that Feng Wuhen had thrown. He then opened the hatch and placed the crystal inside the cockpit. Good fortune, follow me. BT called out to the stunned Good Fortune as he closed the hatch behind him. Due to the abruptness of the incident and the rapidity of Feng Wuhen and BT's actions, which seemed premeditated, the aberrant beings and mutated creatures failed to react in time, allowing the crystal to be seized. Indeed, this was a calculated maneuver by Feng Wuhen and BT, but that was of secondary importance. The paramount concern now was to escape swiftly from this perilous situation. As BT's voice echoed, the bewildered aberrant beings and mutated creatures finally came to their senses. A thunderous roar resonated from the direction of the aberrants as a 5-meter-tall creature charged toward BT. In an instant, the other aberrants surrounding this formidable beast joined in a cacophony of roars, launching an assault against BT. Meanwhile, the mutated tiger unleashed a resonant roar of its own. And similarly, all the mutated creatures surged toward BT, who possessed the crystal. Good Fortune had already dashed towards BT. Upon reaching BT's side, Feng Wuhen arrived at the same juncture. Good Fortune, you and BT must leave at once. I have matters to attend to. Hurry. Wind Wuhen urged urgently. Uncertain of Wind Wuhen's intentions, Good Fortune howled anxiously, wanting to stay and assist. Observing the dwindling time, Wind Wuhen exclaimed in frustration, "If you do not leave now, I shall never want you again." At these words, a flicker of conflict crossed Good Fortune's canine visage, but it ultimately turned and raced towards BT. As Good Fortune ran, it glanced back, only to witness Wind Wuhen vanish from sight. This sight sparked a memory within Good Fortune. It recalled that the last time Wind Wuhen had rescued it, he had employed his ability to become invisible. Upon realizing that Feng Wuhen would be unharmed, Good Luck swiftly redirected his efforts and hastened to catch up with BT. Behind a Titan and a canine, a multitude of aberrant creatures surged toward the spot where Feng Wuhen had just stood. The outcome was predictable. They all missed their target. However, these aberrant beings did not linger. Instead, they rapidly pursued the path taken by BT and Good Luck. Within the cave, there existed multiple exits, allowing many of the aberrant creatures to rush forth through alternative openings. At that moment, 3 fully armed individuals lay in ambush at an intersection, crouched atop a modest 3-story building, occasionally rising to glance toward the nearby shopping mall. It seemed the flames were subsiding. One man stood up, peering in the direction of the mall, and addressed his companions, awaiting instructions. "Yang Yan's convoy should be arriving shortly." A middle-aged man replied sternly. "Will Yang Yan's convoy even venture this way, with so many zombies around?" A young man seated on the ground lazily chimed in, cradling a sniper rifle in his arms. "The leader said they would come, so they will." Before the half-squatting man could finish his sentence, a sudden tremor shook the ground, accompanied by the heavy sound of steel colliding with the earth. "What on earth is that?" the seated youth inquired, perplexed. "Goodness, look over there." The astonished exclamation from the man drew the curiosity of both the middle-aged man and the young one. They quickly rose and turned to follow the man's gaze. In the next moment, both echoed his earlier astonishment. "Goodness, a mech." As their words faded, a massive mech and a large dog emerged from the mall, racing down the main thoroughfare to the left. Before the 3 could fully comprehend the scene, they witnessed a horde of aberrant creatures and mutated beings pouring out of the mall, all howling and pursuing the mech and the dog. In the next instant, a series of violent explosions erupted from the left side of the main avenue, creating a cacophony of destruction. The air was filled with dismembered limbs, and a gruesome spectacle ensued, as 5 colossal fireballs ascended into the sky, with a powerful shockwave devastating everything in its path for hundreds of meters. Chapter 45. Do you take me for a fool? BT, are you all right? I heard explosions. What transpired? In the dark, unlit caverns, Feng Wuhen activated his night vision, frowning with concern as he contacted BT through the communicator. "Feng Wuhen, Good Luck and I are unharmed. Someone planted explosives amidst the zombie horde, which the aberrant creatures inadvertently triggered." BT's voice resonated through the communicator. "Are you safe?" Feng Wuhen inquired once more. "Not yet. Fortune's arrival is rather sluggish, and it risks being overtaken." BT's voice suddenly took on an urgent tone. "Wind Wuhen, I shall assist Fortune in delaying time. I will contact you once it is safe. You must hasten to devour those treasures, for I have detected numerous ambushing humans nearby." "Understood." Upon hearing BT's words, Wind Wuhen acknowledged and promptly ended the communication. Wasting no time, he stood upon the golden ground and released all of his nanobots. Cackling sounds emerged, unexpected, as Wind Wuhen had just completed the release of the nanobots when a low, resonant growl echoed from the darkness. "This is bad." Upon hearing the growl, Wind Wuhen's heart raced with alarm. "Roar!" The mutated tiger lunged forward, pouncing on the fleeing Fortune and bringing it crashing to the ground. Thud! The dog and tiger, propelled by inertia, tumbled several times before coming to a halt, raising a cloud of dust. Fortune attempted to rise and continue its escape, only to be pinned down by the mutated tiger, which was twice its size. With a powerful paw, the tiger pressed Fortune into the ground, rubbing it mercilessly. "Roar! Traitor dies." The mutated tiger bellowed at the Fortune beneath it, offering no chance of reprieve as it opened its gaping maw to bite at Fortune's neck. Still reeling from the tiger's earlier blow, Fortune found itself helplessly pinned as it watched the tiger's menacing fangs approach. "Am I to perish?" Fortune's heart ached with reluctance. Yet, in a moment of dire urgency, clang, 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 the sound of heavy steel footsteps approached rapidly. Upon hearing this sound, Fortune's eyes suddenly sharpened with clarity, BT. At that moment, the mutated tiger's jaws were poised to strike, but just as it was about to clamp down on Fortune's throat, a massive iron figure lunged forward. In the fleeting second of the tiger's distraction, two colossal metallic hands seized its neck. The next instant, the tiger felt its vision whirl, and it was thrown over BT's shoulder, sent flying through the air. Whoosh! Thud! The mutated tiger was hurled over 10 meters before crashing onto the hard pavement, stunned. After dispatching the tiger, BT glanced back at the approaching horde of mutated creatures and beings. Then, without hesitation, he turned his attention back to Fortune, rushing to its side and lifting it up with concern. "Fortune, are you unharmed?" At that moment, Fortune was still grappling with the near brush with death. It only regained focus upon hearing BT's inquiry, gazing at him with a dazed expression. I'm fine, as long as you are all right. Let us move swiftly. I will hold them off." BT urged Fortune, adding emphatically, "Do not return to the shelter. Flee in the opposite direction, quickly." Upon hearing BT's insistence, good Fortune felt a tumult of emotions. Yet, it recognized that remaining behind would only be a burden, and it could not encumber BT. Thus, it swiftly turned and dashed in one direction. BT watched as good Fortune sprinted away, then maneuvered the Titan to face the oncoming tide of monstrous creatures and aberrant beings. With a swift motion, BT's right hand flicked to the right, executing an action of remarkable finesse. In the next instant, a silvery liquid coalesced into a formidable blade. BT grasped the hilt with 4 fingers, twirling the weapon with grace before positioning it defensively against his chest, while his left hand secured the lower end of the hilt. This entire movement flowed seamlessly, exuding an undeniable charisma. BT assumed a striking stance, brandishing the sword, unwaveringly gazing at the approaching horde, embodying the spirit of an indomitable warrior. Suddenly, the speeding convoy came to a jarring halt, with several vehicles trailing behind colliding due to delayed reactions. What on earth just happened? Inside the RV, Qing Kuan, who had been enjoying a massage, was abruptly thrown off the bed by the inertia of the sudden break. He was assisted back to his feet by the alluring woman and Yang Yen, grumbling under his breath. "Yang Yen, go see what is going on," Qing Kuan commanded, clutching his waist in irritation. "Understood," Yang Yen replied, promptly exiting the vehicle to investigate. In a short while, he returned, his expression fraught with alarm. "Qing Xiao, the path ahead is blocked by a horde of monstrosities and mutated beings," Yang Yen exclaimed, his tone laced with dread. "Is that all? Why such a grim countenance?" Qing Kuan, witnessing Yang Yan's uncharacteristic panic, felt a wave of disdain, pondering how someone with such a fragile disposition could have been elected as leader. "No, Qing Xiao. You must come and see for yourself," Yang Yan stammered, urgency evident in his voice. Noting Yang Yan's demeanor, Qing Kuan furrowed his brow, but, driven by curiosity and shielded by the alluring woman, alighted from the RV. The main road was devoid of zombies, and under Yang Yan's guidance, he approached the front vehicle. Upon seeing the horde of aberrations and mutated beings several hundred meters ahead, Qing Kuan raised an eyebrow. However, no expression of astonishment graced his face. As a scion of a wealthy consortium, he had encountered sights far grander than this. Disappointment quickly replaced his initial curiosity, and he resolved to return and suggest to his brother that Yang Yan be replaced. A leader who panicked at such trifles could hardly manage a stronghold. "Wait, where did they go?" At that moment, Yang Yan's voice pierced through Qing Kuan's thoughts. Frowning at Yang Yan's bewilderment, Qing Kuan felt a complete sense of disillusionment. "What has vanished?" he asked, his tone flat. Yang Yan hurriedly explained, "There was a mecha engaged in battle over there, but it seems to have departed." Qing Kuan furrowed his brow even tighter, as he harbored no belief in Yang Yan's words, dismissing them as mere excuses to mask his own cowardice. "Oh, is that machine like a human, rampaging through the alien species?" Qing Kuan remarked with a hint of cold mockery. However, at that moment, Yang Yan was entirely oblivious to Qing Kuan's displeasure, his thoughts not on Qing Kuan at all. Instead, he nodded and curiously inquired, "Young Master Qing, have you seen that machine? The one I observed earlier was remarkably agile, wreaking havoc among the alien species." Enough. Qing Kuan could no longer endure Yang Yan's drivel. How dare he attempt to deceive him with such childish excuses? Was he to be considered a fool? To speak of a machine so nimble, it was sheer nonsense. Even the World Alliance and the Federation could not produce such a flexible machine. How could a mere drifter accomplish this? Let us return to the barrier. Qing Kuan was truly incensed, turning on his heel to head back. It was too late to investigate the source of the blood crystal now. Although he had not witnessed it, the earlier scene had revealed everything he needed to know. Only with the source of the blood crystal seized would the alien species and mutated creatures emerge in pursuit of those who had taken it. Yang Yin noticed Qing Kuan's furious departure and, coming back to his senses, felt a tinge of confusion. Chapter 46. The Great Terror in the Cave on the Rooftop. A machine? Tang Sen stood before the railing, his gaze fixed on the direction of the smoky shopping mall, murmuring softly. His subordinate, who had just detonated the bomb, reported sighting a machine, after which the alien species and mutated creatures had pursued it. As the leader of the barrier, he understood the implications of this. It signified that someone had reached the source of the blood crystal before them. Who could it be? Within the confines of Peace City, only my house barrier No. 15 and the Zhou and Qing barriers were in proximity. Which of these barriers had arrived underground ahead of us and seized the blood crystal under the very noses of the alien and mutated beings? Tang San frowned in contemplation, racking his brain to discern who might have gotten there first. Leader, everyone is ready. Badama reported, approaching Tang San from behind. Very well. Let us depart and retrieve that gold before nightfall, Tang San replied, his gaze downcast. With that, the two swiftly descended the stairs together, and Tang Sen inquired. Has Qing Kuan left? He has, Badama responded, and Tang Sen let out a sigh of relief before asking, where are Li Daoba and the others? They reportedly received orders from above and returned to the barrier, Badama replied, indicating the underground cavern. At that moment, Feng Wuhen appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair tousled and sweat pouring down his face. He had narrowly escaped a surprise attack from a lingering mutated creature, managing to dodge it just in time. At this moment, the alien creature that had ambushed him lay beneath him, utterly lifeless. Before him was a swarm of nanobots voraciously consuming gold. On the golden ground, a pool of silvery liquid writhed ominously. The once pristine surface of gold was visibly sinking at an alarming rate. BT, are you safe? Feng Wuhen inquired mentally. Seated upon the bisected carcass of the alien. We're temporarily safe. I'm en route to rendezvous with Good Luck, BT responded. Hearing that BT and Good Luck had evaded their pursuers, Feng Wuhen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Feng Wuhen, I detect an intruder entering the mall. Exercise caution, BT's voice suddenly warned. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow and glanced at the nanobots that had devoured nearly half of the golden ground. He stood up to stretch his limbs. Whoever it may be, none shall disturb my precious consumption of gold, he murmured, summoning back 5 tons of nanobots while leaving 166 tons to continue their feast on the gold below. Indeed, it was not a miscalculation. What had initially been 54 tons of nanometal had now consumed half of the golden surface, yielding over 16 tons of nanometal from just over a ton of gold. This conversion ratio was approximately 1 to 16, meaning that 1 pound of gold could be transformed into 16 pounds of nanometal. The efficiency of this transformation was staggering. Once this gold was fully consumed, the nanometal should exceed 30 tons, perhaps even more. As the armor on Feng Wuhen began to solidify, he gazed at the slowly vanishing surface, now pockmarked with depressions, and excitedly mused to himself. With his visor sealing shut, he turned and made his way toward the mall's entrance. In the pitch-black corridor, a contingent of 50 heavily armed individuals advanced cautiously, weapons at the ready. Tang San and Badama walked at the center of the group, exuding an air of calm that belied any sense of urgency. Pick up the pace. The aliens have already left. There's no need for such vigilance, Tang San urged, observing his teammates' cautious demeanor. At his command, the group quickened their pace. After all, these individuals were merely second-tier new humans. Facing aliens meant certain death, and they dared not recklessly charge ahead. Leader, there's something ahead. At that moment, a frontline member of their team halted, reporting that an obstruction lay in the path. Upon hearing this, everyone became alert, directing their weapons and flashlight beams toward the obstruction in the corridor ahead. What is that? A teammate muttered in disgust, eyeing the blockage. There, in the 4-meter-wide corridor, a mass of grotesque flesh-like tumors, resembling festering sores, completely obstructed the lower portion of the passage. The grotesque, tumor-like entity was a vivid crimson, its surface dotted with semi-spherical bulges that pulsated rhythmically, reminiscent of a beating heart. A viscous, transparent fluid coated it, evoking a sense of profound repulsion. At that moment, Tang Xin pushed his way through the throng, advancing to the front. His gaze fell upon the vivid red mass obstructing the passage, and his eyelids twitched violently. Simultaneously, an ominous premonition began to swell within him, instilling a sense of dread. Tang San was acutely attuned to danger, and he immediately discerned the threat posed by the creature. "You, throw a Molotov cocktail," he commanded a teammate to his left. The teammate hesitated for a moment, but eventually retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his waist, igniting the cloth wick with a lighter. After lighting the incendiary device, he glanced back at Tang San, who nodded in affirmation. The teammate then hurled the Molotov cocktail at the grotesque mass. With a resounding explosion, the Molotov struck the tumor, erupting in a fireball. As the flames ignited, the mass's writhing intensified, accompanied by a series of high-pitched squeaks reminiscent of rodents. Observing that the creature did not retaliate despite being engulfed in flames, Tang Sin exhaled in relief and ordered, "Throw 2 more." Reluctantly, the teammate procured additional Molotovs from others, igniting them before tossing them onto the still-burning mass. The ensuing explosions produced 2 more formidable fireballs, amplifying the cacophony of squeaks emanating from the creature. However, the singed exterior indicated that the Molotovs had only inflicted superficial damage. Noticing this, Tang San furrowed his brow and swiftly retrieved a grenade from a nearby comrade. He pulled the pin and hurled it toward the creature. "Get down!" Fatima shouted to the crowd. As everyone dropped to the ground, a tremendous explosion resounded, the shockwave reverberating through the corridor with alarming intensity, nearly shattering the internal organs of those in the front. As the chaos subsided, Tang Sin rose to assess the situation. He found that the creature had ceased its writhing, leaving behind a gaping, bloodied cavity. "I thought it was some kind of alien beast, but it turns out to be just a harmless mass," one teammate murmured, relieved. However, when this teammate inadvertently glanced at those beside him, he noticed his companions slowly retreating, their heads tilted upward as their expressions morphed into sheer horror. "What is wrong with you?" The teammate felt a chill creep into his heart, reluctant to turn and face whatever lay ahead, his countenance more sorrowful than despair itself. "Retreat!" Tang Sin suddenly bellowed. As his voice echoed, he was the first to break through the crowd, racing toward the exit. The others, witnessing this, swiftly turned to flee, leaving only that one teammate frozen in place. His pupils widened, cold sweat pouring down as his body trembled uncontrollably. He found himself ensnared by an unseen force. His feet and back were adhered to a soft substance. Gradually, his teammate's head turned to face forward, only to be met by a tentacle as thick as a thigh, extending slowly towards his left shoulder. Upon seeing the crimson appendage, his teammate's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. In the next instant, the tentacle ensnared his head. Before he could utter a sound, a sharp crack echoed, and a torrent of blood and brain matter splattered against the cave ceiling. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Convulsing. Chapter 47. Is that thing in P-City about to emerge? Strange, didn't BT mention someone had entered? Where are they? Feng Wuhen traversed the passage and was nearing the exit, yet he had seen not a single soul. This prompted a wave of suspicion. After walking a bit further, he discovered a large pit on the ground ahead. Approaching to investigate, he observed that the area around the pit was splattered with chunks of flesh and bloodstains. Judging by the moisture, it was evident that a violent incident had recently occurred. This pit must have been caused by the earlier explosion. Gazing at the pit beneath him and the surrounding remnants, Feng Wuhen stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Could it be that those who entered encountered aberrant or mutated creatures here? After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his hand and resolved to return. Those individuals had likely been pursued by some entity. There was no reason to waste time further investigating. Turning back, he contacted BT. "BT, assess the situation around us and determine the whereabouts of those individuals." "Feng Wuhen, those people have already departed from my detection range. However, there is a significant disturbance heading your way at great speed." BT's words reignited the concern that Feng Wuhen had just managed to set aside. "BT, what is that thing?" "I don't know, but its size is 1 to 2 times larger than a Titan. I recommend you find an open area to confront it," BT advised. "Understood." Feng Wuhen ceased further conversation, pivoting to swiftly return to the cavern. Shortly after his departure, a mass of flesh slithered from the left exit towards this location. The creature moved with remarkable speed, causing soil and stone to scrape away from the walls as it passed. Without pausing, it advanced directly into the cavern. Its rapid pace and enormous size imparted an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Thud. Feng Wuhen returned to the cavern, releasing 4 tons of nanobots to consume gold. With 1 ton of nanometal remaining, he fashioned it into the Iron Rider suit and activated his invisibility. Now cloaked, Feng Wuhen thrust his right hand upwards, launching a grappling hook that secured itself firmly to the ceiling 30 meters above. He then engaged the lift function, hoisting himself up to dangle from the cave ceiling. The wind, silent as a whisper, resembled Spider-Man as it leaned against the cave's ceiling, eyes fixed through night vision goggles on the passageway leading to the mall below. The sound of rustling emerged from the entrance, breaking the stillness. It did not take long for the wind to sense the arrival of something. What could it be? An alien entity or a mutated creature? Its size was at least 1 or 2 times larger than a Titan, certainly not an adversary to be trifled with. Suddenly, a large mass of flesh shot forth from the passageway with alarming speed, producing a sound reminiscent of a bottle cap being removed. What in the world was that? As the wind beheld the grotesque lump expelled from the entrance, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, he observed the mass slowly slithering towards the location of the nanobots. What was its intention? Had it detected the nanobots? The wind felt a surge of anxiety. This was the first time he had encountered such a creature, and he was uncertain of its capabilities. If it could consume the nanobots, his losses would be considerable. However, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. The mass bypassed the location of the nanobots and instead moved towards the area previously occupied by the alien horde. Confused, the wind magnified the image of that spot, scanning meticulously, yet found nothing. What could that mass be seeking there? BT, can you analyze its rank? He inquired within his mind. The infrared cannot penetrate. It seems to possess a layer of shielding that obstructs infrared detection, BT responded. Shielding? What kind of shielding is it? Can I break through it? The wind furrowed his brow. From my analysis, it appears to be a biological barrier formed from genetic mutation. Not designed for physical defense, but rather to block machine signals and infrared scanning. Upon hearing BT's explanation, the wind felt a wave of relief wash over him. If such a massive creature had a robust protective layer, he would certainly refrain from descending. He would not risk his nanobots until they had consumed the gold. In City Y, within the second barrier of the Qing family, an office stood immaculate and orderly, every item meticulously arranged. Behind a mahogany desk sat a young man wearing rectangular black-rimmed glasses, his posture upright as he intently scrutinized a document in his hands. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking shattered the silence of the office. Enter, a calm voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, beckoned carelessly. A tall woman clad in a black business attire stepped through the doorway. President Qing, your brother has gotten into trouble, she stated matter-of-factly, her expression composed. Upon hearing her words, Qing Long slowly set down the document in his hands. He sighed softly, his tone a mixture of calmness and resignation as he queried, "What has my useless brother done this time?" As the words fell, Qing Long elegantly reached for a cup of tea on the left side of the table, which had long since cooled, and took a delicate sip. He had traveled to P City and disrupted the mission assigned by the board to Yang Yin of Barrier 66, resulting in its failure. The woman's voice was gentle and calm. As she spoke, a hint of helplessness appeared on her serene face. She continued, stating that he also contacted the board to have Yang Yin replaced. Initially, Qing Long had been sipping his tea nonchalantly, but upon hearing that his brother wanted to replace Yang Yin, he nearly choked. Coughing, he expelled the tea that had nearly lodged in his throat. And with a slight furrow of his brow, he set down the cup and inquired, "Why?" The woman offered no superfluous words. Instead, letting out a soft sigh as she explained, he said Yang Yin is timid as a mouse, startled by the sight of alien species, and concocted tales to deceive him. Concocted tales? Qing Long raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, she replied. Qing Kuan mentioned that Yang Yin fabricated a story about mechas battling alien species to trick him. I could sense his anger from Qing Kuan's tone. A subtle smile graced the woman's otherwise expressionless face as she spoke. Mechas battling alien species? Qing Long adjusted the frames on his nose, his expression deep in thought. After a moment, he regained his composure and instructed the woman, "Summon that fool back. If he is unwilling, bind him up without concern for my reputation." As Qing Long stood from his chair, he added, "Furthermore, the object in P City is about to emerge. During this period, Barrier 66 will gradually relocate to Barrier 32 in G City. Have someone keep an eye on it. If an elderly person is seen with a child, detain them all. Then thoroughly investigate their identities before releasing them. If any hidden identities are discovered, retain them and inform me at once. Understood, the woman replied, hesitating for a moment. Her demeanor softened, and her tone turned gentle as she asked, "Along, what exactly is in Peace City that necessitates the relocation of the entire barrier?" Upon hearing her question, Qinglong cast a fleeting glance at her and coldly remarked, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Although the woman had anticipated this response, a flicker of displeasure stirred within her, causing her to pout adorably. This stark contrast in her demeanor would surely astonish any onlookers. Chapter 48. The relocation of Barrier Peace City in the pitch-black cave. Feng Wuhen had been waiting at the cave's apex for nearly an hour. The mass of flesh had remained stationary at the site previously occupied by the alien species, showing no signs of movement for the entire hour. "BT, do you know what that thing is doing?" Although the mass remained still, Feng Wuhen felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, his sixth sense subtly warning him of danger. Yet, with the entity remaining motionless, where could the danger possibly stem from? Unable to discern the truth, he turned to BT for clarification. "My infrared scanning system cannot penetrate its barrier." BT's response left Feng Wuhen feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he did not take it too seriously, for his swarm of nanobots already weighed several tons. Even if there were dangers, could he not escape? Thus, Feng Wuhen merely felt a fleeting disappointment before directing his gaze towards the circular pit. Observing the nearly consumed gold by the nanobots, Feng Wuhen inquired of BT, "How long until the nanobots finish devouring that gold?" "According to my calculations, it should take approximately half an hour," BT replied within his mind. "Still that long? It seems the quantity of gold exceeds my expectations," Feng Wuhen muttered, a frown creasing his brow, his heart a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the prospect of acquiring more nanobots due to the abundant gold, while the concern arose from his inability to move, which was quite vexing. Any slight motion would provoke the mass of flesh nearby. He wished for the swift consumption of the gold so he could depart without any unforeseen complications. "Alas, I suppose I must endure a little longer. It's just half an hour," Feng Wuhen murmured resignedly, closing his eyes to rest. Buzzing echoed as 3 all-terrain vehicles sped down the main road, stirring up gusts of wind. "Damn it!" Tang Sen exclaimed, seated on one side of the vehicle, his eyes wide with fury as he slammed his right fist against the seat beside him. An underling was tending to his injured left arm, and Tang San was visibly shaking with rage. "Boss, those old geezers have no regard for us. They concealed such crucial information that nearly led to our demise." Fatima, sitting beside Tang San, shared the same fury etched across his face, his left foot being bandaged by another subordinate. After a moment of venting, Tang Sen let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "In the eyes of those elites, we are but mere dogs. Our lives mean nothing to them, only their own profits matter." It turned out that last night, while Tang San received the task to investigate the source of the blood crystals, he also received orders to excavate gold. If the blood crystals were seized by mutated or alien creatures, Tang San and his team would need to dig for the gold that powered the source of the blood crystals. Such tasks were not unusual, and Tang San did not refuse. When the source of the blood crystals first emerged, other barriers had acted similarly. What Tang Sen never anticipated was that his superior, a director of the Hao Corporation, had concealed the situation in Peace City from him. 3 years ago, a colossal alien creature had been discovered sleeping beneath Peace City by the Federation and the World Alliance. Among the 3 barriers in Peace City, both Yang Yan and Li Daobiao had received this intelligence. Yet, only Tang San was deliberately kept in the dark by his superior. Moreover, not only did his superior withhold this critical information, but he also issued a strict order for Tang San to excavate gold, fully aware of the lurking dangers underground. Not long ago, he had been curious as to why the Qing and Zhou families did not send Yang Yan and Li Daobiao to excavate gold. He mistakenly believed that the Qing family and the Zhou family were indifferent to that meager amount of gold. Little did he know, the upper echelons of these 2 consortiums possessed a greater sense of integrity than those within his own Hao family consortium. Even the leaders of the 2 minor bastions showed no inclination to surrender. In stark contrast, those who toiled for the Hao family consortium were treated as nothing more than mere profit-generating tools, sent to their demise despite the looming dangers. As for how they learned of the monstrous entities lurking beneath Peace City, the answer was simple: they had just received the news. Perhaps the directors of the Hao family consortium had, in a rare moment, awakened a flicker of humanity. As they dispatched messages instructing preparation for the relocation of the bastions and informing Tang San and his companions about the monstrous threat below ground. As Tang San contemplated this, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet found himself powerless to act. Despite his indignation, he had no outlet for it, and could only internalize this anger, allowing it to fester within. At Bastion 66 of the Qing family, within the office building, Yang Yin and his companions had returned to the bastion some time ago. To his surprise, Qing Kuan had taken it upon himself to shoulder all the blame for the delays in the reconnaissance. However, Yang Yin was further astounded when Qing Kuan unexpectedly announced to his superiors his intention to resign from his post. This left him utterly bewildered. After all, he had not wronged young Master Qing in any way. Frustrated, Yang Yin stepped out of his home, only to collide with his hastily approaching assistant. His assistant, a towering figure named Kuei Ba, stood around 2 meters tall and was a formidable 20-tier strength-type new human. Kuei Ba rushed up to Yang Yin, urgency lacing his voice as he reported, "Chief, I just received orders from above. You must prepare for the relocation of the Bastion residents tonight, with a deadline of 3 days. They have received information from the Federation that the monstrous entity beneath P City will awaken in the coming days." Upon hearing Kuei Ba's report, Yang Yin's expression shifted dramatically. With over 300,000 residents in Bastion 66, how could they possibly relocate everyone within 3 days? Especially given the inconvenient transportation? Yet, he knew time was not on his side. Even if a complete relocation was unattainable, he would exert every effort to facilitate as many as possible, for failure to do so would mean relinquishing his position. Without the title of Bastion leader, his enemies would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to seek vengeance, putting his family in grave danger. Resolute, he turned to Kuei Ba and commanded, "Let us go." Meanwhile, receiving the evacuation orders from above were Li Daoba and his companions. Although the population of Zhou Family Bastion 22 was only around 100,000, they too faced the daunting challenge of relocation. Have Wang Xie and Tang San returned to the bastion yet? Li Daoba mused, resting his chin in his left hand, his thumb tracing the jagged scar on his face as he glanced at the busy Wang Xie nearby. Wang Xie, upon hearing the question, set down a stack of documents and shook his head. "I inquired of the scouts a few moments ago. Tang San and his group have yet to return to the bastion." Huh. The greedy old fools of the Hao family consortium have truly concealed the news of P City from Tang San. Li Daoba furrowed his brow, his nails scraping against the scar on his face, murmuring gravely, "It seems that relying on Tang San for the transport vehicle is impossible." Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind him. Li Daoba narrowed his eyes and slowly turned around, only to see an elderly man in a white lab coat rushing towards him. This man was none other than Dr. Wu, who had taken the nanomaterials for research the previous night. Dr. Wu soon reached Li Daoba, hesitating momentarily before stopping in front of him. This scene did not go unnoticed by Wang Xie, who observed from a distance, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as he grasped the reason for Dr. Wu's visit. Consequently, Wang Xie strode over and inquired loudly, "Dr. Wu, have you made any progress with the metal I asked you to research last night?" Chapter 49. The Evolving Tumor. Feng Wuhen. The nanomachines have consumed all the gold. The voice of BT echoed in the slumbering mind of Feng Wuhen. Upon hearing BT's voice, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes, and in a dazed tone asked, "What has been consumed?" "The nanomachines have finished devouring the gold." BT's voice reminded him once more. "Oh, it has been half an hour." Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen finally became fully alert. He first glanced at the tumor, noting it had not moved, before shifting his gaze to the deep pit. Upon seeing that the pit bore no trace of gold, he summoned the nanomachines back from within. A cloud of silvery metallic mist surged from the pit, racing towards Feng Wuhen above. The sound of the nanomachines flapping their wings caught the attention of the tumor. Feng Wuhen observed as the tumor slightly lifted one of its heads, but soon lowered it again. Perhaps it did not sense any food from the nanomachines, as it did not rush over to attack. Seeing this, Feng Wuhen felt a slight sense of relief. Soon, all the nanomachines merged into his body. BT, open the nanomachine attribute panel. Understood. Nanomachine attributes. Energy, 100, requires 1 day to recharge after depletion. Nanometal, 5,734 tons, what a fortune. Feng Wuhen exclaimed in exhilaration upon seeing over 50 tons of nanometal. If converted at a ratio of 1 to 16, it meant the nanomachines had consumed approximately 325 tons of gold. 325 tons of gold. This was indeed a significant fortune. However, Feng Wuhen's excited exclamation drew the attention of the tumor. At this moment, the tumor had sprouted 3 crimson tentacles, each as thick as an adult's thigh, slowly extending towards Feng Wuhen. Yet, upon witnessing this, Feng Wuhen remained unperturbed. Now armed with 57 tons of nanometal, he had no fear of a mere tumor. Thoughts descended. And in Wind Wuhen's mind, BT spoke. I shall construct a 15-meter humanoid mech for you to annihilate this repugnant entity. Very well, grant me 3 minutes. BT's voice echoed in his consciousness. Upon hearing that it would take BT 3 minutes, Wind Wuhen remained unperturbed, gradually shifting to the side while cloaked in invisibility. The 3 tendrils extended to probe the spot where Wind Wuhen had just been, and upon finding it vacant, they slowly retracted. In no time, 3 minutes had elapsed. Wind Wuhen, the blueprint for the 15-meter mech, is ready. Upon hearing BT's words, a wave of elation washed over Wind Wuhen's face. Wasting no time, he commanded the nanobots in his mind to apply the design of the last mech, the one belonging to Big Brother Ping Chong, Diga, to his 15-meter humanoid mech. In the next instant, Wind Wuhen issued the command in his mind, transform. As he uttered the words, his body, resting atop the cave's ceiling, plummeted from a height of 30 meters. At 20 meters above ground, a surge of silver liquid erupted around Wind Wuhen's form. This silver liquid moved with astonishing speed, coalescing into the predetermined 15-meter mech in an instant. Naturally, Wind Wuhen established a neural connection with the mech simultaneously. Thus, as the colossal mech was about to touch down, Wind Wuhen struck a striking pose, with his fists clenched and arms outstretched, kneeling on one knee. Boom! The 57-ton behemoth crashed to the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble, and the earth was indented, sending up a cloud of dust. This sudden upheaval startled the nearby mass that had just retracted its tendrils. When the creature beheld the emergence of the giant within the cavern, it was momentarily taken aback. Squeak! The surface of the creature writhed, yet it did not approach. Instead, it sprouted several tendrils, each as thick as a thigh, slowly reaching towards the giant. Wind Wuhen maintained his pose for a while before reluctantly rising to his feet. The sensation of childhood dreams materializing was undeniably naive yet exhilarating. Paying no heed to the encroaching tendrils, he first glanced down at his own 15-meter form. Wow! The sense of grandeur was simply astonishing. His eyes, as bright as headlights, scanned his colossal body, and he marveled repeatedly. Suddenly, the 3 crimson tendrils had drawn near, jolting Wind Wuhen from his reverie. Perhaps sensing no threat from him, the tendrils refrained from attacking. Instead, they circled around Wind Wuhen's massive frame, akin to curious children, occasionally brushing against him gently. Observing the tendrils surrounding him, Wind Wuhen felt a slight chill run down his spine, reminiscent of the unease one feels upon encountering a snake. Damn, these things appear utterly sinister, Feng Wuhen muttered under his breath. In the next moment, he conjured a nano-silver sword on his right forearm. To enhance its lethality, Feng Wuhen commanded the nanobots to envelop the blade with flames and purple currents. In an instant, the long sword of fire and electricity flickered with golden, crimson, and violet hues within the silent, pitch-black cavern. Simultaneously, a crackling sound of electricity caused the surrounding tendrils to momentarily recoil. Let us duel, foul creature, Feng Wuhen exclaimed, raising the long sword from below in a swift motion. With a swift slice, he severed the 2 large tendrils before him, a torrent of scarlet blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters ahead, the grotesque mass on the ground emitted a sharp roar in response to the pain, with a piercing howl echoing through the cavern. The surrounding tendrils rapidly withdrew. Feng Wuhen, prepared for battle, was taken aback by this unexpected turn. He could scarcely believe that the mass had not retaliated against him. If one were to suggest that this grotesque entity bore goodness, he would never accept it. Something was amiss. It felt profoundly wrong. As he observed the mass retracting its tendrils without further action, an unprecedented sense of danger brewed within him. Feng Wuhen, I have detected something. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. BT, detected what? Feng Wuhen momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend. I have analyzed the blood of the severed tendrils and discovered why that mass refrained from attacking you, BT replied. What is the reason? Upon hearing BT's words, the sense of unease within Feng Wuhen inexplicably intensified. I have detected that the cells within that blood are undergoing a drastic transformation. BT's tone wavered slightly. I suspect it is evolving. Evolving? At this, Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, realizing the source of his growing trepidation. Just as BT had mentioned, with the mass continuously evolving, his sixth sense began to perceive an increasingly perilous aura. It cannot succeed in its evolution. Feng Wuhen resolutely decided within himself. Chapter 50. Breaking the cocoon. Determined to prevent the grotesque mass from evolving, Feng Wuhen sprang into action. He charged forward with his sword raised high. The ground trembled beneath his 57-ton weight, each step akin to a minor earthquake. With each footfall, deep craters formed as he drew closer to the evolving mass. Perish, vile creature! Feng Wuhen bellowed, leaping 10 meters into the air, nearly striking the cavern's ceiling. With his right hand drawn back like a bow, he thrust the sword's tip fiercely towards the grotesque mass below. The blade, ablaze with fire and electricity, shot forth at an astonishing speed. A fierce wind swept across, causing the flames upon the sword's edge to emit a low, haunting murmur. Just as the winds of the void were about to descend from the heavens, and the blade was poised to pierce the flesh of the tumor, a tentacle, as thick as a thigh, suddenly erupted from the surface of the tumor. Caught off guard, the void was struck squarely in the chest by these tentacles. The impact was thunderous. The 15-meter figure of the void was sent sprawling as though struck by a freight truck. A burst of sparks erupting from his chest as he was hurled back several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground and skidding another 20 to 30 meters before coming to a halt. Curse it! Although the tentacles did not strike the void's physical form directly, the force of the blow at the giant's chest left him momentarily disoriented within the cockpit. Quickly recovering, the void rose from the ground. Kneeling with one knee while propping himself on his left hand, his right sword embedded in the earth for support. Gasping for breath, the dazed void slowly regained his clarity. He had underestimated the creature, thinking it would refrain from attacking. Learning from his miscalculation, he braced himself against the ground and gradually stood upright. So, this is how you wish to play, employing ambush tactics. Very well, I shall engage you to the fullest. With a fierce declaration, the void propelled himself forward once more. Simultaneously, he swung his left arm with great force, conjuring a second sword, the fire lightning blade, which materialized instantaneously in his grasp. Armed with dual swords, he proclaimed dominion over the realm. He leaped again, this time reaching a height of 15 meters. Fortunately, the ceiling of the tumor's chamber exceeded 30 meters. Otherwise, he would have surely struck his head. Die for me, he shouted, positioning both blades in preparation for a thrust and a slash. As anticipated, at the moment of his descent, another tentacle burst forth from the tumor's surface, aimed directly at the void's chest. Did it truly believe it could ensnare me with such a repeated ruse? The sword in his left hand was already poised for this very moment. With a thunderous cry, he commanded, "Sever it all," and swung his left sword horizontally. In an instant, the incoming tentacle was cleaved in twain, blood gushing from the severed end and staining the void's form. Yet, heedless of the crimson splatter, he followed through with his right sword, thrusting it forward with precision. The distance was perilously close. Even if the tumor attempted to unleash a second wave of tentacles, it would not succeed in thwarting him. Sure enough, the tumor did not release another tentacle, perhaps too late to react. Thus, the blade in the void's left hand plunged deep into what he believed to be the tumor's head. This assumption stemmed from a recent encounter when he had summoned the nanobots and observed this very head raised to glance at him. Consequently, he was convinced that this was indeed the tumor's cranium. But was it truly as the void perceived? In the next moment, just as Feng Wuhen believed he had vanquished the tumor, a flurry of movement erupted from the punctured area, unleashing a mass of tentacles and blood. Indeed, Feng Wuhen was once again caught off guard as these tentacles struck him across the face. A resounding thud followed, accompanied by a burst of sparks. Feng Wuhen executed 3 backflips, hurtling back over 50 meters before crashing to the ground. The earth trembled violently. Sand and loose stones cascaded from the cavern's ceiling, burying Feng Wuhen beneath their weight. How could this be? Feng Wuhen found himself questioning his very existence. He had clearly pierced the tumor's head. So why did it still survive? Confounded, he struggled to rise from the ground once more, eventually kneeling on one knee, His sword plunged into the earth for support. Feng Wuhen, why did you attack it that way? At that moment, the curious BT inquired within his mind. Responding with unwavering conviction, Feng Wuhen declared, because that was its head. If I destroy its brain, I can kill it. BT, hearing his inexplicable confidence, felt a twinge of exasperation. Feng Wuhen, how can you be so certain that is indeed the head? Well, I saw it lift its head slightly, as if it were looking at me. Feng Wuhen's voice trailed off, realization dawning upon him. He seemed to understand his grievous mistake, especially after BT's indirect reminder. Cursing under his breath, Feng Wuhen stood up once more, gazing at the tumor that had retracted its tentacles and was now slowly writhing. BT, you know where its head is, right? I do not, was BT's unexpected response, leaving Feng Wuhen momentarily speechless. Then how am I supposed to kill this thing? He asked, furrowing his brow. Feng Wuhen, why are you so intent on killing it? Even if you succeed, you will gain nothing, and it will simply resurrect the following day, BT remarked curiously. BT's words jolted Feng Wuhen awake from his reverie. Indeed, why did he feel the need to slay it? He had initiated the attack, and the tumor had never provoked him. More importantly, as BT pointed out, killing the tumor would yield no benefits, and it would merely return to life the next day. Reflecting on this, Feng Wuhen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over his previous actions. In his mind, he hesitantly asked BT, can the nanobots enhance my intelligence? However, BT did not respond directly to this query, but instead imparted wisdom. The human brain is not a chip. Wisdom cannot be directly implanted. It must be cultivated through learning and comprehension. But why can characters in movies increase their intelligence through brain implants? Feng Wuhen countered. Because that is merely fiction. A single, succinct statement from BT rendered Feng Wuhen utterly speechless. Never mind that. BT, share your location with me. I shall come to find you. Feng Wuhen, aware that intelligence could not be augmented through nanobots, chose not to squander any further time. Soon after, BT sent over a location. Feng Wuhen glanced at the coordinates, astonished to find them situated 50 kilometers to the north. BT, why have you ventured so far? He inquired, taken aback. The energy from the blood crystal source has been radiating continuously, allowing those aberrant creatures and mutated beings to track us. I have now enveloped the blood crystal source with nanobots, temporarily halting the energy's emission, BT explained with a tinge of resignation. Understood. I shall head over immediately. Feng Wuhen replied, preparing to retract his 15-meter form. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a shell breaking emerged from the flesh tumor nearby. Crack, crack. Chapter 51. What is love in the face of profit? Chief, I intended to discuss this matter with you last night, but an urgent task from above delayed me. Wang Xie stated earnestly, his gaze unwaveringly loyal as he smiled at Li Daobai in front of the detection apparatus within the research facility. At that moment, Li Daobai was scrutinizing a nanomaterial particle with a stoic expression, his thoughts concealed from all. After a prolonged assessment, Li Daobai's gaze shifted from Wang Xie to Dr. Wu, who stood beside him, and inquired, can you confirm that this substance is nanometal? I can assert with absolute certainty that this is indeed nanometal, Dr. Wu replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. Years ago, while studying at the Federal Research Institute, I witnessed federal researchers observe nanometal through an electron microscope. Out of curiosity, I took a glance and found it identical to this metal, teeming with small gray nanobots. At these words, Li Daobai's eyes glimmered with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. It was evident that he was familiar with the existence of nanobots. Not only he, but all the high-ranking officials of corporations and barriers were aware of their presence. This knowledge dated back over a decade, to when the World Alliance first discovered nanobots. In the subsequent years, the Federation, the World Alliance, and various conglomerates relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of nanobots, each vying for possession. However, the nanobots remained in the hands of a mysterious individual. It was only 2 years ago that this enigmatic figure inadvertently revealed their identity. Yet, the specifics of this individual remained obscured, shrouded by the veil of powerful forces. Nonetheless, that mysterious entity possessing the nanobots vanished 2 years ago, while the reasons remain unknown. Li Daobai, as the leader of a barrier, had overheard whispers in the shadows. The reports indicated that the Federation, the World Alliance, and major corporations were still on the hunt for this elusive figure. Only those loyal subordinates of powerful factions, who are aware of the existence of a warrant, can receive such notices. Reflecting on this, Li Daoba's gaze fixed intently upon the nanometal in his hand, a treasure he perceived it to be. His heart trembled with tension as he pondered. If this truly is nanometal, does it signify the emergence of that enigmatic figure? Moreover, has this individual manifested in the small locale of Peace City? Li Daoba's imagination soared. If I were to report this information to the Federation, would I not also be entitled to a reward for the warrant? Previously, he had heard that the bounty for the apprehension of the enigmatic nanofigure was extraordinarily substantial. The most lucrative rewards came from the World Alliance and the Federation. The former offered 3 permanent Eden residency permits and a reward of 300 billion Alliance coins, while the latter provided 3 Dragon City residency permits, along with a bounty of 500 billion Federation coins, and the privilege to select any medium-sized barrier within Dragon City as a leader. It is vital to note that Li Daoba, at present, is merely a leader of a small barrier situated in the remote corners of Peace City. This place is not only scarce in resources, but is also prone to the occasional onslaught of zombies or aberrations, making it scarcely habitable. In contrast, Dragon City was once the capital of the Federation before the apocalypse, and it has nearly restored the order reminiscent of humanity's pre-apocalyptic era. The thought of residing there consumed Li Daoba, but he refrained from dwelling further, aware that succumbing to temptation would compel him to immediately ally with the Federation. Yet, he is the leader of the Zhou faction's barrier and cannot simply abandon his post, should Zhou or other factions discover his knowledge of the nanofigure. The consequences would be dire. With this realization, a steely resolve seized Li Daoba, and he suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura of death that reverberated through the laboratory, sending papers flying in all directions. His gaze, now laced with murderous intent, turned towards Dr. Wu and Wang Xie, his voice chilling as he inquired, aside from you two, who else is aware of the nanometal? Li Daoba was a 24th tier power type new human. After he unleashed his intense pressure, even Wang Xie, an 18th tier speed type new human, struggled to maintain his composure. Dr. Wu, an ordinary elder, was the first to succumb, collapsing to his knees, his body flushed red, veins bulging, and cold sweat cascading down his forehead. I haven't told anyone. After acquiring the nanometal, I've been conducting my own research in secret here. Please believe me, leader. Dr. Wu stammered, his voice trembling with fear as he fought against the immense pressure emanating from Li Daoba. I too have not mentioned it to anyone, Wang Xie began, but his legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself by grasping a nearby chair. What? Speak. Li Daoba urgently demanded clarity on the extent of knowledge regarding the nanometal. He is the leader of a group of wanderers, and the nanometal was given to me by him. He mentioned that his brother had been assaulted by a mysterious figure clad in armor, leaving his siblings severely injured at the hands of this enigmatic nanobeing. He sought my assistance for vengeance, thus presenting me with this nanometal. Wang Xie gritted his teeth, articulating each word with precision. You are already aware of the subsequent events, leader. Humph. Li Daoba, having listened to Wang Xie's account, scoffed coldly and retracted his oppressive aura. He glanced at the nanometal in his hand before directing his gaze to Wang Xie, who was wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and remarked icily, Do not presume me a fool. I can discern your thoughts with a mere glance. Wang Xie harbored intentions of discreetly taking the nanometal to the Federation for a reward, a notion Li Daoba had already surmised upon learning of the nanometal's existence. However, now was not the time to eliminate Wang Xie. Though he had been his assistant for 5 years, a mere subordinate paled in significance compared to his own ambitions. Wang Xie, I am granting you an opportunity for redemption. Immediately gather your men and eradicate anyone who is aware of the nanometal's existence, leaving no one behind. I expect to hear good news by tomorrow, or else. Li Daoba left the threat unspoken, confident that Wang Xie understood his implication. Yes, I will ensure it's done thoroughly. Wang Xie exhaled in relief, readily agreeing. Yet, Wang Xie was no fool. His sharp intellect had enabled him to serve as an assistant to the formidable leader. Li Daoba contemplated killing him afterwards, fully aware of his own intentions. Presently, Wang Xie faced 2 choices. Either he could seize the opportunity to leave Barrier 22 and inform the Federation about the nano-insects, though this path bore risks, as the Federation's personnel might not assist in contacting their higher-ups. Furthermore, Li Daoba would not allow him to operate with his own trusted aides, but would undoubtedly assign his own loyal followers to monitor him. The second option was Chapter 52, The most powerful strike. With illustrations, what is happening? In the depths of the cave, Feng Wuhen, poised to depart, paused upon hearing a sound reminiscent of a shell cracking. His curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, he observed that the mass of flesh had fractured like an eggshell, numerous cracks spreading across its surface, and at the center, a pulsating opening appeared as if something were striving to break free from within this grotesque entity. Feng Wuhen, I detect an escalating energy emanating from that mass, and it continues to intensify. The voice of BT alerted him within his mind. Damn it, has it successfully evolved? Upon hearing BT's words, Feng Wuhen confirmed that the mass had indeed undergone a successful transformation at that very moment, seemingly shedding its shell. Feng Wuhen, I strongly advise you to vacate the area immediately, BT urged, his tone urgent. Feng Wuhen hesitated for a moment, knowing that BT would not issue such a warning without cause. Without further contemplation, he prepared to retract his 15-meter frame. However, the grotesque creature was swifter than Feng Wuhen. Just as Feng Wuhen was poised to issue commands to the nanomachines, a series of sharp rocks hurtled towards him from a gaping maw in the creature's form, positioned sideways to the monstrosity. Feng Wuhen had no time to evade as he heard the piercing whoosh of the projectiles. In the next instant, a barrage of over a dozen jagged stones, each approximately 30 centimeters in diameter and nearly a meter in length, struck the right side of his body with the force of bullets. Sparks erupted around him, and the sheer impact sent his 15-meter frame crashing to the ground, flung several meters away. The earth trembled as his 57-ton bulk slammed against it. Feng Wuhen, are you all right? BT's voice echoed in his mind. Dazed and disoriented, Feng Wuhen felt the telltale signs of a concussion. I'm fine, he stammered through gritted teeth. Supporting himself with both hands on the ground, he raised his upper body and gazed towards the creature. Before him lay what remained of the grotesque form, now reduced to countless crimson fragments, reminiscent of fragile eggshells scattered across the ground. Yet, at the center of this destruction stood a rocky entity, approximately 17 meters tall, fixating him with its stony gaze. Feng Wuhen counted 6 razor-sharp arms extending from its form. Aside from its 2 legs, with a resounding roar, the rock creature puffed out its chest, its 6 arms taut and coiled, unleashing a piercing cry that echoed through the cavern, as if celebrating its evolutionary triumph. The sound was akin to a horn crafted from stone, deep yet grating, a cacophony to the ears. After its thunderous roar, the creature returned to stillness, bending slightly as it directed another growl towards Feng Wuhen. The ground trembled under the weight of its massive form, which likely outweighed Feng Wuhen's 15-meter nanomechanical frame. Feng Wuhen observed that with each step the creature took, the earth beneath it sank, creating depressions approximately 30 centimeters deep. The depth of these impressions suggested that the weight of this 17-meter rock creature was at least double that of his metallic body. What manner of monstrosity is this? Slowly rising from the ground, Feng Wuhen's gaze remained fixed on the approaching creature. BT, does this beast possess a shield? Indeed, and it appears even more formidable than the grotesque form. I can detect no trace of its presence, as if it were non-existent. BT's response sparked alarm within Feng Wuhen. As he pondered whether to retreat, the rock creature let out a low growl and charged forward with heavy strides. Observing its advance, Feng Wuhen immediately assumed a defensive stance reminiscent of Diga's readiness for battle. In an astonishing twist, the 15-meter-tall Diga mech is equipped with its own distinctive sound. As this sound resonates, Feng Wuchen does not resort to passive defense. Rather, he boldly charges towards the oncoming rock monster. The thunderous sound of Feng Wuchen's movement pales in comparison to the booming footsteps of the rock monster, revealing a striking disparity in their weights. The 2 colossal figures race through the vast cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble, with debris cascading from the ceiling and sand rising from the ground. For a fleeting moment, it seems as though the very structure of the cave might collapse. As the distance narrows to 20 meters, Feng Wuchen propels himself off the ground with both feet. Boom! The 15-meter figure leaps to a height of 15 meters, barely grazing the cave ceiling. He then draws back his left leg, extending his right leg straight, and delivers a fierce flying kick to the hunched back of the rock monster. Bang! A resounding thud reverberates as Feng Wuchen's kick connects solidly with the rock monster's back. However, to his astonishment, the rock monster's charge only falters slightly. The anticipated spectacle of it being sent flying does not occur. In contrast, Feng Wuchen finds himself rebounding, staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. In disbelief, he is taken aback by the outcome, which is entirely beyond his expectations. The rock monster roars and charges again, prompting Feng Wuchen to exercise caution. He gestures a battle stance. Then, he brandishes his fiery electric longsword and confronts the beast. He resolutely believes that severing its head will render it lifeless. After all, this iteration of the rock monster possesses a head, leading Feng Wuchen to be certain that striking it down will ensure its demise. The prospect of the rock monster reviving afterward is a concern for later. For now, he is solely focused on reclaiming his dignity. As Feng Wuchen collides with the rock monster, it swiftly raises its 3 clawed arms to swipe at him. Anticipating this attack, Feng Wuchen reacts with lightning speed, executing a slide to evade the claws effortlessly. His dual swords strike true, slicing at the rock monster's head and neck. Clang! The clash of metal against rock sparks into the air. After sliding several meters, Feng Wuchen pivots to face the rock monster, eager to see if it has fallen. However, his heart sinks when he sees the rock monster unharmed, turning around without a scratch. Shocked, he realizes that his cold weapons have proven ineffective against it. Consequently, he sheathes his swords, and the rock monster, seemingly aware of Feng Wuchen's prowess, refrains from charging again. Thus, a standoff ensued between the solitary warrior and the monstrous entity. It was Windless who first initiated the assault. With both hands clenched into fists, he dramatically drew back as if to knock an invisible bow at his sides. In an instant, his fists transformed into palms, swiftly crossing and overlapping one another. In the following moment, Windless gradually spread his crossed hands apart, unleashing a violet energy beam crackling with electricity, which he had been meticulously gathering. Once sufficient energy had been amassed, without a moment's hesitation, Windless swiftly retracted his hands. The left hand was positioned horizontally at his chest, while the right hand, palm facing upwards, formed a perfect L shape with the elbow resting upon the back of the left hand. The forearm of the raised right hand pointed directly towards the rocky creature, and a straight violet beam of energy cascaded from his wrist. In the next heartbeat, a surge of violet-blue energy, laden with electrical currents, erupted from the vertical beam of light. This formidable laser, radiating an aura of destruction, evaporated the air within a 5-meter radius, and even warped the very fabric of space. At that precise moment of the laser's release, Windless' 15-meter frame was propelled backward by the tremendous force, carving 2 deep ruts into the ground beneath him. The powerful laser hurtled towards the head of the rocky monstrosity. With no means of evasion, the creature was instantly struck by the beam. The hardened exterior of its back was violently torn apart, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. The rocky creature staggered back, its feet stumbling as blood gushed forth from the gaping wound on its back and neck, resembling a tumultuous splash of water. Finally, unable to withstand the assault, the 17-meter behemoth collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust while blood pooled around it. Yet, the creature was not yet defeated. It writhed in pain, letting out a desperate roar. Windless, having dissipated the laser, observed the energy indicator on his chest flashing red. This warning light, a deliberate installation reflecting his quest for authenticity, signified that his energy reserves were critically low. Nanite energy at merely 33%, the voice of BT resonated in his mind. Upon hearing BT's reminder, Windless glanced down at the flashing red light, softly murmuring, "The energy remains insufficient. It seems the arduous task of devouring metal must continue." The anguished cries of the rocky creature snapped Windless back to the present. He turned his gaze to see the creature attempting to rise once more. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his right hand, spreading his fingers to reveal a violet, bulbous indentation in his palm. A surge of violet-blue energy began to coalesce within it. Before long, a palm-sized sphere of this energy materialized. "This must come to an end," Windless declared, aiming the energy sphere at the gaping wound created by the laser, whispering a low incantation before launching it forth with determination. A pulsating sphere of violet-blue energy, crackling with electric currents, emanated a formidable force of destruction as it surged towards the wound of the rock creature with astonishing speed. The creature, with its stone eyes, beheld this moment. However, it found itself at the end of its tether, its internal organs having been nearly incinerated by the recent blast of laser. Now, The rock creature felt an overwhelming fatigue. Its eyes filled with rage and resentment as it gazed upon the approaching sphere of annihilation. With a final roar, the rock creature let out a thunderous cry. In an instant, the energy sphere plunged into the gaping hole in its hunched back. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. The next moment, a resounding explosion echoed. The 17-meter frame of the rock creature erupted, unleashing a fierce violet-blue energy that illuminated the cavern like midday. Intermingled within were arcs of purplish-white electricity. Writhing like serpents of lightning, in circular formations, they twisted and spread, leaving scorched earth in their wake. The explosion's energy persisted for approximately 3 seconds before it abruptly collapsed and vanished. The cavern was restored to darkness and silence. Save for the flickering energy indicator on Feng Wuhen's chest and the 2 bulb-like eyes that cast a faint glow in the pitch-black cave. Suddenly, as Feng Wuhen was about to retract his 15-meter form, he sensed something amiss. This time, it was not a monster, but rather a green, fist-sized crystalline orb lying nearby, radiating a soft green light. After reverting to his 15-meter stature, he swiftly approached the luminescent crystal clad in his iron armor. Bending down, he picked up the glowing crystal and scrutinized it closely, querying in his mind, "BT, can you scan this crystal?" "Affirmative, I am already scanning it," BT promptly replied. "What are the results? Is it an energy crystal?" Feng Wuhen inquired with curiosity. "According to my analysis, this crystal harbors a potent life energy," BT responded, "albeit with some uncertainty. However, I have not discerned its specific function." Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen pondered briefly before shaking his head. "Never mind. I shall investigate it further later. For now, let the nanobots store this energy." The nanobots had the ability to consume all items, storing those imbued with energy for future utility. This capability was a recent discovery for Feng Wuhen, confirmed by BT's similar findings. He switched from his iron suit to armor, affixing the green crystal to his chest for the nanobots to absorb it, and with flames erupting from his limbs, he soared out of the passageway. After approximately 10 minutes, Feng Wuhen hovered above the location indicated by BT, situated over a grove of trees. "BT, where are you?" He communicated telepathically. "I am underground in a cavern with Lucky," BT replied. "Huh, why is it yet another cave? I have just emerged from one, only to enter another. What is this implying to me?" Feng Wuhen pondered in exasperation before responding. "We're almost there." With that, he dove downwards, vanishing into the forest below. Feng Wuhen shed his armor, allowing the nanobots to morph into a set of casual long-sleeved attire in a shade reminiscent of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. He navigated a subterranean stream, leaping from stone to stone before entering a cave. Inside, he spotted BT squatting in a clearing, with Hao Yunlai nestled at BT's feet. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "BT, how are you hiding here?" Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's voice, Hao Yunlai leapt up, darting over with an exuberant low whine, as if rejoicing in a long-awaited reunion, its tail wagging vigorously. Witnessing the scene, Feng Wuhen nimbly sidestepped, chiding playfully, "Hao Yunlai, always remember our size difference." Hao Yunlai awkwardly halted, and Feng Wuhen affectionately ruffled the fur around its neck before approaching BT. As night fell, the sky blazed crimson. The red glow enveloped the earth, draping the trees in an eerie crimson shroud. Within the cave, Feng Wuhen tossed a bundle of dry twigs onto the ground and settled beside Hao Yunlai, placing a large red crystal on his right. "BT, ignite the fire," he instructed after getting comfortable. "Understood," BT replied, raising his right hand to unleash a burst of flame onto the twigs. With a resounding whoosh, the twigs ignited, erupting into a roaring blaze. The campfire blazed to life, its radiant heat washing over Feng Wuhen, who raised a hand to shield himself from the warmth before lowering it again. "BT, have you discerned the purpose of this red crystal?" he inquired, glancing at the blood crystal resting on the ground beside him. "Not yet," BT responded. "However, I have uncovered another function of this crystal. I suspect it may be part of a conspiracy orchestrated by the mastermind behind this apocalypse." "A conspiracy?" Feng Wuhen's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Indeed, a plot to annihilate all life on this planet," BT continued, gazing intently at Feng Wuhen with his singular eye. "Alternatively, it could involve capturing the planet's inhabitants while conducting some form of biological research." Feng Wuhen listened intently, his eyes fixed on BT, silently urging him to elaborate. Meanwhile, Hao Yunlai lay beside Feng Wuhen, its canine eyes raised in innocent curiosity towards BT. BT then articulated, "This crystal possesses the ability to absorb the blood of extraterrestrial beings, zombies, and mutated organisms." At this revelation, Feng Wuhen's gaze sharpened, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "BT, how did you discover this?" BT gazed at the windless wind. "When Good Luck and I first arrived here, Good Luck inadvertently brushed against this crystal, and it was as if his soul had been siphoned away. His claws clung to the crystal, and I detected the rapid decline of Good Luck's life force." As I spoke, BT turned his gaze towards Good Luck, who was staring intently at him. Windless Wind also directed his attention to Good Luck. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Good Luck was utterly bewildered by the events unfolding. Resting his chin on his paws, he lifted his large, dog-like eyes, glancing back and forth between BT and Windless Wind, his expression comically endearing. Chapter 54. The frantic inhabitants. In the following hour, BT elaborated extensively to Windless Wind about various schemes concocted by extraterrestrial beings. Among these, one theory was particularly unsettling, suggesting that the aliens might intend to use this blood crystal source to consume the blood of zombies, mutants, and other aberrations, subsequently utilizing the blood crystal source to nourish some unknown entity. As for what that entity might be, BT could not ascertain. The purpose of the blood crystal source remained elusive, aside from the possibility of it being used for sustenance. Windless Wind, unwilling to squander time on such nebulous matters, instructed the nanobots to consume the blood crystal source, temporarily storing its energy within their forms. "Let us return to the shelter," he declared, rising from the stone upon which he had been seated. He glanced toward the cave entrance and murmured, "With the blood crystal source consumed by the nanobots, those mutants and aberrations should no longer be able to sense it, correct?" "Master, I no longer feel that summoning sensation," Good Luck interjected, having overheard Windless Wind's musings. Upon hearing this, Windless Wind realized that a mutant was indeed present beside him. Confirming Good Luck's statement, he inquired, "Is that true?" Yes. Good Luck nodded vigorously. Reassured, Windless Wind instructed BT to bury the nearly extinguished campfire with a shovel of dirt. He then ascended to the Titan's cockpit and requested BT to transport him home. After a long day, he felt fatigued and preferred not to walk back on his own shelter. After finishing dinner, Lin Mingxi had been waiting at the entrance of the shelter. It was evident she was awaiting Windless Wind's return. "Miss, it is quite late. He likely won't return tonight. You should head back and rest." "I can wait here," came the voice of Uncle Go from behind, expressing concern. Lin Mingxi turned to face Uncle Go, gently shaking her head. "No need, Uncle Go. You should go rest. I will wait a little longer before heading back." Hearing this, Uncle Go felt a mix of helplessness and worry. Today, he had observed Lin Mingxi engaging in intense training, pushing herself to the point of exhaustion several times. Now, waiting so late without rest, he feared for her well-being. Alas, the young lady is too stubborn. "I hope Windless Wind returns soon." Go Shu sighed deeply. Just as his sigh echoed in his heart, a heavy sound of footsteps emerged from the distant woods. The two guards at the entrance instantly became alert, one of them raising a whistle, ready to blow. "Wait, let us first ascertain what it is," Lin Mingxi interjected, preventing the guard from sounding the alarm. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed toward the source of the sound in the woods. Go Shu, too, was puzzled, his gaze fixated on the thicket, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. Soon, glimmers of light began to illuminate the crimson woods. As the heavy footsteps drew closer, a brilliant beam of light broke through the forest. The sound of steel pounding against the ground resounded through the scarlet night, causing the earth beneath to tremble. Both Go Shu and the guards felt the ground quaking beneath their feet, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Only Lin Mingxi remained composed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she watched the towering silhouette approach under the eerie red glow. As the imposing figure neared, the guard with the whistle turned to Lin Mingxi, his voice tense. "Miss, should we alert everyone?" "No need, my boyfriend is back," Lin Mingxi replied, shaking her head, her gaze radiant with excitement. She had spotted a large dog accompanying the towering shadow, Fortune, whom she recognized from their encounter the previous day. Standing beside Lin Mingxi, Go Shu, an ordinary man, could vaguely discern the outline of Fortune. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over him, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of security. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Wuhen had left a lasting impression of reliability in his heart. This feeling of reassurance was one he had not experienced in over 2 years, except during the time when their deceased leader was still present. With a resonant thud, the Titan controlled by BT came to a halt 5 meters from the shelter's entrance. The hatch opened with a hiss, and Feng Wuhen leaped down, a brilliant smile gracing his face. From afar, he spotted Lin Mingxi standing at the entrance. While the presence of Go Shu and the 2 guards went unnoticed by him, in an instant, a figure darted out with remarkable speed. It was Lin Mingxi. Upon seeing Feng Wuhen, she, like Go Shu, felt as though she had found her anchor, her sense of security even surpassing his. She could not bear to remain apart for a moment. She longed to stand by Feng Wuhen's side, to leap into his arms and hold him tightly. Never to let go. With a soft thud, her white figure collided with him, enveloped in an unknown fragrant breeze. Feng Wuhen stumbled slightly, fortunately, being a second-tier new human. He managed to maintain his balance, or he would have fallen. Looking down at Lin Mingxi, who clung to him in silence, he felt a warmth bloom in his heart. In her embrace, Lin Mingxi nestled against Feng Wuhen, closing her eyes and pressing her body and cheek firmly against his warm form. She listened quietly to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling a profound sense of calm and tranquility. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and soon, the doorway of the shelter was filled with residents drawn out by the thunderous footsteps of the Titan. Upon witnessing the towering 6-meter mech standing outside, they were struck dumb, eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness! A giant mech, one that can only be found in the tomes of a bygone era, has appeared before my very eyes. They exclaimed, "Wow! It's so massive, so long, so thick-legged. How cool! Is this the mech belonging to the son-in-law?" Of course. The son-in-law's status surpasses even that of the Federation and the World Alliance, so owning a mech is only natural. Some gasped in awe, others expressed skepticism, while a few scoffed derisively. A crowd of over 100 residents, including children, gathered around the Titan, curiosity mingling with trepidation as they ignored the 2 figures huddled at its feet. Approaching the Titan, they cautiously reached out to touch its cold, unyielding leg. "So hard," exclaimed a woman who had touched the Titan's calf, inadvertently sparking a flurry of thoughts among the nearby men. At that moment, Lin Mingxi, enveloped in warmth and serenity in Feng Wuhen's embrace, was gradually pulled back to reality by the surrounding clamor. When she emerged from his arms, bewildered and reluctant, she was astonished to find that they were encircled by a throng of onlookers. Instantly, a wave of shyness washed over her, as she assumed the residents were there to gawk at her and Feng Wuhen. Yet, her thoughts shifted in an instant. A few children, pouting, began to push against Feng Wuhen and Lin Mingxi, grumbling, "Brother son-in-law, and miss, you're blocking our view of the mech. Move aside." Thus, Feng Wuhen and Lin Mingxi were gently nudged aside by the eager little ones. Lin Mingxi stood momentarily dazed, while Feng Wuhen chuckled softly, looking down at her with affection. "Shall we return?" he suggested gently. At his words, Lin Mingxi came to her senses and gazed up at him in silence. Feng Wuhen, not permitting her a chance to respond, bent down to lift her into his arms. He turned to BT and said, "BT, feel free to roam." With that, he strode confidently back toward the shelter. As they passed Uncle Go, he offered a friendly nod. Meanwhile, Lucky, having been pushed to the fringes by the crowd, cast a glance at the throng surrounding BT, silently mourning for him for 3 seconds. Just yesterday, it had also been caught in the midst of those people, fully aware of their intimidating nature. Recalling the previous night's experience made Lucky shiver involuntarily. In the next moment, it dashed into the shelter, hastily following after Feng Wuhen and Lin Mingxi, eager to escape the tumultuous scene. Uncle Go smiled and shook his head as he glanced at the frenzied crowd before turning back to the shelter. Once he departed, the 2 guards exchanged knowing glances, then grinned widely and swiftly joined the throng of people surrounding the Titan. BT observed the multitude below, who were incessantly touching his form, and noticed a few young individuals leaping to reach his nether regions, leaving him momentarily speechless. He then raised his solitary eye to gaze at Feng Wuhen and Lucky, who were walking away, an expression of helplessness evident in his gaze. Chapter 55. If you wish not to endanger those around you, perhaps it is best to take your leave. The night had deepened. Feng Wuhen, having finished his ablutions, was preparing to retire to bed, embracing Lin Mingxi for a night's rest, when he suddenly heard BT's voice in his mind. "Feng Wuhen, someone seeks you." Startled, Feng Wuhen inquired, "Who is it?" "The previous host of the system," BT replied. Upon hearing this, An image of a senile elder surfaced in Feng Wuhen's mind. Is it Grandpa Yi Xiaoping looking for me? He wondered, perplexed. Grandpa Yi Xiaoping had been the former system host, yet Feng Wuhen couldn't fathom how the old man, having succumbed to dementia, could be seeking him. BT, how do you know he is looking for me? Feng Wuhen queried in confusion. BT responded, the Titan nanobots still hold a faint connection to the previous host, which you have not entirely severed. Hence, he has asked me to summon you for a conversation. Understanding dawned upon Feng Wuhen after hearing BT's explanation. All right, tell him to wait for me. With that, he rose from the bed. Lin Mingxi, who had just settled in, noticed him getting up again and asked curiously, what is the matter? Feng Wuhen instructed the nanobots to transform his sleepwear into everyday clothing. Hearing Lin Mingxi's question, he replied, it's nothing, just a quick errand. You should go back to sleep. After planting a gentle kiss on Lin Mingxi's lips, he wondered why he frequently did so. Perhaps it was simply a manifestation of his affection. He then adjusted the covers around her and added, don't wait up for me. Good night. Before striding out of the bedroom and leaving the wooden cabin. Before long, Feng Wuhen found himself outside the shelter, behind a thicket of bushes. This was the location BT had directed him to, although BT was not present. Not long ago, the crowd had satisfied their curiosity about the Titan and had dispersed to their respective homes to sleep. Meanwhile, BT had not been idle. He transformed into a metallic mist of nanobots and soared into the surrounding mountains, on a quest for spatial crystals. Upon learning of BT's intention to search for the spatial crystals, Feng Wuhen dispatched 90% of the nanobots from his own body to assist in the endeavor. BT, I have arrived at the location, Feng Wuhen communicated, equipped with night vision goggles, standing amidst the dark bushes. Just then, the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves approached from behind. Recognizing it as Grandpa Yi Xiaoping, Feng Wuhen informed BT telepathically that all was well. He then turned to face the newcomer, confirming it was indeed Grandpa Yi Xiaoping. Through the night vision goggles, Feng Wuhen observed that at this moment, Grandpa Yi Xiaoping displayed none of the dazed demeanor he had seen during the day. Instead, he appeared remarkably alert, his gaze even more piercing than that of an ordinary elder. Feng Wuhen smiled as he regarded the familiar figure before him, while the old man scrutinized him intently in the pitch darkness. Old man, can you see in such a dark environment? Feng Wuhen inquired, perplexed by the elder's keen observation despite the lack of light. I cannot see, Grandpa Yi replied, leaving Feng Wuhen momentarily speechless. How could one appear so attentive yet claim to be blind? Feng Wuhen had not anticipated that Grandpa Yi Xiaoping possessed such a character. Nevertheless, this unexpected exchange shattered the surrounding silence. I am Yi Wudi, Grandpa Yi Xiaoping. The old man introduced himself, a gentle smile gracing his face. Feng Wuhen, wind of the breeze. Without a trace, Feng Wuhen reciprocated with a smile. Ah, I know. I've heard your name so often today at the shelter that it feels familiar, Yi Wudi remarked, scratching his ear. At this, Feng Wuhen chuckled softly. He was eager to return to the comforting embrace of his fragrant girlfriend and did not wish to linger. Let us discuss the matter at hand. It is getting late, he stated directly. Indeed, Yi Wudi nodded, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a serious and grave expression. This sudden shift startled Feng Wuhen. Once he regained his composure, he jested, Old man, have you mastered the art of changing expressions so swiftly? Yi Wudi paid no heed to Feng Wuhen's banter. His tone remained solemn as he uttered words that rendered Feng Wuhen equally somber. Your identity has been exposed. If you do not wish to endanger the entire shelter, you should leave before trouble arrives. Upon hearing Yi Wudi's warning, the smile faded from Feng Wuhen's face, his brow furrowing in concern. What do you mean? Yi Wudi did not withhold the truth. He recounted the events surrounding the nano-insects and how they had attracted the attention of various formidable factions. Thus, your current situation is exceedingly perilous. If you remain in this shelter, everyone here will be jeopardized because of you. A hint of sorrow flickered in Yi Wudi's eyes as he earnestly urged Feng Wuhen to depart. His concern was not for Feng Wuhen himself, but for the welfare of all the shelter's residents. After all, he and his grandson had resided in this haven for over 2 years, and the community had shown them considerable kindness. He could not bear to witness the residents suffer at the hands of those driven by self-interest due to Feng Wuhen's predicament. Therefore, he chose to reveal his identity and take the initiative to persuade Feng Wuhen to leave. Feng Wuhen remained silent, not out of fear, but as he contemplated the situation with BT, Do you possess any knowledge regarding the memories of those formidable factions? Was there not a trace left in the database of the nano-insects? Indeed, from the moment Yi Wudi forcibly disabled the system, the memories within the nanobot database were irrevocably erased. Upon hearing BT's words, Feng Wuhen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to glean insights into the strengths of various factions through those nanobots from Titan, but it now seemed impossible. Nonetheless, he could still inquire of Yi Wudi, though it would be a cumbersome task requiring his full attention. Are you even listening to me? Yi Wudi's voice interrupted Feng Wuhen's reverie. Being a person who had experienced similar circumstances, Yi Wudi understood the cause of Feng Wuhen's distraction. Thus, he cautioned, it is futile. The system cannot assist you in resolving such troubles. You must rely solely on yourself. Awakening from his daze, Feng Wuhen, upon hearing Yi Wudi's words, inquired with curiosity, why? Are those factions more formidable than the nanobots? Observing Feng Wuhen's bewildered expression, Yi Wudi furrowed his brow. He then recounted the challenges he had faced. The nanobots within the system were undeniably invincible. However, Yi Wudi continued with a deep sigh, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Yet, these nanobots require a host to meticulously envision each component to transform into whatever is needed. In my quest for weapons and equipment, I devoted every moment to acquiring knowledge about weaponry, but I was utterly ignorant of machinery, rendering me incapable of unleashing the true potential of the nanobots. At this juncture, Yi Wudi raised his gaze to Feng Wuhen, a wry smile gracing his features. Tonight, I beheld that mech, and just yesterday, I witnessed the colossal vehicle you fashioned with the nanobots. You must be a mechanical engineer, am I correct? Feng Wuhen, taken aback by this revelation, stood momentarily speechless. Assuming Feng Wuhen's silence indicated an admission of his engineering prowess, Yi Wudi pressed on. However, even as a mechanical engineer, you cannot possibly fabricate a missile, a lethal weapon. Can you? Therefore, Yi Wudi looked earnestly at Feng Wuhen. It would be best for you to leave, lest you endanger the residents of the sanctuary. Chapter 56. News of the Spatial Crystal? I will not depart. Feng Wuhen resolutely rejected Yi Wudi's desperate entreaty. Why? Do you intend to doom the entire sanctuary? If so, I will risk my life tonight to prevent you. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's outright refusal to leave, Yi Wudi's anger flared. His insistence that Feng Wuhen depart was not merely for the sake of the sanctuary's inhabitants, but also for the safety of his own grandson. With the system now untethered, his physical condition was rapidly deteriorating. He could no longer wander with his grandson. Thus, for the sake of his grandson's future within the sanctuary, he was prepared to sacrifice his own life, if necessary. After all, he was a 25th-tier new human. Recognizing Yi Wudi's fury, Feng Wuhen understood that he must have been misunderstood. Thus, Feng Wuhen explained, I harbor no intentions of harming the residents of the shelter. My decision to stay is rooted in my confidence in protecting these individuals. Moreover, as Lin Mingxi's partner, my love for her compels me to ensure her safety. Confidence, you say? Yi Wudi interjected, his brows furrowing in skepticism. Do you truly believe you can contend with the Federation, the World Alliance, and those powerful conglomerates using mere engineering techniques? Do not harbor such delusions. You have no comprehension of the extent of their hidden cards, and you stand no chance against them. His tone was sharp and dismissive. Observing Yi Wudi's agitation, Feng Wuhen sought to soothe him. Calm yourself and allow me to finish. Though Yi Wudi huffed in frustration, he subdued his exasperation, curious about what Feng Wuhen would articulate next. First and foremost, I am not an engineer, Feng Wuhen declared, leaving Yi Wudi momentarily stunned. What do you mean you are not an engineer? How, then, did you create the mecha? Yi Wudi queried, disbelief evident in his voice. Quite simply, Feng Wuhen replied with pride. My system is an upgraded version. I need not construct anything myself. The system fabricates the desired equipment according to my specifications. Although Feng Wuhen was uncertain whether the system could indeed manufacture a spaceship, his assertion served to reassure Yi Wudi, preventing him from further urging Feng Wuhen to leave. How is that even possible? Why did I not have such capabilities before? Yi Wudi exclaimed, astonished and envious, recalling the times he had pleaded with his own system for assistance, only to receive the cold response. I am only responsible for managing nanobots. Everything else is beyond my purview. On numerous occasions, he had nearly been driven to the brink of despair by his system's indifference. 2 years prior, when his identity as a nanobot wielder was exposed, his family found themselves in dire straits. Ultimately, Only he and his grandson managed to escape, while the rest of his family, including his son and daughter-in-law, met their demise at the hands of those conglomerates. In a fit of rage, he forcibly severed his connection with the system, a decision that led to his downfall into foolishness. Yet, the system had granted him a semblance of mercy, preventing him from becoming utterly senseless, albeit leaving him prone to bouts of irrational behavior, during which his mind would descend into chaos. Can you truly create anything? Even a nuclear bomb? Yi Wudi asked, snapping back to reality, his tone laced with uncertainty. I'm not lying. There's no benefit in deceit, Feng Wuhen retorted, rolling his eyes, though Yi Wudi was oblivious to this gesture. As for nuclear bombs, I cannot say for certain, as I have never attempted to create one. However, I possess means to defend against nuclear threats, so you need not worry about my presence inviting destruction upon us. Once more, Feng Wuhen offered Yi Wudi a dose of reassurance, which proved effective. Upon hearing that Feng Wuhen could defend against nuclear attacks, Yi Wudi's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Leaf Invincible's stern expression transformed into a smile, and he somewhat bashfully remarked, "Please do not take my earlier words to heart." Witnessing Leaf Invincible's rapid change of demeanor was truly impressive. If he were to act on Earth, he would undoubtedly win accolades. He earnestly implored, my young friend Wen Wuhan, I wish to be of service to you. As long as you can ensure the safety of my grandson from those malevolent forces, I, Leaf Invincible, shall devote my life to you, willing to comply with any task you set forth." Leaf Invincible was acutely aware of the formidable power of the nanomachines. If Wen Wuhan could indeed create anything, he would gladly serve as his subordinate, all for the sake of ensuring his grandson's secure and stable upbringing. Having caused his family's annihilation due to his own actions, he could not bear to fail in safeguarding the last hope of the Leaf lineage. To do so would render him a perpetual sinner in the eyes of his ancestors, leaving him too ashamed to face them in death. "What use do you have for my life?" Wen Wuhan, somewhat taken aback by Leaf Invincible's plea, responded with a hint of incredulity before assuring him, "As long as you and your grandson remain within the sanctuary, I can guarantee your safety." Upon hearing Wen Wuhan's assurance, Leaf Invincible felt a surge of excitement and was about to express his gratitude, only to be reminded of Wen Wuhan's earlier warning and rose again. Subsequently, Wen Wuhan inquired about matters concerning the barrier before parting ways with Leaf Invincible and returning to the sanctuary. The following day, Wen Wuhan was roused from a fragrant dream by BT's call. As he sleepily opened his eyes, he noticed that Lin Mingxi was no longer beside him. He queried in his mind, "BT, what is it?" Immediately, BT's voice echoed in his thoughts. "Wen Wuhan, I have located the crystal of space." But there has been an unexpected complication. At the mention of the crystal of space, Wen Wuhan, previously half asleep, became fully alert. "Are you serious? You found it?" he exclaimed. "Yes, I found it, but there are problems," BT replied. Upon hearing the word problems a second time, Wen Wuhan tempered his excitement and asked, "What kind of problems?" BT responded, "The crystal of space is situated within the belly of a colossal beast." On January 5, 2024, a day off was announced, with updates resuming on the 6th. Chapter 57, Visitors at the Barrier? Emerging from his bedroom, Wen Wuhan bore a solemn expression, glancing into the living room. He noted Lin Mingxi was absent, likely having gone for breakfast. He quickly rinsed his mouth with water and splashed his face before departing the wooden cabin. "Good morning, Uncle." "Morning, Uncle." As soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted by 4 or 5 children, their innocent faces beaming with radiant smiles. The women engaged in work also chimed in with their greetings. Wen Wuhan was still somewhat unaccustomed to such a warm reception at the door. However, this did not deter him from indulging his vanity, and he smiled back at the surrounding residents. "Good morning, everyone." After exchanging a few casual greetings with the residents, Feng Wuhan chose not to have breakfast in the communal kitchen, but instead went directly to find Uncle Go. "Wuhan, did you say you want to move to the shelter?" Uncle Go, enjoying a breakfast of wild vegetable soup accompanied by roasted pork, was taken aback upon hearing Feng Wuhan's words. "Yes, we must leave this place within the next few days. Otherwise, everyone in the shelter will be in danger," Feng Wuhan replied gravely. Seeing Feng Wuhan's serious demeanor, Uncle Go set down the bowl of soup and furrowed his brow, asking, "What has happened?" Feng Wuhan did not hold back and recounted the discovery of a gigantic beast by BT beneath the Flower Sea Mountain. After listening, Uncle Go murmured for a long time. "So it is true. I thought it was just a rumor." Curiously, Feng Wuhen inquired. What rumor? Uncle Go shook his head, frowning. A year ago, I happened to hear from a member of a post-apocalyptic trading team about the giant beast. At that time, I did not believe it. Now, hearing you say this confirms its existence. With concern, Uncle Go looked at Feng Wuhen and asked, have you thought about where to take the residence? No. That is why I came to consult you. I am unfamiliar with City P, Feng Wuhen admitted, referring to his unfamiliarity with the post-apocalyptic City P. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Go shook his head in uncertainty. I do not know where to go either. Nowadays, everywhere is filled with mutants, zombies, and mutated creatures. This shelter was established over a decade ago by the father of the young lady, but there are no longer any safe places in this world. Is it really that serious? Feng Wuhen was taken aback by Uncle Go's words. Previously, he had thought there might be safe havens hidden deep within the mountains. But now he realized how naive that notion was. Over a century of apocalypse had led to the world being overrun by zombies, mutants, and other aberrant creatures. With these thoughts, Feng Wuhen found himself in a quandary. Not long ago, BT had indicated that the gigantic beast beneath the ground was showing signs of awakening and would likely rise within the next few days. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key issue was that this colossal beast was created by extraterrestrial beings. In terms of both defense and offensive capabilities, it was exponentially stronger than the rock monster he had defeated the previous day. Yesterday, it had taken nearly 57 tons of nanomachine energy to vanquish that rock creature. In a confrontation with the underground beast, that amount would be utterly insufficient, even when combined with the additional 53 tons from Titan. According to BT's analysis, the beast stood at least 68 meters tall and weighed nearly 2,900 tons. Its skin offered over 200 times the defense of the 17-meter rock monster from yesterday, and its surface was enveloped in a quantum energy shield. If it were not for the protection of the quantum energy shield, BT would have long sent the nanomachines to penetrate the beast's body and consume the spatial crystal located within its heart. Although Feng Wuhen did not understand why the spatial crystal was situated in the beast's heart, now was not the time for such reflections. The relocation of the shelter is of paramount importance, as he lacks the capacity to confront that colossal beast. Feng Wuhen departed from Uncle Go's residence and, before leaving, requested Uncle Go to inform the residents that they would be moving in the coming days. As for their new destination, Feng Wuhen intended to enlist BT's assistance in finding a suitable place today. With so many nanomachines at his disposal, he was confident they would locate a refuge. Suddenly, a series of urgent whistle blasts emanated from the main gate of the enclosure, startling Feng Wuhen as he was lost in thought. On his way to the communal kitchen for breakfast, which band of vagabonds dared to disturb the sanctuary at such an hour? On the very first night he arrived at the shelter, Feng Wuhen learned from Lin Mingxi about the purpose of the whistle. Aside from enemy attacks, the guards typically refrained from sounding the alarm. Standing still, he observed the residents, who had been diligently working, abruptly abandon their tasks upon hearing the whistle, seizing various knives, guns, and clubs as they rushed towards the gate. Ahen, you're awake. As Feng Wuhen was absorbed in the scene, Lin Mingxi came running from the direction of the kitchen. He turned his gaze to her and saw Lin Mingxi sprinting towards him, wielding a tang dao, her long, flowing white hair billowing like a waterfall in the wind. As she approached, Feng Wuhen gently tucked a few stray strands of her hair behind her ear and smiled. With so many people in the shelter, must you take the lead yourself? Lin Mingxi, accustomed to Feng Wuhen's intimate gestures, remained unfazed, though her brows furrowed slightly in exasperation. I am the only new human here. I have no choice but to step forward. Be careful then. I'll grab a bite to eat and come to assist you. Feng Wuhen replied, refraining from urging her to wait for him. After exchanging a word of concern, they parted ways. Watching Lin Mingxi dash away, her white hair fluttering behind her, Feng Wuhen thought, BT, please return for a moment. We can retrieve the spatial crystal another time. Understood. I am on my way back now, BT promptly responded. Outside the shelter, over 100 residents stood armed, tense as they faced a convoy positioned about 20 meters ahead. This convoy consisted entirely of all-terrain armored personnel carriers, each equipped with various caliber cannons on their rooftops, exuding an intimidating presence. The individuals disembarking from the vehicles were heavily armed, donned in exoskeletons, and wielded an array of firearms. These armed personnel lined up, their weapons aimed squarely at the residents gathered at the shelter's entrance. These are not vagabonds. They appear to be from the barrier, exclaimed a middle-aged man. trembling as he clutched a shovel. His companions exchanged anxious glances, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. "What business do the barrier people have at our shelter? Has someone offended them?" queried a young man, his voice quaking, prompting the nearby residents to curiously scan their surroundings, seeking the source of any offense against the barrier. "Bring forth your leader. You have 1 minute. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent erupted from the front, pulling all the residents back to reality. "What should we do, Steward Go?" a young man anxiously inquired of the elder beside him. Steward Go furrowed his brow, equally curious about who had provoked the soldiers stationed at the barrier. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to stabilize the soldiers first. With this resolve, he prepared to step forward and buy some time, having noticed that Feng Wuhen was absent from the crowd, likely still enjoying breakfast. Before Steward Go could make his move, a voice rang out from behind him. "I am the leader. What do you want with me?" As the words fell, the crowd parted to create a pathway. Lin Mingxi, her expression impassive and her eyes radiating a chilling detachment, emerged gracefully from the throng. She held a straight sword in one hand, striding forth with an alluring gait, her elegant figure captivating all. Her long, silken hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, exuding an aura of fierce independence. Who would have imagined that within such a modest group of wanderers lay such a stunning beauty? As Lin Mingxi settled at the forefront, a voice dripping with desire emerged from the ranks of the armed forces. With that utterance, Wang Xie stepped forward from behind the soldiers, his gaze fixated on Lin Mingxi, a fierce possessiveness gleaming in his eyes. He swallowed hard, unable to contain his longing. It seemed the wanderers were not as pitiful as he had presumed, harboring treasures of such exquisite allure. Wang Xie's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glistening with lustful intent. "However, this exquisite gem is now mine." Just then, Yamamoto, a subordinate of Wang Xie, appeared from behind, his voice low and serious. "Assistant Wang, my brother mentioned that the Nano Man shares a profound connection with this girl." At these words, Wang Xie's eyes narrowed slightly, the intense desire he felt for Lin Mingxi dissipating by half. "Is that truly the case?" he asked, his tone icy. "I wouldn't dare deceive you. My brother said that the girl even embraced the Nano Man willingly," Yamamoto explained, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie's expression darkened considerably. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Mingxi, he had mentally claimed her as his own. He initially believed her to be a proud and aloof maiden of virtue. To his dismay, the revelation that she had resorted to such measures for survival shattered his perception, leaving only resentment and fury in its wake. For he knew that the mysterious Nano Man was a man of 60 or 70 years. As this realization dawned upon him, Wang Xie's face contorted in disgust, as if he had painstakingly sought after a cherished plaything, only to discover that this toy had been sullied by an old man. "Nano Man, I shall make you wish for death." Wang Xie trembled, the veins on his forehead bulging, his voice resembling that of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, a low and hoarse whisper filled with murderous intent. At that moment, Lin Mingxi noticed Wang Xie's unabashed gaze, and a flicker of disdain appeared in her eyes. She coldly inquired, "Barrier people, what brings you to my sanctuary? I recall that we have no prior acquaintance." Upon hearing this, Wang Xie snapped back from his anger. At that instant, he felt no interest in Lin Mingxi. His expression turned frigid, revealing a sinister smile. "Indeed, we have no acquaintance, but your sanctuary is harboring a wanted criminal. I advise you to hand over the fugitive willingly." Otherwise, as he spoke, the soldiers flanking him seemed to synchronize perfectly, swiftly chambering their firearms. A cacophony of bullets loading erupted in the air. Witnessing this scene, the residents of the sanctuary became unbearably tense. Lin Mingxi and Uncle Go felt their hearts race, their expressions shifting. Although Lin Mingxi was a fourth-tier speed-type new human, she harbored no confidence in escaping unscathed amidst the barrage of gunfire from hundreds of weapons. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Just then, Wang Xie spoke again. "Pardon me, I wish to add a point." He feigned a sudden change of mind, leering as he continued, "Upon surrendering the wanted criminal, I require you." He specifically indicated Lin Mingxi, a cruel smile spreading across his face, "to serve my brothers tonight until their satisfaction is achieved. Otherwise, not a single one of you shall survive." With the conclusion of Wang Xie's statement, the residents of the sanctuary erupted in fury, ignoring the guns pointed at them. Men and women alike brandished their weapons, hurling insults at Wang Xie. "You vile creature, dare to repeat that? How dare you insult Our Lady?" Why don't you let a zombie pig serve you instead? Yes, why don't you just die? How can you speak of Our Lady in such a manner? Brothers, let us take him down. Yes, let us end this scoundrel, even if it costs us our lives. I will tear a piece of flesh from him. The residents were consumed with rage. Among them, 80% had been rescued by Lin Mingxi's father. Rather than enslaving them like other sanctuaries, he treated them as family, fostering deep gratitude and loyalty within them. Now that their leader was gone, their lady had become their pillar of support. With someone daring to insult her so brazenly, they were willing to pay any price to make Wang Xie suffer. Consequently, 100 or so residents armed themselves, advancing towards the barrier soldiers with righteous fury. This unexpected unity among the vagrants caught Wang Xie off guard. He had not anticipated such solidarity. However, he dismissed the residents entirely, regarding them with contempt. As the residents, whom he regarded as mere ants, sought death, he showed no mercy. At that moment, Lin Mingxi was filled with urgency. She felt deeply touched by the kindness of the residents, yet she could not bear to witness such a senseless sacrifice. Please wait. Do not be impulsive, Lin Mingxi cried, her eyes brimming with tears. She grasped a woman's arm, pleading for her to reconsider. The woman merely smiled and replied, Miss, though we lack education, we are not fools. The wall dwellers are clearly ill-intentioned. We are certain to meet our demise today. Yet, even in death, we wish to avenge you. With that, the woman broke free from Lin Mingxi's grasp, brandishing a kitchen knife as she joined the throng. Seeing the crowd ignore her pleas, Lin Mingxi shouted, But you have children. You cannot throw your lives away like this. A young man turned back, a grim smile upon his face, and said, Do you think the wall dwellers will spare the children? Lin Mingxi was momentarily stunned, for she had witnessed, in her childhood, the massacre of the homeless by the wall dwellers. Even the innocent were not spared. Overwhelmed by despair, she felt utterly helpless. Miss, both you and the leader are our saviors, so allow us to fight for you one last time. At that moment, Uncle Go approached Lin Mingxi, his expression warm and kind. We will buy you some time. You and Wuhen should leave and live well, far from the wall. With those words, Uncle Go also took up a stone and joined the crowd. Why not use that apocalyptic AK skin? He thought, because it is out of ammunition. Uncle Go was equally incensed by Wang Xie's insults towards Lin Mingxi. If death was inevitable, he was prepared to protect her one final time. Lin Mingxi watched Uncle Go's retreating figure, her gaze vacant, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Wang Xie's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. He observed the approaching residents, his face twisted with madness and cruelty. Initially, he had no intention of slaughtering these people. He merely wished to capture the nanorobots and depart. However, Lin Mingxi's actions had thoroughly soured his mood, and now he sought to unleash his fury. Indeed, this man projected his selfishness onto Lin Mingxi. Such were Wang Xie's thoughts. If he could not possess it, then he would destroy it. Since you all wish for death, I shall play the role of a benefactor. With a chilling glare, he unleashed a wave of murderous intent, shouting at the soldiers around him, Fire! As Wang Xie finished speaking, the soldiers on either side wasted no time in pulling the triggers. No. Lin Mingxi's heart sank with a sense of powerlessness and despair, tears of panic streaming down her face. However, instead of gunfire, all that filled the air were the sounds of firing pins striking empty chambers. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Xie was equally perplexed. The residents stood in stunned silence. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere on site fell into a hushed silence. The residents instinctively paused in their steps, caught off guard. Have none of you loaded your weapons? Wang Xie observed the scene, his cruel smile faltering slightly as he furrowed his brow and barked coldly. Report, my firearm has malfunctioned. The soldier's face was drenched in sweat. His complexion flushed as he detached the magazine to inspect it, only to find everything seemingly in order. It won't fire. What is happening? Upon hearing the soldier's words, Wang Xie's expression darkened. I have no idea. The soldier was on the verge of tears, meticulously examining his weapon, which appeared to be functioning without issue. They're jammed. Finish them off. Annihilate them. Just then, one of the residents snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with joy as he shouted to his companions. Instantly, 100 voices rose in unison, and they charged forward. The soldiers at the barricade turned pale with fear. With less than 5 meters separating them, the residents, armed with an assortment of clubs and shovels, quickly closed the gap and began to strike without hesitation. Bang! 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 Ah! Stop hitting me, it hurts. Spare me. I won't do it again. The soldiers, in a state of panic, covered their heads and fled, some still fumbling with their jammed firearms, only to be knocked down by a resident's shovel. In mere moments, dozens of soldiers lay on the ground, bloodied and howling in pain. As the scent of blood permeated the air, Wang Xie watched this unfold, his eyes bulging in rage, his fury reaching its zenith. Although bewildered by the turn of events, he knew he had to intervene personally. You all shall perish, Wang Xie roared, a formidable pressure emanating from him, akin to an evolved being of the highest order. In the next instant, he swung his fist toward a resident's head. Beside him, Yamada, another evolved being, followed suit, aiming to strike another resident. Lin Mingxi, who had been frozen in the crowd, snapped to attention upon realizing the danger to the residents. However, she was still a considerable distance away, and there was no time to reach them. Lin Mingxi watched helplessly as Wang Xie and Yamada launched their fists toward the two residents. The residents, sensing the impending blows, were overwhelmed by the oppressive aura radiating from Wang Xie, rendering them incapable of resistance. In the next moment, the anticipated scene of bloodshed failed to materialize. The fists of Wang Xie and Yamada, encased in a shroud of silver metallic mist, could no longer advance. What is this? Wang Xie exclaimed, feeling an unexpected chill emanating from the silver mist enveloping his fists. Just as his bewildered words fell, a swirling mass of silver metallic fog appeared before the four of them. As the metallic mist thickened, it enveloped all present. However, it swiftly coalesced into form. Soon, smooth-surfaced silver figures materialized before each resident, shielding them from the onslaught of the barrier soldiers. These were the Nanomen. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xie was immediately reminded of his purpose for being here. How could this be possible? A look of incredulity crossed his face as he recalled the information he had studied about the Nanomen, which did not mention any ability to transform into metallic beings, let alone manifest in such numbers. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The astonishing fact was that these metallic figures effortlessly absorbed his full-strength assault. Before he could fully process this revelation, a sudden, intense pain surged through his abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of sounds echoed throughout the scene as 100 soldiers, including Wang Xie and Yamamoto, were violently propelled 2 to 3 meters away, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. You may return, we shall handle this. The silver nanomen turned simultaneously to address the stunned residents, who gazed at the metallic figures in bewilderment, their minds blank. Suddenly, all the nanomen raised their right hands in unison, sending a jolt of electricity through their fingers, jolting the dazed residents back to their senses. Return, this is our responsibility. They reiterated. Oh yes, thank you. We will head back immediately, the residents replied, nodding in a daze before hastily retreating toward the shelter. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi, who had remained stationary, experienced a tumult of emotions. Her enchanting eyes were fixed on the silver figures, and a familiar silhouette flashed through her mind. Ahen, she murmured softly. Sheer, what is it? The voice of Feng Wuhen suddenly resonated beside her. Lin Mingxi turned to see Feng Wuhen, who had appeared on her left, and, overwhelmed with emotion, she threw herself into his embrace. Upon noticing the tear stains on her delicate face, a surge of wrath welled up within Feng Wuhen. The calm demeanor he had maintained shattered in an instant. How could it be that while he was having breakfast, his beloved wife was bullied to tears? This was unforgivable. With a glacial glare, Feng Wuhen fixed his eyes on the metallic figures and barrier soldiers ahead, commanding inwardly, BT, capture them all alive. Understood, BT responded promptly. In the next moment, silver mist once again materialized in the air, and the metallic figures rapidly coalesced anew. This spectacle left the residents of the shelter in awe, and it astonished the soldiers of the barrier as well. Wang Xie had risen from the ground, and upon witnessing the metallic beings materializing before him, he comprehended that his fate had been sealed. The plans he had meticulously crafted with his trusted confidants the previous night had disintegrated. After being discovered by Li Daobiao attempting to embezzle the rewards of the nanomen, he had opted for an alternative path. His intention was to capture the nanomen and incite the soldiers of Barrier 22 to revolt using the rewards as motivation. Once Li Daobiao was eliminated, he would ally himself with the Federation along with the rebellious soldiers. However, plans are often rendered futile by unforeseen circumstances. The current nanomen bore no resemblance to those depicted in the data he had previously reviewed. They possessed the ability to transform, akin to metallic beings. Moreover, each of these metallic entities was more formidable than he, an 18th-tier speed-type new human. Without hesitation, Wang Xie shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "Retreat." Upon hearing his command, the soldiers of the barrier, devoid of any desire to continue fighting, promptly turned and fled to their vehicles. Feng Wuhen, cradling Lin Mingxi at the entrance of the shelter, refrained from instructing BT to intervene. The metallic beings also remained motionless, silently observing as all the soldiers boarded their vehicles. The residents at the shelter's entrance watched the retreating soldiers with a sense of vindication. Only Uncle Go, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow in concern. "Wuhen, you just let them go. What if they return with reinforcements?" Uncle Go inquired gravely, glancing at Feng Wuhen. "Who said I intended to let them go?" Feng Wuhen replied, puzzled by Uncle Go's concern. "What then?" Uncle Go glanced at the immobile metallic beings, his own confusion mounting. "What is happening? The vehicles won't start," came the anxious voices from the front of the convoy. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Feng Wuhen's lips. Observing this, Uncle Go seemed to understand, and the tension in his brow instantly eased. "Uncle Go, instruct the residents to gather all food supplies, leaving everything else behind. We are relocating today," Feng Wuhen suddenly declared. Startled, Lin Mingxi looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Uncle Go then asked, "Where are we moving to?" Feng Wuhen grinned. "To the barrier, their barrier." Chapter 60, Dumbfounded? Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words, Uncle Go paused, uncertainly questioning. "You're not joking, are you?" "I am not one for jest," Feng Wuhen replied with a smile. Then turned serious. "Rest assured, I am confident in seizing that barrier." Hearing this, Uncle Go swallowed hard, for he discerned the assurance shining in Feng Wuhen's eyes. "All right," Uncle Go acquiesced, promptly turning to call the residents to gather their belongings. The residents, bewildered, assumed they were relocating out of fear of retaliation from the barrier. As Uncle Go and all the residents entered the shelter, Lin Mingxi spoke up. "Ahen, are we really going to move inside the barrier?" "Indeed." Feng Wuhen glanced at the convoy ahead, which had yet to ignite its fire, then lowered his gaze to Lin Mingxi in his arms, revealing a gentle smile as he wiped away the tear stains from her face. "When the time comes, I shall be the leader of the barrier, and you will be the leader's lady." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She gently bit her lip and nodded softly. After sharing a tender moment with Lin Mingxi, Feng Wuhen turned to matters at hand. He instructed Lin Mingxi to return and gather her belongings while he slowly made his way toward the barrier's convoy. As he passed by the metallic beings, Feng Wuhen smiled at one of them, saying, "BT, if you refrain from fighting, why not take on a human form? It would make your movements more convenient." To his surprise, this faceless metallic being displayed a moment of contemplation and nodded after a brief pause. "All right, I believe that would indeed be more convenient. Hey BT, we can walk arm in arm from now on." Feng Wuhen chuckled, then added earnestly, "I want to reclaim the nanobots. Let them become your exclusive body. My own nanobots will suffice." "Thank you." Feng Wuhen, BT politely expressed his gratitude. What is our relationship? No need for such formalities." Feng Wuhen waved his hand dismissively and glanced at the convoy ahead. "All right, let us get down to business. Time is of the essence." "Understood," BT responded. And the metallic beings swiftly moved to each vehicle's side. Inside one of the vehicles, Wang Xie, observing this scene, realized escape was futile. Yet he felt a peculiar sense of confusion. Wasn't it stated in the documents that the nanobot was an elderly figure? Why did the young man outside seem to converse and joke with the metallic beings? Creaking and grinding, the door of Wang Xie's vehicle began to deform, producing an unsettling sound. The occupants inside were astonished to find the door vanishing at a visibly rapid pace, as if devoured by some force. Wang Xie recognized this as the work of the nanobots, but the soldiers were oblivious, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Come out." BT commanded a metallic being to approach the door, shouting to all within the vehicle. At his words, the soldiers hurriedly exited in a panic. The metallic beings also urged the soldiers from the other vehicles to disembark. Wang Xie and Yamada Inu were among the last to step out. Soon, over 300 soldiers found themselves encircled by the metallic beings, each clutching their weapons, yet their faces were filled with trepidation. Particularly the more than 100 who had been kicked by the metallic beings, their stomachs still aching. "Hurry up." Two metallic beings pushed Wang Xie and Yamada Inu forward to stand before Feng Wuhen. Wang Xie did not display fear. Instead, he wore an expression of disdain. In his heart, the nano-man was akin to a despised rat, hunted by formidable barriers. How could the proud one possibly show kindness to such a wretched creature? The nearby figure, Yamada, shared the same sentiment. After all, his brother had been shattered by the very presence of this nano-man. In this world, apart from his brother, he had no kin, and thus, he could hardly extend any semblance of goodwill to the architect of his brother's disability. Kill him. Feng Wuhen uttered those 3 words nonchalantly as he advanced towards the soldiers. What? Wang Xie had steeled himself for an interrogation, resolute in his silence. Yet, Feng Wuhen's succinct proclamation shattered his resolve, leaving him momentarily astounded. Beside him, Yamada stood frozen in disbelief. Do you know who I am? Dare you to kill me? You cannot escape. Even with your nanomachines, it is futile. Wang Xie, witnessing the metallic figures transforming their hands into blades, turned in panic to threaten Feng Wuhen's back. However, Feng Wuhen did not falter. He disregarded Wang Xie's threats altogether, weaving through the metallic beings to confront the encircling soldiers. Realizing his threats had failed, Wang Xie felt his heart race with dread. Despite being a new breed of humanity, death was still a reality. He could scarcely fathom that Feng Wuhen would seek his life without a word of inquiry. Do not come any closer, he cried in a frenzy upon spotting a metallic figure wielding a knife advancing towards him. Suddenly, a flash of cold light darted past Wang Xie's eyes, followed by a warm spray upon his face. Then, he heard a thud beside him. The headless corpse of Yamada collapsed at his feet, blood oozing forth, causing Wang Xie to crumble in horror. And no, he could never have anticipated that after an entire night of meticulous planning, he would find himself facing death. There were still many women in his abode awaiting his attention. He had amassed considerable wealth in the federal bank, yet to spend. He harbored ambitions of seizing power and ascending as a leader. All these aspirations remained unfulfilled. He did not wish to die. Buzzing. The cold light flashed again before his eyes. He felt a chill at his neck, and his vision began to swirl. The ground soon pressed against his face. He attempted to lift his head, yet found himself utterly incapable. Moments later, his consciousness slipped away swiftly, his wide eyes blinked twice, and his mouth opened and closed a few times before falling silent. Only the headless body, lying on the ground and sputtering blood, continued to convulse. Having dispatched Wang Xie and Yamada, the metallic beings returned to their original form, and Feng Wuhen strode towards them. Many soldiers had witnessed the execution of the 2 men, their faces paling in terror as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Standing before these soldiers, Feng Wuhen slowly surveyed their fearful visages and spoke. Do you wish to live or die? Do not make me repeat myself. Over 300 soldiers trembled at the words spoken. In the next moment, they stuttered, expressing their desire to live. Their voices were fragmented and hesitant. Wind Wuhen, unfazed by their trepidation, continued. If you wish to survive, then pledge your loyalty to me. I am willing. One soldier standing before Wind Wuhen exclaimed with a quivering voice, becoming the first to respond. Hearing this, others gradually echoed their willingness, albeit with uncertainty. However, nearly 60% of the soldiers remained silent, their eyes filled with hesitation and conflict. They were acutely aware of the power of the consortium, and they understood that as soldiers of the consortium, their fate was precarious. Following Wind Wuhen could just as easily lead to their demise. They feared Wind Wuhen's miraculous abilities, yet doubted his capacity to contend against a consortium. Faced with death regardless of their choice, they pondered the necessity of making one. Wind Wuhen, noticing only a handful of soldiers willing to speak, felt no disappointment. He did not press those who chose silence. Those who are willing, step forward and stand outside, he commanded. Upon his words, dozens of soldiers stepped out from the ranks. Once all the willing soldiers had emerged, Wind Wuhen addressed the more than 200 who remained silent. Since you are unwilling, you may leave. Leave 5 vehicles for me. Take the rest and go. At this declaration, both the willing and unwilling soldiers stood in shock. At that moment, BT had retracted all the metallic figures encircling the soldiers. Noticing the stillness among the soldiers, Wind Wuhen frowned and asked, What? Do you all wish to stay? In response, the soldiers turned with complex expressions, returning to their vehicles. When the soldiers attempted to ignite the engines once more, all vehicles started normally, eliciting their joyful surprise. They dared not linger any longer and quickly reversed, turning to depart. Witnessing Feng Wuhen indeed allowing the others to leave, the soldiers who remained were suddenly filled with regret. Chapter 61. The fright of scarred Feng Wuhen turned to the remaining soldiers of the barricade, contemplating for a moment before addressing BT beside him. BT. Install microbombs on each of them. Understood. BT replied, waving his hand as a cloud of silver metallic mist enveloped every soldier present. The barricade soldiers felt their hearts tighten at the sight. Soon, they sensed a chill at the nape of their necks. You have all been equipped with remote-triggered explosives. Should any thought of betrayal cross your minds, the bombs will detonate immediately. The same consequence applies to any notions of dismantling the explosives. Feng Wuhen's voice echoed ominously, sending shivers down their spines. Those who had contemplated sneaking away now abandoned the idea entirely. Enough dawdling. Everyone, heed my command and enter the shelter to assist the residents in loading their belongings onto the vehicles. The wind, without a trace, called out to awaken the multitude, and then commanded the nanobots in his mind to transform into that previously manifested RV. The soldiers of the barrier, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the large vehicle, were momentarily stunned. Yet, they dared not linger, hastily regaining their composure and rushing into the shelter. 10 minutes later, all the inhabitants of the shelter boarded the RV, while the barrier soldiers climbed aboard 5 all-terrain armored vehicles. Standing at the entrance of the RV, the wind suddenly recalled that he had not seen Good Fortune that morning. BT, have you seen Good Fortune? He inquired mentally. No, but I've equipped Good Fortune with a locator. Let me check. BT's voice trailed off. And after a brief pause, he responded, the locator indicates that Good Fortune is 10 kilometers southwest, precisely where the giant beasts are located. Upon hearing this, the wind furrowed his brow. What is Good Fortune doing there? BT, can you call it back? We need to leave this place. Certainly. The translator has communication capabilities, BT replied, reaching out to summon Good Fortune back. After a while, BT reported, Good Fortune is on its way back. However, it mentioned that it was summoned. Summoned? The wind expressed surprise. Hasn't Good Fortune's DNA already been rewritten by the nanobots? How can it still be summoned? BT shook his head and explained. This time, Good Fortune was conscious. It said it sensed the summoning and went there on its own. Hearing this, the wind fell into deep contemplation. Approximately 5 minutes later, Good Fortune emerged from the forest. Unsurprisingly, the barrier soldiers were once again astonished upon seeing Good Fortune. The wind paid no heed to the astonished soldiers. After allowing Good Fortune to enter the RV, he instructed the barrier soldiers to lead the way, and the convoy swiftly made its way toward Barrier 22. In the leader's office of Barrier 22, Scardley was organizing important documents when a guard entered and reported, Report. Chief, Captain Viper's life signal has disappeared. Scardley frowned at the news, setting down the documents in his hand. He fixed his gaze on the guard and coldly asked, Are you certain? Absolutely, Chief. Upon hearing the guard's words, Scardley's eyes glinted with a surge of murderous intent. Viper was one of his trusted subordinates, whom he had dispatched that morning to eliminate those knowledgeable about the nanobots. He never anticipated that Wang Xie would kill Viper. You, Wang Xie, have underestimated you. Scardley gritted his teeth, rage boiling within him as he muttered softly. He then waved his hand dismissively at the guard, signaling him to leave. Once the guard had departed, Scardley could no longer contain himself and swept all the meticulously organized documents off the table onto the floor. The papers and pens scattered chaotically. Damn it, if I weren't so tied up right now, I would surely annihilate him. Scardley's forehead throbbed with tension, and his eyes burned with fury. As Li Daobao pondered how to eliminate Wang Xie, the telephone on his desk rang. His furious countenance transformed instantly upon hearing the phone's ring, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. For when the phone rings at such a moment, it seldom heralds good news. He swallowed hard and slowly reached for the receiver. This is Li Daobao, he announced. After a moment of silence, a man's cold laughter echoed from the other end. Li Daobao, it seems you have been seated in your position for too long, to the extent that you have forgotten who you are. At this, Li Daobao's pupils constricted. The voice belonged to none other than the second-in-command of the Zhou Consortium, a man of formidable reputation. Even the first-in-command would show him a measure of respect. The fact that such a terrifying figure was calling him suggested only one thing. The news of the nanobots had reached the upper echelons of the Zhou Consortium. Realizing this, Li Daobao's face turned ashen, his body beginning to tremble. Yet, a sliver of hope lingered within him. With a quivering tone, he cautiously inquired, Mr. Zhou, is there an issue? Is it that my pace in relocating the residents has been too slow? I shall have the workers expedite the process immediately. Huh, came the derisive laughter from the other end, interrupting Li Daobao's self-directed performance. Then, the voice casually remarked, the new humanity troops will arrive this afternoon. You may assign them the relocation task. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. At this moment, instead of feeling relieved, Li Daobao's trembling intensified. This was disastrous. He collapsed back into his office chair, as if his soul had departed, mumbling incoherently to himself. Suddenly, the office door closed with a sharp click, the sound startling the dazed Li Daobao back to reality. He straightened abruptly, his gaze filled with trepidation as he looked toward the entrance. Yet, nothing was there. His brow furrowed in concern. The office door was equipped with a magnetic stopper, and it would require a considerable force to close it. There was no strong wind outside, indicating that it had been shut by someone. Who could it be? Li Daobao's brow nodded in perplexity. Within this building, all were his loyal confidants. If someone had closed the door, they would have surely informed him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his anxiety grew. Greetings, Leaderly. Suddenly echoed a second voice in the otherwise empty office, sending a jolt through the already tense Li Daobao, causing him to leap from his chair. Who is it? He bellowed, his eyes wide with alarm. Do not be anxious, the voice replied, resonating in the air once more. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of Li Daobao, a figure clad in striking blue and white armor materialized before him. This, Li Daobao, taken aback, took a step back. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, Are you from the Federation or the World Alliance? Deep down, Li Daobao understood that the consortium lacked the capability to develop such cloaking technology, leading him to assume that the person before him belonged to either the Federation or the World Alliance. Feng Wuhen offered no response. Instead, he removed his armor, pulled up a chair, and sat down, raising his chin to indicate to Li Daobao, Please, take a seat. At this, Li Daobao hesitated, his gaze never leaving Feng Wuhen's youthful visage as he slowly lowered himself into the boss's chair. Noticing that Li Daobao was settled, Feng Wuhen smiled, dispensing with pleasantries and directly stating his purpose. I am here to take over this barrier, but I require your assistance in rallying the residents. Li Daobao furrowed his brow but refrained from outright refusal, instead tentatively inquiring, Are you a nano? Indeed, after a brief moment of contemplation, Li Daobao finally recognized the identity of the figure before him, not a member of the Federation or the World Alliance, but the nano he had been seeking. However, one question lingered in his mind. Wasn't the nano supposed to be an old man? As Li Daobao pondered, Feng Wuhen spoke. It seems that Leader Li is quite astute. I am indeed the nano you refer to. Before Li Daobao could respond, Feng Wuhen continued. Not long ago, a man named Wang Xie came to see me. I heard from the soldiers that he is your assistant. At these words, Li Daobao's eyes narrowed sharply, his muscles tensing as he asked in a low voice. Did you reach an agreement with him? Are you here to kill me? Upon uttering this, Li Daobao had already prepared to strike. However, Feng Wuhen's next words quelled any thoughts of aggression. He casually replied, No, I have already killed him. Li Daobao's heart sank. Yet, Feng Wuhen paid no heed to Li Daobao's shock. Instead, he glanced at the nano watch on his left wrist and inquired with a calm demeanor. My people are arriving soon. Will you willingly step down, or should I administer a beating before you do? Without the slightest hesitation, Li Daobao replied, I will step down willingly. With that, he rose from the boss's chair. He knew that he was no match for the young man before him. Although they had not engaged in combat, his instincts warned him that he would surely perish if he attempted to strike. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, Feng Wuhen did not rise but asked, Would you like to follow me and work for me? Although he could have coerced Li Daobao to comply with nano-explosives, Feng Wuhen preferred not to resort to such measures. He disliked forcing anyone, for a reluctant alliance bears no sweetness. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words, Li Daobao, without hesitation, declared, I am willing to follow you. In truth, the moment he voluntarily stepped down, he had already contemplated aligning himself with Feng Wuhen. After all, he had already been blacklisted by the Zhou family, and now, he was determined not to miss any glimmer of hope. His intuition told him that following this young man before him was his best chance for survival, especially after recalling Feng Wuhen's use of stealth capabilities alongside the nano armor. He felt increasingly assured in his instincts. With this in mind, Feng Wuhen declared, Let me affix a small gadget for you. With a swift motion, a small cloud of silvery metallic mist flew towards Li Daobao's nape, transforming into a circular metallic patch that adhered firmly to his skin. What is this? Li Daobao questioned, feeling a chill emanating from the patch on his neck. Just a precaution, a small bomb, to be precise. As long as you harbor no treacherous thoughts, it will not detonate. Feng Wuhen explained nonchalantly. However, upon hearing this, Li Daobao could not help but feel a tightening in his gut. A bomb. This could be fatal. With it now affixed to his neck, Hu Wouldn't feel a surge of fear. Yet, in the name of survival, he forced himself to appear calm and reassured. Though I, Li Daobao, may not be a good man, I would never resort to betrayal. At this, a knowing smirk spread across Feng Wuhen's face as he teased. And what of the Zhou family? Instantly, Li Daobao's face flushed with embarrassment, overwhelmed by awkwardness. Attention, attention, all residents are to assemble at the central square. I repeat, all residents assemble at the central square. A man's voice echoed in the air above the barrier city number 22. This was a command given by Li Daobao to his subordinates, as per Feng Wuhen's suggestion. At that moment, Li Daobao was seated in a jeep alongside Feng Wuhen, speeding towards the western gate of the barrier. Before long, they arrived at the gate. Li Daobao was the first to exit the vehicle, and under the watchful eyes of the perplexed guards, he hurried over to Feng Wuhen's side to assist in opening the door. Who is this young man? Why is the chief serving him like a lackey? The guards murmured amongst themselves, standing at attention. Could he be a high-ranking official from the Zhou family? Unlikely. He must be some young master from the Zhou clan, they speculated. Open the gate. Li Daobao called out to the guards after ensuring Feng Wuhen's safe disembarkation. The guards promptly complied, pressing a button on the wall. With a clattering of gears, the massive iron gates began to open slowly. Feng Wuhen strode forward confidently, taking his position to the left of the entrance, with Li Daobao closely following suit, standing to the side. BT, where are you? Feng Wuhen inquired telepathically. Approximately 3 minutes away, BT promptly replied. 3 minutes later, 5 all-terrain armored vehicles led the way, followed by a colossal vehicle, swiftly approaching the western gate. The guards recognized the 5 all-terrain vehicles, yet the enormous RV was unfamiliar to them. Which distinguished figure is arriving? Several guards pondered in confusion. Soon, the grand caravan arrived at the front of Feng Wuhen and came to a halt. As the door swung open, Feng Wuhen turned to Li Daobao and instructed him to lead the way. With that, he stepped directly into the vehicle. Chapter 63. Fury. The convoy made its way to the very heart of the barrier, arriving at the central square, which boasted a circular diameter of 500 meters. At that moment, the square was already teeming with numerous residents and soldiers of the barrier. In the distance, more residents were hastening toward the gathering. The convoy halted beside an elevated platform in the northeast section of the square. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of onlookers, the caravan door opened, and Li Daobao, accompanied by several soldiers, swiftly approached the entrance for a greeting. Who could it be? Perhaps someone important? Weren't they supposed to be relocating? Why all this fuss? Isn't it just delaying matters? The barrier residents buzzed with speculation, some filled with curiosity, while others grumbled about the time lost. As the door of the caravan fully opened, Feng Wuhen, holding Lin Mingxi's hand, stepped out first. Likely due to it being her inaugural visit to the barrier, he could sense Lin Mingxi's anxiety. Therefore, Feng Wuhen paused, turned to her, and gently reassured, "There is no need for nervousness. This will be our new home. The entire barrier belongs to us. Just treat it as your own." Upon hearing his words, Lin Mingxi bit her lips slightly and nodded. All right. Noticing her relax somewhat, Feng Wuhen turned back and smiled at the residents of the shelter within the caravan, saying, "Do not feel constrained. We shall be the masters of this barrier. Treat it as your own home. Everyone, please come out." With that, Feng Wuhen cast a glance at Uncle Go, signaling him to facilitate the disembarkation of the residents. Although it was also Uncle Go's first time entering the barrier, and he felt a wave of apprehension, as the steward, he could not falter. Thus, he began to organize the residents to alight. In this manner, with Feng Wuhen and Lin Mingxi leading the way, surrounded by Li Daobao and others, Uncle Go guided a group of residents clad in tattered burlap garments, along with a few children, as they timidly ascended the elevated platform. Below, in the square, the sight of those in ragged burlap attire evoked expressions of disdain and fear among the tens of thousands of barrier residents. Having spent their lives within the barrier, many had seldom ventured beyond its confines, with some never having stepped outside at all. In their textbooks, They had learned that wanderers were carriers of various diseases. In the minds of these barrier residents, the wanderers beyond their walls were akin to the monstrous undead, regarded as enemies of humanity. Now, what were they witnessing? Their barrier leader had returned with a group of wanderers. The disheveled appearance and barbaric garb of these individuals resembled exactly what they had read about in their textbooks. Instantly, the residents near the square displayed expressions of horror, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror, and quickly retreated. In a short while, a space of 100 meters cleared in front of the square. In this scene, Feng Wuhen observed with intrigue and turned to Li Daobao beside him, inquiring, "What is happening?" Li Daobao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and proceeded to elucidate the reactions of the residents of the barrier. After listening to his explanation, Feng Wuhen found himself at a loss for words, yet he dismissed the matter from his mind. Such issues would cease to exist once he took charge of the barrier. "Are all the residents gathered?" Feng Wuhen asked, surveying the nearly packed central square filled with the barrier's inhabitants. He directed his question to Li Daobao. "Let me check." Li Daobao replied, uncertain, and hurried off to consult with the guards stationed nearby. Shortly thereafter, he returned briskly, reporting, "Aside from the guards on duty and the slaves already loaded onto the vehicles, all residents are present." At this, Feng Wuhen's expression darkened. Lin Mingxi, who had been holding Feng Wuhen's hand and leaning against him, appeared troubled. Noticing the sudden change in Feng Wuhen's demeanor, Li Daobao was perplexed. The next moment, Feng Wuhen spoke in a calm, yet firm tone. "From this moment forth, the term slave shall not be uttered within my barrier. Now, immediately, send someone to bring those who are absent here." "Understood. I shall personally fetch them," Li Daobao responded without hesitation, rallying a dozen guards and departing the central square in several jeeps. Approximately 10 minutes later, a convoy of large trucks approached from the distant street. The trucks encircled the central square and halted beside the elevated platform. Feng Wuhen estimated there to be nearly 100 trucks. In the presence of both the barrier residents and the shelter inhabitants, two drivers emerged from the trucks and simultaneously opened the back doors. In the next moment, a procession of ragged men, women, and children, resembling beggars, staggered down from the truck beds. However, instead of advancing towards the crowd, they stood alongside the trucks. Witnessing this, Feng Wuhen frowned once more. He then summoned a high-powered speaker through nanotechnology and called out to Li Daobao, "Bring them over here." Li Daobao, who was busy organizing the slaves into formation, quickly urged those who were still aligning to approach. As the slaves drew nearer, Feng Wuhen finally beheld their faces, which could only be described as a sight of utter misery, truly harrowing. Each slave bore the marks of whiplashes, with many still bleeding from their wounds. Yet, what struck him most was the presence of numerous children among the slaves, alongside the able-bodied and the elderly. Even the children bore the scars of cruelty. Feng Wuhen noted that the eyes of these slaves were filled with a haunting emptiness, a profound despair devoid of hope for the future, resembling the lifelessness of the living dead. Regardless of age, both adults and children shared that same haunting gaze. "Move swiftly. Have you not eaten?" Suddenly, two resounding cracks of a whip pierced the air from the left, accompanied by a man's harsh reprimand. Feng Wuhen's gaze was drawn to the commotion, and upon looking over, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Not far away on the left, a female slave cradling an infant was brutally struck to the ground by a middle-aged guard wielding a riding whip. The slave emitted only a pained grunt, yet she refrained from screaming, fiercely protecting the child in her arms to shield it from harm. "Get up. Stop feigning death." Just as Feng Wuhen stood in stunned silence, the middle-aged guard lashed out again, the whip striking the back of the slave who shielded her child. With his eyes, enhanced by blood crystals, Feng Wuhen clearly observed the woman's back, her clothing torn, blood staining her skin. "Beast!" The murderous intent in Feng Wuhen surged violently. He abruptly released Lin Mingxi's hand, summoning his armor and darting towards the scene with incredible speed. Chapter 64. The uprising of the inhabitants. At that moment, the middle-aged guard, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, noticed the slave still lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Anger welled up within him. He raised his whip, preparing to deliver another savage blow. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared as if materialized from thin air, seizing the descending whip. The guard's heart raced with alarm, confusion etched upon his face. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a cold, iron grip encircled his neck. Gasping for breath, the guard dropped the whip. his eyes rolling back as he clawed at the unyielding hand around his throat, kicking desperately in search of leverage. This sudden turn of events startled everyone on the shelter's side, while the residents and guards on the barrier side were momentarily taken aback. Soon, the barrier residents were filled with intrigue. Such acts of brutality against slaves were commonplace for them. Why had the young man, who was held in such high regard by the leader, suddenly intervened? Did you see that? His armor appeared in an instant. I saw it too. It's truly magnificent. Could this armor be a new invention from the Zhou family? The residents gathered in the square shifted their astonishment at Feng Wuhen's intervention to discussions about the origin of his armor. Meanwhile, the female slave, still on the ground cradling her infant, felt a sudden gust of wind, and the whipping ceased, leaving her perplexed. Mustering her courage, she slowly raised her head to behold a striking figure clad in blue and white armor standing protectively before her. As curiosity filled her, she heard a chilling statement uttered near her ear. "Are you even human?" The slave was bewildered, for this remark was directed at the middle-aged guard in Feng Wuhen's grasp. At this moment, the middle-aged guard had already rolled his eyes, on the verge of fainting from oxygen deprivation. "That person cannot be killed, Chief." Just then, Li Daoba hurriedly arrived beside Feng Wuhen, his face contorted with concern as he spoke to halt the impending violence. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen turned his icy gaze towards Li Daoba. Despite wearing a helmet, the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Feng Wuhen was palpable, even for Li Daoba, a 24th-tier new human. Nevertheless, Li Daoba mustered his courage and disclosed the guard's identity. "Zhou Yi, the son of the chairman of the Zhou Corporation?" Feng Wuhen raised an eyebrow at Li Daoba's words. "Indeed, 3 months ago, the chairman arranged for his son to come here for an inspection," Li Daoba explained. Thud. Feng Wuhen unceremoniously tossed Zhou Yi to the ground. Gasping for breath, Zhou Yi collapsed, coughing violently as if trying to expel his lungs, utterly disheveled. Observing Feng Wuhen release Zhou Yi, Li Daoba visibly relaxed. "Cough, cough, Li Daoba, who is he?" Zhou Yi, finally recovering, glared at Li Daoba with reddened eyes. Demanding an answer, Li Daoba did not hold back. "He is the new leader of Barrier 22, young Master Zhou. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to remain silent." "New leader? Why was I not informed?" Zhou Yi clutched his aching neck, frowning in inquiry. "Because he is not one of the Zhou family," Li Daoba replied succinctly. With that, he fell silent. He was well aware of the Zhou family's formidable influence. Yet he remained uncertain of Feng Wuhen's capabilities. He only knew that Feng Wuhen was a nano-man, able to become invisible and transform into armor. However, if these were Feng Wuhen's only abilities, he would surely be unable to withstand the Zhou family. Thus, it was imperative to protect Zhou Yi to prevent his death from inciting the Zhou family's wrath. What Li Daoba did not realize was that Feng Wuhen held the Zhou family in utter disregard. The reason he spared Zhou Yi was not out of mercy, but rather a desire to devise a plan of greater significance. He intended for Zhou Yi's demise to be of value. With this in mind, Feng Wuhen removed his armor and glanced at Li Daoba, commanding, "Take this fellow to the platform." With that, he strode towards the elevated stage. Li Daoba, perplexed, could only assist Zhou Yi, with the help of another guard, in making their way to the platform. By now, it was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Feng Wuhen utilized nanobots to construct a canopy over the platform, a sight that left the residents of the barrier below wide-eyed in astonishment. Not wishing to waste any more time, he conjured several loudspeakers and microphones, addressing the residents of the barrier below. "From this day forth, I am the new master of this barrier. I have heard that the Zhou family intends to relocate you to another barrier. Fear not, I shall not impede your departure. Those who wish to leave may do so, while those who prefer to remain may continue to inhabit this place as before." Suddenly, the tone shifted sharply, and Feng Wuhen declared loudly, "However, you must leave on your own accord. The vehicles within the barrier belong to me, and I am under no obligation to transport you free of charge." At this moment, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of voices. "How can this be? We were promised transportation. Indeed, this is inhumane. With so many zombies and mutated creatures outside, how can ordinary people traverse hundreds of kilometers to reach another barrier? What does it matter? Judging by his words, he does not belong to the Zhou family. With so many of us, should we truly fear him? Quite right. At worst, we can drive ourselves away. Let us see how he intends to stop so many of us." The residents of the barrier voiced their fury, some already devising a plan to drive away. They believed that Feng Wuhen and his companions could not possibly restrain a multitude of over 10,000. Thus, they began to rush towards the trucks parked beside the square. In an instant, chaos ensued in the central square as the throngs of people scattered like ants, rushing in every direction. At that moment, Zhou Yi, standing beside Scarly, observed the unrest below with a slight smirk, revealing a hint of cold derision. The audacity of this unknown little upstart, Feng Wuhen, to presume he could control the Zhou family's barrier was utterly ridiculous. He had not forgotten the earlier confrontation. Once they departed from this place, he would ensure that someone was sent to apprehend this insolent individual, teaching him the terrifying consequences of crossing him. Meanwhile, Uncle Go and the other residents were filled with trepidation. After all, this was a riot of over 100,000 people. Lin Mingxi cast a worried glance towards Feng Wuhen, who returned her concern with a reassuring look. He had anticipated this very scenario. Hence he had instructed BT to prepare in advance. In the next moment, those residents who had nearly reached the edge of the square were abruptly halted by a shimmering silver metal wall that appeared out of thin air. Some of the faster individuals, unable to stop in time, collided headlong into it, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. What is happening? Where did this wall come from? The residents of the barrier were left in shock. Chapter 65. The power of execution is yours. I have stated that my resources will not be offered to you without compensation. Feng Wuhen's voice resonated above the walls, echoing throughout the central square. Next, I will open 4 gates in the wall. Those who wish to remain voluntarily may exit through these 4 entrances. Remember, I emphasize voluntarily. There will be detection devices at the gates, and should anyone attempt to pass through without willingness, his voice turned icy, they will be met with a jolt of 100,000 volts of electricity. Upon the utterance of these words, the expressions of nearly all the residents of the barrier shifted dramatically. Among them, there were indeed individuals who momentarily considered staying behind before making their escape. However, such notions were swiftly extinguished. Nonetheless, a few skeptics remained, unwilling to believe that a mere doorway could harbor a lethal current of 100,000 volts. Soon, at each of the 4 corners of the central square's wall, individual doors sprang open simultaneously. The first to emerge was a female slave closest to the elevated platform. Indeed, she was the very slave who had been rescued by Feng Wuhen while cradling an infant. As she passed through the doorway with the child in her arms, nothing untoward occurred. It was as though she had merely traversed an ordinary threshold. The hesitant individuals, who had been secretly contemplating their next move, noticed the absence of any adverse reaction from the doorway, and their eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope. Yet, they refrained from acting impulsively, biding their time instead. However, after a prolonged wait, no one else stirred, save for that solitary female slave. Feng Wuhen observed this scene, his gaze settling upon the slaves. He wished to retain them, for only those who have endured hardship can truly appreciate the value of happiness. Furthermore, a barrier of such magnitude cannot be left unmanaged. Thus, he grasped the microphone and, surveying the slaves before him, assured them, "In my barrier, the institution of slavery shall not persist. As long as you do not transgress the laws I establish, all shall be treated equally." Upon hearing these words, the previously vacant expressions of the slaves momentarily illuminated with clarity. All the slaves gradually lifted their heads to gaze upon Feng Wuhen atop the platform. Suddenly, a boisterous and arrogant laughter erupted from behind him. "Equality for all? You amuse me," Zhou Yi mocked, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Feng Wuhen's back. He then vociferously declared, "You lowly slaves. Do you truly believe the ramblings of this braggart? Have you considered that we are in an apocalyptic world, where resources are scarce? If everyone is equal, who will toil?" The slaves within the walls, upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, felt the flicker of hope that had ignited in their eyes extinguished in an instant. Observing this, Feng Wuhen refrained from persuasion, for he possessed another means to instill belief in his words among the slaves. With a slight tilt of his head, he cast a sidelong glance at the scarred man, Li Daoba, and calmly instructed, "Bring him before me." Li Daoba, uncertain of Feng Wuhen's intentions, complied nonetheless. Nudging Zhou Yi's shoulder, "Do not push me. I can walk on my own," Zhou Yi retorted angrily, glaring at Li Daoba. Before long, Zhou Yi found himself standing before Feng Wuhen, his demeanor haughty as he regarded him with disdain. Convinced that Feng Wuhen was aware of his identity, and dared not act against him. Feng Wuhen cast a glance at Zhou Yi, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet chose to disregard him. After all, he held a deep respect for the deceased. The dead deserve reverence. His gaze shifted downward, once more fixating on the motionless slave. Picking up the microphone, Feng Wuhen addressed the crowd. Just now, this brother, whose time is running short, claimed that my words lack credibility. Allow me to demonstrate the veracity of my statements. With that, he summoned his nanobots into action. In an instant, the camper below erupted, transforming into a swirling mist of silver that ascended into the sky above the platform. Feng Wuhen commanded a portion of the mist to descend, forming a cross that ensnared the startled Zhou Yi. What do you intend to do? I am the son of the chairman of the Zhou family. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall see. Even at the brink of death, Zhou Yi continued to threaten Feng Wuhen. The residents of the barrier below, upon hearing Zhou Yi's admission of his identity, were taken aback. Li Daobai, standing nearby, felt a twinge of anxiety and hesitantly inquired, "Chief, are you truly going to kill him?" Feng Wuhen shot a glance at Li Daobai and nodded. "What else? Am I here to engage in some kind of sadomasochism?" This remark left nearly everyone perplexed, save for a small few who grasped its meaning. Lin Mingxi, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion, silently noted the term sadomasochism, intending to inquire about it privately with Feng Wuhen later. Undeterred by the interruption, Feng Wuhen resumed speaking into the microphone. Addressing the slaves below, "This individual just now assaulted a young mother in my presence. Had it not been for that mother protecting her infant, the child may have met a tragic fate." He continued, "I have declared that there shall be no slavery within my barrier. And now I shall substantiate my words through action." With that, Feng Wuhen commanded the airborne nanobots to morph into a flying vessel, which would transport the bound Zhou Yi into the throng of slaves. The crowd parted, some bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, Feng Wuhen's voice resonated. "I hereby establish the first law of the barrier. Anyone daring to treat another as a slave within my domain shall face punishment commensurate with the severity of their actions. Before you stands this scoundrel, who, in my presence and before all of you, nearly beat a mother and her infant to death. Now, I shall proclaim the crimes and sentence of this wretch. Name, Zhou Yi, age unknown. Due to his public assault on a mother and her child, resulting in near fatality, he has violated the first law of the barrier, compounded by the egregious nature of his actions. Therefore, I hereby declare, Zhou Yi, you are sentenced to immediate execution by electrocution, to purify your malevolent heart, with the hope that in your next life, you shall not be reborn as a human." As Feng Wuhen's words echoed in the ears of the astonished residents of the barrier, amidst the renewed glimmers of hope in the eyes of the slaves, Zhou Yi's terror, Li Daobai's anxiety, and the peculiar gazes of all the residents of the sanctuary, a cloud of silver metallic mist billowed ominously above the cross. In the eyes of all, the metallic mist concealed a pulsating current of violet electricity. The crackling sound of the electric charge seemed to brew an ominous atmosphere, tightening the hearts of all who witnessed this scene. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the son of the chairman of the Zhou Corporation. If you take my life, my father will not let you go." Zhou Yi, as a new breed of humanity, acutely sensed the oppressive aura of death emanating from the silver mist above him. In terror, he threatened Feng Wuhen on the high platform, hoping that his threats would spare him. Yet, he was far too optimistic. Feng Wuhen picked up the microphone and gestured towards the slaves below, slowly proclaiming, "I leave the execution of this scoundrel to you. If all of you agree to his execution, the electricity in the air shall descend. However, should even one of you express sympathy and refuse to condemn this scoundrel, he shall remain bound to the cross and starve to death." Chapter 66. The arrival of the new humanity troops upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words. The slaves below began to exchange glances. "You worthless slaves, if you wish to live, release me. Otherwise, when I escape, none of you shall survive." Zhou Yi, akin to a fool hastening towards death, continued to utter threats in this dire situation. Indeed, the hesitation among the slaves began to dissipate as Zhou Yi's insults incited their fury. "You beast, even in death, I shall take you down with me." Suddenly, a male slave, his face contorted with rage, let out a howl directed at Zhou Yi on the cross. In the next moment, he stripped off his tattered shoes and charged forward like a madman. Zhou Yi was struck with terror. Although the worn shoes posed no physical threat, the humiliation was unbearable, especially since they belonged to a slave. What would become of his reputation as young Master Zhou if this were to become known? Desperately, Zhou Yi shouted at the surrounding slaves. Those who do not wish to die, help me stop him. Quickly. However, his cries not only failed to summon assistance, but instead prompted several other slaves to remove their shoes and rush forward in fury. You little beast. Do you recall what you have done to me these past few months? Even if I die today, I shall strike you down first. An elderly male slave, trembling with rage, charged at him. And I, at 71, you still make me serve you every night, you perverse fiend. Another old man shouted indignantly as he rushed forward. With the two elder slaves leading the charge, an increasing number of male slaves followed suit. While some female slaves did not approach, they joined in the chorus, demanding Zhou Yi's electrocution. This was due to Zhou Yi's nightly demands for the men to serve him and his relentless excuses to beat the women during the day. Over the past few months, these women had endured beatings on nearly 3 occasions. Is it not evident that such a man is monstrous? As more slaves agreed to Zhou Yi's execution, the lightning around the cross intensified. In that moment, Zhou Yi found himself battered and besmirched, his body marked with the imprints of shoes, utterly disheveled. Have you vented enough? The electric punishment is ready. The voice of Feng Wuhen suddenly echoed. The slaves, who had been striking Zhou Yi with their shoes, halted their actions upon hearing his words. They swiftly retreated, their gazes fixed on the metallic mist above, now transformed into a tempest of electricity. You cannot kill me. My father is the chairman of the Zhou Corporation. Zhou Yi, despite his disheveled appearance, was not easily harmed as a new human. Yet, upon hearing Feng Wuhen's proclamation, he was seized by terror. Regrettably, his threats bore no weight on Feng Wuhen. No longer willing to endure Zhou Yi's foolish remarks, Feng Wuhen confirmed that the surrounding slaves had retreated to a safe distance before issuing the command for an electric strike to the nanobots. Execute. At this command, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He craned his neck upward, only to see the electrical cloud above his head coalesce into a sphere of electricity. Realization struck him, and his pupils contracted. No. With Zhou Yi's scream resonating in the air, a bolt of purple-red lightning, as thick as a man's thigh, descended from the cloud above the cross. With a resounding crack, Zhou Yi was instantly vaporized upon the cross. The residents behind the barrier, striving to overcome their fears, did not witness this event, yet they caught sight of the purple lightning. The central square fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the slow ascent of a wisp of smoke, carrying the scent of charred flesh. The death sentence has been carried out. Now, you must decide your fate. After delivering this final statement to the slaves, Feng Wuhen turned and handed the microphone to the stunned Li Daobiao. Once everyone willing to stay steps forward, direct them to another open area. For now, take us to the most upscale section of the barrier. I wish to select a residence there. Li Daobiao, still in a daze, accepted the microphone, inhaled deeply, and nodded listlessly before approaching a guard. Let us proceed. We shall board the vehicle, Feng Wuhen said, grasping Lin Mingxi's hand. As time passed, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson. Soon it was dusk. Feng Wuhen instructed Li Daobiao to lead them through the heart of the barrier throughout the afternoon. At long last, they discovered a neighborhood that suited their tastes. Feng Wuhen chose a standalone villa, the most opulent of the entire community. The residents of the regional shelter opted for apartments, as none desired a villa. They expressed that they were a family and naturally wished to reside within the same building. In a building with 33 stories, housing 4 households per floor and over 100 residents across more than 40 families, there was still space available. Feng Wuhen, Lin Mingxi, and several women busied themselves in the villa for several hours, discarding the previous owner's belongings and replacing them with new essentials. Once the villa was prepared, it was time for dinner. However, rather than cooking within the villa, they decided to dine at a hotel. As the residents had taken it upon themselves to learn the art of cooking, the primary focus is on learning how to utilize natural gas. Feng Wuhen, feeling somewhat unhelpful, stepped out of the hotel. It was then that he encountered Li Daobiao, who rushed over, his tone tinged with urgency. Leader, the new human troops I mentioned to you this morning have arrived at the eastern gate. In response, Feng Wuhen, leisurely munching on snacks, took his time before replying. No need to panic. I have been prepared for this. By the way, how many chose to stay this morning? Seeing Feng Wuhen's calm demeanor, Li Daobiao refrained from further comment and replied, all the slaves have remained, but only a few elderly residents chose to stay. The rest have departed. How many have perished? Feng Wuhen inquired, tossing a peanut into his mouth. 3. Li Daoba promptly answered. Indeed, there were still those who dared to defy fate. Feng Wuhen sighed in resignation and said, "Take me to the assembly area." With that, he summoned a four-wheel drive vehicle using nanobots. Shortly thereafter, Li Daoba drove Feng Wuhen to a training ground. This field was even more spacious than the central square, and a considerable crowd had already gathered there. Most of these individuals were slaves. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, they merely cast a fleeting glance before returning their focus. However, when they noticed Feng Wuhen stepping out of the car, every slave stood up in astonishment. Even the elderly residents who had opted to stay rose obediently to greet him. "My apologies for the delay. I have been preoccupied with moving matters," Feng Wuhen began, sincerely addressing the crowd. This was not mere politeness. He genuinely felt remorseful, as these individuals had endured a day under the sun due to his words, and had yet to eat. The slaves, upon hearing Feng Wuhen's apology, were taken aback. Since they could remember, their masters had always been supreme beings. As long as their masters refrained from striking them, they felt grateful, never expecting that Feng Wuhen would apologize to them, the slaves. Ignoring their astonishment, Feng Wuhen approached Uncle Go and asked, "Uncle Go, where are the individuals I asked you to select?" Earlier, he had requested Uncle Go to choose 20 strong young men. "I sent them to bathe and eat." Uncle Go replied. Feng Wuhen nodded. "Very well, please summon them back. There is work to be done." "Understood." Uncle Go agreed and promptly departed. Feng Wuhen turned his gaze to the remaining several thousand slaves, pondering for a moment before conjuring a megaphone and announcing, "It is too late today to arrange accommodations. You may choose any place within the barrier to settle down. All houses are open for your selection." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony, their eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether their ears had betrayed them. "Silence!" Feng Wuhen bellowed loudly, and all the slaves fell into an abrupt silence. "Once you have chosen your dwelling, you may indulge in any food within the barrier, but remember, do not engage in fighting, otherwise. Do not blame me for confining you to the small dark room." As Feng Wuhen spoke, the slaves could not help but swallow hard, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. In that moment, they were utterly subservient to Feng Wuhen, a submission born not of coercion but of their own volition. After all, they were human beings who, while serving their previous masters, had witnessed countless delicacies without ever having the privilege to taste or even smell them. Most of these slaves had never savored normal food, subsisting instead on a bowl of thin rice soup and moldy buns, with thoughts of rice and meat being utterly beyond their reach. Now that Feng Wuhen granted them the freedom to eat and drink at will within the barrier, how could they not be exhilarated? "My life, second dog, is now yours. Chief, whatever you ask of me, even if it means my death, I shall have no complaints." Suddenly, a younger slave wept profusely, his voice breaking as he shouted with fervor, "Chief, I, second Wa, shall follow you as well. I am willing to die for you." I, Big Bull, feel the same. With one person taking the lead, the rest of the slaves began to roar in unison. The cacophony was so loud that it was difficult to discern individual voices. But the general sentiment was one of complete submission to Feng Wuhen. Feng Wuhen observed the fervent crowd, pleased with the effect he had achieved. He then commanded, "Silence." As the throng hushed, he continued, "I do not seek your lives, nor will I command you to do anything. From this moment on, as long as you remain within my barrier, you shall forever be residents of my realm. As I stated this morning, there is no slavery within my barrier. Henceforth, you are all normal individuals, residents of my domain. You may act as you please without needing to appease anyone or seek my permission. But you must adhere to the law I have established and avoid transgressing my regulations. Lastly, when you go to eat, be sure not to waste food. Should I discover any wastefulness, I will show no mercy. Gather here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That will be all for today. You are free to move about." With that, Feng Wuhen withdrew the microphone into his being and, without looking back, strode towards Uncle Go, accompanied by Scar Li and a dozen guards. All the liberated slaves stood frozen, watching Feng Wuhen depart without a backward glance, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. They had never even dared to imagine such a scenario throughout their lives. The stunned silence lingered until the cry of a newborn broke the spell, snapping everyone back to reality. "Am I truly free?" An elderly man, half buried in the grave of despair, gazed incredulously at those around him, mumbling indistinctly. Thud! Suddenly, amidst the crowd, The young mother, whose life was saved by Feng Wuhen, knelt on the ground, cradling her wailing infant, and bowed her head repeatedly in the direction from which Feng Wuhen had departed. Upon witnessing this scene, others began to kneel as well. In an instant, all the liberated slaves, save for a few hundred elderly natives, found themselves on their knees. The elderly natives, observing the sight of the liberated slaves bowing down, were momentarily taken aback. They had never before witnessed such a profound display of submission from the slaves. While it is often said that slaves are akin to beasts, at that moment, it seemed to me that these slaves indeed resembled animals. Yet we, too, were not human, but rather something less than beasts. One elderly native, tears brimming in his eyes and a dawning realization flickering within, whispered hoarsely. The elders nearby, upon hearing his words, also felt tears welling up, shaking their heads with bitter smiles. Wuhen, these are the strongest among all the slaves. Uncle Go approached and handed Feng Wuhen a list. Receiving the list, Feng Wuhen said to Uncle Go, "From now on, do not utter the word slave. They are now normal residents of our enclave. We shall not refer to them as slaves." Upon hearing this, Uncle Go stared blankly at Feng Wuhen, and after a moment, smiled and responded, "Wuhen, your words echo those of the lady's father," creating a sense of nostalgia for the return of a leader. Feng Wuhen was momentarily taken aback by Uncle Go's remark. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. "I hope to surpass what Shir's father achieved." A faint smile graced Feng Wuhen's lips as he approached the 20 young individuals. "Have you all eaten and drunk enough?" he inquired. While this question might seem superfluous in the context of ordinary individuals, for these former slaves, it resonated as a profound truth they would forever cherish. "We are full. We have had enough to drink." The 20 young voices rang out in unison, their tone vigorous and spirited, clearly indicating their satisfaction. Observing the transformed demeanor of these 20 individuals, Feng Wuhen felt a sense of contentment. Since you are all satiated, it is time to engage in some exercise to aid digestion. His expression suddenly turned serious, his piercing gaze sweeping across each face as he declared, "The life you are enjoying today is currently under threat. Are you willing to defend this life with your very lives?" "Yes." The 20 young voices erupted in a unified roar, devoid of hesitation. Today, they had experienced pleasures they had never known before, and they were unwilling to lose them. "Leader, tell us who seeks to disrupt our lives. I shall fight them to the death." "I too will fight." "So will I." The 20 individuals shouted fiercely, their voices resonating powerfully throughout the training grounds. Feng Wuhen observed the scene with great satisfaction, nodding slightly before gesturing with his hand to release a swarm of nanobots. He proclaimed aloud, "Then go forth in battle, adorned in the battle armor I bestow upon you, to defend your homeland." As he spoke, a strikingly unified blue and white armor rapidly coalesced around the 20 young individuals, much to their astonishment. Standing behind Feng Wuhen, Li Daoba and a dozen guards stared wide-eyed, their expressions reflecting shock, envy, and admiration as they beheld the armor. Li Daoba felt a surge of reassurance. He had initially worried that Feng Wuhen might struggle against the new human forces outside the walls. However, it became evident that he had underestimated him. If Feng Wuhen could conjure an army of armored warriors with a mere wave of his hand, what was there to fear from the new human forces? They would be crushed effortlessly. Chapter 68. Overwhelming Power. The sun descended beyond the western mountains, casting a crimson hue across the sky, while the eastern horizon glimmered with a deep scarlet. The entire sky appeared drenched in red, the earth beneath mirroring this sanguine glow. At this moment, outside the eastern gate of Barrier 22, 20 all-terrain armored vehicles were lined up in formation. In front of the vehicles stood a row of robust men clad in black exoskeletons, precisely 200 in number. Each individual exuded an extraordinary presence, their faces expressionless, eyes coldly fixed like hawks upon the guards atop the city walls. "Where's Li Daoba? Have him step out to meet me," commanded a muscular man positioned at the center, his physique brimming with explosive power as he shouted at the 6 guards on the wall. Yet, the guards remained frozen in fear, swallowing hard without any intention of opening the gate. The sight ignited fury within the man, his brow furrowing deeply. If only he possessed the strength to breach the 10-meter blast door, he would have acted without hesitation. "Do you think Li Daoba is aware that his leadership position is under threat and is thus deliberately preventing us from entering?" speculated one of the muscular men. "I believe the situation is more complex," Perhaps Li Daoba intends to seize control of Barrier 22 for himself, another man interjected. The leader, referred to as head, remained silent. His brow furrowed in contemplation, his eyes narrowed in confusion. After all, it seemed improbable that Li Daoba possessed such audacity. What was truly transpiring? Lu Data furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of gears grinding echoed through the air. Lu Data snapped back to attention, along with his teammates. As they turned to gaze at the blast door before them, the door, which had kept them waiting for half an hour, began to creak open slowly. "Oh, it seems Li Daoba has come to a decision," one man remarked, a cruel smile creeping across his lips, his voice laced with malice as he murmured. Before long, a strikingly imposing and stylish contingent of armored warriors emerged through the partially opened gate. As the 20 armored warriors emerged, the city gates slowly began to close. Witnessing this scene, Lu Data narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. It was evident to anyone of sound mind what this signified. This Li Daoba seemed genuinely intent on courting death, dispatching these seemingly impressive yet utterly useless beings to confront us. Rage surged within the man as he gritted his teeth in fury. Lu Data was now thoroughly incensed. They soon noticed an additional figure atop the city wall. Upon recognizing the individual's visage, Lu Data's voice turned frigid. "Li Daoba, what do you mean by this?" The Li Daoba atop the wall scoffed in response. "Just what you see. If you can defeat my 20 brothers, I shall allow you entry. Otherwise, you may as well return from whence you came." The moment those words fell, shock rippled through Lu Datu and his 199 comrades, swiftly followed by a torrent of rage. "Li Daoba, do you seek death?" shouted a man standing to Lu Data's left. Yet, Li Daoba paid him no heed. Instead, he retrieved a bag of snacks from beneath him and began to munch alongside the 6 guards, completely disregarding the 200 new humans. This spectacle nearly caused them to sputter with indignation. Lu Data forcibly quelled his fury and, in a voice devoid of warmth, instructed those beside him, "Go dismantle those things. And remember to crush them thoroughly." The latter part of his command was delivered through gritted teeth, revealing the extent of his rage. 3 men rolled up their sleeves, their icy, fierce gazes fixed on the 20 armored warriors as they charged forth. "I will reduce them to dust," one of the men declared grimly. In the next instant, 2 of the trio surged ahead with explosive speed, creating a deep crater in their wake. These 2 were undoubtedly speed-type new humans. The third, moving at a more human-like pace, appeared to possess strength, as he approached an abandoned vehicle and effortlessly lifted it. Die. With that, the strength-type new human hurled the vehicle towards the 20 armored warriors. Not all of the armored warriors advanced at once. Only 3 stepped forward. Lu Datu and his companions observed this, a smirk of derision curling at their lips. The 2 speed-type new humans had already reached the trio of armored warriors. As they prepared to unleash their fists upon the warriors to their sides, the armored warriors struck simultaneously. Their backs revealed 6 small thrusters, and 1 additional thruster activated at the elbow of their right arm. As they clenched their fists, purple flames erupted from both the elbow and the back thrusters. In an instant, the 2 blue-white armored figures collided with the speed-type new humans, their right fists leaving behind afterimages. In that fleeting moment, the 2 speed-type new humans were caught utterly off guard, unable to react. With a resounding thud, 2 deep, resonant impacts reverberated from the abdomens of the 2 speed-oriented new humans. Instantly, they curled up like shrimp, their feet lifting off the ground, eyes nearly bulging out, and mouths agape in an O shape as a mixture of bile and gastric fluid erupted forth. Swift as the wind, 2 figures dashed in and out, returning to their original positions in the blink of an eye. Yet, before Lu Datu and his companions could react, the wreckage of the car that had been hurled away was suddenly swept back by a sweeping kick from the armored warrior in the center, accompanied by a resounding crash. The strength-type new human, who had initially thrown the car wreck, was momentarily taken aback by the return of the debris, but did not dwell on it. He effortlessly dodged the incoming wreckage, clenched his fists, and bellowed furiously, "Trash! Shatter before me." With a buzz, his right fist sliced through the air, imbued with the power to annihilate all, and struck fiercely towards the armored warrior. However, in the next moment, the anticipated scene of the armored warrior being crushed did not unfold. Instead, the strength-type new human found his fist colliding simultaneously with that of the armored warrior. Crack! A cacophony of bone-crushing sounds echoed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Then, another thud reverberated through the air. The strength-type new human, like the preceding two speed types, was sent flying backward. Thud! Ah, my hand! He howled, landing back among his comrades, rolling on the ground, clutching his left hand while his right hand lay grotesquely mangled, with even fragments of bone protruding. Witnessing this, Lu Datu and his companions felt beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their throats dry. They were oblivious to how many times they had swallowed in disbelief. Their expressions unified in a shared sentiment of incredulity, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Chapter 69. Terrifying Awakening. How could this be? Lu Datu exclaimed in shock. His three teammates were all at level 25, yet they could not withstand even a single blow from the opponent. On the wall, Li Daoba was equally astonished by the preceding scene. He had anticipated a back-and-forth exchange of dozens of moves before a victor emerged, but it had all concluded in a single strike. If it were he too would have been unable to withstand even one blow. Hiss! The leader's nanobots are terrifyingly powerful. How fortunate I am not to have resisted. Li Daoba secretly rejoiced within himself. What shall we do now? A man below inquired gravely of Lu Datu. There is something amiss. Li Daoba could not possibly possess such equipment. Lu Datu furrowed his brow, seemingly realizing something. It appears Li Daoba has allied himself with the nanomen. The others exchanged glances, quickly coming to the same conclusion. One man spoke solemnly. Leader, the capabilities of these nanomen seem to be grossly inconsistent with the information we have. The records notably lack any mention of armored warriors. Yet there are 20 individuals clad in armor. It seems this matter requires careful consideration. Lu Datu, not one to act recklessly, addressed the group. Withdraw and report our findings. The others nodded solemnly, casting a fierce glance at Li Daoba on the surrounding wall before departing without a backward glance. As the new human forces retreated, Li Daoba exhaled a sigh of relief. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective homes. Li Daoba made his way to Feng Wuhen's villa to relay the events that transpired outside the city. Once Li Daoba departed, Feng Wuhen entered the bathroom. At that moment, Lin Mingxi was bathing, and Feng Wuhen joined her. Although it was their first shared bath, Lin Mingxi felt no embarrassment, as she had completely surrendered herself to Feng Wuhen. Before long, they had finished their ablutions and returned to the room, where they immediately began to kiss passionately. As they collapsed onto the bed, Lin Mingxi seemed to recall something and looked up at Feng Wuhen, asking curiously, "Ahin, what did you mean by SM today?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen paused his roving hands, casting a mischievous smile at Lin Mingxi below him, and inquired, "Do you truly wish to know?" Lin Mingxi nodded without hesitation, her expression one of innocent ignorance. Seeing this, Feng Wuhen grinned wickedly. "I shall teach you. With the right timing and favorable conditions, it is time to reap the principle." That night was warm and vibrant, the grapes ripening and the bananas softening. The villa's lights remained illuminated from around 8 in the evening until after 4 in the morning, converting to Earth time. That is, at least 16 hours. Just imagine the electricity bill. In Longjing City, at the Zhou family's #1 barrier, Zhou Xiong furrowed his brow as he listened to the report over the phone. "Yes, Chairman, those nano-armors are exceptionally powerful. I dispatched 3 level 25 new humans to confront them, and they couldn't withstand even a single strike." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong's expression tightened further. He surveyed the other directors in the office, contemplating before stating, "Understood, you may return for now." "Yes." After hanging up, Zhou Xiong's gaze turned to the directors present, and he spoke gravely. "It has been 2 years since we last met, and that nano-human appears to possess equipment comparable to a level 30 new human. What are your thoughts?" The directors exchanged glances, their expressions laden with gravity. "Should we inform the Federation?" A middle-aged man tentatively suggested. "Absolutely not." The moment the thought was voiced, it was met with vehement opposition from another middle-aged man. Zhou Xiong then regarded the individual who had proposed informing the Federation and remarked, "This information cannot be disclosed at this time, as we have yet to confirm with absolute certainty that the nano-human resides within the number 22 barrier." The others seemed to grasp the underlying implication, nodding in understanding as their gazes shifted to the man seated at the opposite end of the desk. Zhou Xiong's eyes mirrored theirs, fixating on the man who had remained silent throughout. Though this man has reached middle age, his visage betrays not a single line that signifies such a stage. He is none other than the second-in-command of the Zhou clan, General Zhou Yan. Do you have any insights? inquired a board member. Zhou Yin slowly set down his steaming teacup, his expression serene, and in a tone that floated lightly in the air, he responded, "Just wait. That colossal aberration is about to awaken." Upon hearing this, the others displayed contemplative expressions, quickly grasping the implications of Zhou Yan's words. Truly, General Yin possesses the ability to enlighten those in slumber. Indeed, once the gigantic aberration appears, it is certain to head towards Barrier 22. At that point, we shall ascertain the presence of the nano people. Haha. Once we confirm the existence of the nano people, we shall promptly contact the Federation, thus ensuring the bounty belongs to the Zhou clan. The board members showered Zhou Yin with flattery, their smiles wide and uncontainable. In P-City, amidst a sea of blossoms and forests, 3 formidable shadows, each 5 meters tall, darted swiftly through the crimson and blackened woods. One of these titanic figures clutched a 1-meter-long, 30-centimeter-thick red crystal within its maw. Should Feng Wuhen be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this crystal as the source of blood crystals. Suddenly, the aberration clutching the crystal emitted a low growl from its throat, causing the other 2 aberrations to abruptly halt their pursuit. The creature with the crystal blinked its scarlet eyes a few times, scrutinizing a large hole that had been excavated ahead. After a moment, it cautiously grasped the crystal and slowly ventured into the expansive opening in the ground. The 3 aberrations descended deep into the earth, traveling several hundred meters until they finally reached a depth of 500 meters. Upon witnessing the scene before it, the aberration clutching the crystal let out a low growl of apparent satisfaction after confirming that all was well. In the next instant, it lunged forward with the crystal, arriving before a colossal head. Due to the darkness of the cavern, the enormous head could only be discerned in the faint red glow emitted by the source of blood crystals. As the aberration drew near, the massive head stirred slightly. Its mouth, lined with sharp fangs, opened a crack, emitting a series of guttural sounds. Nevertheless, the forceful gust released by it pushed the 5-meter aberration back 2 steps. The creature with the crystal emitted a low growl, inching closer, and with one claw, it offered the crystal directly into the gaping maw of the giant head. The colossal head sensed the source of blood crystals. Its 2 crimson eyes slowly opened a slit. In the next moment, the giant head suddenly gaped wide, swallowing both the source of blood crystals and the 5-meter aberration hole. This sight startled the other 2 aberrations, causing them to retreat a few paces. The enormous head fully opened its eyes, casting a sideways glance at the 2 remaining aberrations. Suddenly, the cavern began to tremble gently, with sand and rocks cascading from the ceiling. The 2 aberrations, witnessing this spectacle, raised their eyes to the cave's ceiling, releasing cries of terror. At that moment, they simultaneously turned and dashed towards the exit of the cave. The rumbling grew increasingly intense, and in the next instant, the entire cavern collapsed with a thunderous roar. 2 aberrant beings, still struggling to escape, were instantly engulfed. Chapter 70. The incident in Titan City. The following morning, under the radiant sunlit training ground, thousands stood assembled. Feng Wuhen, perched atop a vehicle, surveyed the rejuvenated crowd with satisfaction. Grasping a microphone, he proclaimed, "I shall present 2 points, while the remainder will be elaborated upon by Steward Go." Below, not a single individual whispered nor moved, all eyes fixed intently on Feng Wuhen. Firstly, the barrier shall be renamed Titan City. Henceforth, you will be the inaugural residents of Titan City. Secondly, Steward Go will distribute a copy of the regulations of Titan City to each of you and will read them aloud, so I hope you pay close attention. Upon concluding his address, Feng Wuhen handed the microphone to Uncle Go, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Go." "Not a problem," replied Uncle Go, taking the microphone to introduce himself before commencing the explanation of the protocols and regulations of Titan City. Feng Wuhen did not linger, departing the training ground without delay. "BT, how much metal have the nanobots consumed?" Feng Wuhen inquired during his walk back to the villa. "The Type 1 nanobot has ingested 877 tons, while the Type 2 has consumed 667 tons, BT responded. Feng Wuhen was taken aback. "BT, are you jesting?" he exclaimed, genuinely astonished. In just one night, the amount had surged from 57 tons to 877 tons, faster than taking a flight. "Feng Wuhen, I seldom jest. The reason for such a substantial quantity of nanometal is that all the gold, silver, and bronze within Titan City has been entirely devoured. And there are also 6 steel mills present, containing various rare metals. After hearing BT's explanation, Feng Wuhen found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated the barrier to be so affluent. A mature idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. What if I sent the nanobots to other barriers to consume metals? The thought nearly made his mouth water. Now is not the time for such musings. I must focus on the task at hand, Feng Wuhen admonished himself, swallowing hard. He then asked, BT, has Good Fortune arrived at its destination? Yesterday, on the way to Barrier 22, Good Fortune had mentioned sensing a call, akin to the previous summoning of the blood crystal source. After discussions with BT, Feng Wuhen had dispatched Good Fortune to investigate, planning to join it after resolving matters at Barrier 22. However, upon waking that morning, he inquired about Good Fortune's status, only to learn from BT that it was still en route. Good Fortune had relayed that the blood crystal source was also in motion, traveling at an astonishing speed. Fortune has yet to arrive, yet the source of the blood crystal feels remarkably close, likely within half an hour's reach, BT replied. Very well. I shall prepare and head over to seek Fortune. Feng Wuhen hastened his steps back to the villa. At that moment, BT's voice resounded again. Feng Wuhen, there is something I must inform you. What is it? Feng Wuhen inquired, puzzled. The direction in which Fortune is heading leads toward the colossal beast. Hearing BT's words, Feng Wuhen paused momentarily. BT, are you suggesting? Indeed, I suspect that the source of the blood crystal is the very energy sustaining the giant beast. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen pondered for a moment and then asked, BT, if I were to attempt to assassinate it while it remains dormant, what would be the likelihood of success? BT responded without hesitation, approximately 50%, as my analysis indicates that the energy within an unawakened giant beast is unstable. Only 50%? Feng Wuhen mused while stroking his chin, then nodded decisively. So be it. We must not allow it to awaken in its full strength. BT, let us meet at the west gate in 10 minutes. Understood. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuhen arrived at the west gate. Originally, Lin Mingxi had intended to accompany him, but the peril of the situation led him to dissuade her from joining. Feng Wuhen retracted 1,500 tons of nanobots, leaving the remainder in Titan City to continue devouring metal. Let us go, BT. Feng Wuhen summoned his armor and addressed BT. Subsequently, the duo activated their thrusters, preparing to take flight from Titan City. Unexpectedly, the ground began to tremble beneath them. What is happening? Several guards sensed the vibrations, their faces displaying confusion. Feng Wuhen, poised to take off, halted his movements. Exchanging a puzzled glance with BT, Master, do you hear me? Suddenly, the voice of Fortune came through the helmet, laced with urgency. Feng Wuhen's expression shifted in surprise. Fortune, what is the matter? Master, I finally managed to reach you. I tried contacting BT, but he did not respond, and I waited a long time to connect with you. Fortune's voice brimmed with excitement. Feng Wuhen glanced at BT, who appeared equally perplexed. I received no communications, BT clarified. Feng Wuhen did not doubt BT. He simply felt bewildered. Fortune, what do you wish to convey? After a brief pause, Fortune responded urgently. Master, the summoning signal has shifted, and it is moving towards your direction at great speed. I cannot keep up. Upon hearing Fortune's words, Feng Wuhen exchanged glances with BT, both realizing the implications of the increasingly intense tremors in Titan City. Instantly, Feng Wuhen's expression changed. However, before he could react, the ground's tremors abruptly ceased. Oh, the quake has stopped. Several guards nearby voiced their confusion. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding rumble echoed from the direction of the east gate, as a towering edifice of over 50 stories unexpectedly collapsed. The immense structure crumbled with a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground and unleashing a cloud of dust and debris. The financial building had succumbed to the tremors. How could this be? The recent earthquake had not been particularly severe. Could it have been the result of substandard construction? Observing this spectacle, the guards nearby began to murmur among themselves. However, Feng Wuhen held a different perspective. Indeed, in the following moment, a deafening roar shattered the sky, reverberating throughout Titan City. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spines of the city's residents. Except for a few, the faces of the majority turned pale with fear. The volume of the roar was overwhelming, windows rattled, and trees swayed violently in its wake. In the central square, the barrier residents, confined by walls, were nearly paralyzed with terror, as they were the closest to the financial building. Many of them had collapsed in fright. What in the world is that? A young man gasped, his eyes wide with dread as he fixated on the swirling dust ahead, trembling as he murmured. It appeared something was still moving within that cloud. Others around him began to react, retreating in fear and cries of alarm. In the villa district, Lin Mingxi and the residents of the neighborhood gazed at the distant plume of smoke rising from the city center, their expressions filled with bewilderment. They struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, and the horrifying roar they had just heard was unlike anything they had encountered before. As a new human, Lin Mingxi sensed an impending crisis. She urgently addressed the surrounding residents. "Everyone, gather your children. We must move towards the north gate." "Miss, what's the matter?" a middle-aged man inquired, puzzled. Lin Mingxi did not conceal her feelings. She expressed her sense of danger. Upon hearing her warning, the crowd harbored no doubts. "Let us take the children and leave this place," a voice called out from the crowd, as Yi Wudi stepped forward to rally the people. Chapter 71. The terrifying giant abnormal species. The giant abnormal species has awakened ahead of schedule. In the Zhou Corporation's office, Zhou Xiong spoke gravely to the board members. "I have received information as well, and that giant abnormal species has directly tunneled up to barrier number 22. Is this mere coincidence, or does barrier no. 22 possess something that attracted it?" The board members furrowed their brows in speculation. Zhou Xiong's gaze turned towards Zhou Yan, who remained unhurriedly sipping his tea. The other board members followed Zhou Xiong's gaze towards Zhou Yan. Setting down his teacup, Zhou Yan queried, "Why is everyone staring at me? Dispatch someone to keep watch. If you find the nanomen, contact the Federation and have them bring reinforcements for capture. Titan City. Roar. Let me out. I don't want to die here. Help. I am willing to stay. Let me go." A terrifying roar emanated from the swirling smoke. The residents of the central square, gripped by fear, huddled together, their cries and screams echoing in a cacophony. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhen arrived on the main thoroughfare of Titan City alongside BT. "Return and protect Sheer and the others. I will hold off this behemoth," Feng Wuhen instructed. "All right. Be careful," BT replied with concern, wasting no time as he activated the Titan propulsor and sped towards the direction of Lin Mingxi and the others. Feng Wuhen redirected his gaze towards the central square. Hearing the cries of the residents from beyond the walls, he commanded the nanobots to retreat. In the next moment, the metallic barriers encircling the central square exploded into a cloud of metallic mist, hurtling towards Feng Wuhen. Upon witnessing the walls vanish, the residents of the central square went into a frenzy, racing to escape. Feng Wuhen paid no heed to their panic. He focused on assembling a 60-meter humanoid mech in his mind. As the command was issued, a swirling vortex of metallic mist erupted from Feng Wuhen's body, ascending to a height of 60 meters like a tornado. The fleeing residents instinctively halted, their eyes wide with disbelief. "What is that? It looks like a person. How can it be so large?" The bewildered crowd gaped in astonishment. Moments later, the whirlwind dissipated, revealing a colossal figure adorned in hues of red, purple, and silver. "Is it truly human? Yet, how strange it appears. What a striking aesthetic," someone murmured. "Could that giant possibly be an extraterrestrial?" Another questioned. At this moment, Feng Wuhen surveyed his own towering 60-meter form. The sensation of such immense stature was exhilarating. He gazed down at the toy-like cars on the ground, unable to suppress his astonishment. A thunderous roar erupted from his right, jolting him back to reality. Turning to face the source, he discerned a shadowy, colossal figure emerging from the billowing smoke and flames. "Let me test the might of this 60-meter mech," Feng Wuhen declared, stepping boldly towards the thick smoke. The residents watched in awe, transfixed by the sight of the towering figure, momentarily lost in disbelief. Approaching the smoke, Feng Wuhen locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs within. A roar erupted from the depths of the haze, and the figure surged forth. The heavy footsteps shook the vehicles on the road. Unfazed, Feng Wuhen struck a combat pose with his left fist and right palm. "Here I come." With that, he propelled himself forward, his 30-meter-long legs striding into the fray. Soon, a terrifying beast, its body covered in bony spikes and resembling a flayed pink giant, surged forth from the dense smoke. The creature's sunken eyes and exposed sharp teeth presented a ghastly visage akin to that of a skull, leaving the surrounding residents paralyzed with fear. This monstrous entity possessed two sets of limbs, one pair of large claws protruding from its back, and another pair of normal claws extending from its shoulders. Its legs resembled those of a dinosaur, complemented by a tail adorned with bony protrusions. Overall, it appeared to be a mutated Tyrannosaurus or some other dinosaur. As Feng Wuhen beheld the creature, those two words flashed in his mind. Yet, there was no time for distraction. The beast was already lunging forward with its claws. Feng Wuhen reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly sidestepping to the right just as the beast was about to pounce. The dinosaur-like creature missed its target, but it was clever enough to swing its tail towards Feng Wuhen. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Feng Wuhen was struck hard in the chest by the spiked tail. Boom! A shower of sparks erupted as his 60-meter frame crashed into a nearby skyscraper. Instantly, shards of glass and clouds of concrete debris rained down onto the street below. Damn it, I was careless. Feng Wuhen cursed under his breath. However, before he could gather his thoughts, he spotted that massive tail swinging back towards him. It was coming again. Startled, Feng Wuhen quickly darted out of the building and rolled forward to evade the beast's sweeping tail. The next moment, rumble. While he narrowly escaped, the building was not so fortunate. The creature's tail struck with such force that it nearly severed the structure in half. The remaining portion of the skyscraper, unable to bear the weight, began to tilt and collapse. Boom! At last, another towering edifice crumbled to the ground. The surrounding area was enveloped in thick dust, obscuring both the beast and Feng Wuhen from view. In the haze, Feng Wuhen could no longer discern the creature's whereabouts. Feng Wuhen's nanobot energy read 87. Suddenly, a notification from BT echoed in his mind, realizing that the recent blow had significantly damaged his mech, resulting in a considerable drain of energy for repairs. He understood the need for caution. With a grave expression, he activated the sonic vision feature and located the beast's position. Roar! The creature seemed oblivious to Feng Wuhen's presence, roaring at the smoke-shrouded surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Wuhen did not hesitate. He concentrated and manifested a laser projectile in both hands, aiming directly at the back of the beast's head before launching it. Whoosh! Boom! The laser struck with tremendous force, exploding in a burst of purple sparks upon impact with the creature's skull. However, in the next moment, Feng Wuhen was utterly astonished, for he beheld a colorful, transparent barrier, resembling a diamond, at the site where the colossal beast had been struck by the laser projectile. Once the explosive waves dissipated, the barrier vanished from sight. Could this be the shield that BT had mentioned earlier? Indeed, it was remarkably resilient. Feng Wuhen's expression grew increasingly grave. Roaring with fury, the giant beast, taken by surprise by Feng Wuhen's ambush, immediately pivoted and unleashed a jet of crimson liquid from its maw. Although this jet was fluid, its speed and power rivaled that of a laser. In the midst of contemplating how to confront the beast, Feng Wuhen found himself unable to evade in time and was propelled backward by the force of the stream. Boom! Feng Wuhen's 60-meter frame crashed once more into the facade of an office building. Simultaneously, the energy light on his chest began to flash red. In the office, Zhou Xiong and several directors were transfixed by the images displayed on the wall-mounted screen, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The footage had been captured by Zhou's reconnaissance personnel using a drone. What was the situation with that giant? An older director swallowed hard and whispered hoarsely. Even Zhou Yin, usually composed, now exhibited a look of astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing the older director's murmured words, the others in the office gradually regained their composure. Zhou Xiong also swallowed nervously, his voice trembling with disbelief. It must be the work of the nanomen. Only they possessed the capability to create such giants. For a moment, Zhou Xiong struggled to find an appropriate name for the giant displayed on the screen. Upon realizing that the giant was a creation of the nanomen, the expressions of the other directors shifted to one of trepidation. The ability to fabricate such a giant implied that annihilating the Zhou family would be akin to child's play. Fearful, they contemplated withdrawing. After all, those who ascended to the ranks of corporate directors were not fools. They were acutely aware of the Zhou family's true strength. They yearned for a peaceful retirement. I believe it would be wise not to offend the nanomen. Their power has evolved significantly since the past, and it appears that our Zhou family lacks the means to contend with them. One director spoke up. The others responded with reactions nearly identical to his. Witnessing this, Zhou Xiong too began to lean towards capitulation. It was not fear of death that swayed him, but rather the wisdom of knowing when to adapt. He then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yin, eager to discern what decision he would propose. Zhou Yin, brow furrowed, pondered deeply while holding a teacup. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "We shall collect the bounty as promised. We need not partake in the capture." At his words, the directors exchanged glances, gradually nodding in agreement, considering this strategy to be quite sound. After all, merely selling information should not provoke the wrath of the nanomen. Titan City. BT had returned to the Villa District, reuniting with Lin Mingxi and the others. "BT, can you transform into a vehicle? The children cannot move swiftly here," Lin Mingxi exclaimed with joy upon seeing BT's return, hastily making her request. "Certainly," BT replied, promptly transforming into a metallic mist, which swiftly coalesced into a large motorhome before their eyes. "Everyone, quickly board the vehicle," Lin Mingxi urged as she organized everyone to get in. Her gaze then drifted towards the city center in the right foreground, now shrouded in smoke, with only the tips of some skyscrapers faintly visible. The giant they had witnessed moments ago was quickly surmised by Lin Mingxi to be the transformation of Feng Wuhen, a realization that came as an instinct. Once everyone had boarded, BT swiftly transported Lin Mingxi and the group towards the training ground, where they were to meet Uncle Go. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The energy light on Feng Wuhen's chest flickered incessantly, and his 60-meter frame was losing the strength to sustain itself. In the cockpit, Feng Wuhen gripped the edges of the building, attempting to extricate himself from within. Unfortunately, due to the severe injuries inflicted by the giant beast's blast, the nanobots had nearly depleted their energy after repairing the damage. "Feng Wuhen, the nanobots have only 26 energy units remaining. It is advisable to reduce your size." BT's prompt resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen glanced towards the Villa District and inquired, "BT, are Sheer and the others safe?" "They are fine. I have joined them, and we are en route to the training ground," BT assured him. "Thank you for your effort, BT." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from ahead. As the beast charged through the swirling smoke towards Feng Wuhen, the ground trembled under the weight of its heavy footsteps, creating massive cracks in the pavement. The surrounding smoke had nearly dissipated, revealing the oncoming creature. Realizing the urgency, Feng Wuhen commanded the nanobots to reduce his size to 20 meters, relinquishing his 60-meter form. As the beast lunged at him, he swiftly extracted himself from the building and rolled to the side to evade the attack. Boom! The beast collided with the building, crashing through it with tremendous force. The structure, unable to withstand the assault, collapsed with a deafening roar, burying the creature beneath its rubble. Not wishing to remain obscured by the smoke, Feng Wuhen leaped out of the cloud's reach. Roar! The beast's growl echoed from within the haze. Standing outside the towering smoke, Feng Wuhen's smaller form had restored the energy light on his chest to normal. He gazed intently at the smoke and asked, "BT, is there no way to deal with this creature?" "Yes, but it requires a star-destroying weapon," BT responded, leaving Feng Wuhen momentarily stunned. At this moment, I find myself utilizing the nanobots, yet they seem insufficient to coalesce a star-destroying beam. Indeed, a minimum of 3,000 tons of nanobots is required to barely condense a low-capacity annihilation laser. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen inquired, "How many nanobots are currently in the process of devouring?" "There are 952 tons of nanobots engaged in consumption," BT replied. "With 952 tons, we still fall short by 2048 tons, Feng Wuhen murmured, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he asked, "BT, how many nanobots do you possess? If I temporarily merge 2 nanobot colonies, will there be any adverse effects?" Previously, BT had mentioned that 2 nanobot colonies could not merge, leaving uncertainty regarding the possibility of a brief fusion. "The second nanobot colony has already been authorized to me. As long as I consent, it can briefly merge with the first colony, and the second colony possesses 1288 tons, BT stated. Upon hearing BT's words, Feng Wuhen felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the ability to merge temporarily, only a little over 700 tons of nanobots were still needed. If all the nanobots engaged in consumption simultaneously, it should not take long to amass the required amount of over 700 tons of nanometal. Contemplating this, Feng Wuhen glanced at the thick smoke before him. Now that Lin Mingxi and the others had safely evacuated, he no longer needed to concern himself with the colossal creature. Thus, Feng Wuhen commanded the nanobots to dismantle the 20-meter mecha, reverting to their normal human size. Clad in blue and white armor, he mentally instructed the 1499 tons of nanobots within him to consume metal. After completing these tasks, Feng Wuhen stretched out his limbs, exhaling flames as he soared into the air, heading towards the training ground. He intended to abandon this barrier. He had no desire to reside within a dilapidated stronghold. His plan was to lead the residents to a more suitable barrier to start anew. Previously, Li Daoba had informed him that the barrier in City P was preparing to relocate to evade the monstrous beasts. Consequently, he could select any existing barrier to settle in. As Feng Wuhen flew through the sky, he observed the residents below, frantically fleeing. Those were the original inhabitants of Barrier 22, yet he paid them no mind. Li Daoba, inform all guards to assemble at the training ground. Feng Wuhen communicated through his communicator. Leader, I have an urgent report for you. Li Daoba's voice echoed. What is it? Feng Wuhen inquired, puzzled. Just now, scouts relayed that Titan City is surrounded by waves of zombies, aberrant creatures, and mutated beasts. They are expected to reach the city within approximately 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's brow furrowed. He glanced back at the thick smoke, deducing the cause of the chaos. It must be the handiwork of that colossal beast. Observing the fleeing tens of thousands of residents below, a sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Thus, he replied, do not worry about it. Instruct everyone to gather at the training ground. We shall relocate to another barrier. Chapter 73. The Oath of the Peach Garden? Half an hour later, everyone had gathered at the training ground. Feng Wuhen transformed BT into a double-decker transport train, the kind that traverses the roads, with each wheel capable of independent rotation for turning. All the guards and residents, numbering over 34,000, were crammed into this double-decker road train. The interior of the train lacked seats, as it could not accommodate so many individuals otherwise. Moreover, this train was 3 meters wider than a conventional train. With everything prepared, Feng Wuhen instructed BT to commence the journey towards the west gate. Good Luck was returning from the west, fortuitously ready to rendezvous with them. In the city center, the dust had almost settled, and the colossal beast was searching among the buildings for Feng Wuhen's silhouette. Ultimately, unable to find him, the beast made its way directly towards the east gate, where the steel factory was situated. Within the train's cockpit, Feng Wuhen observed the drone footage displayed on the screen and murmured with a furrowed brow, indeed, this giant can sense the blood crystal energy within the nano-insects. At that moment, Lin Mingxi, having settled the residents, approached Feng Wuhen with concern. Are you all right? Ahen. Feng Wuhen withdrew his gaze and smiled, shaking his head. I'm fine. Lin Mingxi glanced at the images on the screen, her expression tinged with worry. I heard about such giants from my father when I was a child. I always thought he was fabricating tales. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia and sorrow illuminated her eyes. Feng Wuhen opened his arms and embraced Lin Mingxi, both of them silently gazing at the scenery beyond the windshield. The train had now entered the city center, where many barrier residents stared in astonishment at the sight. After all, it was their first encounter with a train traversing through the city streets. However, the train soon sped past them, disappearing around the distant corner formed by towering buildings. Approximately 10 minutes later, the train exited the west gate. Feng Wuhen did not destroy the gate, as there were still over 100,000 residents within the barrier. He did not wish to commit such a grievous act. After 5 minutes of navigating mountainous terrain, the train finally reached the highway. BT halted the train, and Feng Wuhen contacted Good Luck. Where are you? An anxious voice immediately echoed through the communicator. Master, help. Someone is trying to harm the dog. Hearing Good Luck's desperate cry, Feng Wuhen's brow furrowed. What happened? Where are you? Master, I'm on a major road, surrounded by 3 individuals claiming to be from the Peach Clan. Peach Clan? What Peach Clan? Feng Wuhen wondered, as he instructed BT to locate Good Luck. After confirming Good Luck's position, BT accelerated the train at full speed. On the highway, the train slithered like a steel giant at breakneck speed. Before long, Feng Wuhen spotted Good Luck ahead, encircled by 3 eccentrically dressed individuals. Indeed, there were those daring enough to target my dog. The wind turned suddenly cold, and its voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Let me make it clear, I belong to someone. Should you dare to harm me, my master will not spare you. Good Fortune retreated to the side of a bus wreck, its fearful gaze fixed upon the 3 individuals before it, growling fiercely. However, the trio showed no signs of intimidation. They stepped closer, their eyes brimming with curiosity. After all, encountering a speaking creature of this nature was unprecedented for them. Coffin Man, have you ever seen a talking dog in this world? Inquired a young man with a blue scion hairstyle, clad in a gray-black leather battle coat. with a hefty black-patterned weapon slung across his back. He scratched his head, puzzled, and turned to the young man on his left. "No, but I've read about such things in ancient storybooks. This is my first encounter in reality," replied the young man, dubbed Coffin Man, shaking his head thoughtfully. The nickname stemmed from the bronze coffin he bore upon his left shoulder. "Coffin Face, have you ever come across a talking mutant dog?" The young man in the windbreaker shifted his attention to the individual on his right. This other young man, tall and clad in a black and red ancient garb, held a black and red long sword across his chest, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Upon hearing the windbreaker-esque question, he remained unresponsive, his aloof demeanor unwavering as he fixed his gaze on Good Fortune. "TCH, how dull." The windbreaker, seeing the cold young man's silence, rolled his eyes and redirected his attention to Good Fortune. "Hey, big dog, where's your master? I'm curious to see what sort of person can raise a talking dog." Good Fortune, wary, hesitated before threatening, "My master is arriving shortly. I advise you to leave while you can." At this, the windbreaker grinned widely, just about to respond when suddenly, a train horn blared from behind them. Honk! The trio froze momentarily, confusion washing over them. If memory served, there were no trains in City P. In unison, they turned to look behind them. In the next instant, their expressions turned to sheer astonishment. "A train!" the windbreaker exclaimed, mouth agape in disbelief. "And it's south on the road," echoed Coffin Man, equally astonished. The aloof young man remained silent, yet his eyes mirrored their shock, wide with amazement. With a screech, the train came to a halt just 2 meters in front of them. The 3 young men and the dog gazed up, dumbfounded, at the enormous train engine looming before them. Swallowing hard, they could not help but gulp as the enormity of the situation set in. With a swift motion, a door swung open, and Feng Wuhen stepped through, followed closely by Lin Mingxi, Uncle Go, and Li Daobai. Upon catching sight of Feng Wuhen, Hao Kai let out an excited yelp and dashed forward. Noticing this, Feng Wuhen's expression darkened, and he quickly pulled Lin Mingxi aside. Uncle Go, displaying remarkable reflexes, retreated into the vehicle. Only Li Daobai, the newcomer, stood bewildered. In the next moment, he was confronted by the massive head of a dog barreling towards him. "What the?" Li Daobai exclaimed, too late to evade the oncoming force. He was promptly knocked to the ground by Hao Kai's 3-meter frame. Fortunately, as a new human, he was spared the fate of an ordinary person who would have been flattened. "Hao Kai, go back and recite 1,000 times that I am a 3-meter tall dog. You're not allowed to eat until you finish," Feng Wuhen admonished, wrapping a protective arm around the still-shaken Lin Mingxi, his gaze filled with irritation directed at Hao Kai. In response, Hao Kai, pinning Li Daobai down, pressed his nose to the ground and timidly replied, "Understood, master." Feng Wuhen sighed, then turned his attention to the trio still reeling from shock, his voice cold as he inquired, "Are you the ones who bullied my dog?" At his words, the 3 finally snapped out of their stupor. The young man in the windbreaker looked at Feng Wuhen and, with an affable grin, said, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We meant no harm to your dog. We were merely curious as to why it can talk." He then introduced himself. "We are from the Peach Garden Triad. I am the eldest brother, Jiang Li, a level 25 power-type new human." After his introduction, he gestured toward the aloof young man beside him, cradling a sword, and said, "This is my second brother, Zidov, a martial arts enthusiast and level 24 speed-type new human." As Jiang Li finished, the young man carrying a coffin eagerly chimed in. "And I am Zhao Zhu, the third brother of the Peach Garden Triad. I'm a level 22 power-type new human, and I have a really cool nickname, the Undertaker. What do you think? Cool, right?" Zhao Zhu looked at Feng Wuhen with anticipation, eager for his approval. However, Feng Wuhen remained silent, seemingly unimpressed by the peculiar trio, particularly the one lugging around a coffin. Who in their right mind would carry a coffin around? "Brother, what should I call you?" Jiang Li asked, stepping forward with familiarity. Realizing that the trio posed no threat to Hao Kai, Feng Wuhen, not one to shun social interaction, revealed his name, Feng Wuhen. Upon hearing Feng Wuhen's name, Jiang Li immediately inquired, "Brother Wuhen, I'm quite curious about how you raised this dog. Why can it talk? Could you teach me? I would like to raise one as well." Feng Wuhen cast a glance at the fortunate arrival beside him, not minding Jiang Li's familiar demeanor. He shook his head and remarked, "There are no talking dogs in this world." "Is that so? Then what about yours?" Jiang Li replied, skepticism evident in his gaze directed at Hao Yunlai. Observing this, Feng Wuhen did not conceal the truth. It merely has a language translator installed. A language translator? At this revelation, Jiang Li, Zidov, and Zhao Zhu all paused momentarily in surprise. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us leave it at that, Feng Wuhen stated, wishing not to squander time, as he had many matters to attend to. With that, he turned to Hao Yunlai and said, let us go. Wait. Just as Feng Wuhen was about to turn away, Zhao Zhu called out urgently, is there something else? Feng Wuhen inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. Zhao Zhu glanced at Jiang Li and quickly added, brother, weren't we supposed to rest at Barrier 22? It seems that Brother Wuhen has come from there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li finally understood the situation. Thus, he asked, Brother Wuhen, are you from Barrier 22? No, Feng Wuhen replied plainly. No. Then how did you come from the direction of Barrier 22? Jiang Li questioned, puzzled. Feng Wuhen had no intention of toying with them and spoke candidly. Barrier 22 was attacked by a behemoth. We are preparing to head to Barrier 66. A behemoth attack? Jiang Li and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their confusion. Just as Jiang Li was about to inquire further, a cacophony of footsteps and the distinctive roars of aberrations suddenly erupted from all directions. What is happening? Zhao Zhu turned, still shouldering the coffin. Jiang Li and Zidov also turned to look around. The three stood frozen in place once more. Chief, it's an aberrant tide. At that moment, Li Daobai hastily rushed to Feng Wuhen's side, panic evident in his voice. Feng Wuhen's brow furrowed as he gazed toward the end of the road to the left, where a seemingly endless mass of flesh-colored figures loomed. He commanded in a low voice, get in the vehicle. With that, he grabbed Lin Mingxi and hurried toward the car door. Li Daobai quickly followed suit, and Uncle Go, standing by the door, promptly entered the vehicle. Jiang Li's trio snapped back to reality. Zhao Zhu shouted, wait for me, I want to get in too. He immediately abandoned Jiang Li and Zidov, hoisting the coffin as he chased after them. Coward! Jiang Li cursed under his breath at Zhao Zhu's retreating figure. He then turned to speak to Zidov. But a shadow darted past, and to his dismay, Zidov had vanished from his previous spot. Damn it! Jiang Li could no longer feign calmness. He let out a cry and turned to chase after them, shouting, wait, don't close the door. There's still one more person here. With a roar, the train, akin to a steel python, surged forward at a speed of 330 km/h, crashing into the tide of aberrations. The locomotive resembled a triangular shovel, sweeping away all creatures in its path. Various dismembered limbs and blood splattered across the sky as the train carved a bloody trail through the tide of aberrant beings. The scene was undeniably cathartic. Inside the cab, Feng Wuhen shielded Lin Mingxi behind him, his left hand propping up an ancient bronze coffin, his expression a canvas of incredulity. The cockpit was already cramped, barely accommodating the space for good fortune, and now, with the addition of 3 individuals, it was further compounded by the presence of a coffin. Could it be any more absurd? I mean, can't you just discard the coffin? Feng Wuhen asked Zhao Zhu with an exasperated gaze. Zhao Zhu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated but ultimately refused to part with the coffin. I'm sorry, Brother Wuhen, but this coffin is my lifeline. I cannot abandon it. Brother Wuhen, what my third brother says is true. Without this coffin, he would descend into madness. Jiang Li's voice echoed from behind the coffin. Why? This was the voice of Uncle Go. Upon hearing Uncle Go's inquiry, Zhao Zhu's expression darkened, and in a somber tone, he explained, I grew up without family, begging in a shelter for the homeless, and my only home was this coffin. At this point, Zhao Zhu cast a pitiful glance at Feng Wuhen, pleading, Brother Wuhen, please don't discard my coffin. I'll even buy a ticket for it. Feng Wuhen was at a loss for words. Yet he chose not to insist on discarding the coffin. The train sped onward, traveling for half an hour without breaking free from the tide of aberrant beings. An hour later, the train finally emerged from this onslaught, only to encounter a wave of mutated creatures. After roughly another hour, they entered a tide of zombies, a sight that left Feng Wuhen and the others utterly astonished. They hadn't anticipated that the ordeal was far from over. 3 hours later, a clearing finally appeared ahead, accompanied by the majestic sight of a towering city wall. They had arrived at Barrier 66. Feng Wuhen exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the imposing wall, his body weary from standing for several hours. As the train came to a halt beneath the wall, the guards stationed atop it were already dumbfounded. What is this? A train? How can a train run on the road? The guards questioned their own perceptions, wondering if they were hallucinating due to fatigue from the previous night. With a hiss, The train doors swung open, and Feng Wuhen, followed by Lin Mingxi, disembarked first, finding the cockpit too cramped. Good Fortune and Uncle Go followed closely, leaving Li Daobai and the trio of sworn brothers to exit last. Once everyone had stepped off, the guards atop the wall were once again taken aback, for they had witnessed Good Fortune, the mutated dog, trotting alongside these humans. Was that not an aberrant creature? Why are they mingling with humans? A guard murmured in astonishment atop the city wall. What is happening? Who is approaching? Just as the guards were engulfed in uncertainty, a voice resonated from behind them. Yang Yan. Today marked the day of Qinglong's departure, and Yang Yan had come to bid farewell. However, upon reaching the southern gate, he was alerted by the guards that a train had arrived at the entrance. Consequently, he ascended the city wall to investigate. Hearing Yang Yan's voice, the guards snapped to attention. One guard, presumably their leader, approached Yang Yan and reported, "Chief, we cannot ascertain the identity of the newcomers, but they are accompanied by mutated creatures." Mutated creatures? Yang Yan's eyes narrowed as he brushed past the guard and made his way to the edge of the wall. Upon witnessing the enormous train, comprising 32 carriages, outside the city wall, he was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly a train? In disbelief, Yang Yan's gaze gradually shifted from the train to the group of individuals accompanying Feng Wuhen, finally resting on the 3-meter-tall canine creature, Hao Yunlai. How could mutated creatures be in the company of humans? Were they not supposed to be untamable? Observing Hao Yunlai standing beside Feng Wuhen, Yang Yan's brow furrowed in profound perplexity, mingled with shock. Chapter 75, Fabrication from Thin Air? Which consortium do you represent? Yang Yan snapped back to reality, his tone serious as he addressed Feng Wuhen and his companions below. Upon hearing Yang Yan's inquiry, Feng Wuhen did not keep them in suspense, stating directly, "I have come to take over this barrier. You were sent by the Qing family? Why have I not received any notification?" Yang Yan's brow knitted in confusion. "You misunderstand." Feng Wuhen shook his head. Yang Yan continued to scrutinize Feng Wuhen, awaiting further explanation. "I have heard that you are relocating and adhering to the commendable virtue of avoiding waste. I have come to take over this unwanted barrier." At Feng Wuhen's words, realization dawned upon Yang Yan. He had come seeking an opportunity. Nonetheless, even if the residents of the barrier were to relocate, the consortium could not simply relinquish the barrier. After all, the resources, manpower, and materials required to construct a barrier are no trifling matter. Most importantly, they were merely relocating residents temporarily, once the beast incident subsided. If the barrier still stood, the consortium would seek to repurpose it. Consequently, Yang Yan's expression turned icy, and his tone grew indifferent as he replied, "You may be disappointed. The barrier will not be relinquished. Please leave, lest an irreparable misunderstanding arise." There was a thread of veiled threat in Yang Yan's words. After all, this was a barrier under his management, and if he were to transfer it without authorization, the Qing family would not let him off easily. "What if I insist on occupying this barrier?" Feng Wuhen dismissed Yang Yan's threat with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's countenance darkened entirely. "Are you implying that you intend to forcefully seize my barrier?" Yang Yan's face was a mask of disdain, although the train and the mutated creatures indeed astonished him. The mere thought of seizing the 66th barricade with such meager combat prowess was nothing short of a pipe dream. In an instant, the atmosphere grew charged with tension. "Brother, shall we take our leave?" Zhao Zhu, bearing the coffin, leaned closer to Jiang Li and whispered. He had not anticipated Feng Wuhen's reckless ambition to challenge a barricade. Although he was not a resident of P City and lacked comprehensive knowledge of the barricade's formidable strength, it was evident that anything deemed a barricade possessed overwhelming destructive power. Zhao Zhu could not fathom how Feng Wuhen could possibly contend with such might. During their journey, he had observed the occupants of the train, all of whom were merely ordinary civilians. Despite the allure of the armored train and the taming of a mutated creature, attempting to conquer a barricade with these two elements was tantamount to courting death. Zhao Zhu, still youthful and with grand aspirations yet to be fulfilled, had no desire to accompany anyone to their demise. Upon hearing Zhao Zhu's words, Jiang Li glanced at Feng Wuhen's silhouette, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us assess the situation. I have a feeling things are not as straightforward as they appear." At that moment, Zaidov, who had remained steadfast with his sword in hand, unexpectedly spoke up. "If he can breach this barricade, I shall follow him, for only the strong can command my loyalty." After he spoke, Zidov cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Li before redirecting his gaze towards Feng Wuhen's figure in the distance. Zhang Li, hearing Zidov's declaration, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The three of them had encountered one another by mere chance. Initially, he and Zidov had clashed due to a misunderstanding. In that confrontation, utilizing his higher tier as a new human, he had emerged victorious over Zidov. Subsequently, Zidov had voluntarily expressed his willingness to follow him, uttering the words that only the strong could conquer him. Zhaozhu had also been present during that encounter, and by some strange twist of fate, the three had sworn brotherhood beneath a peach tree. Second brother, we are sworn brothers. How could you abandon our bond for an outsider? Zhang Li protested. Indeed, second brother, we have faced life and death together. You cannot sever our brotherhood. Zhaozhu earnestly implored. However, their words failed to sway Zidov. He merely regarded them with indifference, his tone calm, yet cold. Brotherhood, can it enhance my strength? If not, it is but a useless sentiment. Why should I concern myself with it? With that, he ceased his engagement with Zhang Li and Zhaozhu, closing his eyes to meditate, leaving the two in a state of disarray amidst the wind. At this juncture, Feng Wuhen and Yang Yin stood in confrontation, when suddenly an irritable voice shattered the tense silence. Why has this taken so long? On the city wall, everyone turned at the sound, only to see Qing Kuan had appeared behind them unannounced. Young Master Qing. Greetings, young master. Yang Yin and the surrounding guards straightened their postures to pay their respects. Qing Kuan, with his hands clasped behind his back and chest held high, cast a calm glance at Yang Yin and inquired, "What has caused such a delay? Are you unaware of my urgency to return to headquarters?" Yang Yin, hesitant to retort, nodded submissively and replied, "Young Master Qing. A group claiming to be from an unknown consortium has arrived outside the city, expressing their intent to seize our Qing family's fortress. I oppose their demands. Yet they are intent on a forceful assault." Upon hearing this, Qing Kuan scoffed. "Are you certain they wish to launch an attack on Fortress 66? Indeed. That is what they explicitly stated," Yang Yin affirmed earnestly. Noticing Yang Yin's sincerity, curiosity welled up within Qing Kuan. Which consortium would dare to confront the Qing family so boldly? I am eager to discover the identity of such audacity. With a cold smile, Qing Kuan proceeded directly towards the edge of the city wall. When Qing Kuan beheld the train's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback, much like Yang Yin had been. Regaining his composure, he refrained from questioning further and instead inquired of Feng Wuhen below, "Which consortium do you represent?" Feng Wuhen, already impatient with the influx of inquiries, thought to himself, "I am quite busy and have no time for this back and forth." "BT, prepare to commence operations," Feng Wuhen commanded in his mind. "Understood," BT responded. And in the next moment, the train behind Feng Wuhen erupted into a silvery metallic mist, shocking the onlookers atop the city wall. The 30,000 residents within the train were gently lowered to the ground by the metallic mist. The mist then swirled rapidly around Feng Wuhen, conjuring a multitude of sleek silver metallic figures from thin air. As the metallic mist dissipated completely, over 10,000 metallic beings stood behind Feng Wuhen, glimmering under the sunlight. Goodness, how astonishing! Zhaozhu was left speechless, only managing to utter this phrase in awe. Zhang Li and Zidov also stood frozen, equally mesmerized by the sudden manifestation of so many metallic figures, which seemed nothing short of fantastical. Chapter 76, A Change of Fortunes? You are nano-beings. Qing Kuan, still reeling from shock, suddenly broke into an ecstatic grin, exclaiming with delight, "Nano-beings." Upon hearing Qing Kuan's words, Yang Yin too came to a realization, his expression shifting with concern. The existence of nano-beings was known only to the Zhou family, making this revelation far more astonishing to Yang Yin than the arrival of a highway train or the taming of mutated creatures. "Young master, the appearance of nano-beings is a significant matter. We must contact our superiors," Yang Yin urged urgently as he turned to Qing Kuan. "Away with you. Do not interrupt my conversation with the nano-beings." Qing Kuan dismissed Yang Yin and called out to Feng Wuhen and the others below. "Who among you is a nano-being? I wish to negotiate a transaction." Feng Wuhen, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of intrigue and inquired, "What kind of transaction?" As Qing Kuan observed Feng Wuhen speaking, he did not regard him as a nano-man. Ignoring Feng Wuhen's words, he continued to call out, "Nano-man, I am aware of your presence below. Come forth. I shall not capture you. I merely wish to propose a transaction." Upon hearing Qin Kuen's voice, Feng Wuhen pondered for a moment before summoning his armor. As the dazzling blue and white armor manifested layer by layer around him, those who had not previously witnessed such a spectacle were utterly captivated. Brother, I also wish to follow Brother Wuhen. What should I do? Zhao Zhu stared wide-eyed at Feng Wuhen's striking silhouette, murmuring to Jiang Li beside him. Jiang Li, upon hearing this, looked at Zhao Zhu with an expression of disbelief, having completely lost faith in brotherly bonds. With a swift motion, Feng Wuhen ascended the city wall and landed not far from Qin Kuen. Qin Kuen turned to gaze at the impressive figure clad in armor before him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Meanwhile, Yang Yin grew vigilant, his mind racing with questions. Did the nano-man possess the ability to change his armor? And what of those metallic beings below the wall? Had the nano-man evolved over the past 2 years? Realizing something was amiss, Yang Yin recalled prior documentation indicating that the nano-man was an elderly figure. Was it possible that the nano-man had disguised himself as an old man, leading outsiders to misinterpret his true identity? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yin quietly moved aside and retrieved a communicator. On the other side, Qin Kuen stared intently at the armor adorning Feng Wuhen, gradually approaching him. Upon reaching Feng Wuhen, he trembled as he raised his hand to gently touch the cool surface of the armor on Feng Wuhen's chest. The icy sensation sent a shiver through Qin Kuen's body. Filled with excitement, he gazed at Feng Wuhen, completely shedding the arrogance of a wealthy heir, and earnestly implored, "This is incredible. Could you possibly provide me with a suit of armor as well?" A chill ran down Feng Wuhen's spine beneath the helmet as he pushed Qin Kuen away, responding with a question, "What transaction do you propose?" Snapping back to reality, Qin Kuen replied grandiosely, "I desire a suit of armor like yours. You may stipulate any conditions." Feng Wuhen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Would you be willing to part with this barrier?" "Absolutely. As long as you grant me a suit of armor. This barrier shall be yours, I assure you," Qin Kuen declared. Fearing Feng Wuhen might doubt him, he added, "I am Qin Kuen, the second young master of the Qin family. My father is the chairman, and my brother is the second in command, so I can indeed make decisions regarding this modest barrier." "Very well, I accept this transaction." Without hesitation, Feng Wuhen agreed to Qin Kuen's proposal. After all, he could reclaim the nano-worm at any time. And if it meant securing this barrier, he was more than willing. After all, if a conflict arises, it would deplete the energy of the nanobots. So it is best to avoid unnecessary complications. However, Qin Kuen could hardly believe his ears. He never anticipated that Feng Wuhen would so readily acquiesce to his request. "Do you truly agree?" Qin Kuen asked, his face a canvas of incredulous excitement. "Indeed, I consent. Therefore, this barrier now belongs to me, does it not?" Feng Wuhen replied calmly. At these words, Qin Kuen fell silent, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, filled with the promise of armor. A smirk played at the corners of Feng Wuhen's mouth beneath his helmet as he placed a hand on Qin Kuen's shoulder. In the next moment, a silvery liquid surged forth from his hand, swiftly enveloping Qin Kuen's entire body. In less than 5 seconds, Qin Kuen was adorned in a suit of shimmering silver armor. "So, the barrier is now mine, correct?" Feng Wuhen inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Qin Kuen glanced down at the armor encasing him. The next instant, he erupted into a jubilant shout. "Thy pants are spicy. My dream has finally come true. Ha ha." He twisted and turned, marveling at the armor that filled his heart with unbridled excitement. Then he gazed at Feng Wuhen, exuberantly declaring, "The barrier is yours. I keep my word." With that, Qin Kuen further inquired, "Can this color be altered?" "I desire green." "Certainly, as long as you issue the command, the color can be changed," Feng Wuhen instructed. Subsequently, he elucidated the necessity for the nanobots to consume metals to grow stronger, emphasizing that only rare metals like gold would expedite their enhancement. He shared this knowledge with Qin Kuen, naturally intending for him to assist in this endeavor, as Qin Kuen, being a wealthy heir, undoubtedly had no shortage of rare metals. Once Qin Kuen had sufficiently nourished the nanobots, Feng Wuhen would reap the rewards and continue to have Qin Kuen cultivate them, creating a cycle where he would not have to personally seek out rare metals. Moreover, Qin Kuen was merely the first of many laborers. Feng Wuhen envisioned a future where the nanobots would flourish, supported by numerous affluent individuals. Pondering this, a wide grin nearly split his face beneath the helmet. Previously, he had not considered this method of cultivating resources, opting to keep the nanobots a secret. Now, he was ready to openly distribute them. All right, I understand, he concluded. As he ended the communication, Yang Yan's face was etched with envy and resentment. He muttered, a tinge of jealousy coloring his words. So the Zhou family has long been aware of the nanobot news. Damn it, that scoundrel Li Daobao has reaped such great benefits. Little did Yang Yan know that Li Daobao had not gained any advantages and had, in fact, been blacklisted by the Zhou family. No wonder there had been such a massive migration of corpses this morning. It was all heading towards Barrier 22. Yang Yan furrowed his brow, pondering the information he had received from his superiors regarding the giant beast attack on Barrier 22. His superiors had urged him to expedite the relocation of residents, for that colossal creature might soon approach Barrier 66. Upon contemplating this, Yang Yan resolved to inform Qing Long of the news while hastening the relocation of the residents. At that moment, an exuberant laughter echoed from ahead, belonging to Qing Kuan. Through Qing Kuan's animated words, Yang Yan learned that the barrier had changed hands during his communication with the superiors. Chapter 77 had vanished entirely. The city gates swung open, and over 30,000 residents, under the supervision of Uncle Go and Li Daobao, entered the barrier in an orderly fashion. Li Daobao, what brings you here? After all the residents had entered, Yang Yan approached Li Daobao, his face a mask of astonishment. Is it strange for me to be here, given that my leader is present? Li Daobao replied without hostility, as he bore no grievances against Yang Yan. Yang Yan's surprise deepened upon hearing Li Daobao's words, and he exclaimed, have you betrayed the Zhou family? Not at all. I was merely caught attempting to claim the bounty for myself, Li Daobao candidly admitted, unperturbed by his actions. Yang Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Li Daobao's nonchalant demeanor. Brother Wuhan, do visit Longjing City when you have the chance. I shall treat you to exquisite delicacies, Qing Kuan warmly invited as he prepared to board the vehicle. I will, Brother Wuhan replied with a veneer of insincerity, forcefully ushering Qing Kuan into the car and shutting the door behind him. He had grown weary of Qing Kuan's incessant chatter, which had droned on for half an hour, nearly causing him to develop a callus in his ear. Remember to find me when you arrive in Longjing City, Qing Kuan shouted, his head protruding from the window as the car sped away. Brother Wuhan, having turned away, waved dismissively. After bidding farewell to Qing Kuan, Brother Wuhan breathed a sigh of relief. He approached Yang Yan and said, swiftly relocate the residents who wish to leave. I still have to arrange for my own. With that, Brother Wuhan ascended the transformed RV, instructing a guard from Barrier 66 to escort them to the city center. Meanwhile, Li Daobao coordinated with the guards he brought from Barrier 22 to ensure a seamless transition with the guards from Barrier 66. Time flowed like a river, never to return, and soon night enveloped the land. Brother Wuhan and Lin Mingxi settled into a new villa. After dining and freshening up, it was well past 10 at night. BT, how is the consumption of the nanobots progressing? Brother Wuhan inquired as he reclined at the head of the bed, his mind focused on BT. The sound of a shower could be heard from the bathroom, where Lin Mingxi was bathing. The first type of nanobot has reached 353 tons, while the second has amassed 781 tons, BT responded. So much already. Indeed, quantity dictates consumption speed, Brother Wuhan marveled. Then I shall head over first thing in the morning to eradicate that massive creature, acquire the spatial crystals sooner, and fabricate the space-time folding device, allowing for an earlier return to Earth. Brother Wuhan murmured to himself, a flicker of excitement illuminating his features, accompanied by a profound sense of concern. He had traversed this world for nearly 2 weeks. In this realm, time flows at twice the pace of Earth, and nearly a month has passed there. He used to call home every weekend to assure his family of his safety, yet now, almost a month has elapsed without a word, leaving his parents in a state of deep concern. Moreover, he is overdue on his rent payment. He wonders if his landlord would resort to contacting the authorities in his absence. However, dwelling on such matters is futile, especially when he remains uncertain about when he might return. As Feng Wuhen retracted his thoughts, Lin Mingxi emerged, wrapped in a towel. He rose from the bed to dry her hair, and the two of them engaged in a spirited battle until midnight, with Lin Mingxi ultimately conceding first. The following day, Feng Wuhen awoke early. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he informed Lin Mingxi of his intention to return to Barrier 22. He then summoned Uncle Go to arrange for the transfer of the slaves from Barrier 66, which is twice the size of Barrier 22, necessitating a larger workforce for its management. Once everything was organized, Feng Wuhen instructed BT to retract the nanobots, boarded the Titan, and activated flight mode, heading directly toward Barrier 22. Shortly after his departure, an uninvited convoy approached the eastern gate of Titan City, comprising thousands of armored vehicles and exoskeletal warriors. The guards atop the city walls quickly reported this development to Li Daoba. Upon receiving the news, Li Daoba rushed to find Feng Wuhen, only to discover that he had already left Titan City. Thus, he conveyed the situation to Uncle Go, the steward of Titan City. Upon receiving the report, Uncle Go directed Li Daoba to lead him to the eastern gate. They soon arrived, only to hear a man's voice from outside the city shouting, "Bring your leader out. We are the Federal Army and require his cooperation to complete a mission regarding Barrier 22. The Titan hovered above Barrier 22, and Feng Wuhen peered through the cockpit, perplexed by the eerie stillness enveloping the barrier. Contrary to expectations of encountering mutated creatures and zombies besieging the city, there was an unsettling absence of life, both inside and outside the walls. What was happening? Why was there not a single living being in sight? Even the residents seemed to have vanished. Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his consciousness. "BT, can you detect any signs of life?" he inquired. "No signs detected," BT promptly replied. "That can't be possible. Just yesterday, there were millions, even tens of millions of corpses, along with mutated beings. How could they all have disappeared overnight?" Feng Wuhen's expression turned grave, his throat dry as he contemplated a chilling possibility. With a furrowed brow and a hushed tone, he murmured, "Could it be that aliens have abducted these zombies and mutated creatures?" As Windless, with a wave of his hand, commanded BT to open the hatch, he summoned his armor and soared into the air. "BT, is the nanobot safe?" Windless inquired, hovering before the Titan. "It's unharmed," came BT's reassuring response, prompting a sigh of relief from Windless. If the aliens had taken his nanobots, he would have been utterly distraught, for they amounted to thousands of tons. With the knowledge that the nanobots were safe, Windless retracted 99 of them, leaving a small fraction to continue consuming metal. After retrieving the nanobots, Windless began his search through the city of Barrier 22 for any potential inhabitants. Unfortunately, despite employing sonic detection and thermal imaging through walls, he found not a single living creature. Had they truly captured everyone? He descended onto the rooftop of an office building, lost in thought. His initial intention to annihilate the colossal beast for the spatial crystal now seemed postponed. Gazing up at the azure sky, two brilliant suns cast a blinding light that stung his eyes. "BT, do you think with my current strength, I could contend with those aliens?" Windless asked, casting a glance at the heavens. "I cannot draw a conclusion, as I have not analyzed data on the aliens," BT replied candidly. Windless felt a pang of frustration and anger. Just when he was on the verge of obtaining the spatial crystal, he found himself thwarted by the aliens. Sighing, he lamented the distance between him and the hope of returning home, knowing his parents must be terribly worried. Chapter 78. Alien Girl. After a moment of despondency atop the building, Windless prepared to return to Titan City when BT's voice suddenly interjected. "Windless, I have discovered a corpse." As Windless activated his thrusters, BT's words caused him to pause and turn in curiosity. "What corpse?" he asked. "Come see for yourself." BT beckoned him to approach and observe. Intrigued, Windless walked over, following BT's pointed direction to a nearby 7-story building. There, on the rooftop, lay a humanoid figure. Due to the distance, Windless could not discern the creature's features. Instead of drawing closer, he descended directly downwards, with BT following closely behind. With a thud, Windless and BT landed on the rooftop simultaneously. BT had lightened the Titan's weight, for otherwise, the structure could not withstand several tons. Windless approached the humanoid corpse, crouching beside it to scrutinize in bewilderment. The body was naked, devoid of any reproductive organs, and its skin was a translucent pale pink, allowing the view of veins and bones beneath the surface. The corpse appears to stand approximately 2 meters tall, its skin remarkably supple, as if it might rupture upon the slightest touch. Its head is shaped like the triangular form of a serpent, yet it bears a visage reminiscent of a human female. Feng Wuhen's gaze drifted to the hands and feet of the corpse, only to discover an anomaly. While there are 4 fingers on each hand, there are 6 toes on each foot. Moreover, apart from the hands, which resemble those of a human, the feet exhibit characteristics akin to those of a beast. "Feng Wuhen, I sense that it may not be deceased," BT suddenly remarked. Feng Wuhen, who was scrutinizing the body, paused in astonishment. "BT, are you certain?" He rose to his feet, stepping back slightly from the lifeless form on the ground. I cannot be sure, for I am unable to scan its vital signs. A barrier envelopes its surface, obstructing my examination. Upon hearing BT mention the barrier once more, Feng Wuhen's expression grew somber. Another barrier. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the body at his feet, and inquired, BT, could this creature be an extraterrestrial? Such a notion is not without merit, for Feng Wuhen had encountered various forms of alien life. Yet this particular appearance was entirely novel to him. Most importantly, this being bore a striking resemblance to the fictional extraterrestrials depicted in films he had seen on Earth. It is plausible, as the anatomical structure of this organism is entirely unlike any I have previously encountered, BT offered in a reasonable tone. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Wuhen, stroking his chin, proposed, let us take it back and see if it awakens. It has already awakened, BT interjected abruptly before Feng Wuhen could finish his thought. Startled, Feng Wuhen replied, BT, how do you know it has awakened? Is it not undetectable internally? BT blinked one eye, his gaze shifting from Feng Wuhen to the corpse, and responded, I observed its eyelids twitch moments ago, indicating it was feigning unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhen's gaze slowly descended to the face of the seemingly dormant corpse. He too noticed the subtle tremor of its eyelids. This revelation solidified his belief that this was indeed an extraterrestrial, for no other species could mimic such a ruse. Moreover, judging by the slight movement of its eyelids, it appeared that this alien could comprehend human language. With this thought in mind, Feng Wuhen raised his right hand, transforming it into a laser cannon as he began to charge it. In a cold tone, he addressed the feigning extraterrestrial, awaken, or I shall fire. As he spoke, the charging of the laser cannon accelerated dramatically. Do not harm me. I am rising, I am rising. The previously feigning extraterrestrial leaped to its feet in fright upon hearing Feng Wuhen's words. Its voice was feminine, tinged with a beguiling allure. At this moment, the alien stood with its hands clasped before its chest, swaying gently from side to side, signaling Feng Wuhen not to fire. Its striking ice blue, beguiling eyes gazed imploringly at both Feng Wuhen and the imposing 6-meter-tall BT. Feng Wuhen retracted his laser cannon, somewhat astonished by the alien's height, murmuring to himself, this height must be at least 2.5 meters. Shifting his gaze back to the alien, he inquired, you are the one responsible for this apocalyptic scenario, are you not? Startled by the question, the frightened alien paused momentarily. Then, with a timid demeanor, it retracted its neck and shook its head, explaining in a voice reminiscent of a human woman's allure, no, we of the Water Spirit clan did not create this apocalypse. It was the Kuan-Ta clan that orchestrated it. The Kuan-Ta clan? Aren't you of the same race? Feng Wuhen asked, puzzled. Not at all. We of the Water Spirit clan are one of the subjugated groups enslaved by the Kuan-Ta clan. A hint of sadness crossed the alien's features as it wiped away a tear forming at the corner of its eye, lamenting. The Kuan-Ta clan is a physically frail race, yet exceptionally intelligent. Their biotechnological advancements are highly developed, and their transformation of this planet is part of their research into biological sciences. Research into biological sciences? Feng Wuhen mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the Kuan-Ta clan has obliterated countless planets harboring sentient life throughout the cosmos. Over a century ago, they arrived in this star system, discovered this planet, and subsequently unleashed biological weapons upon it. The alien maiden elucidated. What is the crimson hue of the night? BT interjected with a question. In response, the alien maiden glanced at the sky and replied, that is a nutritional barrier known as flesh membrane deployed by the Kuan-Ta clan, which disperses nutrient particles at night to sustain the transformed life forms on this planet. This explanation aligned closely with BT's previous analysis. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhen recalled the vanishing tide of zombie aberrations and asked, by the way, what has become of the tide of corpses? Were the humans in the city not captured by the Kuan-Ta clan? The alien maiden nodded in affirmation. Yes. Last night the Kuan-Ta clan dispatched us to retrieve experimental subjects, and those humans discovered us. Thus they were also captured. Feng Wuhen stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, what brought you here? The alien maiden promptly replied, it was my father who rendered me unconscious. He fears for my life. As the day of the Kuan-Ta clan's experiment is approaching, they intend to merge us of the Water Spirit clan with those experimental subjects, transforming us into another form of biological weapon. Having absorbed the alien maiden's explanation without further questions, Feng Wuhen then inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Shui Lingyun, the princess of the Water Spirit clan." Chapter 79. Reception of the chives after gathering sufficient understanding of the situation. Feng Wuhen instructed Shui Lingyun to dismantle the barrier encasing her, allowing BT to scan her thoughts. Once it was confirmed that Shui Lingyun harbored no nefarious intentions, Feng Wuhen decided to escort her back to Titan City. The Water Spirit melody holds significance for Feng Wuhen, as he requires it to comprehend the Kuan Tower clan. Since only the Kuan Tower clan possesses the spatial crystals, he will inevitably confront them one day. Thus, it is imperative for him to understand their strength in advance. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuhen and BT soared back to the skies above Titan City. Water Spirit Melody sat within the grasp of Titan as the trio descended into Feng Wuhen's villa. BT placed Water Spirit Melody gently onto the ground and transformed the 6-meter Titan into a silver metallic figure. As Feng Wuhen removed his armor, he beheld BT's faceless metallic form and remarked, "BT, why not take on a human guise? This way, you wouldn't be perceived as a mere spectacle wherever you go." Upon hearing this, BT found the suggestion reasonable. He then commanded the nanobots to reshape the metallic figure into a 2-meter muscular man. However, the visage of this strong man bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Wuhen himself. Noticing this, Feng Wuhen felt his eyelid twitch slightly and, in exasperation, said, "BT, could you not choose a different appearance? Such a likeness could easily lead to misunderstandings." BT glanced at the impressive musculature and pondered, "I am larger than you. Surely, there would be no misunderstandings?" "That is not the point," Feng Wuhen sighed. Placing a hand on his forehead, BT seemed to grasp the situation and ceased his debate, transforming his face into that of Jack Cooper. When Feng Wuhen observed BT's newfound foreign appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon closer examination, he found the visage somewhat familiar. In the next instant, realization struck him. "BT, have you transformed into Cooper?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, is that a problem?" BT replied, puzzled. No, it's perfectly fine." Feng Wuhen chuckled inwardly, thinking that Cooper would surely be delighted to see BT's likeness. Just as Feng Wuhen and BT were deliberating on suitable attire, Uncle Go hurriedly entered through the gate of the courtyard. Approaching them, he suddenly noticed the extraterrestrial Water Spirit Melody and was momentarily taken aback. "Wuhen, what is this?" Uncle Go inched closer to Feng Wuhen, casting a suspicious glance at Water Spirit Melody. "This is Water Spirit Melody, an alien I brought back from Barrier 22. Feng Wuhen explained. Uncle Go stood in shock, exclaiming, "An alien?" "Indeed," Feng Wuhen affirmed with a nod, then inquired, "Uncle Go, why the rush? Is there something amiss?" Uncle Go's gaze shifted away from Water Spirit Melody to focus on Feng Wuhen, urgency lacing his tone. "Wuhen, individuals from the Federation have arrived and have been waiting at the East Gate for quite some time. However, without your directive, I didn't dare to let them enter the city." "The Federation?" Feng Wuhen's brows furrowed in intrigue. He had heard Lin Mingxi speak of it as one of the most formidable forces on this planet, being the remnants of the national government from the pre-apocalyptic era and the only faction with a formal military. The thought ignited a spark of excitement in Feng Wuhen's eyes, and the term chives involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If we were to nurture nano-creatures for this formidable force, they would surely thrive beyond what they could manage. Thus, Feng Wuhen hastily turned to Uncle Go and said, "Uncle Go, please arrange a sumptuous reception banquet. We must welcome these esteemed guests." Uncle Go, somewhat perplexed by his sudden enthusiasm, nevertheless replied, "Understood." With that, he hurriedly departed. Just as Feng Wuhen was about to leave, he recalled something and turned to Shui Lingyun, instructing, "You must remain here in the villa. Do not wander off to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Oh, okay." Shui Lingyun nodded obediently in agreement. Once Feng Wuhen and BT had left, Shui Lingyun began to curiously survey the villa before her. "Father, I have successfully escaped the pursuit of the Kuan Tower clan. How are you and Mother faring?" She gazed skyward, her eyes filled with concern. As her whispered words faded, a pained expression suddenly crossed her face, and a trickle of purple fluid seeped from the corner of her mouth. It turned out that Shui Lingyun had been gravely injured. She had not been rendered unconscious by her father, but had collapsed due to her wounds. Had she deceived Feng Wuhen and even eluded BT's biological detection? Covering her chest, She delicately wiped away the purple blood at the corner of her mouth before she staggered slightly towards the villa. Half an hour later, Feng Wuhen, flanked by a group of soldiers clad in exoskeletons, followed Yang Yin and Li Daobao to a luxurious 6-star hotel. The hotel was already bustling with numerous attendants, all of whom were part of the original staff that Feng Wuhen had requested Yang Yin to arrange for hosting the banquet temporarily. Come, esteemed military gentlemen. You have all worked hard. Let us discuss matters while we dine. I have prepared a welcoming feast for you, albeit with modest fare. Please do not be displeased. Feng Wuhen exuded an air of warmth, leaving the assembled Federal Army members in a state of perplexity. Just moments ago, he had seemed unwilling to open the door, and now he was so effusive that they began to speculate if he harbored ulterior motives. Once everyone was seated, Feng Wuhen signaled the kitchen to begin serving. Due to delays in preparations, the service was rather slow, so he instructed the kitchen to prioritize the officers of the Federal Army, with the soldiers to follow thereafter. At the head table, Feng Wuhen sat amongst 6 officers. He raised a glass, an expression of contrition on his face, and proclaimed, "I was away this morning on some matters and was unaware of your arrival. Allow me to drink a toast in penance." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. In the post-apocalyptic world, tobacco and alcohol are deemed extravagant luxuries. Although each major bastion cultivates tobacco and produces alcohol, their quantities are limited. Land is scarce, with each bastion housing at least several tens of thousands of inhabitants, and in some cases, over 1 million. Consequently, most of the land is dedicated to food production. While the Federal Army receives allocations of tobacco and alcohol every few months, the supply remains insufficient. However, the supplies were exceedingly scant, barely sufficient for a mere 2 days. The food situation mirrored this scarcity, although they fared slightly better than the average citizens. Their circumstances were still far from adequate. The banquet arranged by Feng Wuhen before them featured an array of dishes that were unfamiliar to them, culinary delights reserved for the elite, which the lower echelons had no right to savor. The 6 officers observed Feng Wuhen downing their day's worth of wine, a pained expression evident on their faces. Their gazes subsequently shifted to the wine glasses before them. As they beheld the generous servings of red wine, they swallowed hard. At that moment, the highest-ranking officer rose, grasping his wine glass with a stern countenance, yet his eyes sparkled with yearning and excitement. He slowly proclaimed, "Since Leader Feng has expressed his sentiments, we are not the sort to be ungrateful. Let us also raise a toast to Leader Feng." "Indeed, let us toast to Leader Feng," echoed a colonel, rising to join the sentiment with his own full glass. Subsequently, all 6 men lifted their glasses in a toast to Feng Wuhen and then drained their cups in one hearty gulp, satisfaction evident on their faces.